The awakening day of Haiqing High School this year happened to coincide with the peak of a once-in-a-century spiritual tide. After the Great Silence era, the eruption of spiritual power followed a pattern. Roughly every 100 years a spiritual tide would reach its peak. During these several years, the levels of all awakeners would generally rise by 1 or 2 tiers. This was what people call the spiritual peak awakening. Almost every era's prodigies emerged during such spiritual peak awakenings. This year in Haiqing was the second year of the spiritual peak awakening. The probability of high-level awakeners appearing in the previous year far exceeded that of ordinary years, and thus this year became the most anticipated by everyone. Even a small city like Haiqing had gathered many representatives from various social factions. Almost all of them had come to compete for talent. At this moment, the sports field was packed with people dark as oppressive shadows. Over 1,000 third-year students stood in formation by class, each face taut with tension. A spiritual peak awakening already conferred far greater advantages than other eras. If one still could not awaken a good superpower, one might as well find a wall to smash one's head against. On the rostrum, the principal personally held the awakening stone steel. Several deans of instruction stood on either side, their expressions even more tense than those of the students. Representatives from all walks of life were watching. Each year's spiritual peak awakening was of exceptional importance. The more prodigies a school produced, the higher its status in society. The first few classes had already gone up. Most students awakened at grade, with the occasional A grade or S-grade. In the past, this would have been a great surprise, but during a spiritual peak awakening, it could only be said they still had much room to improve. Class 5 Lin Bai. When the name was called, few people even looked up. Lin Bai stepped out from the back of the line, his figure tall and slender, his school uniform washed so many times it had faded white. His footsteps made almost no sound. With his head lowered, his face could not be clearly seen. Who's that? No idea. That one, the guy in class 5 who usually sleeps in the last row. The murmurs quickly died down, for Lin Bai had already reached the steel. On the way, he had not been as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. He had possessed memories even as a fetus, but after he turned 3, all of those memories began to blur and then vanished completely. Only in the past 2 years had they gradually resurfaced. Through them, he came to understand that this world's strength had nearly reached its zenith. Spiritual energy had already resurged for 2,000 years. 2,000 years earlier, the Great Silence era had lasted for 3 millennia. At that time, a global energy crisis and ecological collapse had driven human civilization into a deep abyss. At that very moment, spiritual power surged up from the depths of the earth and swept across the world. Thus began the first year of the era of spiritual resurgence that followed the Great Silence. 500 years later, a great planar tide arose. The concentration of spiritual power reached a critical point, and the barriers between spaces began to dissolve. All around the globe, planar gates leading to subsidiary worlds appeared. The powerhouses of Blue Star waged war across these realms, and most of those planes ultimately became resources of Blue Star. When Lin Bai finished reading this history, he was dumbfounded. Using the template of myriad worlds, humanity here was undeniably the dominant overlord. To be reborn only to find himself among the great powers. What a twist. Shaking off his scattered thoughts, Lin Bai had already reached the principal. He drew in a deep breath. He did of course have a golden finger, but it was rather troublesome. The Hex Augment System. Lin Bai was all too familiar with this thing. It was precisely because of that familiarity that he felt so uneasy. Just as in the game, everything depended on luck. As a mode infused with roguelike elements, if fortune failed you, and every draw turned out rotten, the entire build could collapse in an instant. But this was no game where one could simply start a new round after losing. This was Lin Bai's 17 years of life. Thus, even though he had saved up many chances to draw, he had never used a single one. Those familiar with Hextech understood that constructing any system always required runes that complemented a hero's innate traits. Lin Bai now wanted to first see what kind of superpower he would awaken, then match it with Hextech runes as best he could. Student, look here. The principal's voice snapped Lin Bai back to himself. He instinctively raised his hand, and as his fingertip brushed the surface of the steel, a muffled boom seemed to echo. The sunlight over the sports field suddenly dimmed, and everyone instinctively looked up. The sun that had been dazzlingly bright just moments before now seemed veiled by something, its radiance fading. Even the wind seemed to stop, and the surroundings felt eerily quiet. From the base of the steely light began to flare, layer by layer, rising upward. Great, a great, and it still did not stop. The principal's smile froze on his face while a hint of wild joy surfaced in his eyes. Was it finally coming? The purple light representing a grade then shifted into the golden radiance of S-grade. S-grade had appeared. While everyone was still immersed in shock, that golden light began rapidly transitioning toward crimson. The instant the red ignited, everyone's minds went blank. S-grade. Red. At least S-grade, maybe even SS-grade. No one knew who shouted first, but the playground erupted. A dean of instruction stood slack-jawed. The principal suppressed his excitement, his gaze locked firmly on Lin Bai. Yet the true anomaly had only just begun. Lin Bai still stood before the steely, his hand not yet withdrawn. His head was lowered and no one could see his expression. Then from within his shadow 7 figures stepped out. The first to emerge lifted his chin, half lowering his eyelids. With a trace of disdain his gaze swept above everyone's heads before he gave a soft, derisive chuckle. The second stared fixedly at the awakening stone steel before the principal, then his gaze darted quickly to the watch on the principal's wrist, and from there, to the silver chain at the neck of the girl beside him. It was an eerie sight, only his eyeballs moved while his head remained rigid like someone who had been starved for 10 days. Mine, all mine. The third figure to emerge clenched his fists, staring at the chaotic crowd, veins bulging on his forehead. All of you stand properly. His sudden bellow made the students below tremble involuntarily. The fourth figure came out, and simply sat down on the ground, yawned and closed his eyes, and actually fell asleep. The fifth figure only stared fixedly at the first, his expression twisting for an instant, his eyes bristling with barbs. Arrogance, why were you the first one to come out? Every word he spoke was gritted through his teeth. Why you? Why? The arrogant one's lips curled. All right, stop arguing, the sixth figure said as he stepped out, a gentle smile on his face. So gentle it made one's skin crawl. The seventh figure emerged without saying a word. Compared to the others, he was thinner with cheekbones faintly visible. He subconsciously touched his own stomach. Only then did the crowd realize that although the 7 on the stage looked different at first glance, on closer inspection, their underlying features were all those of Lin Bai. These 7 seemed more like 7 different versions of Lin Bai. At this moment they encircled the real Lin Bai in the center. The sports field fell utterly silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Only when the principal's voice tinged with disbelief rang out did the spell break. Lin Bai SSS-grade superpower, 7 Sins Incarnation. Only then did Lin Bai's true body raise his head, his eyes already brimming with wild ecstasy. He had never imagined that his ability would turn out to be this one. At this moment he was encircled by those 7 figures, as though 7 mirrors had been set around him. In each mirror a different version of himself looked back, each pair of eyes regarding him in a completely different way. Forcing down the turbulence in his heart, Lin Bai spoke, disperse. 7 distinct laughs rang out at once. Though they laughed simultaneously, each laugh sounded different, and then those figures vanished. Only then did a surge of heated discussion rise from below. Damn. SS grade. Yesterday the highest was only grade. He gets direct admission. I never thought I would live to see an SS grade ability appear. Everyone, what on earth is 7 Sins body? How have I never heard of it? Is it stronger than those SS grade elemental abilities? 7 Sins body belongs to the special branch among the 5 major systems. An SS grade in the special system is really rare. It seemed that not many present knew much about 7 Sins body. The principal frowned in thought. Every SS grade ability recorded in history was renowned, yet this 7 Sins body seemed to have very little fame. By this time someone had already begun searching for information. In the audience a student dressed in white secretly held a phone in one hand. When he saw the information on the screen, the corners of his lips curled up soundlessly. Ha ha, 7 Sins body. 7 avatars can cultivate simultaneously and feed their gains back to the main body. In battle they can also merge into the main body, achieving an exponential amplification effect. Hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward him. With all eyes converging on him, he seemed to gain a bit of satisfaction, then abruptly changed his tone. But 7 avatars require 7 times the cultivation resources. A hard-to-describe expression appeared on his face. In truth, this is a useless ability. As far as I know, Lin Bai comes from an ordinary family. For an ordinary household, even supporting 1 great ability is extremely difficult. Let alone an SS grade, multiplied by 7. Lin Bai is finished. Only now did the crowd recognize that this was Zhong Yu from Class 5, the same class as Lin Bai, who had previously awakened a great ability. At other times that would be considered decent, but at Ling Feng awakening, he was firmly at the bottom. Zhong Yu wore a strange smile, yet failed to notice the odd looks everyone around him was giving. Someone kindly patted him on the shoulder. Dude, did you not wake up properly? For Lin Bai's family, these resources are astronomical figures. But for those major forces, is there any SS grade that isn't worth cultivating? Or do you think those powers would give up an SS grade just because their resources aren't enough? As he spoke, a hint of pity surfaced on that student's face. He had already seen through it. Zhong Yu was unbalanced at heart. If that counts as a flaw, 7 Sins body would never have been classified as SS grade. Do you take those predecessors for fools? Zhong Yu's face darkened instantly, and those around them all showed expressions of sudden realization. Indeed, before the prerequisite of SS grade resource consumption hardly counted as a drawback. In this era, many people could easily bring such resources to the table. Only now did the principal recall the details about 7 Sins body. The way he looked at Lin Bai became blazing hot. He immediately called the dean of students over to preside over the awakenings, then grabbed Lin Bai and led him to the rear. So, student. The principal rubbed his hands together like a fly. Do you have any university in mind? A contemplative look flashed in Lin Bai's eyes. At present, there were many universities within Longhua, with 6 top academies. Beichin, Qingnong, Yunji, Jiuqiao, Xinglan, Yuanxi. The 6 top academies were located in 6 different regions of Longhua, but up till now Lin Bai had been preoccupied with his ability and had not yet considered such matters. I'm sorry, principal, I still need to think about it. As an SS grade, he was guaranteed admission to any of the 6 top academies. All Lin Bai needed to consider was which one suited him best. Hearing this, a faint smile surfaced on the principal's face as he pondered inwardly. A little fox haggling over his value. But that was a good thing, after all, who would not want their student to secure more resources? Alright, I understand. He'll help you turn all of them down for now. Okay. By now Lin Bai's thoughts had long drifted away, for he could no longer wait to begin experimenting. Principal, I want to try out my ability. May I borrow a cultivation room? Of course. It's over there. Just go straight in, your permissions have already been upgraded. Lin Bai nodded. Thank you, principal. With that he walked toward the cultivation rooms. Just then the sky above was suddenly shrouded by a vast shadow, and he heard exclamations rising from the awakening platform. His heart stirred slightly. It seemed another high-level ability had just awakened. But that was not what he intended to focus on. At this moment, he only wanted to confirm the ideas forming in his heart. He soon entered a cultivation room, and after finding a spot to sit, closed his eyes. System. A panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Hex Rune System Hero Template Draw 01. The host may, through system missions and his own growth, obtain opportunities to draw Hex runes and hero templates. Note: draws may yield rune shards, silver, gold, or prismatic enhanced runes. Shop. The interface was very simple with the shop icon grayed out. Lin Bai drew in a deep breath. The system had come into this world together with him, yet no matter how he had called out to it before, it had remained silent. It was not until last year that it finally issued its first mission. One mission after another was completed, and he had received several chances to draw Hex runes. However, there was only one hero template. This was the reason Lin Bai had never dared to use it. The existence of Hex runes could allow certain heroes to easily break through their own limits. The most classic examples included the 2.1 billion Rue Tian Emperor and the 10.0 Reaper Ancestor, among others. Thus, a good hero template would raise his ceiling endlessly, so he was extremely cautious. Now that his ability had manifested, his thoughts began to stir again. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Bai focused his mind. The expression on his face faded away, and a wave of drowsiness suddenly swept over him. His features seemed to droop slightly. Sloth. Forcing himself to stay awake, Lin Bai used his chance to draw a hero template. System. Draw a hero template. In an instant, images of over 100 heroes appeared before his eyes, then began to spin. Lin Bai's heart tightened. Come on. I'd be happy with something like Rise Set or Master E. If that won't work, any stacking type hero will do. Lin Bai had long since decided that if he treated this world as an endless duration game, then those stacking type heroes would be the most terrifying existences. The wheel before his eyes kept spinning until it finally transformed into a single face-down card. Gulp. Lin Bai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then tapped to flip it open. That has to be me. Damn, a one-shot soul hit. Lin Bai cried out in surprise, almost leaping to his feet. The Armored Fist Champion. This hero was nothing short of legendary in the game. The most iconic line, "Your dear mother, see you tomorrow," had once burst from his very lips. In his previous life, this meme had even broken out of the gaming circle, yet few knew that this hero was a brawling fanatic with skills brutally simple and direct, to the point of being branded a wife-beater by nickname. The reason Lin Bai so eagerly anticipated this hero was that he possessed a terrifying growth-type skill. Though not as heaven-defying as those whose numbers shattered the very limits of the heavens, it was still fearsome in the extreme. Premeditated Devastation Fist. When attacked, he could accumulate valor, and upon activation this valor would transform into a shield, while the very center of that punch dealt true damage. True damage. The most exalted form of damage in the game, ignoring all resistance. The reason it could scale without limit was the existence of equipment like Heart of Steel, allowing his health to grow boundlessly. That strike scaled off the hero's health and attack both with extremely high ratios, especially since in this place there were no mode-specific nerfs at all. Once the build was complete, it would be like signing a contract with an immortal, one punch to kill your mother. Forcing down his excitement, Lin Bai's expression grew solemn. What came next would be the true decisive moment. With a single thought, he began to switch back to his main body. Just as he was doing so, the system unexpectedly popped up on its own before him. A same origin avatar with the host has been detected. Hero template extraction has changed. Hero template extraction 17. Please assign a hero template to the avatar. Damn, isn't this downright sneaky? Not assigning for now. Lin Bai swore outright, then could no longer hold back and burst into wild laughter. It's definitely going to work. His heart pounded with exhilaration and a multitude of new ideas surfaced in his mind. The chance to draw a hero template was gone, and next came the Hex deck enhanced rune draw. During this period, he had saved up 8 draws. When he was reading the description and saw those enhanced rune fragments, he realized the rune draw would likely not be so straightforward. Taking a deep breath, he decisively chose to draw. 3 silver cards materialized before his eyes. Attack fragment, ability, power fragment, health fragment. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth twitched. As expected, the system had tossed enhancement fragments into the Hex deck pool as well. What puzzled him, though, was that the attack fragment had no specific numerical value, as though the system could not quantify this world's framework. This meant that an already chaotic pool would be further polluted by a massive influx of fragments. Still, chances to draw were not particularly hard to obtain, and he had 7 draws remaining. After a moment's thought, Lin Bai chose the attack fragment. But just as he confirmed his choice, the system issued a prompt. Same origin avatar detected. Please assign fragment to the avatar. Lin Bai froze, then was swept by wild joy. It really can work. In that instant, several imperial paths flashed through his mind. Assign it to gluttony first. The next moment, the scene before his eyes vanished. Lin Bai forced down his excitement, his hand trembling ever so slightly. If Hex deck abilities could be freely assigned to each of his avatars, then the earlier problem of pool pollution would be neatly resolved. He could distribute 7 complete systems among his 7 avatars. As for his true body, he could make use of those runes that did not suit any avatar, since without choosing after each draw, the next draw could not proceed. In battle, the terror of the Seven Sins body lay in the fact that his true self could with a single thought become any one avatar, or have all 7 avatars converge. At this moment, Lin Bai already had a rough plan in mind. The armored fist template should suit gluttony quite well. Each of the 7 sins body's personalities corresponded to a sin: pride, greed, wrath, sloth, envy, gluttony, lust. They were embodiments of original sin, each defined by a single extreme trait. That was why when he switched to sloth, he was overwhelmed by crushing drowsiness and a desire to do absolutely nothing. Thus, the behavioral patterns and combat styles of the 7 avatars would diverge greatly, and Lin Bai needed to make their fighting approaches fit their natures as closely as possible. For example, sloth was suited to full automation. With his concerns cleared away, Lin Bai directly proceeded with the remaining draws. But it seemed his luck had been entirely spent on that one perfect armored fist draw. Attack fragment. Attack speed fragment. Health fragment. Health fragment. Attack fragment. Strength fragment. 6 draws in a row, all silver attribute fragments. Lin Bai simply dumped them all onto the gluttony body. All in. Just go all in. On the 7th draw, his eyes were bloodshot. Abandoning all restraint, he slammed the draw button. 3 silver cards appeared before him again, but this time, they lay face down. Lin Bai's pupils contracted. Here it is, an enhanced rune. Heart pounding, he flipped them over one by one. As he had expected, the first rune was Foxfire. Foxfire, every 7 seconds summon 3 Foxfires to attack the nearest enemy, granting 40 decaying movement speed. Each Foxfire deals adaptive damage with reduced damage when multiple Foxfires hit the same target. The second rune was Frostbite. Frostbite, your slowing effects further reduce the target's movement speed by 100 points. The third rune was the one that delighted Lin Bai the most. Physical to magic, converts bonus attack damage to ability power at a 1:167 ratio, with an additional 15 bonus ability power. Lin Bai's breathing turned ragged as he read the description. Physical to magic, though only a silver rune, was for Rise the single most crucial rune on the path to becoming an emperor. It was known as the power root of the Rise Heavenly Emperor. As long as the power root, physical to magic, was gathered along with the life root from heart to matter plus Goliath Giant or Mad Scientist, and a collection of percentage-based items and attribute fragments, Rise's stats could step on their own shoulders and ascend, breaking through the very limits of the code. That was the origin of the Rise Heavenly Emperor. For Lin Bai, there was no such thing as a bad hand. Given enough time, he could draw everything he needed, so becoming an emperor was a foregone conclusion. He simply did not know whether this world had any underlying constraints, whether the Rise Heavenly Emperor could truly step on his own foot and ascend. Even if not, a pseudo-emperor would still be an utterly terrifying existence. For the present, to Lin Bai, the power root of physical to magic was even more critical than Overflow, the rune that best suited Rise. He claimed physical to magic without hesitation, but when it came to distribution, he found himself torn. He already had plans for Wrath. This one who flew into a fight at the slightest provocation was a pure battle maniac. The runes that suited him best were those like Dual Discipline and Step Dance, which stacked in layers. Once his sustain was stacked up, he could fight without end, growing ever stronger as he battled. Was that not another imperial path in itself? Sloth, in all likelihood, would be a fully automated build. If he loaded him with overly powerful hex deck, his nature might prevent any real effect from being brought out. As for the others, Lin Bai had yet to settle on anything. After some deliberation, he spoke. System assigned physical to magic to pride. To pride in his eyes, everything besides the true body was but an ant. Such innate arrogance was simply part of his nature. Lin Bai was still afraid he might be killed off if he was careless, so improving his own strength was of paramount importance. Besides that, there was another thought hidden deep in his heart. After finishing the allocation, Lin Bai forced down his nervousness and asked, "System, will hex deck runes that have already appeared never appear again?" This was the most crucial point. In the game before, once a chosen hex deck option had appeared, it would no longer show up in subsequent hex deck selections. The system's answer sent a thrill through his heart. They will not. Only after obtaining this reply did Lin Bai finally rise to his feet. The path was already laid out. What followed would be to improve his strength, draw hero templates, and extract hex deck options. By the time he entered the cultivation chamber, the awakenings outside were almost at their end. In the entire Haiqing High School, aside from his sole SS level, the highest remaining talents were only a few levels. One was of the shadow element, one of ice, with several others belonging to various elemental and enhancement types. For Haiqing, a small city whose highest talent in previous years had only been a level, this was already an excellent result. By this time, all the major forces had already caught wind of the news and were practically all prying into information about Lin Bai, yet every inquiry was cheerfully deflected by the smiling principal. Those various parties could only secretly curse him as an old fox, yet there was nothing they could do. A genius of this caliber was exceedingly rare, even among those awakened to toppling fame. The major academies would stop at nothing to recruit him. In a small city like Haiqing, even in S-level would make front-page headlines, let alone the emergence of a 3-level ability. News of the Seven Sins body spread rapidly. After Lin Bai returned home, he began searching for complete information on the Seven Sins body. In this world, Lin Bai's father had lost contact when he was 3 years old due to an expedition to explore the world, and it was his mother who had raised him on her own. His mother worked as a supermarket cashier, her income just enough to make ends meet, and at times they were still strapped for cash. At the moment, she had not yet finished her shift. After a quick search online, he found that there was very little information available on the Seven Sins body. The Seven Sins body was an extremely rare SS-level ability, and there had never been a truly powerful user recorded before, so almost no detailed information had been left behind. Helpless Lin Bai could only retreat to second best and look into cultivation resources instead. On that point, they had not been wrong. The cultivation of the Seven Sins body was indeed extremely resource-intensive. On Blue Star, cultivation was divided into 9 tiers: perception, awakening, control, manifestation, resonance, synchronization, domain, source transformation, and transcendence. An ability's grade determined their upper limit as well as their combat strength at any given realm. Breaking through relied on fundamental meditation and various resources, and the most critical among these was planar tempering, which was also the most mainstream cultivation method on Blue Star. By making use of the special spiritual energy environment of subplanes, one could catalyze the evolution of their own abilities, but this method was available only to awakeners who had reached the 4th tier, the manifestation stage. Moreover, the wealth consumed by planar tempering was terrifyingly immense. It was practically a privilege reserved for the rich. For now, newly awakened individuals like Lin Bai, who had not even fully entered the perception stage, were only slightly different from ordinary people. However, with his current attribute fragments allocated to the gluttony body, Lin Bai could already feel the presence of spiritual energy and his ability. Without a doubt, he was in the perception tier. There were many posts regarding cultivation resources, and Lin Bai quickly found a newly created thread from that very day. It actually detailed various ways of obtaining cultivation resources and how to break through quickly. After skimming through it, Lin Bai felt that the thread seemed tailored specifically for him. The author started from extremely basic information, the kind that normally no one would bother mentioning. Lin Bai glanced at the poster's username, the hello that was never spoken. It was rather odd, but the writing was excellent. Lin Bai quietly gave it a like and continued reading. According to the thread, for commoners, the easiest cultivation resources to obtain were indeed within the academies. Those with good talent could rely on that talent to negotiate terms when the major academies competed to recruit them. Beneath this piece of information, Lin Bai also noticed a special note. If you are a high-tier ability user in extreme shortage of resources, you may choose Magic City's Yunjing Academy. Lin Bai read the line word by word and fell into deep thought. While wondering whether this might be some sort of advertisement, he instinctively began checking the differences between Yunjing Academy and other academies. After finishing his research, he had already made up his mind. For no other reason than that Yunjing Academy was the wealthiest among the 6 great academies. Each of the 6 had its own distinct style, and Yunjing Academy's style was simple money with resources in endless supply. This confirmed it was not an advertisement. Lin Bai's heart stirred slightly, and he continued reading the thread. While he was looking up information on cultivation resources in Haiching, the representatives of the major academies had already begun to move. Snatching talents had long become a traditional spectacle. As long as these geniuses did not fall in the future, each could grow into a powerhouse in their own right, well worth the heavy price. At Yunjing Academy's admissions department, a single message shattered the calm. An SS-level special type ability has appeared in Haiching, Seven Sins Body. The on-duty researcher froze for a second, then sprang to his feet. SS level. His voice echoed through the empty monitoring room. Haiching High. Such a small place has birthed a golden dragon. Before he could finish, the door to the monitoring room was pushed open. Admissions Director Wang Qi stood in the doorway, his hair, still messy, clearly having rushed over from the adjacent lounge. He took a deep breath. Pull up the file. 3 minutes later, all of Lin Bai's information was projected onto the main console. Student ID LB0213. Name Lin Bai. Gender male. Age 17. Awakening grade SSS. Awakened ability 7 Sins Body. Remarks ability manifests as summoning 7 avatars identical to the main body, each possessing an independent personality suspected to correspond to the archetypes of the 7 deadly sins. Ability fluctuations are anomalous. Priority contact is advised. 7 Sins Body. Wang Qi murmured, his brows knitting. Truly rare. Yes. I pulled the data. There has never been a 9th-tier powerhouse with this ability. The on-duty researcher brought up the monitoring data from the Awakening. Moreover, at the instant of his awakening, the energy fluctuation split into 7 distinct bands, each with a completely different frequency. Each avatar shows an independent consciousness response. They should not be simple copies. I boldly predict they are 7 independent existences. Wang Qi fell silent for a few seconds, then picked up the communicator. Give me the Haiching operations team. At the same time, in the monitoring rooms of the other 5 academies, similar scenes were unfolding. An SS-level case had already far exceeded the authority of the mentors dispatched to Haiching. Almost all of them chose to report back to their academies at once. Yunjing Academy, however, was the fastest to act. In this world dominated by Awakeners, Yunjing Academy's intelligence network covered 90% of the high schools in the nation. The operations team is waiting for a reply, someone reported. What resources should we use to recruit him? The assistant reported at his side. At the same time, we have already obtained monitoring access within a 5-kilometer radius around Haiching High School and have located the target. He is in an old residential building near Haiching No. 1 middle school, which should be his residence. Wang Qi nodded. It seemed everything was already in place, and what he needed to consider now was which resources to use to recruit him. As for resources, Wang Qi smiled slightly. If there was one thing Yunji lacked, least it was resources. As it happened, this particular ability also devoured resources. 7 avatars, 7 deadly sins. He suddenly recalled the record of an SS-class awakener from Yunji Academy, whose ability was called Myriad Phenomena, as one allowing him to control 1,000 avatars simultaneously, each with an independent consciousness. That senior was now one of the highest commanders in the military. Lin Bai's 7 Sins Bodies, though only 7 in number, were likewise ranked among SS-class abilities. It seemed there must be a great difference between the two. 7 avatars corresponding to the 7 deadly sins meant that his ability was not merely a matter of quantity, but of intrinsic quality. Pride, greed, wrath, sloth, envy, lust, gluttony. Each one was one of the most primal driving forces of human nature. After a moment of thought, Wang Qi suddenly said, also inform the action team that once they arrive, they are not to make direct contact. Observe first, then evaluate. An SS-class awakener, especially one with this kind of ability, may have an unstable mindset. Understood. Also, Wang Qi glanced once more at the red-marked point on the map. Look into his family situation, what his parents do, their financial condition, whether there is any entry point we can use. The assistant froze for a moment, then quickly nodded. Geniuses, especially SS-class geniuses, were never won over by sincerity alone. You had to know what they lacked. If they lacked money, give them money. If they lacked respect, give them respect. If they lacked recognition, give them recognition. And if they lacked nothing, then you created a gap. This was the first law distilled from 1,000 years of admissions at Yunji Academy. Wang Qi sat down again and began to leaf through Lin Bai's detailed file. When you arrive, be mindful of how you approach him. This child may have a strong sense of pride, but do not let him feel we are offering charity. Understood. And pull up his mother's shift schedule. Find someone to go to the supermarket where she works and buy some things. Not too much, just normal purchases. First, establish a subconscious connection. Less than 6 hours after the awakening ended, the Tsuhu residential compound, where Lin Bai's family lived, welcomed its first uninvited guests. The compound where Lin Bai lived was an old one without doorbells. When the knocking sounded, he was in the middle of cooking instant noodles. Coming, he called out. He opened the door to find a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit standing outside, hair slicked back meticulously, a briefcase dangling from his hand. Classmate Lin Bai. The middle-aged man bent slightly at the waist. I am Zhou Mingyuan, Deputy Director of the Admissions Office of Beichen Academy in the Imperial Capital. Pardon the sudden visit, but may I borrow a few minutes of your time? Before Lin Bai could answer, footsteps sounded again from the stairwell. A woman in a dark red jacket hurried up, her short hair crisply styled. Her gaze hardened when she saw the man in the blue suit. Director Zhou moves fast. Then she turned to Lin Bai, her smile a little more genuine than Zhou Mingyuan's. Student Lin, I am Chun Ruashi, a direct admissions officer of the Awakener College of Jiuqiao Academy. We do not bother with too many pleasantries. I am here simply to tell you that Jiuqiao Academy is willing to offer you a full scholarship and annual living stipend of 500,000, a private apartment, and no upper limit on ability training resources. Director Chun. Zhou Mingyuan's smile did not waver. She was an old rival of his and her appearance did not surprise him. Beichen Academy will offer double. 1 million. Chun Ruashi raised a brow. No. Looking at Lin Bai, Zhou Mingyuan continued, 2 million in living stipends, an independent villa-style dormitory, a dedicated ability research fund starting at 5 million, and you may choose your own mentor, including our Academy's S-class Professor Chu Tianhua. The name made Chun Ruashi fall silent for a heartbeat. Chu Tianhua, one of the most top-tier S-class awakeners currently in Longhua. Everyone, she began. A voice drifted up from below the stairwell. The two of them lowered their heads to look. A young man was walking up slowly. Yunji Academy Shenyi, he introduced himself. Both their faces darkened. When it came to snatching students, Yunji Academy was notorious for its ruthless methods, using sheer resources to bludgeon the competition. Before coming, they had already looked into the existence of the Seven Sins bodies and naturally knew that the other side was in desperate need of resources, making it highly likely he would lean toward Yunji. Yet they were unwilling to give up. After a brief consideration, Zhou Mingyuan's smile returned. I'm afraid you are late this time. We just arrived and have not finished negotiating. If you have not finished, all the better, Shenyi replied. Shenyi walked to the doorway, smiling with narrowed eyes at Lin Bai. Because the prices you are offering are not what he truly wants. Lin Bai had yet to say a word. He stood just inside the door, still cradling his bowl of instant noodles. He did indeed lean toward Yunji Academy, but with so many people present, it was the perfect opportunity to negotiate his terms. Then tell me, what is it I want? Shenyi looked at him and suddenly smiled. You have not decided yet, but you already know that money and housing are unworthy of you. Silence settled over the stairwell. Zhou Mingyuan's smile froze for a moment, and Chun Ruashi's brows arched. Lin Bai glanced at Shenyi and nodded slightly. Come in. The living room was very small, and the few of them made it feel crowded. Zhou Mingyuan cleared his throat, preparing to reorganize his offensive. Student Lin, I know you may find these conditions, money, housing, and so on, rather vulgar. But you must understand that the growth of an awakener, especially an SS-class awakener, cannot be separated from resources. Beichen Academy has the largest ability library in the nation, the most comprehensive training system, and Chu Tianhua, Shenyi interjected for him. You use him to recruit students every time. I wonder how many disciples Professor Chu has by now. Director Zhou, care to enlighten us? Shenyi added. Zhou Mingyuan's expression darkened. At this, Lin Bai felt he had a clearer grasp of the situation. Chun Ruashi felt a headache coming on. Shenyi was anything but simple, and she had no idea how he had been assigned to a small city like Haiqing. She hurried to speak. Student Lin, Jiuqiao Academy does not play these games. We do not attack our peers, we only speak for ourselves. Jiuqiao's funding for ability research is the highest in the country. We have the finest laboratories and the youngest faculty team. Your ability, the Seven Sins bodies, is extremely rare, even among SS class abilities. The strongest recorded awakener reached only 6th stage synchronization. If we could research together, we could explore the path ahead side by side. Research? Lin Bai lifted his head. Chun Ruashi was taken aback. As a lab rat, he asked, puzzled. Not a lab rat, she protested hastily. Chun Ruashi hurried to explain. It would be a collaboration. Your ability is unprecedented and has immense research value. Lin Bai did not speak. He merely shook his head faintly. His path had long since been decided. Seeing this, Chun Ruashi could not help but shake her head in regret. Lin Bai finished the last mouthful of instant noodles, set his chopsticks on the bowl, and lifted his head to look around the room. Just then another knock sounded at the door. Lin Bai rose to his feet and walked over to open it. Outside stood 3 people. Classmate Lin Bai, hello. I am Luo Changhe from Qingnong Academy. I am Lu Ming from Xinglan Academy. I am Su Wantong from Yuanqi Academy. After the 3 finished introducing themselves, Lin Bai led them all inside, and then sat down. Barely had everyone warmed their seats when Lin Bai spoke directly. I choose Yunji Academy. The living room fell silent. Everyone froze at the same time, instinctively trading glances. Wait. Zhou Mingyuan's expression changed. Classmate Lin, we can still improve our terms. No need to listen. Lin Bai took another bite of noodles. The Seven Sins body is starved for resources. I choose Yunji. Why? Su Wantong grew anxious. You have not even heard what terms we are offering. The corner of Shun Yezai twitched. He had already faintly sensed that something was off. The others from the various academies grew anxious as well. Who chooses an academy without even hearing the conditions? The next moment Lin Bai spoke again, looking toward Xinyi. I will choose Yunji, with one condition. Xinyi felt a growing unease in the depths of his heart. Lin Bai signaled to the other 5. The condition you offer must satisfy all 5 of them. The air in the living room solidified. Xinyi cursed inwardly. This brat was actually roasting him over the fire, letting the others help set the terms for him. These people were all old foxes. They more or less knew where Yunji's bottom line lay. Even if they were not clear with a bit of comparison, they could easily name a price their own academies could never approve, so they would have an explanation when they returned. This move was vicious. What do you mean? Lu Ming frowned. The meaning is very simple. Lin Bai set down his noodles. I choose Yunji, but I want to obtain the very best they can offer. And the best is not for me alone to define. It will be decided by the 6 of you together. He will name his terms, and the 5 of you will judge them. If you feel he has not offered enough, that he is shortchanging me, you will speak up and raise the stakes. Only when all 5 of you are satisfied and believe the price truly matches an SS level awakener will I sign Yunji's admission agreement. Silence. A long silence. At this point, everyone understood, and they began to regard Lin Bai in a new light. For the other side to make such a move did not resemble a 17-year-old student at all, yet they had to admit. This tactic was indeed ingenious. Moreover, judging from his hunger for resources, he clearly had some confidence in his own Seven Sins body. A moment later, Su Wantong suddenly smiled. She genuinely found Lin Bai fascinating. You mean you want the 5 of us to help you bargain with Yunji? Lin Bai nodded, speaking with great sincerity. Right now I possess nothing, yet the Seven Sins body is desperately short of resources. So what I can do is ensure that under the same conditions I obtain more resources. For that the only thing I can offer you is to draw upon my future. When I grow stronger in the days to come, if your 5 academies seek me out for cooperation or assistance, as long as it does not violate my principles, I will give you priority. He looked at them, his expression serious, not at all like he was joking. If you believe I can grow, then invest. If not, you can walk away now. Lin Bai laid all his cards on the table. If he negotiated on his own, he would never reach Yunji's true. The living room fell silent once more. It was obvious everyone was tempted. The greatest reason was the goodwill of a future SS-level awakener. Though he had said he would merely give them priority, a small favor at best. They did not have to pay any real price for it. That was the crucial point. After pondering for a moment, Su Wantong suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. Only then did she realize that at some point everyone present had already been led by the nose by Lin Bai. What shocked her most was that she could not even summon any real resentment. Lin Bai was merely pushing the use of his own resources to the extreme. Xinyi had nothing left to say. Faced with such a trap laid by Lin Bai, he did not feel repulsed. Rather, he was full of admiration. With Lin Bai's maneuver, the few of them had no choice but to help him raise the price. As for lowering it, that was impossible. They would never be able to explain themselves once they went back. After all, if the other academies learned that Xunyi had secured an SS-level awakener at a low price, their superiors would never let them off. As for any claim that Lin Bai had chosen for himself, no one would listen. This move of Lin Bai's was an open conspiracy. Shun Ruashi drew in a deep breath, turned to look at Xinyi, and said, Leader Shin, this opponent of yours is rather frightening. Xinyi did not reply. He simply looked at Lin Bai, the appreciation in his eyes growing ever stronger. Kid, although we are destined to suffer a loss today, I truly admire you. Xinyi straightened his posture, his expression turning solemn. Then let us talk. He looked toward the other 5. All of you came here to fight over this recruit. Now the person has already decided to go to Yunji, but the conditions will be set by you. So do not hold back. Yunji can afford it. He smiled at Gambler's excitement flickering in that smile before revealing his hand. The others silently cursed him as a rich fool, then began to think. Let us begin. Zhou Mingyuan was the first to speak. What Beichen Academy can offer is backing. Before we came, our bottom line was that Beichen Academy could issue you a special letter of recommendation personally signed by Professor Chu Tianhua. Within all governmental institutions of Longwa, this letter is equivalent to S-level security clearance. If you wish to approach official channels in the future, it can help you bypass the vast majority of approval procedures. He tilted his chin slightly toward Xinyi. Can Yunji Academy offer this? Xin Yi shook his head. Then count this in. The corner of Lin Bai's lips lifted in a faint smile. If he wanted a large amount of resources early on without the strength to seize them, his future self would have to foot the bill. Shin Ruashi immediately followed up. Jiuqiao Academy can provide encrypted ability data services. Your Seven Sins body is exceedingly rare. You know this is the year of Lingfeng awakening. An ordinary SSS would not fetch such a price. But the data value of the Seven Sins body is immeasurable. Zhou Qiao can establish for you an entirely independent data archive not under the monitoring of any institution. This includes all data from your awakening day and every future training record and ability growth. All will be under your personal control. Zhou Qiao will only provide technical support and will retain no copies whatsoever. A pained look began to creep over Shun Ye's face. He naturally knew how rare the Seven Sins body was, but these people truly showed no restraint when they started naming terms. Done. Lu Ming, seeing his pained expression, let his lips curl slightly. In fact, after those two offers, what Shun Yi is providing should already exceed your expectations, so Xinglan will not interfere. However, the favor of an SS-level awakened one is still quite valuable, but do not let it slip so easily next time. Xinglan can provide your mother with something. Lin Bai's expression changed slightly. His mother worked as a cashier at a supermarket earning $2,800 a month, often doing night shifts, and was extremely busy during peak hours. Lu Ming's tone became serious. Xinglan Academy has a branch in Haiqing that needs a logistics supervisor. No degree or experience required, with an annual salary of 500,000, 40 hours a week, and the highest standard of social insurance. If your mother is willing, she can start next week. He looked at Lin Bai earnestly. What you need to understand is that this is not charity. This position has been vacant, we just haven't found the right person, and your mother has been a cashier for 20 years, so she is more than qualified for logistics. The living room fell silent for a few seconds. The others had already started to curse. Indeed, none of these guys were simple. If I can't find you, can I not find your family? They could directly tie Lin Bai's mother up, and they weren't worried about future contact. Lin Bai nodded slightly. He truly could not refuse this condition. He said earnestly to Lu Ming, "Thank you." Lu Ming waved his hand. "Don't thank me, thank yourself for being worth this price. Remember, in this era, having value is essential for survival." Zhao Wumyan was the fourth. The offers given by several enrollment mentors were all the bottom line prices their respective academies could offer, which continuously raised Lin Bai's value. Moreover, each item was something that money couldn't buy. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Shun Yi. Shun Yi was silent for a long time before shaking his head and chuckling. "You little rascal." Then he took out 4 items from his pocket, placing them one by one on the table. The first was a silver key. This is the key to this level training ground. The entire freshman budget of Yunji only has 5 keys. There is no surveillance inside, and no one will disturb you. The second item was a black card. 0 account with a monthly limit of 1 million Longwa coins. The third item was a small metal badge with a silver background and cloud patterns. Yun emblem. Since the establishment of Yunji Academy, even SSS levels have rarely received it. With it, you are not bound by any rules in the academy. Of course, except for the laws of Longwa. Your ability data cannot be accessed by anyone without your written consent. He pushed the 3 items forward and then picked up the 4th. Spirit Source Liquid. This is a minor item. A catalyst for abilities specifically for SS level awakened ones. This bottle can help you reach the peak of the perception stage within a month. Shin Yi placed the bottle on the table alongside the other 3 items, then looked at the other 5 people. "This is what Yunji Academy offers. Do you all think it's enough?" Zhou Mingyuan was the first to nod, and Shun Ruashi quickly chimed in. Issuing the Yun emblem, without confirmed combat power, truly shows significant investment. The remaining few also nodded in agreement. All 5 approved unanimously. A smile finally appeared on Shun Ye's face as he stood and extended his hand. "Lin Bai, welcome to Yunji Academy." Lin Bai shook his hand and then looked at the others. "I will remember to. In the future, whenever any academy needs my help, as long as it does not violate my principles, I will consider it first." Zhou Mingyuan smiled. "They'll remember that. The 9 bridges will remember." Lu Ming stood up and stretched. "Xinglan will remember too. But honestly, your move was too ruthless. You calculated this very precisely." Lin Bai chuckled. He had no choice. The Seven Sins body indeed lacked resources. He immediately took out his phone to exchange contact information with everyone. After a while, the others left, leaving only Lin Bai and Shun Yi in the living room. Shun Yi had his hands in his pockets watching Lin Bai put the items from the table into his pockets one by one. "Who taught you that move today? What you've gained is not just these, you've also gained friendships from several other academies." "No one taught me." Lin Bai carefully stored the Spirit Source Liquid and raised his head. "It was taught by those 7 fellows within my body." "How so?" Lin Bai smiled and said, "Those 7 were surprisingly united in opinion today." "Ha, you're really interesting. See you at the start of school. Here is some information about the Seven Sins body. Take a look yourself, though I'll be leaving now." "All right." After sending Shin Yi off, Lin Bai finally let out a breath. After today's operations, he had managed to secure initial resources. As for the 7 fellows inside his body, that was a lie. He had yet to formally step into the perception stage, so he naturally could not perceive their existence. However, before Shun Yi left, he also gave him the Academy's highest level meditation method, which was also standard for SS level awakened ones not counted in the admission requirements. After looking through some information on the Seven Sins body, it was indeed true that these were things that couldn't be found online. This was part of the Academy's heritage. As soon as he finished reading, he eagerly began to use the meditation method given by Shun Yi. Almost at the moment of use, Lin Bai sensed the power of SSS levels. Normally, it would take several hours for a person to perceive the flow of spiritual energy within their body. Yet he could sense it instantly. Just then a commotion erupted in his mind. Shut up, you bunch of useless fools. Damn it, I'll kill you. So hungry. I'm exhausted, going to sleep now. Damn it. Why is arrogance I won't give up. Just let me out, let me out. We should have taken more, drain their resources. He. Lin Bai directly covered his head. Clearly these were his 7 avatars. Quiet down. He scolded softly, and sure enough they became much quieter, but there were still sounds coming out. What was said in the information was correct. The avatars absolutely obey the main bodhis. Well, but continuing like this would not be a solution. So Lin Bai began to enter a meditative state according to the meditation method. At that moment the voices of the 7 avatars gradually faded away. When he woke up, he looked at the time and was shocked to find it was already noon the next day. On the table there was still covered food. It seemed his mother Chen Xiuying had returned, but didn't disturb him while he was meditating. Although Chen Xiuying was an ordinary person, she still knew some basic information about Awaken ones. After Lin Bai came out of the bathroom, he casually reheated the food and ate his fill. During these days of awakening, other than the students who needed to awaken, everyone else had a day off. Lin Bai thought that the following days would be peaceful, allowing him to quickly rise to the peak of the perception stage, but unexpectedly the system, which had been quiet, sent him a message. Mission: obtain 1 piece of dimensional spiritual marrow. Reward: Hex Extraction, X1. Special mission: breakthrough to the awakening stage. Reward: Hero Template Extraction. Planar spiritual marrow, a substance only found in subplanes, is extremely precious and the key to breaking through bottlenecks. He had completed several missions before and summarized the pattern of the system's missions. They did not appear out of thin air, but were only issued when he encountered related matters. And this time there were actually 2 missions. Why? Lin Bai was somewhat puzzled. He shouldn't have come into contact with any plane recently. These were clearly chain missions after obtaining the planar spiritual marrow coupled with the spiritual source liquid given by Shun Yi. The second mission was essentially a freebie. Since he had been recommended to Yunji, he no longer needed to take the college entrance exam. How could he have encountered a plane? Wait. Lin Bai's heart stirred, and he took out his phone. The messages had long exceeded 99. An SS-rank awakener in a small place like Haicheng was undoubtedly headline news, and many people wanted to build a connection. Lin Bai searched for his class group, finding that most discussions centered on his SS-rank 7 Deadly Sins ability. Lin Bai, by Gu, have you been recommended? Which academy are you planning to attend? By Gu? By Gu has taken on. The group was mostly full of congratulations. Lin Bai glanced over and scrolled down only to find that someone was actually pessimistic. Lin Bai's mouth twitched. This was probably driven by jealousy. The comments were nothing more than about resource issues, but they were immediately refuted thoroughly. There's always someone who thinks they're an expert, more knowledgeable than the predecessors who classified abilities. Come on, go to the Hall of Heroes and ask the elders to make way for you. Claiming to understand this ability better than the predecessors, calling it a waste. Hilarious, I never noticed he was such a god before. It's true that the 7 Deadly Sins is resource intensive, but if the corresponding resources can't be converted into combat power, the 7 Deadly Sins would at most be shrank right. There's always an expert who thinks they're superior to the human predecessors. Haven't you seen the 6 academies coming to snatch him up? Are the 6 academies fools too? A long string of messages basically all criticized the one, badmouthing the 7 Deadly Sins. Lin Bai's lips curled up. Indeed, once one's social status rises, there will naturally be scholars to argue on one's behalf. Scrolling further down, he finally saw the homeroom teachers, everyone message. Everyone, the college entrance exam is approaching. The academy has prepared a wild world training session for everyone. Those interested can sign up with me. This is the last thing the academy can do for you. Lin Bai's heart stirred. Sure enough, the system's missions couldn't appear out of nowhere. They were always based on his life trajectory. So it was obvious that this so-called wild world must contain planar spiritual marrow. Scrolling down, he saw that everyone except him had signed up. World resources are the most mainstream resources on Blue Star. Within planar worlds, refining spiritual energy is twice as effective. The more powerful the world, the better the refining effect. These planes are not as vast as Blue Star and have far fewer cultivators, so both the world's rules and spiritual energy perception are extremely simple. In addition, there are pure worlds, such as the elemental realm, which are tailor-made for corresponding awakeners. Thus, the strength of a faction can also be gauged by the number of planes it controls. Haicheng High School's planes were officially allocated with 5 planes in total. This wild world was the most basic one, already fully controlled by the academy and quite safe. No one was surprised that Lin Bai hadn't signed up. This trip to the wild world was meant to enhance strength, but since he had been recommended, the resources of the 6 academies were far superior. However, when Lin Bai, the homeroom teacher, to sign up in the group, everyone was stunned. Damn, Bai Gu is coming too. Bai Gu, let's team up. Isn't an SS rank ability a total overpower? Not that exaggerated. Oh, everyone's strength is similar in the early stages. Lin Bai replied in the group. Why not go if it can improve strength? Yunji hasn't started yet. Yunji. Bai Gu is going to Yunji. Envious Yunji is also my goal, but I don't know if I can get in. The news that Lin Bai was going to Yunji spread through the group, mostly met with blessings and envy. Meanwhile, Lin Bai put his phone aside. Since he had decided to go to the wild world, he naturally needed to prepare. The academy could provide standard weapons and equipment, but what he needed to bring were survival supplies. Of course, if he had money, he could get better gear on his own. The academy wouldn't stop him. The world entrance was within the academy. When Lin Bai arrived, the building housing the entrance was already packed with. Lin Bai noticed many unfamiliar faces. From their conversations, he learned that students from nearby private middle schools had also come. It seemed the higher-ups had coordinated to enter the wild world together. The homeroom teacher had mentioned in the group that they could explore alone or form teams, so during this waiting period many people were looking for groups. This time was the spiritual peak awakening. Across Haiching, rank abilities were not uncommon, and there were nearly 10 ranks. While everyone was searching for Lin Bai, these 10 ranks became the center of attention. Lin Bai remained extremely low-key, keeping his head down as usual in the crowd, so no one noticed him. The area was filled with students shouting, resembling a bustling market. Anyone joining? Tank, DPS, and healer are ready. Looking for a long-legged beauty. A rank leader forming a team, need a support ability. Lin Bai silently found a spot to stand. These shouts vaguely reminded him of playing games in his past life. That said, reality was indeed similar to a game. In any battle, the classic tank DPS healer trio was indispensable. Simply because it worked so well. Lin Bai had few friends. Since the age of 3, his memories had begun to fade and fragments of his past life only appeared in his dreams. This had made his life somewhat hazy. To outsiders, Lin Bai seemed rather dull. Sigh, why hasn't Lin Bai the big shot come? I wanted to cling to his coattails. Not just Lin Bai, oh, I only see 9 ranks. That shadow type, 1 didn't come. You mean that special rank shadow type? Tisk, who would have thought she could awaken such an ability? What's there to be surprised about? She's always been quiet, doesn't socialize, and walks like a ghost. I think it's only natural she awakened the shadow type. I heard the shadow type is really strong. The surrounding chatter slightly caught Lin Bai's attention. The shadow type was indeed very strong among the top of ranks. Its mobility was maxed out, and with a little boost in damage it would be absolutely terrifying. Maybe he's like Lin Bai, already guaranteed admission and not planning to participate. Could be. The academy didn't give them much time to form teams. Soon, under the guidance of the instructors, they opened the world gate. Since his memory awakened, Lin Bai saw the world gate for the first time. As its name suggested, it was a colossal, standing 10 meters tall. When an instructor from the enhancement department pushed it open, a slowly rotating azure vortex appeared before everyone's eyes. Beside the gate were 2 armories filled with an array of cold weapons. As for firearms, it wasn't that they couldn't be used. The academy simply forbade them. Though convenient in the early stages, they would cause students to miss the optimal training period and might even foster dependency, leaving them helpless when firearms became useless later on. Students ahead were already selecting weapons. Lin Bai walked over, glanced briefly, and chose no weapon, only a peculiar small device. The instructor in charge of the armory was about to question him, but upon recognizing Lin Bai's face, he chuckled. Student Lin, are you sure you don't need a weapon? Lin Bai shook his head slightly. No need. I'm training one of my avatars, and the path it walks requires no weapons. All right, then take this. Knowing Lin Bai's spiritual energy, the instructor didn't press further and handed him a small orb. A spiritual energy shield. It will repel fatal attacks and send a signal. Everyone must carry one. All right. Lin Bai took it, but it was at this moment that the crowd noticed his presence. When ordinary people first catch sight of a celebrity, they are momentarily stunned. To them, Lin Bai's status might even surpass that of a star. Thus, while they were frozen in shock, he had already stepped into the world gate. Holy crap. Lin Bai's here too. He went in alone. This is what SS rank means. I want it too. The voices behind him faded away. A disorienting sensation of temporal chaos washed over him. His consciousness blurred for a moment, and when he reappeared, he stood within a large camp. Alongside him appeared many other students from Haiching High School, the wild world of Haiching. They had arrived. Here there were no guides. The academy had already explained the method of cultivation. The best approach was to fight using one's abilities here. The tempering effect was superb. Of course, one could also meditate directly, but the effect was less than half as effective. Inside the camp, a few supply personnel could be seen, all ordinary people. Such supply duties were also a form of work in this world. By now, many students were already charging out, eager for battle. Lin Bai identified their location. It was indeed next to a large forest in the wild world, as indicated in the Academy's information. The wild world, as its name implied, was a realm of beasts devoid of civilization. It closely resembled Blue Star, yet civilization could never emerge here, and few beasts could absorb spiritual energy. All were untamed creatures perfect for training newcomers like them. As Lin Bai walked out of the camp, he checked his system. The set avatar he had drawn earlier had yet to be deployed. Since he was about to fight, it was time to integrate it into one of his avatars. Among his 7 avatars, Lin Bai pondered and decided to merge the set avatar with Gluttony. This choice stemmed from a hypothesis of his. In the game, Heartsteel triggered upon an opponent's appearance, Duong, and increased health. What about in reality? The system already had a shop presumably selling equipment. How would that equipment manifest in reality? He speculated on possibilities, recalling the keyword of Heartsteel, devour the colossal. So he decisively assigned it to Gluttony. The power of the 7 sins was not merely sevenfold energy. Each of the 7 avatars had its unique traits. After the allocation, Lin Bai took a deep breath and switched to Gluttony. Instantly, an overwhelming hunger engulfed him. He fought the craving and checked the system panel. Indeed, a new champion template had appeared. On the template were 5 black icons, 3 of which had a plus sign. Skill upgrades. Lin Bai was all too familiar with this. He decisively upgraded Buster Shot. In that moment, a flicker of insight entered his mind. He immediately switched back to his true self. Damn, this Gluttony avatar was unbearable. The hunger nearly drove him mad. No wonder Gluttony usually seemed half-crazed. With that thought, Lin Bai decided to minimize switching to his avatars. Seeing no one around, he muttered, "Gluttony, come out." The next second, an identical Lin Bai emerged from behind, but upon closer inspection, his cheeks were sunken like a starved wraith. Starving. Lin Bai studied him. The avatar's eyes were filled with restraint. Clearly, if not for the true self's presence, he would have already dashed off in search of food. "How do you feel?" Lin Bai asked. "How should I feel? All I feel is hunger. Am not the true self. Are you awake?" Lin Bai's face darkened. He recalled that these avatars were the original sins separated from him. Though they inherited his personality, the corresponding trait was infinitely amplified. What about the skills? Skills. Right now I feel my left fist deals high damage, and my right fist deals high damage. That's correct. Go ahead, train, and look for planar spiritual essence. Take this. Gluttony took the small device Lin Bai handed him and nodded slightly. Well, I don't really want to eat raw either. With that, he turned and dashed into the distant forest while Lin Bai found a spot nearby and sat down. Seriously, why was the 7 sins ranked SSS despite its obvious flaws? Because its other advantages were so immense that they overshadowed the drawbacks. In terms of cultivation, the true self needn't bother. The combat experience and improvements of the avatars would be seamlessly shared upon return. Moreover, the avatars could die, though resurrection came at a cost. While Lin Bai rested, Gluttony had already plunged into the forest. At present, Gluttony was undoubtedly the strongest among the 7 avatars, for Lin Bai had previously allocated all the attribute fragments to him. Gluttony's words were no exaggeration. Now he truly had high damage with his left fist and high damage with his right fist. The wild world was indeed a paradise for animals. No sooner had Gluttony entered the forest than he detected a pair of emerald eyes. Then 2, 3, 5 wolves. They had encircled him at some point, but when they looked at Gluttony, his gaze seemed even greener. Then 2, 3, 5 wolves. They had encircled him at some point, but when a powerful punch was unleashed with an open stance. In an instant, the head wolf sidestepped to evade while the glutton's punch struck a tree, creating a massive indentation. Immediately, 4 wolves rushed in, their sharp teeth sinking into the glutton's shoulders, belly, and waist. Blood gushed from the glutton in an instant, but a layer of red light began to shimmer on its surface. In the forest apart from the glutton, there were also many students from Haiching. Having a rare opportunity to enter the world, how could they waste it on meditation? At this moment, a team of 5 was encircling a massive tiger. The opponent was quite large, standing nearly 1.60 meters at the shoulder, currently crouched low, intently staring at the 5 students in the distance. 3 males and 2 females, clearly facing this for the first time, felt a bit tense. The next moment, boom, a muffled sound echoed seemingly not far away. The giant tiger, initially intending to strike, unexpectedly turned and ran upon hearing the sound. Animals' instincts are far more acute than humans. That sound had given it an incredibly terrifying sensation. What happened? What a huge commotion! Did someone bring a grenade in? The several of them exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gaze on the leading boy. He was the leader of the team, possessing an grade wind-type ability named Zhang Yan. I don't know either, but now that the prey has escaped, shall we go take a look? Maybe it's a big target. As Zhang Yan spoke, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Seeing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll go ahead. You all should stay a bit further back. If anything seems off, I can run first. The team extended their formation with Zhang, Yin in front, and the remaining 4 trailing behind. The terrain in the forest was complicated, but fortunately Zhang, Yin could sense the flow of the wind and quickly located the source of the earlier sound. However, upon reaching there, he was astounded. After passing a thicket in the nearly 5-meter-wide fan-shaped area, all the trees and bushes were violently broken and strewn on the ground. On the ground there lay a charred pit, filled with numerous bones. How long had it been since they sensed the movement? Not even 5 minutes. Zhang Yin was somewhat dazed, and his teammates, seeing him frozen in place, rushed over. Upon realizing the situation, they all had blank expressions. Could it be that there are monsters here? One girl in glasses clutched her sword, sheathed her voice trembling. I don't know either. As time passed, a strange phenomenon emerged in the forest. Many students engaged in battles with beasts often heard a booming sound, and upon reaching the scene, they were usually left with nothing but a pile of bones and a charred pit. This made many students uneasy when the first person could not bear it anymore and returned to the camp to inform the instructors. The instructors were also bewildered. What trolls? What cannibal tribes? They had been here for so many years and had never seen such absurd creatures. Could it be that these beasts had evolved secretly without informing them? Students, calm down, just calm down. Gu Hong hurriedly comforted the several girls who were on the verge of tears. We have already explored the wild world. There are no creatures above the controlling tier, and all awakening tier creatures are under control. Think again, what could it be? He glanced at his phone where the awakening tier creatures were entirely on the other side. The girls exchanged teary-eyed glances, recalling the enormous skeleton they had just seen, and their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Eventually, one person weakly took out their phone. Teacher, I have a photo. A photo? That's fine. I've been guarding here for 4 years and haven't seen any monsters. Today I must see. What the heck is that? Gu Hong, who had been full of confidence, stared wide-eyed at the enormous skeleton of a peak awakening tier tiger. Then his expression turned solemn. Students, you all go rest first. After arranging a few people, he checked the students' shield statuses and found that no one had activated it yet. He breathed a slight sigh of relief before composing a message to the gatekeeper and hurriedly dashed into the forest. On the way, he saw many students running out, visibly shaken. What was happening? Gu Hong felt increasingly grave. If some special creature had truly appeared, the situation could become dire. This might be an invasion from another realm. Currently on Blue Star, people refer to Blue Star as the main plane, and those other planes exist as its subordinates. However, some powerful planes can forcibly enter these realms. So he must get to the bottom of this. At that moment, a team of 3 students approached, and Gu Hong hurriedly stopped them. Did you also hear the loud noise and come out? Teacher, there are ghosts. Wah, there are ghosts. There really are ghosts. Seeing the several students whose mentality was somewhat collapsing, Gu Hong was taken aback. How did it turn into ghosts again? You all go back first, I'll take a look. Gu Hong felt a weight in his heart and began to search deeper into the forest. Boom. The glutton unleashed a punch, instantly shattering the massive leopard head in front of him, blood splattering everywhere. The glutton wiped the blood off his face, revealing his 2 eyes, and then took out something Lin Bai had given him, aiming at the leopard's corpse. With a few cracking sounds, a massive fireball appeared, engulfing the leopard. Within a short half-minute, the aroma of cooked meat wafted, and the glutton shut off that device and pounced. Though the glutton appeared no different from an ordinary human, this leopard, standing nearly 1.50 meters at the shoulder, was reduced to nothing but a skeleton within just 2.5 minutes. After finishing the last bite, the glutton stood up, his stomach rumbling. So hungry. Just after muttering to himself, the glutton crouched low, bending his knees and concentrating all his power beneath him, and instantly charged out. His blood-soaked fist was about to smash into the tree ahead when it was blocked by a hand. Gu Hong looked at the blood-drenched glutton in shock. Student, you. He stammered for a long time, but could not find the words. Upon realizing it was a human, the glutton cast him a fleeting glance before loosening his fist and running off to the side. So hungry. Gu Hong's expression went blank for a moment. He seemed to understand something. At this time, a deafening roar echoed, but shortly after, the glutton suddenly began to accelerate. When Gu Hong snapped back to reality, there was a tremendous explosion. He hurried over to find a massive tiger collapsed on the ground, no longer making a sound. Then he saw the glutton skillfully take out that flame-throwing device, the fireball enveloping the tiger. Gu Hong's face darkened, and then he saw the gluttony pounce the tiger's massive body, visibly disappearing in an instant. The case is solved. Ghosts and monsters. Turns out there was a student here. Only. He glanced at the gluttony covered in thick blood, his lips twitching. Is this really a student? Not a monster. After pondering for a moment, Gu Hong still asked, classmate, which class are you in? He racked his brain, but couldn't recall any such bizarre abilities existing in Haiqing High School. Not to mention Haiqing, it's not even in the textbooks. The gluttony ignored him completely, only casting a glance after finishing its meal. Class 5. Class 5. Gu Hong was even more puzzled. What's your name? Gluttony. Gluttony. Wait. Are you Lin Bai's avatar? However, at this moment the gluttony was no longer in the mood to chat, because it was hungry again. Watching its departing figure, Guhong's astonishment was undeniable. Gluttony is indeed one of the seven sins, and its performance was exceptionally fitting. A normal person couldn't consume such a large tiger. But this strength, isn't it too exaggerated? It has only been a few days since awakening. That tiger had already reached the peak of the sensing stage, yet it was killed with a single punch. The most terrifying part is that this is just one of the avatars of the seven sins. What about the others? Pride, wrath, lust. This is incredible. They weren't wrong. This is even more monstrous than a monster. Guhong murmured to himself. After confirming it was a misunderstanding, he hurried back to the camp to reassure everyone. After all, it's not good for the students to be so frightened that they dare not go out to fight. The academy still hopes for them to enhance their strength and achieve good results in the college entrance examination. This year, with the awakening at Lingfeng, the enrollment standards of various colleges will also be raised. To enhance their strength as much as possible, the academy is putting in a lot of effort. Hurrying back with Guhong's strength at the sensing stage, he quickly reached the camp. When he arrived, he found that quite a few students were already gathered together looking scared. Clearly, these students had been frightened by the gluttony in the forest. Did you all see it too? What on earth was that? It felt like a wild man. No, it was a demon. A wicked ghost. Many faces turned pale, and most of these students had encountered the gluttony by chance. Like Zhang Yin and the others, only a few had directly seen the skeleton and the black pit left behind. The instructor went to take a look. Let's wait for the results. Returning to the camp eased their anxiety a lot. Everyone calmed down and began to recall what they had seen and heard. They only quieted down when Guhong came back. Everyone, please calm down. Guhong's voice carried a hint of spiritual energy, allowing everyone to hear. The instructor has confirmed this was an accident. What you saw was our classmate, only his ability is a bit. Even with Guhong's confirmation, the overwhelming shock of having seen it in person still made it hard for them to let go. Someone uncertainly asked, is it really human? It doesn't seem like it. If it's a human, then that person must be very strong, but our class awakeners aren't even suitable. The crowd debated, their worries still lingering. Guhong shook his head slightly. It's one of Lin Bai's seven sins. The gluttony's fight was not concealed. Many had witnessed it, and Guhong had nothing to hide. Upon hearing it was an SS class 7 sin, everyone instantly fell silent. It seems that if it's SS class, then it makes sense. However, among the students, one person had a serious expression. His name was Zheng Shiyun, and class ability user specializing in lightning. He had previously encountered the gluttony, and the other party had clearly reached the peak of the sensing stage. He, being in class, was already considered a genius, but currently he had only just begun to use his abilities. Is the gap really that vast? No, it's definitely not just a large gap. His brother awakened as an SS class last year at Lingfeng and was specially recruited into Beichin University. But even at that stage, his brother was definitely not this abnormal. Zheng Shuyun's expression was grave. Someone in Haicheng might be about to transform into a dragon. At this moment, everyone calmed down under Guhong's reassurance. However, Guhong only mentioned it was Lin Bai's ability and did not elaborate further. Soon people began to enter the forest one after another again. Before long, night fell. Night is not conducive to combat, especially since these students are still quite inexperienced. Lin Bai called back the gluttony. Upon seeing the other party covered in blood like a wild man, he was stunned. What have you been doing? Eating. The gluttony replied nonchalantly, giving Lin Bai an eye roll, as if wondering why he would ask such a... Lin Bai's face darkened. He was startled when he saw the gluttony covered in blood with only its eyes, mouth, and nose visible through the blood. If other students saw this, wouldn't they be scared to death? Lin Bai shook his head. Merging with the gluttony's avatar, he suddenly gained some insight. To his surprise, the gluttony's strength had already reached the peak of the sensing stage. Indeed, the world's tempering effect is truly remarkable. Coupled with the gluttony's frenzied consumption and his enhancements, it's not surprising. With the gluttony's battle experience, he could send out the other avatars to fight and enhance their strength tomorrow. For today, he would return to the camp to rest. By the time he returned to the camp, it was already dark. The academy had arranged for them to use a special tent, and Lin Bai found an unoccupied one to slip into. Inside the tent, Lin Bai began to contemplate the tasks given by the system. The dimensional spiritual marrow, which the gluttony had noted yesterday, showed no signs of appearing. The dimensional spiritual marrow has an extremely dense spiritual energy aura, and it can be easily detected nearby. There was no choice but to send all 7 avatars to search together tomorrow. The next day, Lin Bai still found an unoccupied place and released all 7 avatars at once. Then he let all 7 avatars out. 7 identical young boys appeared simultaneously on the grayish-white wasteland. Although they looked similar at first glance, one could clearly feel the differences. Before Lin Bai could carefully discern, the world became lively. Are we going to fight? The first avatar appeared with slightly raised eyebrows, hands in pockets, chin lifted, scanning the distant forest. After sharing the gluttony's battle experience, he already knew what was inside. Do these worthless beings think they deserve my effort? Clearly this was the arrogant one. Lin Bai understood instantly. Even worthless beings can temper spiritual energy. The second avatar had already squatted down, picking up a stone from the ground and weighing it in his hand. Although these beasts are low-level, they are indeed a good choice for refining spiritual energy, and it is rare for the world to be freely accessible. Can't you just stop calculating everything in terms of profit? The third clone appeared, arms crossed, staring impatiently at Greed, as if something unpleasant weighed on his mind, the veins on his forehead bulging. Refine is refined, just fight it out. I don't care if you waste it. If you don't fight, I'll take it all myself. Fury had already clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. If Lin Bai hadn't spoken, he would have charged into the fourth. The fourth clone rolled his eyes, sat down, stretched his legs out, leaned back, and just lay down. Call me when you're done fighting. I'm going to take a nap. The fifth clone emerged, staring intently at Arrogance. Why is it always him who speaks first? Why does he get to be picky? As if he were so noble. I want to speak first too. Go ahead, who's stopping you? Arrogance snorted coldly. You just spoke. Jealousy's voice suddenly rose. You always steal the spotlight and say the most attention-grabbing things. Damn it. Stealing the spotlight. I'm just stating the facts. These beasts truly aren't worthy. Ugh, it's so noisy. The sixth clone appeared, interrupting them. He sat cross-legged nearby, resting his chin on his hand, smiling as he watched the arguing group. Don't stop, keep going. Arrogance, hold that expression a little longer. Jealousy, your face is all red. How adorable. Shut up. Arrogance and Jealousy turned their heads simultaneously. Lust, however, did not shut up. Instead, he laughed even more joyfully, his gaze sliding from Arrogance's face to Jealousy's, and then to Furious' grim face. Gluttony came out without saying a word, moving close to Lin Bai, looking at him eagerly. Lin Bai felt a headache coming on and could only take out an energy bar from his pocket. Gluttony tore it open eagerly, causing everyone to turn their heads. Where did you get that? Greed's eyes. Lin Bai gave it to me, Gluttony said matter-of-factly, breaking off a piece and stuffing it into his mouth. What is this? That's a compressed ration eaten before battle. Gluttony took another bite, cheeks puffed up, speaking indistinctly. I'm hungry. How can I fight if I'm not full? Lust laughed. When are you not hungry? I'm very hungry right now, Gluttony said earnestly. Do you want some? Lin Bai has more. I don't want any. Arrogance. Give it to me. Greed glanced over, somewhat tempted. Hand it over. Fury snatched the energy bar, ripped open the packaging, and took a big bite, chewing noisily. That was mine. Enough. Lin Bai's voice came from the side. Gluttony looked at his energy bar with grievance, but did not reclaim it. The seven clones turned their heads simultaneously. The real Lin Bai stood 10 steps away. Seeing the several clones made him feel somewhat troubled. The clones were formed from the 7 extreme emotions within him and would amplify infinitely after appearing. Arrogance crossed his arms, ignoring the other clones. Humph, what's there to argue about? He was the first to say the beasts are unworthy. Greed's gaze shifted towards the forest, unable to suppress the desire in his eyes. He shouted at me first. And you were the one who wanted to sell them. Furious' voice was the loudest, relying solely on shouting. I'm just stating the facts. Arrogance said lightly. You say that every time. Jealousy's voice sharpened again. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Bai felt a headache coming on at Arrogance. Fury, Jealousy, and Greed were definitely the loudest, while laziness could be ignored and Gluttony was just a foodie. As for Lust, he seemed to be a jester. Lin Bai began to understand the general personalities of a few clones. You're not here to argue. Go enhance your strength. Enhance what? Arrogance turned his head. Those worthless beasts could never enhance my strength. Lin Bai shook his head. The world's refining is different. You should act separately. There are other students nearby, so try not to conflict with them. The 7 clones were each more extreme than the last, making it difficult for them to get along with others. Furious' eyes lit up. Someone nearby. That's just perfect. No trouble, Lin Bai repeated seriously. Refining is refining. You don't conflict with other students from the academy. After he finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving the 7 of them behind. The 7 looked at each other. He said not to cause trouble. You all heard that right? Heard it. Arrogance coldly spoke. Greed had wandered off to study the moss at some point. Then don't cause trouble. Fury clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. It's fine if I beat these beasts, right? Could you not clench your fists? My hands are itchy. You're always itchy. All right, disperse. Gluttony stood up, patting his backside. I'm going to find something to eat. Whether I refine or not doesn't matter. I'm just hungry. Didn't you just eat an energy bar? That was a snack, not a meal. Gluttony said as he walked deeper into the woods, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Arrogance snorted coldly and walked in another direction, while the others each found their way and left. Only laziness struggled to get up, being the last to leave. In a clearing by a stream in the southeast direction of the forest, 5 students wearing uniforms from Haiching Academy were surrounding an enormous gray wolf. This gray wolf was larger than an ordinary gray wolf and should be equivalent to the peak of the perception stage. The 5 of them were cooperating quite well. 2 melee boys were holding the front of fire element. Awaken 1 was providing support from the back, and a petite girl was responsible for containment. The remaining 1 was looking for opportunities from the side. However, they were struggling. This gray wolf was like no ordinary wolf with tough skin and thick flesh. The sturdiness of the perception stage made the melee attacks leave only a white mark, and the ranged fireballs hitting it merely caused it to stagger slightly. Damn it, why is this thing so tough? The boy in front shouted as he was swatted away by the gray wolf, crashing against the rocks at the stream's edge, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Hold on, I'll find its weakness soon. The student on the side shouted, eyes fixed on the gray wolf's movements. The gray wolf let out a low growl, suddenly accelerating towards the student, who was holding it back. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The student being held back was moving very slowly and had yet to react. In the next second, the gray wolf actually stopped. Everyone was stunned. A student dressed in the high city school uniform was seen with one hand plunged into the neck of a gray wolf, holding it in place. The wolf flailed its legs wildly in the air, its tail thrashing frantically, and in the next moment the boy's arm suddenly exerted tremendous force. Crack! Is this thing valuable? The boy spoke amidst the dazed gazes of the crowd. The 5 students from High City Academy exchanged glances. Who are you? Stammered the leading student, feeling that the other person's face seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't. Greed. Greed revealed his name. We ask you, is it valuable? The academy doesn't recycle these beasts, one student replied instinctively. Greed's expression changed slightly as he withdrew his hand, silently cursing his bad luck. The 5 students from High City Academy stood frozen, staring at him, for the gray wolf had already breathed its last. You're from High City too. Why does this name sound so strange? Wait, Original Sin. You're Lin Bai, exclaimed the leading student. Greed turned to leave, showing no intention of responding to them. These people held no value with the leader, merely being a grade. Dealing with them would only waste time. Is this the 7 Sins body? Just awakened, and can crush a peak sensing stage gray wolf. The 5 students fell silent. Greed remarked without looking back, is the peak sensing stage strong? The crowd could not speak, and it wasn't until he had walked a distance away that someone quietly said, what kind of monster has the academy produced this year? On the other side, on a sun-dappled slope, 3 girls dressed in the uniforms of a neighboring academy were taking a break, sitting around a flat stone, drinking water and eating snacks. Having just finished a hard battle, their combat uniforms were still stained with the blood of beasts. Mysterious, what good things do you think we will encounter this time? Asked a girl with short hair. Don't think too much, it's already good enough if we can safely refine everything, replied her best friend, twisting open her water bottle for a sip. We have just awakened, enhancing our strength is the most crucial thing. Her words halted as she saw someone walking out of the forest. Dressed in the neighboring academy's uniform, the boy appeared youthful, walking with a unique gait. He moved leisurely, contrasting with the tension of their group, exuding a sense of relaxed confidence. Upon seeing them, he stopped and tilted his head. The 3 girls froze simultaneously. His eyes lit up the moment they met. Good afternoon, he spoke softly, his voice carrying a natural gentleness. You. Hello. The short-haired girl instinctively replied, and even she didn't know why she stuttered in the presence of the other. His gaze of desire slowly roamed over their faces, savoring the moment. Yet this gaze did not make the girls uncomfortable at all, for it was exceedingly sincere, as if he was admiring a... Are you from the neighboring academy? Yes, replied the leading girl, putting down her water bottle and frowning. Are you from High City Academy? I'm a freshman. Did you just have a fight? His gaze fell on the bloodstains on their clothes. The leading girl glanced at her own attire, noticing a faint wound on her left arm, realizing it for the first time. It's just a small injury, no big deal. A small injury is still an injury. He pulled a small roll of bandage from his pocket and tossed it over. Take care of it. If it gets infected, it won't be pretty. The senior caught the bandage, momentarily stunned. Pretty. Scars from wounds don't look good, he said with a smile, then turned to leave. The girls were left in a daze by his inexplicable actions, and it was only after he had walked far away that they came to their senses. Wait, the short-haired girl called out. What's your name? Greed paused, turned to look at her. Lin Bai. He smiled, his expression exceedingly warm. Your coordination was really impressive, especially you. When you commanded, you had a great presence, it looked good. After saying this, he turned and leisurely disappeared into the forest. The 3 girls stood in place, silent for a long time, before they suddenly snapped back to reality. Mysterious, the short-haired girl whispered. Why do I feel like he was strange? At this moment, the leading girl also regained her composure, her face filled with a peculiar expression. In the wilderness, someone comes over, says you look good, then gives you a bandage and leaves. How is that not baffling? But what was strange was that they had failed to notice any abnormalities until he left. Instead, it felt like it was how things should be. Only after he departed did they return to their senses. The girls shook their heads, feeling a bit confused. On the other side, Lin Bai, who was resting, suddenly remembered something and opened his backpack. It seems I didn't give them the bandage, huh? Where did I put my bandage? Rubbing his head, Lin Bai couldn't recall when he had lost it, but decided not to dwell on it. The strength of the Seven Sins body is not merely a sevenfold cultivation speed. Each of its 7 avatars possesses unique abilities. For instance, gluttony can recover or enhance by devouring. Others also have corresponding means. This forest poses no threat to them. In a certain part of the woods, Pride stood in the center of a clearing, hands behind his back, expressionless, as he watched a group of students from the academy engaged in battle. About a dozen Greyman wolves of various sizes surrounded these students. There were 6 students already forming a defensive formation, but it was clearly taxing. The coordination of the Grey Wolves was too seamless. Some feigned attack, some restrained, and others sought opportunities to ambush, while a suspected leader observed and commanded from a distance. Damn it, these beasts have tactics, a boy shouted as a Grey Wolf crashed into his psychic shield, causing cracks to form. Pride observed all this without moving. Finally, one Grey Wolf noticed him. It broke away from the encirclement, crouched low, and approached Pride with a low growl emanating from its throat. Pride glanced at it. The Grey Wolf suddenly halted. Its forelegs seemed nailed to the ground, its entire body freezing in place. At that moment, in its eyes, Pride appeared to transform into a terrifying beast. The instinct of the beast told it that if it launched a direct assault on this person, the outcome could be very tragic. Pride noticed its hesitation, shifting his gaze to the lead wolf. The lead wolf also noticed him, its 2 emerald eyes glowing in the shadows, letting out a deep growl. Being the lead wolf, it surely possessed significant ferocity. It recognized that Pride was unusual, but the dignity of being the alpha forbade it from retreating. Moreover, the human before it exhibited no strong psychic fluctuations. The alpha wolf's body tensed to the extreme, and it charged out decisively. The actions of the alpha wolf instantly caught the attention of the other wild wolves, a chorus of howls erupting in response. The besieged team also discovered the arrogance outside. At this moment, the leading wolf had already accelerated, and the distance between them was narrowing, causing the arrogance in its eyes to cool slightly. In the next moment, the arrogance suddenly sidestepped as a wild wolf narrowly lunged past him, and at that instant the leading wolf pounced. The opponent stood over a meter tall, no different from an ordinary tiger, and this leap was not something an average person could withstand. However, the arrogance faced this coordinated attack without panic, slightly tilting his head to evade the leading wolf's bite, then delivering a precise uppercut to its throat. The impact surged directly into its skull, and the arrogance used the momentum to withdraw. This moment was actually very quick, so fast that everyone only saw the leading wolf lunging forward, then missing, hitting the ground, and never getting up again. In his own world, the arrogance was an absolute superior, and everything else appeared filled with flaws to him. The wild wolves could sense the danger through intuition because the arrogance had long since seen through their weaknesses. At this time, the arrogance shook his hand, a flicker of dark light flashing in his eyes. Lowly beast, dare to strike at me. In that instant, not only the remaining wild wolves, but also the academy students were stunned. The wild wolves bared their teeth and tucked their tails, slowly retreating, while the freed students collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Get lost! The arrogance coldly shouted, and the wild wolves whimpered and fled. At this time, the arrogance had already turned around, preparing to leave. Wait! A student stood up. Who are you? But to the arrogance, these people were not even worthy of a response. Thus, what everyone saw was merely a retreating figure. On that day, all the students could distinctly feel that the more powerful beasts in the forest had noticeably decreased. Many people also saw powerful students appearing, leaving them all in a daze. Soon news spread like the wind throughout the forest. Someone summarized the news and discovered that it seemed Lin Bai had fully utilized the Seven Sins ability. Those they encountered all had traces of the 7 sins. And the outcome of facing these original sins against the beasts was the same. Crushing defeat. When the news reached the camp, no one believed it. Each of the 7 avatars is at the peak of perception. How could they possess such combat power right after awakening? Who would believe that? But as more and more eyewitness testimonies were compiled, everyone fell silent. This 7 sins ability might be even more terrifying than we imagined. To be ranked among the top abilities is indeed not simple. While the camp was discussing Lin Bai's matters, Lin Bai was still outside. At this moment, 6 of the 7 avatars had returned, with only the lazy one remaining. What he thought was his nature turned out to be unexpected. The last one back, the lazy one, brought back news of the realm's spiritual essence. Lin Bai was a bit dazed after hearing it. I finished off a tiger and was about to rest when I rolled down from the mountain while sleeping, and that's when I sensed the information about the realm's spiritual essence. So simple? Lin Bai asked uncertainly. Unlike the lazy one, the others were earnestly searching for it. What else could it be? The lazy one yawned, which made Lin Bai suspiciously eye him up and down. Could it be that the lazy one had hidden attributes? Like luck or something? However, since there was news, there was no time to waste. The more people knew, the worse it would be. Lin Bai's thoughts stirred, and he immediately instructed the other avatars to rush there. Let's go. When Lin Bai arrived at the location the lazy one mentioned, he was somewhat dazed. Wait, can you really find this place? The lazy one scratched his head. I don't know. The lazy one found a place with the aura of the realm's spiritual essence deep within the canyon, where layers of naturally formed stone curtains intertwined, completely obscuring the entrance. Lin Bai quickly arrived at that location. The greedy one squatted between the gaps of the stone curtains, hands pressed against the rock face, his pupils swirling with dark golden light, as he sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy inch by inch. There's no reaction from any world spiritual essence. The greedy one withdrew his hands, disbelief in his tone. My perception range has expanded to the maximum, and this place is as clean as if it had been licked by gluttony. Though I'm hungry, I wouldn't eat stones. The glutton scratched his head. The furious one kicked a nearby stone pillar. I've been here before. I turned the ground over completely. Not even missing a single beast cub. You say there's realm spiritual essence here. Lin Bai stood in front of the stone curtain looking up at the overlapping natural barriers. The place where the lazy one fell was right here. The gaps between the stone curtains were so narrow that only an arm could fit through, and the darkness within was beyond even the greedy one's perception. Lin Bai entered the lazy one's perspective and recalled briefly. At that time, the lazy one was sleeping in a natural hollow on a cliff above the canyon. The place was several dozen meters above the ground, a protruding rock platform covered in vines for years, completely hidden from below. How the lazy one managed to climb up was no longer important. What mattered was that he had curled up in the most comfortable position on that platform, leaning against the rock wall, facing the canyon, before falling asleep. After sleeping for about 10 minutes, he turned over. Coincidentally, the outermost part of that rock platform had a loose shale weathered for years and long lost its support. When the lazy one turned over, his right hand just happened to press against that piece of shale, causing the entire rock to shatter. He lost his balance and fell down from the 4-meter-high cliff. During the fall, he crashed through several layers of vines, ultimately landing in an extremely dense thicket of thorns at the base of the cliff. Coincidentally, beneath the thorns was a thick layer of humus, and below the humus was empty space, which was the entrance to the current location. What left Lin Bai speechless was that the lazy one was completely unaware of this. During his fall, he was jolted awake for just a few seconds, muttering, "Don't make noise," then continued sleeping. He was astonished at this sight. With such height and impact, even after awakening, the lazy one should not have been unscathed. Yet ironically, he was just that lucky, having so many buffers. The realm's spiritual essence is the residual source liquid from the time when heaven and earth were first opened. The voice of arrogance came from the top of the cliff, bringing Lin Bai back to his senses as he stood above, arms crossed. A few people looking from here couldn't see his face. Theoretically, it should be hidden in the deepest part of this type of terrain, but something seems off here. Wait, why are you standing so high when you talk? Jealousy glared at him, his eyes already red. He seems to have just climbed up from over there. The arrogant expression on his face slightly changed, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Bai made a gesture for. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Despite their extreme original sins, they still absolutely obeyed Lin Bai's words. Lazy, lead the way. Lin Bai and the other avatars did not sense any aura, only Lazy could perceive it, but he was still uncertain about the situation. Lazy yawned, got up from the ground, and turned into a very concealed recess on the side of the stone curtain. This recess was completely covered by vines and a layer of ground moss, making it indistinguishable from an ordinary rock wall. Lazy reached out to part the vines, revealing a narrow crack deep within the recess. From this angle, the crack slanted down at a 70-degree angle, appearing bottomless, and the opening was only wide enough for a single person. Without even glancing, Lazy dove straight in, his body sliding down the crack. Lin Bai and the 6 avatars exchanged glances and entered one after another. It must be said this place was indeed well concealed. The group slid down the inclined rock wall, passing several forks in the path, without any hesitation from Lazy at each junction. Soon the crack came to an end. It opened into a natural cave where a fine layer of sediment lay on the ground, and in the center of the sediment, there was a naturally formed depression. The depression held a pool of liquid. The liquid was milky white and emitted an incredibly faint glow. Other surfaces had great surface tension, remaining as calm as a mirror without any disturbance. At this moment, everyone sensed the rich aura of the dimensional spiritual marrow. The several avatars fell silent. Anyone among the 7 sins could have found it, but they could not accept that Lazy was the one who discovered it. Yet the dimensional spiritual marrow lay before their eyes. Lin Bai paid no heed to their thoughts and immediately approached the depression, squatting down to take out a sealing spirit bottle and fill it up. He glanced back at Lazy. Lazy was leaning against the cave wall and had fallen asleep again. After showing him the way, Lazy stood still for about 10 seconds, then slid down the rock while his head tilted, drooling again. How could he fall asleep at such an important moment? He gritted his teeth in rage. Lin Bai tightened the cap of the sealing spirit bottle, and at that moment the system panel automatically popped up before him. Task acquired: Dimensional Spiritual Marrow 1 completed. Obtained Hex Extraction 1. Would you like to proceed with the extraction? Lin Bai suddenly showed a thoughtful expression. He looked at the sleeping Lazy, then stood up and walked in front of him, patting his face. No response. He patted twice more. Lazy turned over, facing away from Lin Bai. Lin Bai couldn't help but smile in anger. He grabbed the back of Laz's collar and lifted him up. Laz's body hung limply in his grasp, his eyes barely opening a slit, staring blankly at Lin Bai, and then at the spiritual marrow pool, as if suddenly recalling something. Oh, can I go back to sleep now? His furious fists clenched tighter. Lin Bai was left speechless, fiercely rubbing Laz's head before retracting all the avatars. System Extract Hex. In the next second, the system panel flickered before him, and 3 golden pages appeared. Lin Bai's eyes lit up, but after seeing the specific information, his expression fell. Good news, a gold item. Bad news, it was a fragment. Attack power fragment, attack speed fragment, health fragment. Looking at the 3 fragments, Lin Bai glanced at his hand. Rubbing Lazy seemed to have some effect, but it also seemed ineffective. He had thought Laz's luck was extraordinary, and that as the original he would surely benefit from it, but it seemed like he hadn't succeeded. However, the golden fragments were indeed very useful. After some contemplation, Lin Bai chose to place the fragments on Gluttony. Without a doubt, Gluttony was now the strongest in combat power. He would take the path of a blood tank, and the golden health boost would be significant. As the fragments were given to Gluttony, Lin Bai suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Gluttony, already sensing the peak, unexpectedly leaped to the awakening stage with the boost from the fragments. Lin Bai felt a flutter in his heart and hurriedly looked at the system, but there was no response from it. It seemed that the task's judgment still relied on him. He couldn't exploit the bug like before. However, he looked at the dimensional spiritual marrow in his hand. With this, he could break through to the awakening stage tonight. It seemed there was some correlation between the tasks, and this kind of power task might be a gift. Lin Bai thought he understood previously there should have been only 1 hero template in the system's judgment, but now the limit had directly increased by 7. This task might even have been issued temporarily. While pondering, he securely tucked the sealing spirit bottle away, dusted himself off, and began to climb up the inclined crack. At the end of the crack lay the layer of vines. Lin Bai reached out to part them, and the light from outside poured in, causing him to instinctively squint. Then he halted. Outside the vines, on the patch of ground obscured by the stone curtain, stood 5 people. 4 men and 1 woman, all wearing standard combat uniforms of the Beizong Academy from Haicheng. These individuals made Lin Bai's pupils contract slightly, for within the abilities of the 7 sins, greed pulsated lightly in his consciousness. That was greed's perception ability. After the avatars returned, the lingering resonance of the perception remained in Lin Bai's awareness like an echo. Greed had previously swept the entire canyon with his perception, and Lin Bai decisively switched to the original sin of greed. Sure enough, these 5 were not within the range of greed's prior perception. They had not entered from outside the canyon. They either used some means to shield their perception, but it didn't matter because the way they looked at Lin Bai was decidedly off. The one in front was a youth with a buzz-cut, robust in stature, ruggedly handsome, and his gaze was filled with unhidden brutality. He stood not far from the vines, his hand raised as if preparing to part the vines and enter. Their eyes met, and the buzz-cut youth hesitated momentarily. Then his gaze passed over Lin Bai's shoulder, looking towards the deep crack behind him. Deep within the crack, the lingering aura of the dimensional spiritual marrow continued to waft out. The buzz-cut youth's nose twitched. After the dimensional spiritual marrow is taken, the source liquid, having left the long-dormant depression, will briefly emit a very faint scent like the resinous aroma released when aged wood is sawed. Ordinary people cannot smell it, but those with abilities above the awakening stage can catch it if they are close enough. And now the buzz-cut youth had caught the scent. In an instant, his expression changed. Someone got here before us, he said, his gaze already back on Lin Bai, scanning him from top to bottom. Noticing the fluctuations of spiritual energy at the perception stage, the crew-cut young man's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. Perception stage, interesting. It must be someone from Haicheng High School. Behind him, a tall, thin man with glasses stepped forward slightly. Though he lowered his voice, Lin Bai could still hear. Brother Hui, there's a residual aura of dimensional spiritual marrow in the crack, with a high concentration. It should have been taken less than 10 minutes ago. The crew-cut young man, known as Brother Hui, did not turn around. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Bai, his expression slightly cold. How much could produce such an aura? Judging by the residual concentration, it's at least over 1 liter. Brother Hu's eyelids twitched. Dimensional spiritual marrow is incredibly precious, a treasure coveted by major factions, often deemed priceless and hard to find. This time they came thanks to connections made by people above, which allowed Haiqing Academy to agree to let students from other colleges enter. If they couldn't obtain the item, they would have no way to explain upon returning. Moreover, it wasn't necessarily safe here, so Brother Hui got straight to the point, showing no intention of wasting words with Lin Bai. Hand over the item. The dimensional spiritual marrow is not something you can take. Hand it over now, and you can leave. Lin Bai stood at the crack's entrance, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His powerful perception quickly revealed the strength of several individuals. Seeing him silent, the thin man with glasses beside Brother Hui spoke up again, this time lowering his voice even further. Brother Hui, we were instructed not to stir up trouble. The wild dimensional realm is the territory of Haiqing Academy. Our current identities are students, and causing a scene would end badly. I know, Brother Hui replied, coldly, his eyes gradually becoming dangerous. He took a step forward, positioning himself to block Lin Bai's escape route. At the same time, the other three individuals who had remained silent dispersed silently. They cut off his possible escape routes toward the depths of the canyon from 3 positions. The last woman circled around to the cliff above the vines, sealing off any retreat from above. In just a few seconds, the 5 of them formed a loose encirclement. Their movements were skilled, and they coordinated impeccably, without any unnecessary communication. This was not the tactical proficiency one would expect from students. Lin Bai's heart sank. Who are you? You can't be students of the academy, right? Brother Hui showed no intention of responding. As a few others prepared to take action, he raised a hand to stop them. His icy gaze scrutinized Lin Bai again. You're at the perception stage, aren't you? Seeing 5 mysterious individuals blocking the entrance and not panicking or running away, you still have the composure to probe for identities. Brother Hu's posture tightened slightly as spiritual energy flowed through him, ready to strike. You have something on you. It's either a life-saving card or someone behind you. Brother Hui fixed his gaze on him and took another step forward, his foot pressing down on the gravel, causing the fluctuations of awakened spiritual energy to emanate from him. But I don't care who you are. If you don't hand it over today, the world can be a dangerous place. In the next moment, the spiritual energy fluctuations from the other 4 individuals all burst forth. It was at this moment that Lin Bai's powerful perception instantly sensed the strength of these individuals. The leader, Brother Hui, and the glasses-wearing man were both at the awakening stage. The others were at the peak of the perception stage. I'll say it one last time. Hand over the dimensional spiritual marrow, and you can leave. I won't make things difficult for you. What if I don't hand it over? Brother Hui looked at him suddenly, smiling, his smile filled with unvarnished cruelty. Then you won't be able to leave? Attack! Since Lin Bai clearly did not intend to hand it over, they had no further time to waste and decisively chose to strike. Brother Hui and the glasses-wearing man's spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly intensified. A dark red glow emanated from Brother Hui's body, followed by numerous fine cracks appearing on the ground beneath his feet. Lin Bai narrowed his eyes, abruptly switching to his strongest form, gluttony, before charging forward. In that instant, Lin Bai's aura surged to the awakening stage, and the explosive speed left everyone momentarily stunned. Lin Bai's target was one of the perception stage boys. At this moment, the opponent just barely reacted and attempted to dodge. However, the power of Lin Bai's gluttony avatar, bolstered by the fragments, was simply beyond his capacity to withstand. Lin Bai crashed into the other person, his form bending like a shrimp, uncontrollably flying backward to crash against the rocks, instantly knocking him unconscious. A gap appeared in the encirclement, and the expressions of a few changed slightly. Brother Hui bellowed, "Don't even think about escaping." However, contrary to his expectations, Lin Bai did not flee, but stopped in place, rubbing his wrist with one hand. Who's trying to escape? Lin Bai revealed a cryptic smile, while the person he had replaced happened to be on the very edge of the encirclement with the cave behind him. The glasses-wearing man felt a chill in his heart. In this position, it seemed like Lin Bai was about to encircle them. As he pondered, gray light swirled in the glasses-wearing man's pupils, while the other individuals also exhibited fluctuations of spiritual energy. At this moment, Lin Bai sensed that there were only 2 at the awakening stage among them, and his gaze turned somewhat reckless. If I stay silent against the wind, that's fine, but if you urge me on, I will retaliate fiercely. I'm a relatively merciful person. Before I make a move, let me ask you, did you just try to kill me? As he spoke in gluttony mode, Lin Bai added a point to his wrist skill, and the awakening stage gluttony could already add points. Brother Hu's gaze turned sinister. You don't need to know that much. Attack. In the next second, the gray light in the glasses-wearing man's eyes suddenly swirled and accelerated, and Lin Bai suddenly felt his body grow heavy. Immediately after, Brother Hui charged forward, delivering a punch to Lin Bai's chest, the violent shockwave directly shredding Lin Bai's shirt. Lin Bai let out a muffled grunt, while the other 2 also closed in. One of them knelt on one knee, pressing his right hand to the ground. The moment his palm made contact with the earth, Lin Bai immediately sensed an invisible force acting upon him. At this moment, Lin Bai realized that even moving seemed extremely difficult. The remaining girl let out a low shout, "Wind ring." The vines beneath her feet automatically parted to the sides, and a circular airflow detached from her wrist, forming a transparent wind ring with a 2-meter diameter around her body. The edges of the wind ring sliced through the vine, leaves which silently snapped in two. With the wind ring, the girl descended from the sky, spinning to throw it, landing it around Lin Bai's neck. However, the anticipated scene of directly decapitating Lin Bai did not occur. His neck only bore a red mark. Strangely, with their assault, a layer of red glow appeared on Lin Bai as well. Everyone was somewhat puzzled, though under their full force assault, why had Lin Bai not suffered any injuries while that companion was knocked out with just one hit? Hui Guest's gaze darkened as he continuously threw punches, relentlessly shaking Lin Bai. In the distance, the bespectacled man noticed that his fallen companion had not gotten up for a long time and immediately sensed something was amiss. "Be careful, this kid is not right. We still don't know his abilities." As he spoke, Lin Bai looked at Hui Gu and the girl in front of him. "I am waiting for the valor points." "What are you waiting for?" As he spoke, the red glow around Lin Bai had already become extremely strong, even visibly generating arcs of electricity. The others looked at this scene with uncertainty, but in the next second, Lin Bai had already reached out and pulled Hui Gu and the girl towards him. The two felt a tremendous force acting upon them, their bodies uncontrollably drawn closer. As Lin Bai's figure loomed larger before them, Hui Guest's pupils suddenly contracted. Before them, Lin Bai had already bent his waist and lowered his stance, drawing back his right fist in preparation, the eerie red glow condensing around him. He then pushed off with his right leg, twisting his waist and hips, launching his right arm forward in a powerful straight punch that tore through the air. At that moment, the two could only feel as if their legs were filled with lead, making it difficult to move, and they could only watch as this punch was thrown. A tremendous force suddenly erupted, affecting the bespectacled man and the boy pressing his hand against the ground not far away. Both were sent flying, crashing against the stone wall behind them. The immense force shattered the stone wall, causing countless fragments to fall and bury them. The green light on Lin Bai's body flickered, and his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. He looked down at the torn fabric on his chest, where fine cracks had appeared with blood seeping out, and there were also wounds on his neck. The pain made him furrow his brows, but as the green light flowed, the pain gradually transformed into a warm sensation. Lin Bai recognized that this was clearly the effect of the passive skill Battlefield Valor. However, he was slightly startled and immediately switched back to his main body. As expected, the injuries vanished without a trace. Aside from the torn clothing, there was not a single scar on his skin, and even the pain had disappeared. "Haha, the injuries sustained by the gluttony have nothing to do with me, Lin Bai." Lin Bai could not help but laugh, as the Seven Sins body truly lived up to its SS level abilities, and just this trait alone was already invincible. The switch of the clone was instantaneous, and Lin Bai could easily switch clones before an attack arrived. In a way, he practically had 7 lives. When the time came, if he paired it with the Berserker armor, wouldn't he be able to let the clone take damage, then switch back to wait for the cooldown while it recovered? In an instant, numerous clever tactics flashed through Lin Bai's mind. However, he suppressed his thoughts and looked at the rubble before him, as well as the boy behind him, who was unconscious. These people were clearly intent on killing him, and at this moment Lin Bai would have no thoughts of mercy. Those who kill must be killed in return. It's that simple. Everyone must pay for their actions. Lin Bai's gaze turned cold as he summoned the clone of Greed. "I'll take over." With Greed's appearance, he was extremely excited. As one of the original sins, he had no mercy, only an eye for wealth. He first glanced at a pile of rubble in the distance, then turned back to look at the person lying on the ground. 2 ranks, 2 ranks, and 1 rank with a mental ability. That should have some good stuff. Greed's smile grew even more excited. As he spoke, he walked away from Lin Bai and approached the unconscious boy. Greed squatted down beside him, not rushing to act, but first observing the other's breathing frequency and the residual concentration of spiritual energy. "What do you want to ask?" Lin Bai pondered for a moment and replied, "Ask about their origins." Greed nodded, and then swiftly slapped down the stinging pain, jolting the boy awake. He instinctively tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, but Greed decisively twisted his wrist. The crisp sound of bone cracking echoed, and the boy immediately let out a scream. "Off." Greed calmly waited for him to finish screaming before smiling. "Your name?" Fong. The boy named Fong Zhuo was sweating profusely, staring fearfully at Greed, instinctively wanting to back. At that moment, he finally had time to gather information around him. The rest of his team had long since vanished, and the cave entrance had turned into a pile of rubble. His face turned pale as he caught sight of Lin Bai not far away. Then, looking at Greed, who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Bai, his expression changed drastically. "You, which Seven Sins body of Lin Bai are you?" Greed expressionlessly broke one of his fingers and coldly said, "Don't speak until I ask you a question." The intense pain made him scream again, but the next second he was horrified to see Greed placing his hand on one of his unbroken fingers. "Scream, and it counts too." Crack. Fang's eyes widened in terror, staring at Greed, as if in that moment his psychological defenses completely collapsed. Seeing the opportunity, Greed continued to ask, "Who do you belong to?" With his defenses shattered, Fang naturally spilled everything without hesitation. "Jinmi. I am with Jinmi. We collaborated with the academy, this time disguising ourselves as students to come in. Our goal is the planar spiritual marrow." Greed turned to look at Lin Bai and slightly nodded. Lin Bai pondered for a moment. Jinmi, huh? In his memory, this organization seemed to be a roving plundering group, much like a pack of carrion wolves on the wasteland. Their operational principle was to produce nothing but to plunder. They believed that all resources in every world should belong to the strong, and they were a purely destructive force. He never expected to encounter them here. But the other side's intelligence was quite thorough. They had information about the planar spiritual marrow that even the academy didn't know, which he had learned through the system. "How many of you are still here?" "None. Just the 5 of us." "Then it's no problem." Lin Bai nodded slightly and signaled Greed. Greed instantly understood and swiftly broke Fang's neck. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground. Greed had already initiated his actions, first unbuckling the tactical belt and drawing it out, then flipping it over. Inside the belt's hidden pocket were 2 sealed vials labeled with numbers, but no names. Greed opened one, sniffed it, and his brow furrowed before closing it and tucking it into his sleeve. Within the belt's compartment were several banknotes. Although the denominations were not high, Greed carefully examined the anti-counterfeiting watermark in the daylight before folding and putting them away. Lin Bai observed this scene speechless. Whenever valuable items were involved, the greedy actions seemed to carry a certain sacred devotion. Greed thoroughly rummaged through Fang, stripping him of all valuable possessions before moving towards the rock wall. This side was far more brutal. Currently, the Devourer was the strongest clone, possessing 7 silver attribute shards and 1 golden one. Among these shards there were 3 attack shards, 1 dual attribute power shard, and 3 health shards. The golden one was a health shard, and the enhancement from the charged punch happened to be both attack power and health. As he unleashed this strike, Lin Bai himself could not fathom its might, but judging by the complete disappearance of the 4 individuals' life traces, it must have been extraordinary. At present, these 4 had already been reduced to a bloody mess beneath the rubble. However, Greed paid no mind, eyes gleaming with excitement as it rushed over to start digging. This time took a little longer, but the sun had not yet set and Lin Bai patiently awaited. Before long, Greed completed its task, hands drenched in blood, yet a sense of satisfaction graced its face, a sight that struck Lin Bai as extremely eerie. He quickly instructed it to leave the items behind and directly retracted the clone. The haul this time was rather meager. These individuals were on a covert operation with few possessions, leaving behind only some money and a few cultivation resources. However, these would only last a day or 2 at most. After gathering the items, Lin Bai glanced at his torn shirt, contemplated for a moment, then decided to remove it and discard it here. Although Fang claimed there were no more of their people around, no one could truly know if others were secretly sent by. If such a person truly existed, given their understanding of Hui Ge's abilities, they might deduce from the damage to his clothing that he had battled with Hui Ge. From his perspective, he was currently full of potential. When facing these evidently evil forces, he had to remain cautious. At the same time, the scene here had to be cleaned up. In the next moment, 7 clones appeared simultaneously. Time to work. Lin Bai directly instructed one clone to return to the camp and bring him some clothes. After changing, he returned to the camp for the night. In the following days, most of the time was spent in battle, while Lin Bai began to keep an eye on the extinguished individuals, even specifically instructing Seiyu to hide in that valley to observe for any suspicious people. Unfortunately, all he saw were ordinary students. It appeared that the extinguished individuals truly were, as Fang said, only their few. Time quickly passed until the day the training concluded. The students returning from the training bore expressions of exhaustion, yet their eyes sparkled with brightness. Clearly, they had gained significantly from this training. After all, the world had enhanced them, allowing many to improve their strength considerably, and the excitement from such advancement was hard to conceal. At this moment, Lin Bai blended in among the students. These days, the students had not come for a vacation, but for combat, and many appeared quite disheveled. Lin Bai was no exception, his face somewhat grimy, and with his head lowered among the crowd, few noticed him. This was intentional on his part. He was currently in Greed's state, his perception already extended outward. Even now, he did not believe that only a few individuals had entered the extinguished ranks. He had investigated the dimensional spirit marrow, a highly valuable item, and given that the organization of the extinguished was exploitative, it was improbable they would send only a handful of low-level operatives. Thus, he remained observant. The best time for observation was during their exit. What was the state of the students at? Life had just awakened, and they were beginning to enhance their strength for the first time, engaging in battle for the first time. Each person had grown over these few days, and the excitement was undoubtedly uncontainable. In fact, this was true, as Lin Bai observed the joy and excitement on these students' faces were hard to suppress. At this time, even if the extinguished individuals disguised themselves perfectly, they could be detected under greed's perception. Within the half-hour wait for the opening of the World Gate, Lin Bai noticed 4 individuals whose expressions were very unnatural. Those extinguished individuals were not awakening for the first time, making it difficult for them to feign such reactions. Soon the World Gate opened, and the group of students departed together. Lin Bai squinted as he left this wild world with them. After exiting, he found a place to release greed, selecting one of the individuals to follow. The other clones remained within. Lin Bai also wanted to send them out, but their strength did not permit it. This time was for tracking, and dispatching the most perceptive greed was the safest choice. After making arrangements, he took a taxi back. On the other side, greed followed that person to the eastern side of the square. Here was the shadowy edge of the equipment training area. The individual found someone handling training equipment, seemingly wanting to rent some. The individual was a man in his 30s. Wearing the gray work uniform of the Baitsong Academy's logistics department, he squatted beside a row of power testing devices, apparently performing maintenance. Greed glanced at the current time, narrowing its eyes slightly. It was perfectly normal for a logistics worker to deliver and maintain training equipment in the evening. Had it not been for the person it was following making immediate contact with him, Greed would not have entertained any other. However, the fact that the person came directly here was a bit unusual. While pondering, Greed cautiously extended its perception thread. The moment it made contact, Lin Bai felt an extremely faint feedback. Very strange. His spiritual power had been suppressed to a level that Greed's perception could barely penetrate. Greed's perception thread circled around his body, capturing only an exceptionally smooth layer of spiritual power shell. Hidden forces. Have we found a big fish? Lin Bai's heart stirred. The inability to probe was not due to Greed's insufficient capability, but rather that the opposing suppression method was far too advanced. Moreover, that person's breathing frequency was off. Although he appeared to be maintaining equipment from this angle coupled with his hidden force, he could easily eavesdrop on the entire square. A logistics worker eavesdropping on the transmission square. Greed withdrew its perception and inconspicuously continued moving forward. Then Greed kept following that person. That individual dressed in a gray work uniform pushed an old equipment cart, traversing the expansive campus of Baitsong Academy with a very reasonable route. Yet it was precisely this rationality that made Greed's eyes shine brighter. Normal logistics personnel would not be so diligent. Slacking off and goofing off was the norm. More critically, his spiritual power disguise was continuously operational. At this point, Greed could already lock onto the individual, completely disregarding the person it had been following earlier. Finally, Greed crouched behind a bush on the outskirts of an abandoned training ground. The person pushed a cart through the iron gate of the abandoned training ground. Once inside, it became impossible to hide, and with no one else around, Greed could only wait. At the same time, he maximized his perception and faintly heard some voices. In today's afternoon records from the teleportation square, there are no matches for the target's characteristics. Greed's pupils slightly constricted. Was this person reporting information? Was there a superior? 5 members of the advanced team have been confirmed dead, and the recovery of the dimensional spirit essence has failed. As Greed eavesdropped, he felt a stir in his heart. When the other party mentioned the failure of the recovery, he could clearly sense a tremor in their voice. Was there something terrifying on the reporting side? Greed's pupils turned a dark golden color, subtly shifting in the shadows of the bushes. He instinctively summarized this person's spiritual power disguise and observed habits, integrating them into his perception. At that moment, his perception was triggered. And it was not the logistics personnel, it was the third person. Greed suddenly turned around, but it was already too late. A hand reached from behind, 5 fingers precisely gripping the back of his neck. 3 fingers pressed against his carotid sinus with extreme precision, rendering Greed completely immobilized. Then Greed realized his feet were off the ground. He was being lifted. In the next moment, he was pulled from behind the bushes to behind a low wall on the side of the abandoned training ground, without making a sound. Immediately afterward, Greed felt his back collide with the low wall. He looked up, and the first thing that caught his eye was a hand. The fingers were long with distinct knuckles, and the nails were trimmed short without any adornments. A very beautiful hand adorned with an extremely thin silver bracelet on the wrist. Greed's pupils suddenly constricted, and his breathing became heavy. This bracelet was no ordinary item. With his current experience, he couldn't discern what it was, but the original sin within him was screaming wildly. This also led to Greed, whose gaze was locked onto the bracelet, failing to notice the towering peak above the amber eyes, the black long hair, and the stunning face. What is this? Greed's eyes were fixed on the bracelet, completely captivated. The other person's other hand raised with the index finger placed in front of their lips, signaling for silence. With narrowed eyes, the gaze passed over the low wall, landing on the logistics personnel inside the iron gate of the abandoned training ground, who was still reporting. At this moment, Greed's mind was locked in place. Sensing that the other party was observing that person, he instinctively perceived the spiritual energy of the woman in front of him. The result astonished him. The fluctuations of the other party's spiritual power had an extremely unique texture, as if it had been forged through countless trials. A person like this could have easily killed Greed in that brief moment. But she did not, which made Greed affected by the original sin settle down. On the other side of the abandoned training ground, the logistics personnel's report had already concluded. At this moment, Greed only heard the other party's final words. Understood, immediate retreat. At midnight, the rendezvous point. After saying this, he took off his gray work uniform, revealing a deep brown inner garment with no insignia. Immediately afterward, the logistics personnel pushed the cart and left the abandoned training ground. It was only after the other party left that Greed began to observe the woman in front of him. She was beautiful. If it were lust, he would certainly be unable to move. This was Greed's first thought, but he was uninterested in such things, and it was impossible for him to be unable to move. Of course, that bracelet was an exception. The woman's amber eyes scanned Greed from top to bottom. Are you newly awakened? Greed subtly withdrew his gaze from the bracelet and nodded slightly. No need to be nervous. If I wanted to make a move against you, you would have died the moment I lifted you from behind the bushes. My name is Shun Liuyu from the Night Owl team of Yunji Academy. Night Owl team. Greed's pupils showed a hint of confusion, but the other party did not continue on that topic. The person you were tracking, codenamed Gray Falcon, is an outer intelligence agent of the Annihilation, specializing in infiltration and preliminary reconnaissance. His true strength is at the peak of the mastery stage, disguised as being at the perception stage, while lurking at Baitsong Academy for at least 4 months. At this point, Shin Liyu's voice took on a hint of doubt. His spiritual power disguise technique is a special skill of Annihilation. You should not have been able to detect his anomaly. Looking at this strange boy who clearly was only at the peak of the perception stage, one had to wonder why he dared to track such a person. Moreover, he had not been discovered. It seemed that this kid's perception was quite keen, as he was able to approach silently, while the other party was focused on Gray Falcon. In normal circumstances, Shun Liuyu did not have complete confidence in approaching without being detected. It was precisely this that piqued her interest in Greed. Was he a rare reconnaissance talent? If so, perhaps he could be recruited into Yunji Academy's Night Owl team, which was in need of such talent. Seeing Greed remain silent, Shin Liuyu continued to ask, why were you tracking him? Because he seemed off. Upon hearing this, Shun Liuyu slightly shook her head. Don't follow recklessly without adequate strength. The moment you released your perception thread at the teleportation square, they had already detected you. However, your method of perception was too unusual, causing those in the shadows to be uncertain about how much they had been discovered, which is why they did not act on the spot. Upon hearing this, Greed felt no fear. Instead, he frowned. Are you lying to me? I have no reason to deceive you. I just want to find the director, and he just left. Shun Liuyu crossed her arms, her figure set off in a grand manner, yet Greed's gaze remained fixed on the bracelet. The rule of Annihilation is to eliminate exposure. Gray Falcon was tracked by you. After returning, he will be abandoned. Our recent conversation was in fact a trap. Greed's heart trembled. He had genuinely considered discussing the rendezvous point with Lin Bai. Why save me? If they are so cautious, then the director you arranged may also appear as an anomaly in their eyes. Greed asked in confusion. In other words, you might be exposed as well. Shin Liuyu smiled helplessly at this. I can't just sacrifice you for the mission. After saying this, she stretched lazily. Gray Falcon is no longer usable. We can find ways to handle it later. Although Annihilation is troublesome, they are not such a great threat. Right now, I am mainly interested in you. Gray Falcon himself did not discover you, but the person hiding behind him is of a higher level. With your peak perception stage spiritual energy, you could achieve this right after awakening. This is no small feat. As she spoke, she leaned slightly forward, her greedy gaze nearly obscuring the other person's face. What is your supernatural ability? Greed remained silent, still unsure of Shun Liyu's identity. If she turned out to be someone from a dark force, it would be bad to expose Lin Bai. He was just a split body. If he died, he would simply revive within Lin Bai. Thus he said nothing. Seeing this, Shun Liuyu sighed, softly straightened up, and then took out a small mirror from somewhere, touching. Sister, I don't seem like a bad person, do I? Forget it, just come with me. When Greed followed her to the principal's office of Haiqing Academy, he finally believed Shun Liyu's identity. Lin Bai. Oh, this is your senior sister. Isn't that a coincidence? Senior sister? Shun Liuyu looked somewhat puzzled. The principal immediately introduced. He is the only owner of the SS-level supernatural ability 7 Deadly Sins in our academy this year, Lin Bai. Shen Liuyu was genuinely surprised. SS level 7 deadly sins. Did that guy Shen Yi succeed so quickly? But his expression didn't seem like someone who succeeded. Recalling Shun Ye's tearful expression, Shen Liuyu was somewhat confused, thinking that he must have been outdone by another academy. Yes, Lin Bai is a good student. He worked hard in school, came from a poor family, and even took odd jobs after classes. He is also obedient and filial. Greed watched as the principal enthusiastically praised Lin Bai, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this really his true self? Wasn't his true form just a lazy pig who eats and sleeps all day? At this moment, Shen Liuyu also regained her composure and suddenly said, "Wait." The principal stopped, looking at her in confusion, while Shen Liuyu turned to Greed. "You aren't the main body, are you?" She only knew some basic things about the 7 deadly sins, but judging from the previous interactions, Greed was definitely not the main body. At this point, Greed had nothing to hide. After all, she was essentially caught in front of her parents. "I am Greed," he stated honestly. Upon hearing this, Shen Liuyu's expression darkened. "I knew it." The principal looked at Greed with a face full of suspicion, but when Greed was not influenced by the original sin, he was actually quite similar to Lin Bai. Among the 7 deadly sins, only wrath, sloth, and gluttony had the most noticeable differences from the main body in their usual states. The principal was startled. He didn't understand why Shen Liuyu's demeanor changed so drastically upon discovering Lin Bai's split identity. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Oh, the 7 deadly sins are quite special. Each split body is independent, and this is still Lin Bai himself. Please don't be angry. Lin Bai is truly a good child." Seeing he was about to continue, Shen Liuyu waved her hand to stop him. "I'm not angry." After confirming that her charm was not the issue, Shen Liuyu's expression remained somewhat complex. This is just one of the 7 split bodies, yet it possesses such abilities. Indeed, SS level abilities are like being on another level. The 7 deadly sins are actually quite similar, it's just that they emphasize different aspects. It could be foreseen that if Greed was already like this, the other original sins wouldn't be far behind. This made Shen Liuyu, who only had an S-level ability, feel somewhat defeated. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. After all the talents of this generation had awakened at the spiritual peak, her misfortune was simply bad luck. If she were born 2 years earlier, she too would likely be SS level. Moreover, the ability level was merely a stepping stone. In the academy, she had seen too many talents. Some had high ability levels, but poor practical skills. Don't you see that even though humanity hasn't reached its peak, yet there have been dozens of awakenings at the spiritual peak, yet only a few have truly gained fame? How many talents have faded into obscurity? Soon Shen Liuyu broadened her mindset to match her actual capacity. Suddenly she thought of this new freshman batch at Yunji. As it was the year of spiritual peak awakenings, there's no need to say the new students were filled with extraordinary talents. While pondering, her gaze landed on Lin Bai, who seemed a bit different. How many days had it been since his awakening? He dared to follow someone from the Ember Ruin. Ahem. Shen Liuyu lightly coughed. "You don't need to worry about that person. I will investigate thoroughly." By the way, principal, it seems that the target of Ember Ruin is the primal spirit of the wild world. Have you discovered anything on your end? Upon hearing this, the principal scratched his sparse but still stubborn hair. What primal spirit could there be in the wild world? That level isn't even achievable, so how could a primal spirit be born? Hearing this, Shen Liu's expression grew serious. "There should be some. Those dogs from Ember Ruin have sharp noses. When you return, enhance your patrols." Understood. Greed saw that their discussion was nearing its end. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Shen Liuyu turned her gaze towards him, displaying what she considered a gentle smile. However, in Greed and the principal's eyes, it looked more like she had ulterior motives. "Ahem, Lin Bai, right? No, now I should call you Junior." Shen Liuyu smiled and said, "You may not know this, but geniuses like you can choose their own mentors within the academy. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that." Greed instinctively pointed at himself, meeting her gaze before blinking. "Choose a. I am just a split body. Asking me is useless." Principal. Shen Liuyu. Needless to say, it's no wonder that with an SS level ability, even the split body has such a unique person. Now the two realize that the split bodies of the 7 deadly sins are highly independent and can even be considered Lin Bai himself, except that the corresponding original sin makes their personality lean more towards that sin. On a deeper level, desires and the like remain unknown, but from the current performance it certainly appears that way. Seeing that she couldn't get any results, Shen Liuyu could only let Greed leave. On the other side, Lin Bai had also returned home. As soon as he got back, he heard the sizzling sound of oil frying from the kitchen. "Mom," he called out as he placed his backpack in the room. Chen Xiaoying poked her head out from the kitchen, still holding a She wore the dark blue work uniform from the supermarket, with her hair tied back with a black rubber band, and a few stray strands stuck to her forehead. The smell of oil and smoke lingered on her face, and there were deep lines at the corners of her eyes like many ordinary women. "You still know how to come back." Chen Xiaoying smiled as she spoke. Wash your hands, at dinner will be ready soon. Today the supermarket has a special on hairtail fish, gets the real deal. I brought back a whole one. Lin Bai walked into the kitchen. At this moment Chen Xiaoying had her back to him, placing the pieces of hairtail fish. Mom. While I was out these past few days no one came to look for you, right? Chen Xiaoying said without turning her head. Someone from Yunji Academy came by once. A guy named Shen drove a car that blocked half the alley downstairs. Aunt Wang next door leaned against the window for a long time and asked if you got into some trouble. What did he say? He just said you went out for training and told me not to worry. Chen Xiaoying put the lid on the pot. He also left a phone number saying to call him directly if anything comes up. I asked him what you were training for, and he said it was professional training and abilities which I don't really understand. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai finally felt relieved. Chen Xiaoying had worked hard all her life, and Lin Bai's father was also an ability user, just an ordinary one who had died early during a world exploration. Chen Xiaoying took most of her life to accept this fact and lived a normal life of her own. At this time Lin Bai was still quite afraid of those people coming to disturb her. It's just practicing how to use my abilities. I've been training at the academy these days, and it's not dangerous. Chen Xiaoying responded with an, oh, and turned to check on the pot. Then you should take a shower, you smell of sweat. Put your dirty clothes in the basin, I'll wash them later. No need to wash, Mom. Our family has money now, the living allowance from the academy is quite a lot, several million. We'll buy a washing machine then. Chen Xiaoying was silent for a moment before speaking. This money can't be spent recklessly, you need to save it for buying a house in the future. She rambled on. Now the housing prices in Haiqing have risen to over 10,000 per square meter around Seoul. When your dad bought this place it was only over 4,000. Chen Xiaoying did not witness the events of that awakening day. Online it is said that while ability users are powerful they are also in great danger and need to fight in various worlds. As a mother she wished for her child's safety and hoped he would succeed. That day she was working at the supermarket when Aunt Wang called her saying that Lin Bai had caused quite a stir at school, changing the color of the sky, and it was all over the internet. But now Lin Bai had awakened, and he seemed quite powerful. Her feelings during this period were quite complex. In other places she wasn't sure, but at the supermarket diligent and quick employees tended to be assigned more work. Lin Bai sensed her turmoil. Mom, it's all right. I'm quite powerful now and my ability is very special. I have 7 lives. Chen Xiaoying took a deep breath and waved her hand to stop him from continuing smiling as she said, all right, Mom has already come to terms with it. Your dad left early but back, then he was also passionate, wanting to become a powerful ability user. Mom won't stop you, but no matter the situation you must survive. Lin Bai nodded seriously. Don't worry, Mom, even if the world ends, I'll survive. Chen Xiaoying smiled a smile that creased the corners of her eyes. All right, let's eat first. Lin Bai helped her serve the dishes, washed a bowl for himself, and then sat down after preparing the rice. Xiao Bai, I need to tell you something. Moi. Lin Bai looked up in confusion. Your Aunt Li, the one from the fresh produce section in our supermarket, her daughter, you know, right? She's a year younger than you and studies nursing at Haiqing Health School. This girl is quite pretty as she comes to work part-time during the holidays. I've seen her as she's about shoulder height to you. Lin Bai's hand, which was picking up food, paused. Mom, I'm only 17. What's wrong with 17? You can date first. It's not like I'm asking you to get married immediately. Aunt Li said that girl is also single and mentioned that she quite likes honest and simple boys. Look at you now with that awakened ability, you'll definitely be busy in the future. While you're still in Haiqing you should sort out your personal issues first. Lin Bai put down his chopsticks, his pupils shaking. Is the marriage urge really pursuing me? Mom, I'm going to school now to Yunji Academy, not in Haiqing. But that can still work, with video calls and everything. It's not like you can't see each other. Chen Xiaoying took a bite of rice. Your dad was only 19 when he settled down with me, and he had just awakened not long before that. I'm not pushing you to get married, I just think you should have someone by your side. She rambled on. You ability users are constantly exploring the world and fighting, so what if something happens to you out there? There won't even be anyone to fetch you a glass of water. Lin Bai understood that Chen Xiaoying was saying this because she was afraid he would end up like his father, disappearing without a trace. When his father left he was only 3 years old, just as his memory was beginning to be sealed. After that Chen Xiaoying was alone, standing at the cash register in the supermarket all day, coming home to cook for him. No one knew how she managed to get through that time, but Lin Bai knew she was truly remarkable. Mom, Lin Bai spoke softly, I won't get into trouble. Chen Xiaoying responded with it home, and placed a piece of fish in his bowl. Eat while it's hot, it'll taste fishy when it cools down. The two were silent for a while, and then Chen Xiaoying suddenly asked, does Yunji Academy arrange partners? Lin Bai choked slightly, coughing twice. Chen Xiaoying watched him cough, her lips twitching, as she stood up to pour him a glass of water. Xiao Bai, I was just looking at my phone. The standards for girls these days are pretty high. If you meet someone suitable, Our family situation isn't great. Even though you have the support of the academy, now it's not our family, and there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Girls your age still yearn for love. As she said this, Chen Xiuying's gaze seemed to drift far away. You have this talent, I've seen it. Lin Bai didn't dare to reply, and could only bury his head in his meal. Once you graduate later, it will be hard to find someone. Those girls online are always looking for a grade or scrade boyfriends. I heard that those abilities are quite something. Hearing this, Lin Bai looked at her with a strange expression. Mom, don't you know about my abilities? Chen Xiuying's face changed slightly at this. I'm not talking about you, Xiao Bai, don't feel discouraged. Let those people online say whatever they want. Hearing this, Lin Bai became curious. Mom, what did you see? Upon hearing this, the panic on Chen Xiuying's face became even more apparent. Lin Bai noticed something was off, and while Chen Xiuying wasn't paying attention, snatched her phone away. Familiar with the interface, he opened a certain app. SS-level abilities are not all very strong. Some abilities are actually quite weak, especially the 5th type. You must watch till the end. The Seven Sins body is the most resource-consuming ability. The practical effect does not match the SSS level. Lin Bai's expression darkened upon seeing the first post. When he clicked on the avatar and looked at the videos and followers on the account, he understood completely. Isn't this just a marketing account? Ordinary women like Chen Xiuying are exactly the targets of these marketing accounts. Especially someone like Chen Xiuying, who became a widow at a young age and raised Lin Bai all on her own, making her even more appealing to these accounts. Moreover, Lin Bai knew why these marketing accounts did this. It's all about the hype. In the current awakening of Ling Feng, the emergence of an SS-level superpower is a huge draw, especially when someone awakens an SS-level power only to find it useless. Everyone has jealousy. How can they not feel pleased to see a genius fall? But not everyone is foolish. Lin Bai took out his phone and searched, and sure enough, the results were completely different. How can anyone say the 7 deadly sins body is useless? In this day and age, how can there still be so many idiots? Can a useless ability be listed as SS level? Not enough resources. Let's take a look at the 7 deadly sins power holders applying to Yunji Academy. Lin Bai's choice of Yunji was indeed the best choice. Upon checking, he found that his application to Yunji had already spread, seemingly an initiative from Yunji's official channels. This is normal, though every year the major academies compete to see who recruits more geniuses, which has become a traditional skill. Lin Bai decisively chose a very fair evaluation video to show Chen Xiuying. Mom, look, your son is a genius among geniuses. I've told you to stop watching marketing accounts. Chen Xiuying watched with half belief and said, what he said seems right, but also seems wrong. Why does Yunji Academy give you so many resources? Lin Bai's expression darkened. Yunji is wealthy and influential. Seeing Chen Xiuying's confused look, Lin Bai knew she hadn't grasped it, and he sighed helplessly. Marketing accounts are the best at grabbing attention. They post what the audience wants to see. Chen Xiuying, who had been deeply affected by them for years, found it difficult to change her views. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Mom, rest assured, my superpower is definitely one of the best in this era. Your son is no worse than anyone else. Chen Xiuying took a bite of fish and then said with a hint of melancholy, you still don't have a girlfriend. Lin Bai's smile instantly froze, and he took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Mom, it's not calculated that way. My SS level 7 deadly sins body is a special type, and the 7 avatars are all different plus each one. Sai, I wonder if I will see the day you get married. Lin Bai fell silent, feeling utterly unable to choose. His mother had him at 26, and now she was only in her 40s. Moreover, this was the era of spiritual revival, and ordinary people's lifespans were generally around 100. This is just the beginning. Thinking of this, Lin Bai decided to remain silent, fearing it would become her obsession. At this moment, the sky outside darkened. Lin Bai finished a bowl of rice and went for another. After finishing his meal, Lin Bai snatched the task of cleaning the bowls from her. Once done, he took out the black card given by Yunji. Mom, you can take money from that account whenever you want. I don't want it. Chen Xiuying sat on the sofa scrolling through her phone. You take care of your own money, but I only have one request. What? Don't be corrupted. I've seen many people who change when they have money. Old Joe from the grain and oil section of the supermarket used to be an honest man, but after getting money from the demolition, he has changed wives twice. Lin Bai poked his head out from the kitchen. Old Joe. Just him. I'm telling you, don't learn from him. Got it. And? Chen Xiuying looked at him earnestly. Next time you come back, let me know in advance, so I can buy groceries. During these days you weren't home, I've been eating instant noodles, and I didn't even touch the little meat in the fridge. I'll cook for you when you return. Mom, the past life is already in the past, you need to change. But Chen Xiuying started her complaints again. It's different. You are now, but what about in the future? We need to prepare for what's to come. By the way, do you want to see a picture of Aunt Lee's daughter? I have one on my phone. Mom, I'm still young, oh, I'm not at that age yet. Okay, no looking. The subsequent time, Lin Bai focused on his normal cultivation until the school year was about to start. On the other side, Jimmy was being followed by Shan Liuyu, but she didn't relay any specific information to Lin Bai. During this month, Lin Bai also confirmed the pattern of the system's tasks. That his tasks will only activate when he takes action or approaches certain conditions. During this time, he had been refining at home. He was completely unable to trigger tasks, ultimately completing only the hero extraction task. This hero extraction task, however, posed a dilemma for Lin Bai. Currently, it appeared that the extraction could handle a maximum of 7 avatars. But the hero pool had over 100 heroes, which raised a question: what if he couldn't draw suitable ones after exhausting the 7? Thus, Lin Bai conceived a new idea, although it still required testing. But before that, Lin Bai had already broken through to the awakening stage a week after finishing the training, and the system task was completed only activating the hero extraction today. System extract hero template. Finding a lucky spot, Lin Bai took a deep breath and initiated the second extraction. The images of over 100 heroes began to swirl before him. Lin Bai held his breath. Among heroes, those who could stack layers were undoubtedly the most powerful. Even if they weren't, those with control or growth potential would suffice. Soon the flashing images converged into one and finally stopped on a specific hero. On the day of the broken sword's rebirth, the night returns. A cool and steady female voice echoed in Lin Bai's mind. He was taken aback for a moment, his expression becoming complex. Riven, this hero is renowned for her agile and flamboyant combat style. In the entire top lane ecosystem, a full-level combo is something no one would dare to counter. However, this hero has little growth potential, making her a frontline hero in the real world. But that's fine. Lin Bai quickly realized that Riven was a hero worth keeping, making her suitable for the early and mid-game transition. Now the question is, who should the template be assigned to? Arrogant Rage already had ideas. Pondering for a moment, Lin Bai decided to assign Riven's template to Jealousy. Currently, Lin Bai had used what Yunji provided to elevate all his avatars to the awakening stage, allowing Jealousy to learn 2 skills right from the start. That is the Angle Dragon combination. With the Slap and the Shrink engine, as long as one does not die, the attack power can keep stacking. Coincidentally, the cooldown and movement speed provided by the Shrink engine are exactly what Riven loves, plus the Infinite Hunger equipment. At that time, the higher the attack, the higher the cooldown. However, at present in the equipment shop, Lin Bai has not seen any signs of opening, so he can only wait. After finishing up the hero draw, Lin Bai packed his things and prepared to head to Yunji Academy. Chun Xiuying specially took a day off to accompany him to the station. While Lin Bai was packing, Chun Xiuying also came to the living room holding a box. When Lin Bai came out and saw the somewhat vintage box, he was taken aback. At this moment, Chun Xiuying opened it, revealing a bracelet inside. It was entirely silver white, engraved with delicate patterns resembling a coiling lotus. This bracelet had obvious fine lines with clear signs of handmade craftsmanship. Some areas were polished smooth, while others still bore the edges of the carving knife. Lin Bai glanced at it, puzzled, and asked, "What is this?" Chun Xiuying placed the bracelet on the table and pushed it. "It was left by your grandmother." A hint of nostalgia flashed across Chun Xiuying's face as she lightly touched the bracelet. "Your grandmother brought it from her hometown, saying it was made by an old silversmith, and it's the only one. Before she passed, she gave it to me, saying to keep it for when you have a daughter-in-law to pass it on to." Lin Bai looked at the bracelet, his expression helpless. "Mom, I'm only 17. I know." Chun Xiuying pushed the bracelet a little closer to him. "It's not for you to give to anyone right now, just keep it with you. In the future, when you find a girl you like and feel she is the one, you can give it to her." Her voice lowered slightly as she continued, "When your grandmother gave it to your dad, she said this bracelet isn't worth much, just a token of thought. But it has been passed down for several generations, so don't let it break." Lin Bai reached out to take the bracelet. It felt quite cool to the touch, and he squinted to read the small characters engraved on the inner side, which looked like safe. "Your grandmother said it would bless the wearer with safety. When your dad left, this bracelet was with me, and I didn't give it to him. Later I thought if I had let him wear it back then, would it have made a difference?" She didn't finish her sentence, waving her hand dismissively. "All right, enough of this. Keep it safe, don't lose it. Although silver isn't worth much, and even thieves overlook it, if you lose it, it's gone." Lin Bai clenched the bracelet tightly in his palm, nodded earnestly, and then carefully placed it into the zippered pocket inside his backpack. "I've got it safe." Chun Xiuying nodded. "Then let's go. If we don't leave now, we might miss the bus." It had started to drizzle downstairs, and neither of them had an umbrella. Exiting the neighborhood gate was the bus stop, and the two stood under the sign. The steamer from the breakfast stall nearby was emitting white steam, and the man selling buns was stacking a new tray of buns, calling out upon seeing Chun Xiuying. "Sister Chun, sending your child off so early?" "Yes, sending him to school." "Where did he get accepted?" The man paused his action, skillfully wrapping 2 buns. "To the north." "What was it called?" "Yunji Academy." "Yunji." Lin Bai chimed in with a smile. "Right, Yunji. This is quite a big deal. Yunji is a top-tier academy. Xiao Bai is going to be successful. Just an ordinary student." Lin Bai smiled. Seeing this, the man did not ask further, handing over the buns. "Take it, have it on the way, it's free." Chun Xiuying pushed back a bit, but the man insisted. She accepted it, thanked him, and turned to hand it to Lin Bai. Take it. Soon the bus turned around the corner and Lin Bai picked up his bag glancing at Chen Xiuying. Mom, I'm leaving. Chen Xiuying stood on the platform. Call me when you arrive. Okay. Lin Bai nodded, slightly boarded the bus, and found a seat by the window. The bus started. He turned to look out the window. Chen Xiuying was still standing on the platform, raindrops falling on her hair, leaving dark patches on her shoulder. She stood there waving at Lin Bai. Lin Bai waved back. Lin Bai took the bullet train to Yunji Academy, having pre-booked a window seat. After boarding, Lin Bai prepared to take out his phone to inform Chen Xiuying, but unexpectedly, she had already sent a message. Don't forget the bracelet. When you find the right one, give it to her. Don't hesitate. Lin Bai helplessly replied with 2 words, got it. His finger lingered over the send button for a moment before adding a few more. Don't worry. After sending the message, Lin Bai shook his head and chuckled, then took out the bracelet from his bag and examined it closely. It was indeed a very ordinary silver bracelet with nothing ancient or precious about it. Lin Bai had seen the family tree. There had not been any powerful practitioners among his ancestors. While he was looking at the bracelet, another figure appeared next to him. That bracelet looks pretty nice. A voice came from the side. Lin Bai turned his head at the sound. It was a girl standing in the aisle holding a white suitcase, trying to lift it onto the luggage rack. She appeared to be about the same age as Lin Bai, with a low ponytail, wearing a light gray hoodie, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and her wrists devoid of any accessories. Her face was small, her eyes bright, and she was wearing round-framed glasses on her nose, giving her a charming appearance, which made Lin Bai's heart skip a beat. She tilted her head, looking at the bracelet in Lin Bai's hand, her expression natural, as if she were greeting an acquaintance. Excuse me, she said, pointing to the seat next to Lin Bai. Could you help me with my suitcase? I can't quite reach. Lin Bai placed the bracelet on the small table, stood up, and lifted her suitcase onto the luggage rack with one hand. The girl sat down, and her gaze fell back onto the silver bracelet. Handcrafted patterns like this are rare now. My grandmother has a similar one made of jade, but it broke later. By the way, she added, my name is Lin Jiangyin. You're also going to Yunji Academy, right? Lin Bai glanced at her. Lin Jiangyin took out a train ticket from her hoodie pocket and waved it in front of him. The destination printed on the ticket was Magic Capital. At this time, heading in this direction. At this age, those going to Zhongzhou are basically going to Yunji. That's true. Lin Bai nodded slightly. This train was indeed heading towards Yunji. Lin Jiangyin smiled, her eyes curving as she said, my dad says I can't sit still. Ooh, I have to see everything. She looked at the bracelet in Lin Bai's hand, her tone becoming casual. So that bracelet, is it a family heirloom? Yes. Lin Bai turned the bracelet over to show her the engraved words on the inner side. It's my grandmother's. She passed it down to my mom, and my mom asked me to keep it. Are you asking me to give this to your future girlfriend? Lin Jiangyin asked directly. Lin Bai was taken aback. How did you know again? Just a guess. Lin Bai didn't respond, putting the bracelet back into his backpack. Seeing this, Lin Jiangyin didn't ask further, and the two fell into silence. Soon the train started moving, and as it passed through a tunnel, their reflections appeared on the window. Lin Bai glanced at the reflection in the window, and Lin Jiangyin was also looking. Their gazes met on the glass. For a moment, Lin Jiangyin smiled and looked away. What's your ability? Lin Bai thought for a moment and casually said, it's a duplication type. Oh. Lin Jiangyin nodded, not probing for specifics. I'm an S-level sensory type called Tian Ting. Tian Ting. Yes, it's auditory in nature. I can hear sounds from far away and also distinguish very subtle sounds. That's quite impressive. Being S-level means you must have been specially recruited, right? You seem to know quite a bit. The recruitment officers have been to my home. At this, Lin Jiangyin became interested. The ones who came to my house were Yunji Qingnong and Zhu Qiao. 6 of them. Lin Jiangyin exclaimed, you're that S-level Lin Bai, aren't you? This time Lin Bai was stunned. I shouldn't be that famous, right? How is that possible? You're the only S-level in Haiqing. And you're a special type. There's a lot of discussion about your ability online. From what I've seen, most of the S-levels this year are from the enhancement or elemental types. Your special type is quite rare. Moreover, the Seven Sins body is a rare existence among special types, and people are all talking about it online. When it came to abilities, Lin Jiangyin became a different person, speaking excitedly. Have you seen the Academy forum? There are several new S-level students creating a buzz. Creating a buzz? What kind of buzz? Lin Bai asked in confusion. Are they just bored? Oh, the Academy is like a small society. Resources must be fought for, especially with rich organizations like Yunji. Many students' resources can make outside factions envious. Lin Jiangyin urged, eventually there will be a ranking competition for admission, which will also determine the distribution of resources later. But it still depends on strength. Ooh, what's the use of creating a buzz? Lin Bai still didn't understand. If they created a buzz now and lost later, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Lin Jiangyin gestured with her hands as she spoke, full of enthusiasm. That kind of competition is a staged battle, and the support from the audience can have a huge impact. Moreover, the bigger the reputation, the more attention those without much power will get from the major factions. And some people are descendants of major factions, they will start scouting potential talents at this time. After graduation, they could become their support. Lin Bai nodded, somewhat understanding. If it were a stage battle, it was reasonable for the other party to act this way, and forming a small group was indeed something those second-generation individuals would do. However, this had nothing to do with him. He was enough to stand alone. What do you plan to do? At this moment, Lin Jiangyin asked him. What to do? Lin Bai spread his hands. I can hardly manage my 7 duplicates. Why would I form a small group? Oh, that's true. Lin Jiangyin nodded, somewhat understanding, then her expression turned sour. I really envy you all who are strong in combat. My ability seems to be just supportive. Lin Bai glanced at her and asked, have you been listening all along? Not all the time, but I can't turn it off. Lin Jiangyin tapped her ear with her finger. After my Tian Ting Awaken, my ears have never been quiet. No matter how far or near, all those sounds flood into my head. For the first few days I couldn't sleep at all. Oh, I could even hear the ticking of the second hand from the clock in the neighbor's house. What happened after that? Later, someone from the academy came and taught me a method to focus my attention on a specific sound, and the others would blur automatically. That's why I always look for things to do and talk about. I see. Lin Bai nodded slightly. For example, right now I can hear that person in front watching short videos. The volume is very low. But I can hear the background music. Your phone in your pocket vibrated just now. You didn't notice, but I heard it. Lin Bai subconsciously checked his pocket and took out his phone. The screen indeed displayed a notification, a reminder message from Yunji Academy about enrollment. How far can your ability reach? Currently, I can hear specific contents clearly within about 500 meters. Beyond that, I can only hear whether there's sound, but can't distinguish what it is. The academy staff said this distance would gradually increase with training, but honestly I'm not sure what this ability is useful for. You think it's useless? In a fight it's useless. Lin Jiangyin rolled up her sleeves and gestured. I tried it on the day I awakened. I used all my strength to listen to a bottle. I could shatter the bottle, but that little power is not enough to deal with a wild beast. Moreover, my physical fitness is average. When it comes to fighting, I would just get defeated in seconds. She smiled after saying that, though still cheerful. Lin Bai could see a hint of self-deprecation in that smile. S-level sounds impressive, but in reality it's just a high-precision eavesdropping device. My parents were quite happy saying their daughter could go be a scout in the future, but I thought to myself, scouts must run fast too. I'd be panting after running 800 meters. Lin Bai looked at her, frowning in thought. Lin Jiangyin felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and pushed her glasses up. What's wrong? You just said that you could shatter a bottle with all your strength. Yes, but the power is really small and the distance is very close, but it's better to just smash the bottle. Isn't that just a waste? Lin Bai was silent for a few seconds, then said, do you know what the essence of sound is? Lin Jiangyin was taken aback. Sound waves? Sound waves are mechanical waves that propagate through a medium. The higher the frequency, the greater the energy. Infrasound can penetrate buildings while ultrasound can cut through metal. Lin Bai looked at her seriously. Your ability is called Tian Ting, not merely enhanced hearing. If it's just about hearing far and clear, that would be enhanced hearing. But as everyone knows, there's nothing simple about abilities at this level. You just said you could shatter a bottle with sound, which indicates that your ability is not about hearing, but rather the manipulation of sound waves. Lin Jianjian's expression changed. Her smile faded as she listened intently. The reason you can hear sounds from far away is that you can receive weak sound waves. As for distinguishing subtle differences, it's because your perceptual accuracy is extremely high, and the fact that you can shatter a bottle with sound means you can actually emit sufficiently strong sound waves. Receiving and emitting are two sides of the same coin. With that, Lin Bai picked up his water cup from the table, unscrewed the lid, and flicked the cup's wall with his finger, producing a soft sound. You heard that sound? If I amplify this frequency 10,000 times, the cup will shatter. If I adjust the frequency to a specific value, the glass of the entire train carriage will resonate and shatter simultaneously. He set the water cup down and said, seriously, you just need to find the right frequency. Lin Jiangyin stared at the cup for a few seconds before raising her head to look at Lin Bai. Do you study physics? No. Then how do you know all this? Isn't this basic? Lin Bai tilted his head. Lin Jiangyin fell into deep thought, her fingers lightly tapping on the table. After a while she spoke. People at the academy have told me similar things, but they weren't as specific as you. They said I should tap into my potential abilities, which sounds right, but I just don't know where to start. She looked at Lin Bai, her eyes showing a different expression than before. So where do you think I should start? Lin Bai leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment. Don't think about fighting yet. First, categorize the sounds you hear. What frequency corresponds to what sound? Build your own database. For instance, is the sound of tempered glass breaking high frequency or low frequency? What about the range of a human heartbeat? Once you memorize these, you'll know what frequency to use against which target. After pondering for a moment, Lin Bai recalled arrogance. Moreover, you have an advantage. You can hear your opponent's weaknesses. Everyone has a weak spot in their body, and you don't need to seek it out. You can hear it with your ears. Once you identify it, just aim at that spot and make a sound. That's enough. Lin Jiangyin was silent for a long time after hearing this. When she looked at Lin Bai again, her gaze subtly bore the feeling of observing a monster. Just these insights from Lin Bai made her feel that his strength was probably on a different level than other SS class. In thought, she took out a piece of chocolate and said, "I'll give you half." Lin Bai glanced at the chocolate and replied, "Thank you. I should be thanking you." Lin Jiangyin stuffed the chocolate into her mouth and mumbled, "Before I came to Yunji, my mom told me not to feel too proud when I got to school. There are many SSS classes. I thought to myself, I don't feel proud at all. Oh, I actually feel quite useless. But now that I've heard you, I feel like I'm not that useless after all." She swallowed the chocolate and looked seriously at Lin Bai. "Your way of thinking is quite different from others. Usually after I finish explaining my abilities, people either say, 'Wow, that's impressive,' or they say I'm indeed useless. You are the first person to listen and then tell me how to use it, where to apply it." The more she spoke, the brighter Lin Jianjian's eyes became. This different perspective on problem solving is precisely what makes you stand apart from others. Maybe I have too many avatars. Lin Bai didn't feel much. Along the way, the two chatted a lot and exchanged contact information. Lin Bai found Lin Jiangyin quite easy to get along with. Her looks could definitely be described as school beauty level, yet she didn't give off that aloof and cold feeling. Moreover, from previous details, it was clear that she was quite open-minded. The situation with Tian Ting and the Seven Sins was actually quite similar. Both were lesser known, but not weak abilities. As SS class abilities also faced some rumors, Lin Jiangyin naturally encountered them as well. She was very talkative, and they chatted all the way. Through Lin Jianjian's sharing, Lin Bai downloaded the Yunji app. Many of the details from their conversation had been seen on the official website. Inside there were several major sections, the most noteworthy being the Academy Forum. At this moment, a few threads were trending and had been pinned. The first was the selection of the top 10 school beauties among new students. This thread was even hotter than the top 10 experts among new students, showing that regardless of the time, beautiful women were always the primary focus. Lin Bai, of course, had no interest in this and clicked directly on the second thread. Unfortunately, he accidentally clicked on the school beauty thread. To his surprise, it was all blank. All 10 positions were waiting to be filled. The new students haven't completed their registration yet, so there's no way to determine this now. Lin Jiangyin, who was beside him, chuckled upon seeing this. "Oh," Lin Bai, somewhat disappointed, returned, and then clicked on the second hottest post. At this point, Lin Jiangyin leaned over. This one evaluates the top 10 experts among new students. Many powerful abilities are likely to emerge from various forces, which is related to bloodlines. Currently, those who are ranked here are mostly the younger generation from family enterprises. Lin Bai scanned through. Ji Xuanyuan SS class ability, Emperor's Sword Soul. Bai Wuyo SS class ability, Six Realms Reincarnation. Li Qingga SS class ability, Soul Recitative. Jiang Yutian SS class ability, Solar Flame. Jiang Yin SS class ability. Lin Bai examined closely how all of the abilities listed were SS class. Is this the value of the Lingfeng Awakening? Lin Jiangyin beside him spoke with confusion. "Surprisingly, you're not on this list. Logically speaking, special abilities should be enough to make the cut." Hearing this, Lin Bai took a look. Aside from the top 3, the rest were elemental abilities. "Maybe they don't have my Lin Bai casually mentioned, but Lin Jiangyin appeared to be deep in thought. "I looked at it, and this ranking is filled with the younger generation of those families. It's probably to create momentum." "Create momentum?" "Yes." Lin Jiangyin nodded earnestly. "The younger generation of these families will eventually become their leading figures, so they naturally can't lack helpers." Hearing this, Lin Bai understood. When is the best time to find helpers for the future? Of course it is at this moment when everyone has just awakened. Besides, this is the year of Lingfeng Awakening, with geniuses emerging one after another. These people will naturally try to gather those wild talents. However, for those awakening high-level abilities who doesn't carry a bit of pride, wanting to forge their own path, directly approaching them at this time usually yields average results. But sending out peers approaching them as classmates, or even as comrades in arms, is definitely a different concept. This move was truly brilliant. And from the moment enrollment began, Lin Bai could already sense the undercurrent. This selection was clearly designed to let these second-generation talents shine, attracting even more gifted individuals through the same competition. Are all the SS-level ability users on this list? After reviewing the list, Lin Bai asked. Aside from the top 10 selected, the rankings continued until the 15th spot, where S-level abilities began. Lin Bai happened to be ranked 15th. Yes, 15 SS-level abilities. The spiritual peak awakening this year is truly extraordinary. As Lin Jiangyin said this, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Bai. In her view, Lin Bai was destined to have a place on the world stage. Not to mention his unique insights into abilities, his combat prowess alone seemed to operate on a different level from others. But Lin Bai didn't dwell on such thoughts. He chose Yunji solely for its abundant resources. Recruiting talents or forging friendships with like-minded individuals were not his concerns. Managing the relationships with his 7 avatars was already overwhelming. For now, Lin Bai only wished to draw stacking-type hex deck and heroes as soon as possible, so he could simply dispatch his avatars. But speaking of which, the Academy tacitly approves of this kind of competition. Lin Bai pricked up his ears. The Academy actually encourages competition among students. Progress comes from rivalry. When the Inter-Academy League begins, it's a national stage. Who wouldn't want to strive for the top? Lin Jiangyin seemed to know these academies well. Compared to others, Yunji has a weaker foundation. Other academies call it a nouveau riche. As far as I know, the Academy has been eager to shed that label in recent years and is willing to invest heavily. This year's spiritual peak Awakening the higher-ups even made a military pledge to get rid of that reputation. Lin Bai's heart stirred as if an idea had struck him. So, Lin Jiangyin looked at him with a knowing smile. Compete? Why compete? Who would compete without resources? I understand. Lin Bai nodded seriously. They took a high-speed train now enhanced by spiritual energy, which cut the travel time to just over 2 hours. The train station was crowded with people, many of whom were parents accompanying their children. The Academy had set up a reception point in the square, a temporary setup in an open area. Over a dozen banners fluttered in the wind, embroidered with ancient patterns and golden characters reading, Yunji Academy. Beneath them, dozens of students in uniform were busy. The male students helped newcomers with their luggage, while the female students formed a stunning sight. They wore Yunji Academy's summer uniform skirts, moon-white fabric adorned with silver cloud patterns cinched at the waist with sky-blue sashes that accentuated their slender figures. The skirts reached just above the knee, revealing shapely calves paired with matching mid-heel leather shoes. Most importantly, these welcoming girls were all strikingly beautiful with top-tier looks. Passers-by couldn't help but slow their pace. It wasn't that they had never seen beautiful women, but a spectacle like this they truly had never witnessed before. My God, which academy is this welcoming? A middle-aged man dragging a suitcase stared almost transfixed at the reception area, only to be pinched expressionlessly by his wife beside him. Yunji Academy. The man winced, but couldn't help glancing back. It's Yunji Academy. As one of the 6 major academies, those admitted were all top talents from across the provinces. Ahead, several girls stood in a fan formation. The one in the center was tall, with hair cascading like a waterfall and delicate features, as if from a painting, yet her expression carried a hint of distant aloofness. She stood quietly holding a sign that read, Yunji Academy, New Student Reception, and had already captured most of the gazes. Her name was Su Qinyue, a sophomore at Yunji Academy. It was said she ranked 5th overall in her entrance year and was now recognized as one of the Academy's campus belles. While ordinary people were captivated by her beauty, the newly awakened students who stepped out of the station immediately felt a sense of pressure. The oppressive aura of a high-level ability user. This senior was no mere ornament. Senior is so beautiful, a freshman murmured, only to be yanked hard by a companion. Don't just stare. Feel her spiritual energy fluctuation. She's at least at the manifestation stage peak. The manifestation stage. For most high schoolers who had just awakened, it was a distant realm. To Su Qianyu's left, a short-haired girl was enthusiastically greeting newcomers. Though less refined than Su Qinyue, her features were lively. With curved brows, a round face, and 2 small fangs that appeared when she smiled, she was incredibly endearing. Classmate, are you a new student at Yunji? Come sign in here, get your badge and dorm key, and a senior will help with your luggage. Her voice was crisp and bright, carrying a natural warmth that drew people in. This girl was named Tang Guo, a sophomore in the support department. The other girls were equally stunning in their own way. This sight alone nearly caused a traffic jam in the square. Lin Bai and Lin Jiangyin had just arrived when they quickly parted ways. When Lin Bai took out his phone, a message from Lin Jiangyin had already arrived. So many people. Go report first, we'll meet up later. Okay, Lin Bai replied, then headed to the reception point with his luggage. Several academies had set up here, and with Yunji's impressive lineup, besides new students, many people were simply gathered to admire the beauties. It took Lin Bai a while to push through the crowd to Yunji Academy's reception point. He was greeted by a girl named, though her face wasn't on par with Su Qianyu's campus belle level, it was close, and her smile was gentle. Classmate, what's your name? Let me give you your badge and key first. Lin Bai. The moment the name was spoken, the other senior girls receiving newcomers instinctively turned their Lin Bai. Is he that Lin Bai? As the reception team, they naturally knew which students might arrive. On the Academy's online list, the younger generation from prominent families would surely come on their own. Glancing down the rankings and cross-referencing the information, they could roughly tell which students from other provinces were coming independently. And among them, Lin Bai, from an ordinary background, topped the list. An SS-level ability. Though they ranked him 15th, context was everything. All eyes were drawn over. Beside her, Su Qianyu's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Bai. To be honest, this welcoming should not have been her responsibility. However, she had received news from the admissions office about an SS-level ability user and some special SSS and S-level individuals, which prompted her to come. Last year she had failed in the competition at the start of school. This time, she had to seize the opportunity. While pondering, Su Qinyu brushed her hair back and revealed a small smile classmate. However, her movement froze in midair, for Lin Bai was intently listening to Ji Fu in front of him, seemingly unaware of her presence. A brief look of surprise flashed across his face, and by the time he came to his senses, Lin Bai had already picked up his suitcase and was walking towards the car. Ji Fu was quick-witted and gave a senior student beside her a glance, signaling her to take over her position, then hurriedly stepped forward. Classmate, the senior will help you with your suitcase. The senior is at the manifestation level very strong. Her clear voice instantly petrified those around them. Was there really a need for such obvious preferential treatment? Everyone silently screamed in their hearts as a man in front of Lin Bai, who was carrying his own suitcase, clearly heard the sound of his heart breaking. Although the senior's smile had been gentle, there was always a sense of keeping others at a distance. Now when facing Lin Bai, she seemed eager to cling to him. Lin Bai was also astonished, instinctively gripping his suitcase tighter. No senior, no need. I'm at the awakening stage. Carrying one suitcase is nothing. Lin Bai, let go of that suitcase. This is a chance to get further ahead. In his mind, the 7 deadly sins that Lin Bai had unconsciously blocked out suddenly made their presence known with overwhelming clarity. Lin Bai's expression darkened. What was this guy doing intruding on his moment? Let me out. I've even thought of a name for my child. At this moment, Lin Bai absolutely could not let that happen. Oh, all his avatars were wearing his own disguise. However, upon hearing that Lin Bai was at the awakening stage, Ji Fu's eyes brightened even more, and those around them were drawn to him. Lin Bai, over here. Next to him, a tall boy was helping her carry a suitcase. The boy, upon hearing Lin Jiangyin call out, initially looked somewhat impatient, but upon hearing Lin Bai's name, his expression brightened. He then made eye contact with Su Qinyu from afar, and they both nodded in a tacit understanding. Seeing this, Ji Fu smiled and said, "So you know each other. Then let Qing Xian take you to the academy." The two quickly joined up, and the boy next to Lin Jiangyin, Meng Qingshuan, said, with a smile, "Hello, Junior. I'm Meng Qingshuan, a sophomore." "Oh, I'm Lin Bai." Lin Bai nodded and made eye contact with Lin Jiangyin, who was making various expressions, and he roughly understood the meaning. Clearly, the competition for Lin Bai had already begun. Upon arriving in Magic City, it was indeed fierce. Meng Qingshuan directly drove the two of them. Along the way, it was just as Lin Bai had imagined. He was there to recruit people. Although he didn't say it outright, he spent the journey indirectly introducing his family. Lin Bai picked up on some clues. Meng Qingshuan's family, the Meng family, was a vassal family of the Su family, which was one of the major families in Magic City, holding many high-level world resources. Meng Qingshuan briefly skimmed over the academy matters, focusing instead on those world resources, and after introducing the world, he would subtly mention his own family. Throughout the journey, Lin Bai had little reaction, but Lin Jiangyin seemed somewhat interested, and then exchanged contact information with Meng Qingshuan. At this point, Lin Bai also had no reason to refuse, and shared his contact, which made Meng Qingshuan very satisfied, and he drove them to the dormitory entrance. Magic City Academy is located in the eastern suburbs and covers a vast area. Above a level, ability users are in the villa area. This is a privilege in the academy's first lesson. Meng Qingshuan said with a smile, "Privileges are always open to the strong. This is also the academy's principle. In the future, including academy resources, everything will be divided based on strength." The two nodded earnestly. Meng Qingshuan had achieved his goal and left after a brief chat. Lin Jiangyin glanced at the dormitory number. "I'm over here. You seem to be over there. Whom are you really considering those families?" Lin Bai asked. Hee. Lin Jiangyin revealed a sly smile. "For us commoners, besides entering the army, the best choice is joining a family, but the army is dangerous as it battles the world. Of course, I won't choose casually. This is called waiting for the right price. In that case, I wish you success." Hearing this, Lin Jiangyin was taken aback. "Aren't you planning to join a family?" "Not planning to. I still have to deal with 7 avatars." Lin Bai shrugged. A family was not his path. Seeing this, Lin Jiangyin didn't say much more. They were only acquaintances, and some questions were not hers to ask. "Then I'm off. Contact me when you have time." "Okay." After parting, Lin Bai glanced at the location of his dormitory and dragged his suitcase over. The academy stated that the dormitory was a double room, and when Lin Bai arrived, his roommate had not yet come. The dorm was spacious, over 100 square meters, decorated in a high-end style, with every detail reflecting the academy's wealth. After finding a room to settle his things, Lin Bai finally had time to look at the academy's information and upcoming events. The welcoming ceremony was the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow would be the class meetings. When Ji Fu handed him the school badge and dorm key, she also gave him the group for their class. Lin Bai lay back on the sofa and prepared to join the class group chat. At that moment, Lin Jiangyin sent a message. "You've been used as a stepping stone." Lin Bai. Before he could ask, Lin Jiangyin sent a link. SS level abilities, are they really that strong? I'm not so sure. It was quite arrogant. Lin Bai clicked to look closely and found it was a challenge post. Lin Bai opened it briefly and saw that it was a challenge letter from a new student named Zhu Hongyi. The content was somewhat juvenile, but Zhu Hongyi, whether due to a lack of sense or genuine naivety, had written his ability level directly on the challenge letter. Zhu Hongyi's ability is S-level sound system with the power to pierce through clouds. He can compress sound into a highly penetrating sound cone that can pierce through metal and stone, and can also instantly create devastating sound explosion shockwaves. Sound system attack. Lin Bai expressionlessly closed the challenge letter, and then replied to Lin Jiangyin born. Haha, Zhu Hongyi's family holds quite a significant status here. His sound abilities are among the stronger ones at the However, with the awakening of spiritual peaks, this time his family has high hopes for him to reach SSS level, so he must be eager to prove himself. Lin Bai looked at the comments below the challenge letter, which were mostly taunting. There is no shortage of people who love to stir the pot. Some of Zhu Hongyi's followers had already begun to attack Lin Bai. These individuals were extremely active, and with Lin Bai having few supporters, the comments were almost entirely one-sided. Damn it, does he think I'm a soft persimmon? Let me at him. He'll knock him out with one punch. Lin Bai rubbed his forehead, unintentionally provoking the raging sins once more. Among them, the reaction of rage was the most pronounced, with others also showing some emotion. As since they were still relatively pure, if rage were to take over, they probably wouldn't even wait for the agreed-upon date. At this moment, a message from Lin Jiangyin also brought his thoughts back. So are you going to accept it? Lin Bai pondered for a moment and replied, let's wait. Wait. Lin Jiangyin thought little of it and quickly responded, all right, I'll wait for your news. After saying that, she stopped messaging while Lin Bai pondered with his chin in hand. Based on past experiences, this should count as a certain event and should trigger a system task. However, since he saw the challenge letter, the system had remained silent. Could there be a problem somewhere? Lin Bai instinctively leaned back. Such a challenge letter was the most blatant provocation. Compared to other avatars, rage could not tolerate this the most. Lin Bai exerted some effort to suppress the restless rage, and then had a thought. He glanced at his forum account, and then changed his alias. The initial names on the forum were all students' names, but they could modify their nicknames. Lin Bai clicked to modify, and entered 4 characters. I accept the challenge. The next second, the system's voice arrived as expected. Task: defeat Zhu Hongyi. Reward: Hex draw chance 1. Just as I thought. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. His reply was quickly drowned out, as besides Lin Bai there were large numbers of Lin Bai mixed in aiding him in the fight. It was obvious that these were just here to stir things up. They were creating the illusion that Lin Bai had already accepted the challenge, forcing Lin Bai into a corner. Zhu Hongyi also noticed this, but didn't care. In his view, Lin Bai would definitely accept. After all, they were all young, who wouldn't be hot-blooded? Especially after being challenged by someone of a lower tier. If he didn't accept, how would he manage in the academy after? However, if Lin Bai thought that his SS level ability could easily crush his explosive sound ability, then his outcome would be quite tragic. SS level crossing tiers isn't impossible. Zhu Hongyi smirked. All he had to do was wait for the time to defeat Lin Bai, and everyone would see that SSS level isn't necessarily stronger than SS level. At this moment, the heat of Zhu Hongyi's post was still rising. About 2 hours after Lin Bai's reply, the heat surged once again. Lin Bai's alias was uncovered. Someone accurately pulled out Lin Bai's alias from among the many impersonators. Although he hadn't hidden it, it was still somewhat unexpected to be discovered so quickly. Lin Bai accepted. While the first battle of the new semester. Is this the opening battle? Can Lin Bai handle it? He'll definitely be knocked down. What combat power does a Seven Sins early stage have? As the post exploded within the academy at the information management office. I say, isn't this a bit unfair? Several instructors were at their respective posts, and the computers in front of them displayed the same screen. Zhu Hongyi's challenge letter. Their new students, a bit of vitality is fine, and besides, Lin Bai replied himself. You really did it. You directly uncovered Lin Bai's alias. You don't understand. Zhu Hongyi is building momentum. Although I don't understand why Lin Bai chose to be low-key from the results, the stakes of winning or losing this battle are also tied to the momentum they've created. If Lin Bai wins without the early momentum, he will lose a lot later on. We're encouraging student competition, but this competition should also have a bit of fairness. You're overthinking it. The speaker laughed and shook his head. Zhu Hongyi had been building momentum for this battle from the start. If he wins, this momentum will also become his support. But if Lin Bai wins, he might not gain as much, because to the public he would appear as if he suddenly emerged without early momentum. Since he decided to fight, he should have stepped into the public eye beforehand. Lin Jiangyin also saw Lin Bai's acceptance message and was furiously typing on her phone. Inin, do you know this Lin Bai? A voice came from beside her, belonging to a girl whose appearance was not inferior to Lin Jiangyin. However, their styles were different. This girl's style was more like that of a delicate lady, and her voice was also soft. I guess you could say that. Lin Jiangyin replied without turning her head. Qinshin, you must help me. These people are saying Zhu Hongyi is sure to win. What a joke. I think he won last 2 rounds against Lin Bai. When Shun, feeling somewhat helpless, took out her latest fruit phone with a pink case and said, Zhu Hongyi, as an S-level ability user from a prominent family, really does have a good chance of winning. The main issue is that everyone is now aware of Lin Bai's Seven Sins body, which actually leans more towards a supportive growth type in the early stages. In terms of actual combat power, Lin Jiangyin rolled her eyes. 7 Lin Bais attacking together would easily take him down. When Shun felt helpless, but didn't say anything more. Indeed, at the perception stage it was true, but once it reached the awakening stage it wouldn't hold up. She was well aware that Zhu Hongyi had already reached the awakening stage. One could only say that Zhu Hongyi indeed knew how to pick his opponents. Any random SS-level ability user on the list was not someone he could provoke. The next day, the time set by Zhu Hongyi in the challenge letter quickly arrived. The academy had a dedicated combat arena for students, and Zhu Hongyi chose venue number 9, as the earlier ones were mostly occupied. With over an hour remaining before the agreed time, the number 9 venue, comparable in size to a football field and capable of accommodating thousands, was nearly full. In addition to the freshmen, there were also quite a few sophomores and juniors present. Zhu Hongyi had arrived early, but he had yet to take the stage. As he looked around at the bustling crowd, his heart stirred with excitement. He initially thought it would be a routine challenge, but he didn't expect it to attract so many spectators. It seemed that all the hype he had built up was not in vain. He had invested an entire month's allowance into this. It was worth it. In fact, aside from his efforts, another reason for the crowd was that this was the first battle for the newcomers. One of them possessed an unassigned SS-level ability, and a considerable number of people were there to see how formidable this Seven Sins body truly was. After all, it was still an SS-level ability, and one that had rarely been seen in recent years. Among the newcomers, half of those on the list Lin Jiangyin had seen before had come. Previously responsible for welcoming at the station, Su Qianyue and several other girls were also present, seated in a good spot, while the boys nearby were visibly excited. Who do you think will win? Ji Fu quietly asked besides Su Qianyue. On paper, Zhu Hongyi should have the advantage, Su Qianyue replied without hesitation. The Zhu family's heritage was formidable, and Zhu Hongyi was not so simple. They even placed bets among themselves. Should we join in? Meng Qingxian chimed in with a smile. The they he referred to were the second-generation members of various families in the circle of Magic City. Su Qianyue remained silent, but Ji Fu was intrigued. What's the ratio? 1-5 with Lin Bai at 5. Ji Fu was somewhat surprised. Is it that high? Meng Qingxian nodded. After all, they all know Zhu Hongyi well, but not Lin Bai. True, I still have 20,000 here. Help me bet on Lin Bai. Meng Qingxian was taken aback. Are you sure? Ji Fu chuckled. Do you understand how to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? If I run out of money, Qianyue can still support me. Su Qianyue shot her a glance. What if you win? If I win, I'll treat you to tasting. Forget it. As time passed, it was almost time for Zhu Hongyi's scheduled bout, yet Lin Bai had not yet appeared. The fight venue, the size of a soccer field, had a towering dome, and the spotlight illuminated the octagonal iron cage, making the area blindingly bright. At this moment, the stands were filled with people, and as time went on, the number of spectators was still increasing, with even the aisles packed with standing students. The hype around this battle was overwhelming. Even though the time had not arrived yet, Zhu Hongyi could no longer contain his impatience and made his way to the center of the venue. With his hands in his pockets, he slightly raised his chin. Zhu Hongyi was tall and slender, with sharp facial features. The genes of a prominent family were indeed remarkable. As he gazed at the excited crowd filled with students from various grades, he noticed even many teachers had adjusted their classes to come watch. Zhu Hongyi understood that this battle had to be won beautifully. Huge holographic projection screens hung around the venue, currently broadcasting live footage of the center from 4 angles. Zhu Hongyi's handsome and flamboyant face was magnified to several meters tall, dominating everyone's view. However, as time passed, Lin Bai still had not arrived, making Zhu Hongyi somewhat impatient. He glanced at the audience, took a deep breath, and spoke up. Fellow seniors and teachers, my name is Zhu Hongyi. His voice, amplified by the sound system, resonated throughout the venue. I possess an S-level sound-based ability, explosive sound piercing cloud. He paused, scanning the crowd, and his smile deepened. To be honest, I came here today to see just how much truth there is to the legendary SS-level Seven Sins body. The moment these words were spoken, the stands erupted. Some cheered, some booed, and others frowned. Zhu Hongyi's provocation was unabashed, even arrogantly. This made many furrow their brows, while others shouted wildly. Some thought he was too arrogant, while others felt it was justified. Lin Bai. Zhu Hongyi no longer looked at the audience, his gaze directed toward the entrance on the north side of the venue, his voice rising sharply. Don't keep me waiting too long, I'm not a patient person. As he spoke, he demonstrated his ability. Zhu Hongyi's voice transformed into an invisible shockwave, rolling along the ground, and making the metallic door at the entrance tremble and hum. This show of power silenced the entire venue. Zhu Hongyi truly had something to show. Time ticked away in the ensuing silence. Standing in the center of the arena, Zhu Hongyi's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of impatience. He raised his right hand again, and this time a visible, sound-wave sphere formed in his palm. The air trembled violently in his palm. "If you don't come out soon, it'll blow up your entrance," Zhu Hongyi said. In the midst of the quiet, Zhu Hongyi, having the sharpest hearing, caught the sound of someone swallowing. While others didn't hear it, and were confused, they all saw the shadow that appeared in the light. From the passage, Lin Bai walked out slowly. "Are you in such a hurry to seek death?" Right from the start, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Zhu Hongyi's brows furrowed sharply, and after a brief silence the crowd erupted in cheers. This was the kind of direct conflict that had the most appeal. He truly came at the right time. At this moment, everyone began to scrutinize Lin Bai closely. Wearing a black hoodie, his slightly messy black hair fell across his forehead, nearly obscuring half of his face. He kept his head down, his hands tucked in the pockets of his hoodie. His features were quite handsome, and the space between his brows and eyes could even be considered attractive. Many girls found themselves unable to look away at first sight, feeling that Lin Bai grew increasingly handsome the more they looked at him. Zhu Hongyi was also observing him, but from an enemy's perspective. Even though he had issued the challenge and openly looked down on him, those were merely tactics. When truly facing an opponent, he would not underestimate anyone, let alone when the opponent was the Seven Sins body. As Lin Bai stepped onto the stage, Zhu Hongyi's expression turned serious. "You've arrived." Lin Bai's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to seriousness upon hearing this. "I've come." Then Lin Bai looked taken aback. "But that's not how the script goes. Aren't you supposed to say I shouldn't have come?" "What do you mean shouldn't have come? If you don't show up, whom am I supposed to fight?" Zhu Hongyi was somewhat perplexed, faintly sensing he might have missed something. Lin Bai shook his head. "Forget it, The moment he finished speaking, a shadow appeared on the stage, one hand raised high before coming down. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. Before coming here, he had researched this. It seemed to be a technique from a certain shadow system expert at the academy referred to as the arena judge. Its purpose is to supervise and protect the students. After all, a battle between supernatural beings can easily result in fatalities. In that moment, his entire demeanor suddenly transformed. Air rippled outward from him, creating visible waves, and the dust on the ground was blown away in circular patterns. He compressed the sound energy accumulated in his chest all at once, further tightening it, until a cluster of high-frequency blue-white light flickered deep in his throat. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, and at that moment the expressions of the surrounding spectators shifted to seriousness. "Huh!" A furious shout erupted. Accompanied by this, a barely perceptible conical wave shot out from his mouth, only the width of a fist, moving so fast it left a white shockwave trail in the air. Wherever the sound cone passed, the air emitted a piercing scream of being torn apart. The power was so great that even the concrete ground was scarred with a charred shallow trench from the residual wave. The students in the front row instinctively covered their ears. That sound cone charged straight towards Lin Bai at the other end of the arena. At the moment of impact, blinding white light and a deafening explosion erupted simultaneously, raising a gray-white mushroom-shaped dust cloud at the point of contact. The shockwave swept through, carrying debris in all directions, while screams erupted from the stands, and several students, who couldn't maintain their balance, fell back into their seats. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many began to doubt whether this was the awakening stage. Only those from prominent families remained calm. The use of supernatural abilities is not merely superficial. Zhu Hongyi clearly used his family's special skill, maximizing the explosive sound, to unleash such tremendous power at this stage. Seeing him use this move, many shook their heads and stood up. They all knew that this move from the awakening stage would be incredibly difficult to withstand. Even their SS-level abilities required targeted defenses. But what was even more shocking followed. Zhu Hongyi remained exceptionally composed, clenching his fists tightly, channeling power from his abdomen, and consecutively shouted out 3 sound cones. These formed a triangular shape, sealing off all possible escape angles for Lin Bai. At the instant each sound wave left his mouth, the ground beneath him cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. The loud explosions silenced the entire arena. Many were stunned. Dust and smoke churned like murky waves, reverberating with the aftermath of Zhu Hongyi's sound cone explosion. Everyone's vision was completely obstructed by the gray-white dust curtain. Some in the stands craned their necks, while others held their breath, all wanting to know what had happened to Lin Bai. "Are you done making a fuss?" Amidst the suffocating silence, Lin Bai's voice emerged, causing the dust curtain to suddenly collapse inwards. It was as if a force erupted from within violently, creating a massive void. A fist pierced through the center of the dust, and where the fist passed, visible energy exploded outward in a circular pattern, instantly clearing the entire dust cloud. Only then did the crowd see Lin Bai standing in place, his right arm extended, maintaining his punching stance. Instinctively, everyone's gaze shifted towards Zhu Hongyi. At this moment, Zhu Hongyi's pupils seemed to be struck by a terrifying shockwave. He wanted to dodge, but his body could not react in time. At that moment, the space around Zhu Hongyi darkened without warning. A shadow as black as ink silently rose from the ground, enveloping him like a swirling cloak. In the shadow, a pair of emotionless gray-white eyes faintly emerged. The deliberate punch directly penetrated the shadow, creating a violent shockwave. Immediately after, a voice devoid of any warmth echoed in Zhu Hongyi's ear, resonating in the consciousness of everyone present. Fatal attack has triggered Shadow Protection Challenger, Zhu Hongyi failure. The arena judge. In the next second, the entire fighting arena erupted in chaos. What the hell? What just happened? He blasted the arena judge away with a single punch. I heard that the arena judge only activates when a fatal blow that cannot be resisted is dealt. The arena judge's master body is at the domain stage right. It wouldn't make a mistake. If that punch hit me, wouldn't I be bruised all over? Those talented individuals who had already stood up were now filled with shock. Even they couldn't comprehend exactly what had just occurred with that punch. At this moment, as the dust settled, Lin Bai had no visible injuries. Zhu Hongyi lay on the shattered ground, his chest heaving violently, his gaze vacantly staring at the ceiling. He hadn't even been able to withstand a single move. If this news were to spread, what would his family think? What would his life in the academy be like from now on? Afterwards, his chaotic thoughts exploded, but in the next second his mind went completely blank. Because after Lin Bai patted his clothes, he said nothing and simply left. This scene was particularly ironic for him. It seemed that the opponent had never regarded him seriously at all. At this moment, the fighting arena was completely in uproar. Su Qianyu and the others were filled with shock, and Ji Fu couldn't help but ask, "Did you all see that clearly?" It seemed like he used something akin to a punch wave, but that was far more ferocious than a punch wave. Meng Qingxian had been watching the entire time, but was now somewhat uncertain. Su Qianyu's pupils contracted. Is this supernatural ability? Or is it martial arts? Skill? They had very little information on the Seven Sins, and they had no clue about Lin Bai's deliberate punch just now. This punch directly triggered the arena judge. Its power is impossible to gauge. Meng Qingxian thought more deeply. Everyone knew that a punch of such power striking Zhu Hongyi could be fatal, yet no one knew its upper limit of power. Because the arena judge's determination is based on the strength of the attacker being judged. In other words, even if the attacker was an ordinary person, if a large stone fell on them, it could still trigger. However, based on Zhu Hongyi's strength, one could deduce that the power of this punch had definitely reached the level of the mastery stage. Freshman new semester mastery stage. These three terms together gave them a surreal feeling. This is incredible, Ji Fu murmured. Those who reach SSS level are indeed all monsters. Zhu Hongyi has truly hit a wall. Besides them, there were indeed a few SS level freshmen who had come to. At this moment, each of them was frowning. Because upon rethinking, they realized that when faced with such a level of attack, they didn't seem to have any effective countermeasures. What was most troublesome was that due to the earlier dust, they didn't even know if that was a big move or a simple attack. They hadn't even seen Lin Bai strike. Zhu Hongyi was perfectly fine, so why create such a huge commotion? It was entirely thunderous noise with little rain. Lin Bai didn't even have a scratch. The crowd was in utter shock, completely unaware of when Lin Bai had slipped away. Lin Bai had no intention of lingering to show off. This engagement was merely a task for him, let alone the fact that it wasn't even his true self. At that moment, the crowd suddenly realized. They had all been taken aback by that punch and hadn't noticed that it had nothing to do with the Seven Sins ability at all. This revelation caused the previously quiet fighting arena to erupt instantly, and the Academy's internal network exploded as well. A punch. What's going on? Didn't they say the Seven Sins could split into 7 avatars? No way did he defeat them without even using an avatar. I said Zhu Hongyi couldn't win before the fight, and they said I was daydreaming. Now the outcome is out, and they claim the earth is round because I returned from my daydream. I'm truly impressed. Upstairs, return flight is permitted. Return flight is indeed permitted. It's true it's still difficult for an S level to provoke an SS level. That said, if the bottom-ranked 7 Sins are this powerful, what about the others, eh? Other things. The result of this battle spread quickly, and even those SS level ability users who weren't present started to see it. As for those present at the scene, after watching, not a single one of them could relax. They realized with a little comparison that Lin Bai's 7 Sins seemed somewhat outrageous. When they switched positions and thought about it, they all realized they couldn't produce such a powerful attack. After all, one must reach the mastery level to achieve that, right? How was Lin Bai able to deliver such a punch so effortlessly? Moreover, there was another concern that they were very interested in this move, bore none of the characteristics of the 7 Sins, which was what they cared about the most. The younger generation from various families in Magic City had their own little circles, and a small group that had been quiet suddenly became lively. Their focus was naturally on this battle. They had almost exhausted their discussion, but someone shared a link, reigniting the excitement in the group. Unreliable analysis. Is it possible that Lin Bai only sent an avatar? Upon seeing this post, everyone felt a chill. Currently, this post was highly popular, second only to Zhu Hongyi's challenge letter. Upon opening it, the content was primarily analysis of Lin Bai. First, it discussed the possibility that it was an avatar, not his true self. I checked the data. Each avatar of the Seven Sins is independent, only showing a tendency in personality. This means that when Lin Bai released an avatar in front of us, we might not even recognize it. However, I boldly speculate that what appeared this time was the gluttony avatar. Image. This is the trash can from the entrance channel. There are a lot of food wrappers inside. I feel like that's already quite obvious. The crowd subsequently lost interest in the analysis and started chatting in the group instead. What do you all think? If it really was just the gluttony avatar, then this guy shouldn't be underestimated. This battle had completely ignited excitement. No one expected Zhu Hongyi to end with such a disastrous defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Bai, the instigator, was not thinking much about it, and decisively began his extraction after receiving the task reward. Unfortunately, he didn't draw a rune, but the fragment was golden, which could be considered a consolation prize. Lin Bai looked at the extraction results. The golden fragment was for attack power, dual resistance, and health. After pondering for a moment, he decisively chose attack power and allocated it to jealousy. Jealousy was currently using Riven's template, with attack power and cooldown being the two major attributes Riven relied on. Currently, while gluttony was quite powerful in reality, it was still the enemy's ignorance of the ARM hero's skill and intent value mechanism that allowed for such attacks. In fact, the ARM hero's charged punch was quite easy to evade. Once discovered by the opponent, it could be easily dodged. This is why Lin Bai planned to train jealousy further. Riven was known for her agility and burst damage, making jealousy a perfect choice against opponents that gluttony couldn't handle. This wave was called comprehensive development. At this moment in the dormitory, all 7 avatars were training, and after arranging them, Lin Bai directly went upstairs to sleep. However, it must be said that Yunji Academy was indeed wealthy. As soon as he entered, Lin Bai could sense that the concentration of spiritual energy here was several levels higher than outside. Looking at the Academy's information, he discovered that this was a special method used by the Academy, similar to an artificial gathering array, which required resources far beyond what ordinary forces could support. The place where Lin Bai resided was referred to as a dormitory, but it was actually a cluster of 2-story small buildings scattered on the mountainside, with white walls and gray tiles, each spaced at least 30 meters apart. After all, this was a place for ability users, and no one knew which new student might blow up the entire building due to a nightmare in the middle of the night. As for Lin Bai's building, there was a wooden sign at the entrance with 2 names written on it: Lin Bai and Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was Lin Bai's roommate, but a day had passed, and Lin Bai had yet to meet him. Just as Lin Bai was immersed in his training, Tang Xiao arrived. The dormitory door wasn't locked. He hesitated at the entrance and listened for a moment. After training, he was no longer an ordinary person and could hear sounds inside like the rhythm of breathing. Someone was in there. He initially intended to knock, but then he thought again. This was already his dormitory, and knocking would feel strange. So he wiped his hand on his pants and gently pushed the door open. To the right of the entrance was a shoe cabinet which already held a pair of black combat boots, the soles of which were covered with some crushed grass, indicating they had been worn that morning. Tang Xiao glanced at it, took off his own shoes, and neatly placed them beside it. The living room was spacious, with a floor-to-ceiling window facing the bamboo forest of the back mountain. This scene was something he had only seen on television before. However, Tang Xiao had no mind to admire this. His first glance fell upon the few people in the middle of the living room. 7 young boys were sitting cross-legged on the floor, their backs to him, surrounded by faint currents of air. These individuals had almost identical silhouettes, and this scene caused his brain to momentarily malfunction. Quickly, he regained his senses, realizing they were in the midst of training, and Tang Xiao instinctively quieted his breathing. Moreover, he made a strange move, standing still at the entrance. He stood there at the door, barefoot, one hand dragging a suitcase, and the other holding a bulging canvas bag, motionless, as he watched the backs of those in training. "You can come in. Why are you waiting here?" Lin Bai walked down from the second floor, speaking with some confusion. Tang Xiao looked at Lin Bai at the stairs, then at the 7 figures in the distance who were training, somewhat puzzled. He glanced back at Lin Bai, and then at those 7 figures, lowering his voice to say, "Aren't they in training?" "Yes, indeed," Lin Bai said, unable to understand this person. "Training shouldn't be disturbed." Tang Xiao tried to keep his voice down. Lin Bai realized that he truly did not want to disturb him. This piqued Lin Bai's interest in his roommate, whom he had just met. "It's no bother. They are all my avatars. A little noise doesn't matter." Avatars. Tang Xiao was somewhat shocked. He still knew too little about abilities. Lin Bai hurried down the stairs, wanting to help him carry his things, but Tang Xiao waved his hands repeatedly. No, I can manage myself." Seeing that Lin Bai's hurried movements did not disturb the 7 avatars, he became less cautious. Lin Bai curiously eyed him. The suitcase was quite ordinary, and his clothing was as well, not to mention that canvas bag. At first glance, Lin Bai could tell that the other person was also from a common background. Moreover, judging by his condition, he seemed even less fortunate than Lin Bai. If I hadn't come down, would you have stood there the whole time? Lin Bai asked with curiosity. Tang Xiao scratched his head. It's fine to stand for a bit. After all, disturbing others' cultivation isn't good. What the hell? Lin Bai suddenly felt like he was some kind of villain. He could sense that the other person would actually do that. Tang Xiao set down his suitcase and then placed the canvas bag down. Lin Bai glanced at it. The canvas bag had the words Huafeng Fertilizer printed on it, looking as if it had been washed many times. The letters faded. Tang Xiao noticed his gaze paused for a moment and explained a bit bashfully. It's not fertilizer, it's a local product my mom asked me to bring, and the bag has been washed. Local product. Lin Bai's eyes brightened. Let me see. He opened the bag, revealing several neatly arranged plastic jars inside. The labels on the jars had been torn. Inside was a deep brown sauce, the contents unclear. This was made by my... Tang Xiao took out the jars one by one and placed them on the coffee table. This one is pickled radish spicy. This one's sour beans perfect with rice. This one. He picked up the innermost jar. This is loquat syrup. She said that cultivators often strain their throats, and this helps soothe the lungs. He placed the loquat syrup on top. Strain the throat. What a marketing gimmick. Lin Bai noticed how Tang Xiao occasionally observed his expression and forcibly swallowed the retort that had risen to his lips. Then he looked at the row of jars, and then at him. Your mom asked you to bring these. Yeah, Tang Xiao scratched his head. She said roommates are also a kind of fate, so I shouldn't come empty-handed. Lin Bai's gaze fell on his hands. The other seemed to have a somewhat awkward demeanor. To be honest, he didn't like this type of person, as they often suffered from internal conflicts. From the moment he entered, Tang Xiao had been observing his expressions, and after seeing the avatars cultivating, he was even thinking of waiting until they finished. All his gestures hinted at a cautious and timid air. Lin Bai understood this kind of person too well. An internally conflicted personality. It was also the type he hated the most in his previous life. But the other had his strengths. Lin Bai noticed that when Tang Xiao took out the local products, he didn't show any signs of inferiority or embarrassment. For young people at this age, especially those with internally conflicted personalities, the root often stemmed from feelings of inadequacy. However, when he brought out those local specialties, his expression was natural, as if he felt that these were nothing to be. In an instant, Lin Bai roughly summarized his thoughts. He then patted Tang Xiao on the shoulder. We're good friends now, no need to be so polite. He pulled him over and pointed upstairs. I live in the left room. The right one is yours. Okay. Tang Xiao was a bit stunned by this sudden action, but upon seeing that Lin Bai didn't appear impatient, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the canvas bag again. By the way, have you eaten? I brought this. He rummaged through the canvas bag and pulled out a plastic bag containing several white steamed buns. Now Lin Bai could see that the other person's face turned slightly red. Tang Xiao also froze, realizing that he was currently in Magic City. But Lin Bai didn't let him feel awkward and curiously asked, Did you buy these at the train station? No, Tang Xiao paused. My mom steamed them in the morning. I took the earliest train here, so. They're a bit cold, he added, but I brought pickled vegetables. Lin Bai looked at him for a while. Pickled vegetables are good stuff. Then he walked over, took a bun from the bag, and took a bite. They taste better when heated. Tang Xiao felt a bit. No need. Lin Bai chewed on the cold bun, leaning against the sofa. Where are you from? Nanha County. Never heard of it. It's a small place. Tang Xiao also took a bun. It's over 2,000 kilometers away, and I had to change trains 5 times. Lin Bai fell silent, and after a while he asked him, How did you get here? By train. I know about trains. I meant from the train station to here. By bus. Huh. The academy provides shuttles. Where's the bus? Yunji doesn't lack this kind of money. Tang Xiao was taken aback for a moment, and then said, I walked to the bus station, waited for an hour, and found there was no bus. Later I asked a cleaning lady. She said there's no bus here. And then, Then I walked over. Lin Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. How long did it take? Not long. Not long. How long is not long? Tang Xiao thought for a moment. It's over 30 kilometers from the train station to here. I walked slowly, so it took over 4 hours. Lin Bai glanced at him. It was noon at the end of September, and the outdoor temperature was over 30 degrees. He had dragged a suitcase with a broken wheel for such a long time. What innate sacred body, or whatever. Lin Bai didn't ask further. He swallowed the last bite of the bun and brushed off the crumbs from his hands. Tomorrow after the registration, there will be a test. Do you know? I know. What level are you? Tang Xiao pursed his lips, looking as if he didn't want to answer, but felt he had to. They said I was registered as AC. Registered as AC. Lin Bai repeated, then shook his head. Impossible. A clever person can't come here, let alone share a dorm with me. When I was tested before I was AC. Talking about this, Tang Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. The academy instructor said my ability is quite special. Ooh, I just need to follow the academy's arrangements. Lin Bai nodded, seeming to understand. It appeared that his roommate was not ordinary. He had thought about the other person's ability before. Although Lin Bai disliked class divisions, he had to admit that when he awakened to SSS level, he had already left the ordinary tier. Therefore, the academy would not arrange for ordinary students to share a dorm with him. The two chatted for a while, then Tang Xiao stood up and said, "I'll go tidy up first." Lin Bai nodded slightly, watching his retreating figure. Tang Xiao walked lightly, as if afraid of stepping on something. He seemed extremely sensitive. He reached the door of the room, set down his suitcase, and glanced back at the living room. As he entered the room with his luggage, the living room felt quiet. Lin Bai leaned against the sofa, observing the row of jars on the coffee table. The loquat syrup was on top, the lid tightly screwed on, with a small piece of neatly cut plastic wrap pressed against the ceiling ring. The domestic atmosphere of such jars was too strong. He reached out to pick up the jar and turned it over. A sticky note was attached to the bottom of the jar featuring crooked ballpoint pen handwriting. 3 times a day, 1 spoon each time, take with warm water, avoid cold food. I've left you dumplings in the second compartment of the fridge, enough for 3 days. Mom. Lin Bai sighed softly, sticking the note back and placing the jar back in its original spot. The academy provided support for students like them, ensuring that their families would not become a burden. Currently, Tang Xiao was still in this situation. Evidently his mother was indeed of the same type as Chen. Lin Bai shook his head slightly. Though fundamentally his roommate was a decent person, but his personality might need to be gradually modified. Tang Xiao organized his belongings in the room and only came down at night. The training of his 7 avatars had never ceased. Upon seeing him, Lin Bai yawned and said, "Ready for dinner." Huh. Tang Xiao was taken aback. "Are we eating?" He instinctively wanted to decline, but Lin Bai had already gotten up and walked over, giving him no chance to say more. "Come on, let's go to the cafeteria." The cafeteria of Yunji Academy was built on a level area halfway up the mountain, with a full glass wall facing the mist-covered peaks. It was said that this design was approved by the previous dean, allowing students to enjoy the mountains while eating, which would uplift their mood, leading to better appetites and consequently better performances. Without discussing how this formula came to be at this moment, Tang Xiao couldn't care less about the mountains. He stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, staring solemnly at the menu displayed on the electronic screen above. Braised pork ribs, 28 yuan. Steamed sea bass, 35 yuan. Garlic broccoli, 12 yuan. Meikai ko roe, 25 yuan. The prices for the following dishes were even higher, and he didn't dare to look further. "Let's go." Lin Bai came up from behind and patted his shoulder. Tang Xiao responded, and as he shifted his feet, he quickly calculated in his mind. 4 steamed buns and a pack of pickled vegetables for breakfast left him just enough money for 2 servings of vegetarian dishes plus rice. If he also ate vegetarian at night, he could save another meal before tomorrow's placement test. Tuition was fully waived, but living expenses were not. He had sent all the money to his mother with his family, sending money once a month, and after deducting daily necessities and occasional study materials, not much was left. He was calculating earnestly, so much so that Lin Bai had already walked out several steps before he moved. "Tang Xiao, coming." He eventually ordered a serving of garlic broccoli and a bowl of rice. As he was looking for a seat with his tray, he noticed Lin Bai had already settled down at a window-side table, with 3 dishes spread out on the table, a mix of meat and vegetables. Tang Xiao sat down opposite him and arranged his share. "Is this all you're having?" Lin Bai glanced at his tray. The prices for meals at the academy were actually quite reasonable, especially since it was in Modu, and the academy provided adequate allowances for students like them, so money was not an issue. Most importantly, at this awakening stage, they were actually in need of energy. Yet Tang Xiao, "I'm not hungry." Lin Bai shot him a glance and pushed his braised pork ribs toward the center of the table. Tang Xiao paused, not moving his chopsticks. Just then Lin Bai pulled out a small jar from his backpack. Inside was dark brown pickled radish. The moment the lid was opened, a spicy, yet slightly sour aroma burst forth amidst the uniform sense of cafeteria food, like a dark horse suddenly appearing. Tang Xiao was stunned. "Why did you bring this? Aren't you giving it to me, so I can eat?" Lin Bai picked up a piece of pickled radish and placed it on his rice, taking a bite and pausing. "I have to say it's quite good with rice." Lin Bai was speaking the truth. Tang Xiao's mother was indeed skilled in this regard. Tang Xiao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately just lowered his head to shovel a mouthful of rice. He wanted to say that it was for you to eat normally, not to bring to the cafeteria. But he felt that Lin Bai was right. It was someone else's gift. How they chose to eat it was their business. Yet that jar was too conspicuous. It shouldn't be here. While eating, Tang Xiao instinctively scanned his surroundings. The cafeteria wasn't crowded, as the new students' registration day hadn't officially started yet, with only a few scattered tables occupied by early arrivals. Most people were focused on their meals, and no one paid attention to this side. He sighed in relief. He wasn't sure if it was due to the pickled radish, but Lin Bai's appetite today was significantly larger. After glancing at the dishes ordered, Lin Bai stood up and said, "I'm going to get some more." Without waiting for Tang Xiao to respond, he walked off. Seeing this, Tang Xiao could only lower his head and silently eat his meal. However, not long after a voice rang out. "Oh, what's this?" Tang Xiao looked up. 3 people at the adjacent table had somehow turned their attention this way. The one speaking was the boy in the middle, wearing a black training vest, and his physique clearly showed he had spent years on the training ground. "Pickled radish. Come on, bro, with dozens of dishes in the cafeteria you don't eat, and bring your own pickled radish." The girl next to him also looked over, not saying anything, but the corner of her mouth. "Pickled radish. Come on, bro, with dozens of dishes in the cafeteria you don't eat, and bring your own pickled radish." The girl next to him also looked over, not saying anything, but the corner of her mouth turned up slightly. The other boy laughed directly. "It smells quite good, but its appearance isn't great." Tang Xiao tightened his grip on the chop. "This was made at home," Tang Xiao said softly. His voice wasn't loud, but at this moment some people were paying attention to this side. All were ability users, and they heard him clearly. The boy in the black vest looked at him. Tang Xiao's left hand was under the table, gripping the knee portion of his pants, his knuckles turning white. "You made it." The boy in the black vest had a hint of a smile on his face. "No, it was my mom." "Oh, your mom?" The boy in the black vest elongated his tone filled with disdain. "That's nice having filial piety. However, bro, once you're in the ability academy, you need to eat the academy's food. Bringing this stuff is pointless." After he finished speaking, the boy beside him chimed in. "Aren't you thinking of saving money before you even start training? You're a standardized test candidate, aren't you?" Standardized test candidates refer to those students who have gained admission to the academy by passing the psychic energy entrance exam. Saying this now feels somewhat sharp. To put it bluntly, this place is not meant for people like you to come to. At this moment, the boy in the black vest also revealed a knowing smile, no longer concealing his mouth. Within the academy, now there are many second-generation forces, with everyone looking for opportunities to stand out. Even before the new student ranking battle, everyone is already eager. Everyone understands the importance of first impressions. Previously, Zhu Hongyi wanted to become famous by stepping on Lin Bai, while Wang's CES method is to establish a strong and domineering persona. As for how to establish it, it just so happened that he encountered such a person right upon arriving at the cafeteria. Tang Xiao opened his mouth. What could he say? The thing he is least adept at in this life is arguing with others. From childhood to adulthood, he has always listened to what others said, not knowing how to retort. He fears that if he speaks, he might say something harsh and offend someone, causing trouble for his family. He is used to thinking through a sentence several times in his mind before speaking, but by the time he has it figured out, the opportunity is passed. So he kept quiet. Tang Xiao placed his chopsticks on the tray and reached for the jar, planning to put it away. Just putting it away would make the matter pass. But his hand was held down. "What are you doing?" Tang Xiao looked up to see Lin Bai frowning and pressing down on his hand, instinctively whispering, "I'm putting it away. Your mother specially made you this pickled radish." Lin Bai did not let go, looking at him and asking word by word, "Why put it away? And it's really delicious." Tang Xiao was stunned. He couldn't come up with an answer. Yes, why put it away? He didn't steal or rob, and it was packed in a jar that his mother had washed for a long time, carried on the earliest train for such a long time. Why put it away? But he still wanted to put it away because he was used to it. He was accustomed to taking a step back, not causing trouble, and in such situations saying sorry before saying it's fine. The two most serious things he has done in this life are cultivating his abilities and not causing trouble for others. At this moment, the boy in the black vest wants to said again, all right, just eat it. Anyway, after the class assignment test, your buddy here will probably only go to logistics. Her pickled radish is spicy." Lin Bai released his grip on Tang Xiao's hand, picked up the jar again, and took a piece before looking at the boy in the black vest, as if casually saying, "Have you ever eaten the pickled radish from Nanha? If you haven't, it's better to say less, but it's quite embarrassing." Wang's CES expression changed. "What did you say?" "I said you've never eaten it." Lin Bai put down his chopsticks, his expression turning significantly colder. He was half a head taller than Wang Su, and when he stood up, the aura he exuded made Wang Su instinctively take a half step back. To despise something you haven't eaten is like a 3-year-old child. Didn't your mother teach you? Or did she teach you, and you still turned out like this? This remark drew the attention of several tables around them in the cafeteria. Wang's CES face turned crimson. The girl beside him stopped smiling and looked at Lin Bai with deep thoughts. The boy who had previously chimed in stood up, wanting to say something, but under Lin Bai's gaze, he swallowed his words. "What level are you?" Wang Su suddenly asked through clenched teeth. "Level? That's a joke," Lin Bai scoffed. "I'm quite curious about people like you who come looking for trouble. If you can't find it, you resort to power level comparison. If you can't compare levels, are you going to pull out your background?" At this point, Lin Bai leaned forward, and the distance between them was almost face to face. Lin Bai whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "Isn't it boring? If you want to establish authority, show real strength. Do you want me to accompany you to the fight arena? Wang Ci's face turned an array of colors, and he was indeed somewhat intimidated by Lin Bai's imposing presence. But in reality, Lin Bai wasn't bluffing. After arriving at Yunji, he had seen the most new students vying to showcase themselves using various opportunities. This is indeed the style of modern academies. Cultivating a foundation is nothing. But the problem lies in how these people showcase themselves. It seems they all want to pick on soft persimmons. And both times it was about himself. No matter how much Lin Bai didn't want to pay attention, he felt a bit nauseated at this moment. The surrounding crowd didn't hear clearly what Lin Bai said. They only saw Wang Ci's face, turning an array of colors, seemingly genuinely frightened. Fight arena? Isn't it just a fight arena? While Wang Su was dazed, the boy beside him was also examining Lin Bai closely. When he shouted out fight arena, a flash of insight crossed his mind. He hurriedly pulled Wang Su. Wang good. Wang Su was interrupted. The momentum he had just built up instantly vanished. Turning around to see who was stopping him was his lackey, and that instinct of bullying the weak surged. What are you doing? Wang good. The lackey was frantically signaling with his eyes. Lin Bai. He's the Lin Bai, the one with the 7 sins body. Wang Ci's eyes instantly widened. The anger that had spread halfway across his face froze at once. In that moment, Lin Bai behind him seemed to transform into some kind of indescribable monster. He is an S-class ability user, and with his background, he considers himself an upper-class figure in the academy. But Lin Bai, he was the one who killed the S-class Zhu Hongyi with a single punch. Currently, he is the most prominent presence among the new students. Going to the fight arena would only mean humiliation, and he would end up even more embarrassed. He had kicked a hard rock. This was the first thought that flashed in his mind, but his long history of arrogance made it difficult for him to respond appropriately in this situation. Scram. Only after a word from Lin Bai did he feel as if he had been pardoned. Choosing the former between losing face and losing more face, he left the cafeteria with his lackey, without looking back, skipping his meal. Lin Bai returned to his seat as if he had just swatted away a few flies, and even added a few more dishes. At this moment, the surrounding crowd hadn't expected such a rapid turn of events, but as whispers began to circulate, the astonished gazes towards Lin Bai began to change. At this time, the pickled radish still lay atop the white rice, and Tang Xiao instinctively lowered his head and took a bite. It was spicy, but today it tasted like there was something else besides just spiciness. He glanced at Lin Bai, who was focused on his rice, as if the earlier incident was not worth concerning himself with. Lin Bai. Tang Xiao suddenly spoke. Earlier, you didn't have to help me. What did I help with? Lin Bai didn't raise his head. I just thought that the pickled radish was indeed delicious. Tang Xiao looked at him for a long time, then reached out his chopsticks to pick up a piece of the dish that Lin Bai had added. Tang Xiao said nothing, merely lowering her head even further, as if she were about to bury herself in her rice bowl. Lin Bai chuckled lightly without saying much more. People who bully the weak and fear the strong are everywhere. It seems to have become a logic in the operation of society. Besides them, there are those who are intent on forming cliques, which is also an unavoidable trend. However, his current identity is merely a stepping stone, and there will surely be others who harbor thoughts similar to Zhu Hongyi, looking to step on him to rise. The strength he currently displayed was indeed astonishing, but human nature is inherently despicable. Some overly confident individuals perceive a punch as weak when it hasn't yet struck them. Lin Bai did not need to look to know that soon someone would be itching to make a move. If everyone came at him, how could he continue to play? He needed to devise a permanent solution. While thinking, Lin Bai ate his meal, and it must be said that the dish Tang Xiao brought was truly delicious. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Bai suddenly realized that he had initially intended for a permanent solution. How had he ended up back at the dormitory without any clear reason? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Lin Bai decided to look for Shen Yi. He opened his phone, edited a message, and sent it, receiving a quick reply. Pimp challenge. That's a good thing. The more challenges you face, as long as you keep winning, want your reputation rise effortlessly. Pimp, many people would envy such treatment. Pimp wanna. Bystander, it's troublesome. Don't you know that fame comes? Pimp, oh, the academy is different. The more famous you become at the academy, the better. Pimp, look at others. Everyone is going crazy trying to become famous. They'll do anything. You're doing well. Pimp, well done. Lin Bai looked at the prompt reply filled with typos and could almost see the other person anxiously scratching their head behind the phone. Pimp, I'm serious. Having someone challenge you is actually a good thing. Bystander, is there a way to gain fame without anyone daring to challenge me? Pimp, what kind of joke is that? Unless your strength is so formidable that they don't even dare to entertain the thought of challenging you. Bystander, that's a good idea. In the dead of night, Shun Yi looked at his phone in confusion, thinking of Lin Bai, and suddenly felt a headache. This kid wouldn't have some mischievous idea again, would he? He had seen Zhu Hongyi's challenge. It must be said that Lin Bai's strength was indeed astonishing. At that moment, he knew that his considerable investment was not in vain. But to truly reach the level he mentioned, this amount of strength might not be sufficient. The other SSS levels are no pushovers either. Meanwhile, Lin Bai had already moved on, looking ahead to the coming days. Tomorrow marks the new student class allocation meeting. After the Academy's orientation, the classes will be divided, and there will also be a new student ranking battle. This is a great opportunity. Just as Lin Bai thought this, the system task suddenly appeared. Task: participate in the ranking battle to obtain a ranking. Rewards: first place, unlocks the shop. Second place, 1 hero extraction template. Third place, 1 hex extraction. Note: if higher level rankings are achieved, all lower level rewards will be granted. Lin Bai was taken aback. This was actually a combined reward for 3 stages. As long as he secured the championship, not only would he unlock the shop, but he would also have 2 chances to extract. He had never seen the system so generous before. Now he had to take this seriously. There was no way around it. The rewards offered were simply too enticing, and the ranking battle itself also had substantial rewards. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai calmed down and began to ponder the matters of the ranking battle. The biggest rivals would undoubtedly be those SS-level prodigies. He had already fully experienced the power of the 7 sins. The other SS levels wouldn't be much weaker. However, with the addition of hex shards and skills, Lin Bai still felt confident. Moreover, with the 2 hero templates of jealousy and gluttony, he could execute combination techniques, which could basically guarantee a quick defeat of one opponent, provided he could make gluttony absorb enough damage to accumulate the rage value. At this moment, Lin Bai had begun to contemplate various strategies in his mind, while on the Academy's forums, everyone was focused on the events of the following day. Soon enough, the next day arrived. Lin Bai and Tang Xiao got up early, completed their morning routines, and followed the directions to the conference hall. Yunji Academy is affluent, and the venue is naturally not small. By the time they arrived, many people were already present. The square was quite magnificent. The dome was adorned with 99 stars, and the central square where the new students stood was surrounded by 12 streams of spiritual energy, with each stream leading to a star. To be honest, Lin Bai was slightly taken aback. When he arrived from here, one could vaguely see a glimpse of Yunji Academy's wealth. This grand formation was evidently not simple. He could feel the spiritual energy becoming more concentrated here. At this moment, the new students lined up according to their enrollment numbers, but no one could remain calm. As an elderly man whom Lin Bai did not recognize stepped forward and spoke at length, the class allocations began. Above, names began to appear in the spiritual congealed canopy. With each name announced, a corresponding light beam would illuminate with starry brilliance, guiding the individual beneath their respective star. 3 enclosures, 4 symbols, 12 palaces. A new student standing in front of Lin Bai and Tang Xiao whispered to their companion. The Ziwei, Taiwei, and Tianshi enclosures are for core students, the 4 symbols are upper tier, and the 12 palaces are for ordinary students. Those who enter the 3 enclosures will never have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Lin Bai's heart stirred slightly, while Tang Xiao beside him tensed up. His lips turned pale, and his fingers fidgeted with the sleeve of his school uniform. Lin Gu, his voice was soft, tinged with a cautious inquiry. Do you think I can enter the 4 symbols? Lin Bai turned his head to look at him. Tang Xiao quickly added, forget it, the 12 palaces are fine too. My dad says just getting into Yunji Academy is already a great honor. It doesn't matter where I end up. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the canopy, his eyes holding a hint of anticipation. Lin Bai smiled slightly. Tang Xiao was utterly unaware of his own capabilities. Stabilizing in the 3 enclosures is achievable. Tang Xiao was taken aback, then bitterly smiled. You don't know my score from the entrance assessment. No need to know. Tang Xiao opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, though his tightly clenched fists relaxed a bit. At this moment, the speed at which names were jumping on the canopy suddenly slowed. Everyone realized that the list for the 3 enclosures was about to be announced. First to be revealed was the Tianshi enclosure with 108 individuals. With each name read, a suppressed gasp erupted from the crowd, because those called were at least A-level abilities. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly tense as names were called out one after another. Only those who displayed clear level or above combat power or talent during the entrance assessment could enter the Taiwei courtyard. At this level, the distinction between ordinary geniuses and top geniuses had become evident. Tang Xiao's face turned paler with each name that was skipped, his shoulders shrinking inward a little more each time. He himself was unsure of his talent. His initial assessment was very low, yet the Academy's instructors insisted on bringing him in. Forget it. After a moment, he started to comfort himself. The 12 palaces are also quite good, really. Just getting in is already a great achievement. Until the Taiwei's reading was complete, his name never appeared. And in the end, there were only 36 people in the Ziwei courtyard. This was the true core of Yunji Academy, the cutting edge of world exploration. Those who could enter the Ziwei courtyard had at the very least peak-level abilities, and this cohort was especially frightening, with 15 SS-level individuals alone. Beneath the awakening of the spiritual peak, there were simply too many geniuses. The names of the Ziwei courtyard began to appear on the celestial screen, and with each name the crowd in the square gasped in astonishment. The first name Ji Xuanyuan SS-level ability, Emperor's Sword Soul. The second Bai Wuyo SS-level ability, Six Paths of Reincarnation. The third Li Qingga SS-level ability, Soul Serenade. The fourth. All those preceding were SS-level existences, with each name read a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. 15 SS-level individuals, each a renowned monster in their own right. The appearance of these names left the new students in shock, numbed by the realization that there were only 36 spots in the Ziwei courtyard, with 15 of those taken by SS-level individuals. The remaining 21 spots would be fought for among thousands of SS and S-level geniuses. As the quota decreased one by one after the 15th name, Lin Bai's name also appeared among them. Lin Bai was not particularly surprised. Rather, when his name was called, the gasps were much louder than before. After all, he was the only one among the many SS levels who had ever made a move. The names that followed belonged to S-level individuals, and not a single S-level was present. Soon it reached the 30th. The 34th, Zhou Sun S-level ability, Annihilation Eye. The 35th, Tang Xiao S-level ability, Mirror Crafter. Upon hearing his name, Tang Xiao was completely stunned. Me? Is there someone else with the same name? But my ability seems to. While Tang Xiao was doubting himself, the guiding starlight from the dome had already descended upon him. In that moment, Tang Xiao could almost feel a multitude of gazes directed at him. Compared to the others, Tang Xiao's name was one he had never heard before, and with the ability of Mirror Crafter, it seemed no one had heard of it either. Whispers immediately erupted. Mirror Crafter? What is that? Who is Tang Xiao? Which family is he from? I've never heard of him. Several S levels didn't even make it into the Ziwei courtyard. Is this cohort really that terrifying? The value of the spiritual peak's awakening is still on the rise. As the crowd gasped, the placement for the 4 symbols and 12 palaces began. Beams of starlight fell, connecting to the students on the field. Until the last student of the 12 palaces was connected, Lin Bai suddenly felt a haziness in the surrounding space. The sensation of spatial distortion vanished in an instant, and by the time Lin Bai regained his senses, the students beside him had already changed places. He glanced around and noticed that the students beside him were significantly lesser in demeanor compared to before. The placements were done. Lin Bai thought to himself, it was evident that the academy was showing off its capabilities. Just then, others were also sizing each other up, and compared to Lin Bai's aimless observation, these individuals seemed to be acquainted with one another, their gazes primarily landing on Lin Bai. The first gaze Lin Bai met was from a tall boy nearby with long black hair tied back, his features chiseled, emanating a compelling aura of calm authority. The other merely stood there without any unnecessary movements, yet radiated an extremely sharp presence. This person was like a sword. And not just any sword, but a king's sword. Lin Bai quickly formed a first impression in his mind. At that moment, the other even nodded slightly at him, prompting Lin Bai to instinctively nod back. Just then, another tall youth appeared, his long white hair cascading down to his waist, his features strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly. His eyes were particularly unique, with seemingly 6 tiny light wheels slowly spinning in his pupils, overlapping and nested. At that moment, those eyes were curiously scrutinizing Lin Bai, inspecting him up and down with a smile that grew wider. 7 Sin Body. Interesting. Lin Bai smirked slightly, and at that moment he realized that the people around him were mostly standing in pairs or trios while he was standing alone. Not far away, Tang Xiao stood frozen like a wooden post, even deliberately suppressing his breathing. His gaze dared not rest on anyone, but was fixed straight at the ground in front of him. At that moment he was acutely aware of his incongruity with those around him. Whether in attire or demeanor, Tang Xiao felt like an ugly duckling. Tang Xiao, Lin Bai called him helplessly. Huh. Tang Xiao jumped in surprise. Stand up straight. You are now a member of the Ziwei courtyard. Tang Xiao was taken aback, then reflexively straightened his chest. However, less than 2 seconds after he did, he was shot a glance by a nearby boy. The intensity of that gaze was frighteningly high, a tangible feeling. Tang Xiao even felt as if his skin was about to be burned, and he immediately shrank back. The boy's gaze didn't linger on Tang Xiao for long before it shifted to Lin Bai. He stood there, arms crossed over his chest, with his spiritual energy pulsating like flames. You are the one who defeated Zhu Hongyi with a single punch. Lin Bai looked at him. Generally, such individuals would introduce themselves if ignored. Sure enough, the other spoke up the next moment. Jiang Yutian, daylight, true flame quantity, doesn't matter, burn as much as you have. Jiang Yutian grinned wide, his smile radiating the most straightforward provocation. If we meet in the ranking battle, I won't hold back. Lin Bai casually chuckled. We are all SS level, what are you boasting about? Jiang Yushin's smile stiffened for a moment, his eyes narrowing, a flicker of golden-red firelight dancing within before he burst into laughter. You have guts. He'll remember you. The others merely stood to the side, not participating in any exchange. At that moment, as the class placements were finalized, a voice resounded throughout the venue, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Class assignments are set, but this is not the end. The celestial screen above the venue surged once more, transforming into a densely packed battle chart, displaying all the match schedules clearly. Random matching, real combat, opposition, victory point system, ranked by points. The voice was steady and powerful during the competition. The only thing you need to do is win. No matter which fighting arena you stand in, as long as you keep winning, you can stand atop everyone else. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly tensed. In the subsequent ranking battles, they would all become opponents. Jiang Yutian rubbed his fists, cracking his knuckles, and gazed unabashedly at Lin Bai. Lin Bai's focus was already on the ranking battle. The subsequent words were essentially devoid of substance. Tang Xiao quietly asked Lin Bai beside him, Brother Lin, if we from Zawayuan lose to those from Taiwuyuan in the ranking battle, do we have to give up our positions? Before Lin Bai could respond, a voice interjected, the class rankings are fixed. Even if you lose, they want change. However, in the ranking battle at the end of the semester, losing will result in being replaced. The voice was pleasant and gave a very comfortable feeling, as if it could reach deep into the soul. Lin Bai looked over and saw a girl. She was slender with long hair that fell to her waist, a serene face, and clear eyes, her aura as tranquil as a deep pool. Meeting Lin Bai's gaze, the girl smiled. The freshman ranking battle is divided by potential, not by combat. However, the ranking battle is quite special. Resources and class divisions are calculated separately. To put it simply, if the students from the 12 palaces take first place, they will receive more resources than those from Zawayuan. Tang Xiao nodded, seemingly understanding. Thank you, you're really nice. No need, the girl smiled again. Lin Bai understood. The rules of Yunji Academy seemed strange, but once understood, they were quite simple. Strength is paramount. Perhaps the so-called preferential treatment for geniuses only applies during this period of class division, based on potential. Class division respects your potential, but if your potential cannot be realized later, you will also be replaced. Lin Bai shook his head inwardly. Soon the speeches on stage concluded, and at that moment the 3 palaces, 4 symbols, and 12 houses lit up with starlight above each class. The class mentor is here, the girl beside him spoke. The mark above the Zawayuan class was the first to light up, a dark golden glow illuminating it, the mark hovering in the air and slowly rotating, causing the flow of spiritual energy on the entire round platform to slow down slightly. Jiang Yutian looked up at the mark, his expression serious, his pupils slightly constricted. A peak-level mentor of the same level has arrived. As far as I know, there are no more than 10 mentors of the same level in the entire academy. Not to mention the one in front of us is at the peak level, and here to lead the freshman class, which is exceedingly rare in the history of Yunji Academy. Being a mentor means one's own training time will be reduced. Not everyone has the time to come. The next moment the light collapsed inward and then burst forth. The dark golden glow spread out like flowing water, condensing into a human form in the center of the Zawayuan round platform. After the light dissipated, a tall woman stood there, her aura proud, her figure also strikingly confident, standing with her hands behind her back, looking down at the 36 new students from Zawayuan. She was very young, appearing to be no more than 30 years old, dressed in a fitted black combat outfit, draped with a white coat, the hem of which was embroidered with a circle of dark golden star patterns. What impressed people the most was her ink blue hair, casually tied at her shoulders with a few strands falling over her forehead, accentuating the sharpness of her brows and eyes. Her amber-colored eyes swept across everyone, not missing a single person. Tang Xiao stood next to Lin Bai, his whole body stiff. He felt the gaze of that female mentor linger on him for a moment. In that moment, he felt as if his entire being was being seen through, from his ability level to his tense mindset. Everything was clear. Stand straight. Lin Bai's voice was low, only Tang Xiao could hear it. Tang Xiao shivered and reflexively straightened his back. At that moment, the female mentor's gaze happened to return. Ew, she nodded slightly, and then spoke. My name is Yi. Her voice echoed. I am a mentor at the same level, the class mentor for this term at Zawayuan. You can call me Teacher Yi or simply my name. I don't care about titles. Yi Shuang spoke decisively, and everyone from Zawayuan listened quietly. Even Jiang Yutian, who seemed unruly, did not make a sound at that moment. Before discussing serious matters, let me say something unpleasant. Yi Shuang brought her hands from behind her back and let them fall to her sides. Zawayuan consists of the top 36 individuals from each term at Yunji Academy. Being selected means your ability rating and potential assessment have met the standards, but this is just the beginning. At this point, her gaze fell on the few people in front. I know many of you have significant backgrounds, but I can tell you that what you call a background means nothing in my eyes. If you plan to rely on your background to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. As she said this, Yishuang's expression was serious. Don't think you can have first. My background is not inferior to yours, and second. Yishuang exuded an inexplicable aura. I have witnessed an level ability user sacrificing their life to take down a more powerful beast during world exploration, and I have also seen an SS-level genius so terrified that they couldn't even unleash their abilities. Your current ratings are mere paper qualifications. Only those who survive have the right to discuss strength. Jiang Yushin's brows twitched as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. So, Yishuang's tone was flat. 7 days after the ranking battle ends, I will reassign each of your positions in my class based on your actual performance in the ranking battle. These words were like a stone thrown into calm water, creating ripples among the people in Zawayuan. Among the 36 new students, a few people's faces changed slightly, especially those ranked lower with relatively low ability ratings. They had worked hard to squeeze into Zawayuan, but Yishuang immediately informed them that she would treat them differently. Tang Xiao's throat moved as he swallowed hard. His heart raced, and his mind began to generate various catastrophic scenarios. In the first match of the ranking battle, encountering Jiang Yutian being defeated in one move, and teacher Yi designating him as the bottom of the barrel, everyone mocking him online as an S-level waste. Tang Xiao. Lin Bai's voice sounded again, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Tang Xiao jolted back to reality, realizing that his palms had already been marked with several red imprints from his nails. When listening to others, do not scare yourself. Tang Xiao opened his mouth, ultimately only managing to utter. Yishuang shifted her tone to a more formal one. Next, I will discuss the curriculum system of the Ziwei Yuan. She slipped one hand into the pocket of her white coat, her posture slightly relaxed, yet her aura remained unyielding. The teaching system at Yunji Academy is simply divided into 2 modules, morning and afternoon. The morning is reserved for written instruction led by the class mentor, which I will be responsible for, taking place in the exclusive classroom of the Ziwei Yuan. A slight smile curved at the corner of her mouth as she spoke. The content of the written instruction includes theories of spiritual energy, the structure of supernatural abilities, world classification, tactical simulations, battlefield psychology, and more. My class does not allow tardiness, early departures, or distractions during lectures. The consequences, well, you wouldn't want to find out. The room fell silent. Yishuang's smile looked rather ominous. Jiang Yutian could no longer hold back, and quietly asked, what about the afternoon? Yishuang glanced at him, unfazed by his interruption. In the afternoon, it is a free course selection time. All mentors in the academy, regardless of class or rank, will open their practical teaching courses in the afternoon. You can freely choose any mentor's class based on your type of supernatural ability, combat style, and cultivation direction, as long as they are willing to accept you. With this statement, the crowd showed no change in expression, and with their level mentors were eager to take them in, and situations of having no choices were rare. Yishuang seemed to sense this point. Her tone became more serious. However, the core of free course selection lies in the 5 words: the mentor is willing to accept you. Don't think that just because you are all at least SS rank you can choose freely. Every mentor at Yunji Academy has the right to reject any student's course selection request regardless of your ability level or ranking. If a mentor deems you unsuitable or believes that your combat philosophy contradicts theirs, they can refuse you on the spot. She scanned the audience, her gaze carrying profound meaning. For the same mentor's class, if the number of students exceeds the limit, the mentor will determine the selection criteria, which could be first come first served, a practical selection process, or simply picking a few students based on their mood today. What you need to do is find a way to get yourself chosen. Interesting, isn't this? Just making us go find the strongest mentors to bow and beg to be taught. Just kidding, our supernatural abilities are all highly sought after. Yishuang's gaze fell on those who had spoken. Bai Wuyo. The young man, named Bai Wuyo's smile stiffens. The 6 paths of reincarnation is a very strong supernatural ability. Yishuang's tone was flat, but I have seen your ability assessment report, and there's a note: control precision is insufficient, easily causing friendly fire in practical situations. Yishuang smiled. I suggest you attend Luo Chang's class more in the afternoon. His theory of spiritual force segmentation is directly beneficial for the refined control of reincarnation abilities. Bai Wuyo's smile completely vanished, and he slightly bowed. Thank you, teacher Yi, for your guidance. Yishuang shook her head and continued. There is another rule for free course selection. Each student can select a maximum of 2 practical classes in the afternoon, with each class lasting 1 time period and interspersed with a half-time break. The course selection records will be uploaded to the Academy's intranet, and I and the other class mentors will see them. I advise you not to hang your hopes on a single tree. Try different mentors' teaching styles to find the path that suits you best. As she spoke, she took out her phone from the pocket of her white coat, swiping her finger across the screen. The dark golden emblem in front of the crowd projected a massive light screen, densely listing all the mentors in the academy along with their names, levels, areas of expertise, and the opening times of their afternoon courses. Now you can already see the detailed information and course selection portal for all mentors online. Course selection starts at 8 p.m. tonight, and the premise of first come first served is that the mentor is willing to accept you. The schedule for the first week must be submitted before 6 a.m. tomorrow. Those who miss the deadline will be randomly assigned by me. She put away her phone and looked back at the 36 new students. If there are any questions, now is the time to ask. I dislike answering questions after class. That's something only cowards need. The round table fell silent for a moment before several hands shot up simultaneously. Jiang Yushin's voice was the loudest, raising his hand, as if he were shouting, "Teacher Yi, when is your practical class? I want to choose it." Yishuang glanced at him, her tone flat. "My class is on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons with 6 slots available, first come first served. But I said the premise is that I am willing to accept you. Jiang Yutian, before you enter my class, you should first take the mental defense class. No matter how intense the fiery sun is, if your mental barrier is as thin as paper, a random mental type student could turn you into an insider." Jiang Yushin's face flushed red, but he did not refute. He could only lower his hand. Beside him, Tang Xiao observed, feeling two conflicting forces tearing at his heart. On one side was the thought even Zhang Yutian was shot down as an SS rank, you might as well not raise your hand to seek ridicule, while on the other side was, but she just said that ranking is just a superficial thing. Even a rank supernatural beings can be very powerful. His hand lifted slightly, then shrank back. Lin Bai helplessly said, "If you want to ask, just ask, otherwise how would you know?" Tang Xiao gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his hand. Yi Shuang's gaze fell on him. "Speak." "Yi. Teacher Yi." Tang Xiao's voice trembled. "My ability is Mirror Artisan. The assessment report indicates that the upper limit of the Mirror Artisan is not high with weak attack power. I would like to ask, which mentor's classes should I select to make up for this shortcoming?" After finishing this sentence, his heart raced as if it would leap out of his throat. He had never spoken so much in front of so many people, especially with all the SSS rank monsters standing. Yishuang looked at him and repeated his question. "The upper limit of the Mirror Artisan is not high. Who told you that?" Tang Xiao was stunned. The attack power of the Mirror Artisan is indeed not high. Her gaze fell on Lin Bai, but the upper limit is not necessarily linked to attack power. The fact that you were allocated to Ziwei Yuan already speaks volumes. Do not belittle yourself. Tang Xiao's heart jolted. He sensed that Yi Shuang's words carried deeper meaning, and he vaguely grasped something. As for whom to choose, Yi Shuang resumed her normal tone. "On Thursday afternoon, attend Mentor Su Qin's practical topic on reverse analysis of abilities. Go take a look, it will be useful for you." "Thank you, Teacher Yi." Li Qingge turned to glance at Tang Xiao, seemingly lost in thought. "Mirror Artisan, I wondered why you were chosen, but how did the Academy assign a Mirror Artisan to the Seven Sins body?" As the questions continued one after another, Yi Shuang's responses remained crisp and decisive, each answer precisely addressing the core of the question. She did not show any particular deference to the few terrifying SSS talents with strong backgrounds, nor did she treat the lower-ranked students with any contempt. She treated everyone's questions equally. However, Lin Bai did not raise his hand. He had already found his path with a clear goal of rapidly leveling up and accumulating combat experience. The mentor he sought was only one with rich practical experience. As for ideas and factions related to the use of abilities, they were irrelevant to him. Yi Shuang seemed to have noticed this special student, glancing at him briefly before losing interest. Among the crowd, there were always some people trying to stand out to attract attention. As the last student's question was answered, Yi Shuang clapped her hands. "That's all for today. When selecting courses, remember my words, don't hang yourself on one tree and don't take your ranking too seriously." Her gaze swept across the entire hall. "Submit your course schedules before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Late submissions will be at your own risk." She turned around the hem of her white coat, drawing a sharp arc. "Oh right, during the ranking battle, my practical classes will remain open. Anyone wanting to prove themselves can come and spar in my class." After saying this, the dark golden mark lit up again, and starlight wrapped around her figure like flowing water. She vanished cleanly in the glow, as if she had never appeared. Everyone was taken aback, and then Zhang Yutian was the first to speak, his voice brimming with unhidden excitement. What she meant with that last sentence is that if you perform well in the ranking battle, you can enter her practical class. Someone rubbed their fists together and grinned. "Then I must get in." Li Qingge stood quietly, contemplatively gazing in the direction where Yi Shuang had disappeared. "Lin Gu." Tang Xiao's voice cautiously drifted over from the side. "Why didn't you ask a question just now?" Lin Bai withdrew his gaze and turned toward the edge. "There's nothing to ask. I've already found my path." Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, not understanding, but still quickened his pace to catch up. On the other hand, a few students nearby could not hold back. Even Ji Xuanyuan, who had ranked first, and Bai Weio, who was second, had been called on. Only Lin Bai stood out. So bold. Such gallantry in the skies. "There's nothing more to ask, tisk tsk." The sarcastic voices came, but Lin Bai did not pay them much mind. He truly only lacked practical experience. Moreover, it was the kind of combat instincts developed in life and death battles. This kind of experience would allow him to quickly find optimal solutions in various environments and rapidly assimilate various skills and hero templates. Lin Bai was confident that his later attributes would crush everything, but beforehand, he still needed practice. The two left one after the other with many gazes falling upon them. Around 7 in the evening. Lin Gu, the floor is warm. Tang Xiao's voice was filled with astonishment. Yes, it's heated flooring. Lin Bai sat down on the sofa, took out his phone, and began browsing the college intranet. Tang Xiao stood at the door for a while before finally coming in. If my parents knew I was living in a place like this, he murmured, suddenly swallowing the second half of his sentence. Tang Xiao lowered his head, burying his face in his palms, and remained silent for a long time. Lin Bai did not look at him, continuing to scroll through his phone. Tang Xiao, the course selection is at 8 o'clock tonight. Who are you planning to select? Tang Xiao came to his senses and hurriedly pulled out his phone. He had been immersed in the shock of class assignments and dormitories without the time to look at the details of the course selection. He opened the college intranet where a dense list of mentors unfolded, each mentor's page detailing their abilities, type of power, combat, history, teaching direction, course times, and enrollment quotas. So many. Tang Xiao felt dizzy scrolling on the screen for a long time before suddenly recalling the mentor Yi Shuang mentioned in the meeting. Lin Gu, teacher Yi said I should attend the class of the Xian level mentor Su Qin on reversing abilities. Let me check her page. He found Su Qin's page, clicked in, and after reading a few lines his eyes lit up. Su Qin's ability was S-level kaleidoscope, adept at reverse engineering the target's abilities from their structure. Her class had 12 slots, and the enrollment rule stated first come first served. That's the one. Tang Xiao's voice rarely carried a hint of decisiveness as he saved Su Qin's page and then instinctively asked, Lin Gu, who are you selecting? Lin Bai was looking at another page. Tang Xiao froze when he saw the page on the screen. It was a page for a mentor who had already reached the domain level, but the name was quite unfamiliar. The domain level represented the top-tier teaching resources at Yunji Academy. Reaching this level meant being a powerful figure among humans, and their time was extremely valuable. Only an academy of Yunji's caliber would have someone of this level as a mentor. However, Yi Shuang did not mention this name during the class assignment meeting, nor did anyone discuss this person in the new student group. The mentor's name listed on the page was 3 characters, Chu Hanjing. Chu Hanjing. When Tang Xiao pronounced this name, he had no corresponding image in his mind. Lin Gu, who is this? How come I haven't heard of him? Has the internet just reached your village? Lin Bai turned the phone back. Tang Xiao shook his head in confusion. He really didn't browse the forum much, especially those threads discussing practical teaching. He had previously concentrated all his anxiety on whether he could enter the 4 symbols and had no mind to research mentors. Lin Bai did not explain further, directly handing the phone to him. Tang Xiao took it, reading through Chu Hanjing's page from start to finish. Halfway through, his brows furrowed, and by the end his expression had shifted from confusion to deep concern. Chu Hanjing, domain level mentor, ability SS level 1000 machines combat. Teaching direction, extreme practical simulation, course time Monday to Friday, all afternoon, slots quota limited to 1 student per session. Tang Xiao scrolled down to see more detailed content, his pupils slightly dilating. Chu Hanjing's course description was very simple, each word exuding an unusual meaning. This course does not provide written instruction, does not conduct theoretical analysis of abilities, does not set foundational training. Each session only admits 1 student for no less than 6 hours of unknown practical simulation. During the simulation, the mentor will use the ability 1000 Machines Combat to construct a fully realistic battlefield environment, and students must complete assigned tactical objectives under extreme conditions. Special note, the intensity of this course is above S level, as students with a mental barrier lower than a level are not advised to enroll. The personal safety of enrolled students during the course will be the mentor's full responsibility, and the academy's medical team will not bear any responsibility for injuries incurred during the course. After reading the last line, Tang Xiao's fingers turned cold. This disclaimer is even appearing. He looked up at Lin Bai, his voice slightly stuttering. Lin Gu, this course only enrolls 1 person each time, and the intensity is above S level. The academy's medical team doesn't care. Yes. What kind of person is this? How could someone of this caliber open such a course? Lin Bai leaned back against the sofa, glancing at it. Chu Hanjing is from Yunji Academy. Before this, he was in the tactical command center at the front line of the Demon Realm. Tang Xiao gasped. The Demon Realm. That is the true battlefield between humanity and the Demon Realm, where lives are lost every day. Although humanity is at its peak now, it is not peaceful. Several other equally powerful worlds have been eyeing the human realm, and the current human realm connects numerous worlds with an abundance of spiritual energy. Although it seems normal here compared to the resource-poor worlds, the air here is genuinely sweeter than theirs. Those who have survived there and returned are truly monsters among monsters. His ability is Thousand Machines Combat. I'm not clear on the specifics, but it is said that he can construct an almost entirely realistic battlefield simulation environment using mental power. At the front line of the Demon Realm, he was responsible for tactical simulations and training newcomers. All ability users going to the front line had to survive 10 times in his training ground to qualify for combat. Tang Xiao swallowed hard. Surviving 10 times at the front line to be eligible for combat means that Chu Hanjing's simulation intensity is based on real battlefield settings. His course has only one slot because he insists on unknown teaching. At this point, Lin Bai was somewhat excited. Unknown means the highest quality. Tang Xiao listened, sweating coldly on his back. Soon the time reached 7:59. Tang Xiao took a deep breath and refocused on his course selection. Lin Gu. Tang Xiao suddenly spoke as there were 30 seconds left on the countdown. What if my speed isn't fast enough to grab it? If you can't grab it, just choose something else tomorrow. Or what's there to be afraid of? You can't sleep without a mentor, right? Tomorrow there will only be unpopular mentors left. Unpopular doesn't mean bad. Lin Bai smiled. What Yi Shuang recommends may not suit everyone. Tang Xiao bit his lip. He realized that Lin Bai had a peculiar ability, managing to accomplish two things with one sentence, soothing his anxiety while overturning his obsession with having to select the best. The numbers on the spiritual crystal clock jumped to 8 o'clock sharp. Tang Xiao's fingers poked down like a spring, submitting. The page spun, loading. Then the page jumped and 3 green words appeared on the screen: admitted. Tang Xiao let out a cheer, his whole being softening as he heavily leaned back against the sofa. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned sharply to Lin Bai. Lin Gu, what about you? Lin Bai had already picked up his phone, and the page displayed a prompt box. When Tang Xiao saw the words on it, the course selection method for this course is through mentor review. Your application has been submitted. Please wait for mentor review. Current queue count 48 people expected. Wait time unknown. Tang Xiao's heart sank again. With so many people in line, and this being a mentor review system, it meant that it was Chu Hanjing himself choosing the one slot available tomorrow. What are the criteria? Practical experience, ability level, or purely based on mood? Lin Bai clicked his tongue after seeing this prompt box. At least I'm an SS level. Oh, doesn't he have any interest? He put the phone back on the coffee table, leaned back against the sofa, and closed his eyes. Tang Xiao opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Lin Bai's closed eyes, he swallowed his words. The living room fell silent, but soon Lin Bai's phone suddenly vibrated. Tang Xiao instinctively glanced over. A new notification popped up on the screen sent by the college course selection system. Lin Bai picked up the phone. On the screen was a line of text. Review approved. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock the training ground will determine your fate, Chu Hanjing. Tang Xiao was stunned. Determine your fate? Does this mean you've been selected or not? But you just submitted less than 5 minutes ago, and it was approved. Lin Bai was also unaware of the specifics, but he would find out tomorrow. The next day the morning was reserved for Yi Shuang's class. However, on the first day, Yi Shuang gave them time to get to know each other. At this moment, Lin Bai had a rough understanding of the class situation. There were 15 SS level abilities in the class, with the rest being uniformly S level. Moreover, apart from Lin Bai and Tang Xiao, everyone else basically came from prominent families, with the worst being from families within the small city. It could be said that in terms of conditions, the two of them didn't know how far behind they were. Normally, they wouldn't be able to integrate into the circle, yet in reality, they were the most sought-after individuals in the class. The class dynamics were quite delicate. There seemed to be a chasm between the SSS and SS levels. The SS level students, except for Lin Bai, appeared to carry an air of arrogance. Of course, Zhang Yutian was an exception. In Lin Bai's view, he was just a big fool. As for the others, Lin Bai could see that despite their efforts to hide it during conversations, they still emanated a sense of superiority. The sense of hierarchy was most apparent here, yet they were thinking of lowering their status to win over the talents from smaller families. However, truly letting go was easier said than done. This led Lin Bai to feel that there was an implicit sense of condescension from the others, as if merely being able to talk to him was a great favor. In such an environment, Lin Bai felt somewhat restless. During the break, Tang Xiao quietly asked, "Why do I feel like everyone is so strange?" He looked at the S-level students who were gathered in 2s and 3s around those from prominent families, chatting and laughing, seemingly enjoying themselves. Lin Bai rubbed his forehead. Even Tang Xiao could sense the oddness, which proved that the atmosphere here was indeed quite off. In fact, Yi Shuang was also observing everything, but she didn't intervene. Such occurrences were normal and would only be addressed after the ranking battle. Events like this occurred due to the filters of prominent families and talent, which would be thoroughly shattered in the rank. On the first day, after Yi Shuang waited for everyone to familiarize themselves with each other, she briefly spoke about some foundational course matters, and soon it was afternoon. After lunch, Lin Bai and Tang Xiao parted ways and headed directly to the location where Chu Hanjing. Upon arrival at the designated spot, Lin Bai discovered it was a massive training ground. There were many such facilities within the academy, and it looked quite unremarkable. By the time he arrived, there were already people in the arena. 3 individuals stood at 3 different positions, maintaining a considerable distance from one another. The first person was located in the east with a robust build and a muscular frame that made his spirit fiber uniform stretch tightly against his contours. His arms were crossed over his chest, the back of his hands covered with a faint metallic sheen. His name was Yuan Jin, an SS-level defense type ability, user known for his indestructible body, and he was the strongest in defense among this batch of freshmen. The second person stood in the northwest corner, slender in build with pale skin and deep-set eyes. This person was named Qin Guiyan, an SS-level domain type ability, user known for his silence domain. The third individual stood in the south, tall and slender with neatly styled short light brown hair, named Lu Chun, an SS-level calculation type ability, user known for his ability to quantify myriad phenomena. Lin Bai recognized all 3 of them. Yuan Jin was his classmate, while the other 2 were from the Zawayuan, whom he had seen on the freshman ranking list. It seemed the 3 were waiting. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Yuan Jin spoke first, his voice deep. The fourth one, Qin Guiyan, raised his head from the shadows, glancing at Lin Bai, his pupils narrowing slightly. It's actually him. Clearly everyone recognized him. Lin Bai nodded slightly at Yuan Jin, then took his position in the southeast corner, his gaze landing on the empty spotlight in the center of the arena. The 4 formed an equilateral diamond shape from their respective positions. No one spoke further, but the palpable tension in the air was visibly rising. Time quickly passed to 2 o'clock, and the heavy stone door of the training ground was pushed open from the outside. Chu Hanjian walked in, appearing to be in his 40s, of medium height, wearing a dark gray training outfit with short hair that was already graying at the temples. Chu Hanjian surveyed the crowd and walked to the center of the white spotlight. "Everyone's here," he asked with a smile. "I just didn't want to conduct individual interviews as it wastes time, so I called all 4 of you together. The rules are simple." Chu Hanjian casually placed his hands in his coat pockets. "You 4 will fight each other, and the last one standing remains. The other 3 will return and wait until next week." "Next week?" Lin Bai frowned. "Do we have to be reselected next week?" "That's right." Chu Hanjian nodded slightly. Yuan Jin's voice became somewhat heavy. 4 people fighting each other. In a free-for-all. How do we determine the winner? Getting knocked down counts as a loss. Submitting also counts as a loss. Voluntarily stepping out of the arena's boundaries counts as a loss, and losing combat capability, as judged by me, also counts as a loss. Yuan Jin twitched his mouth slightly, but did not ask further. However, Qin Guiyan spoke up, his voice somewhat sharp. "Teacher Chu, in a free-for-all, it's easy to have unfair matchups. For example, 2 people teaming up to eliminate the third, and then deciding the winner in a unknown." "Indeed." Chu Hanjian nodded, his tone calm. "It's unfair. But in battle, who cares about fairness?" Qin Guiyan fell silent. Lu Chen remained quiet, evidently having researched this mentor's temperament. "All right, go get your weapons." Chu Hanjian said this, but only Qin Guiyan and Lin Bai went to the nearby armory. Inside, the variety of weapons was complete. Qin Guiyan took a long knife, while Lin Bai picked up a short sword. The 2 exchanged a glance and said nothing more. As they returned to the training ground and stood firm, Chu Hanjian suddenly spoke. "Begin." Without even giving them time to prepare, the instant his voice fell, Yuan Jin moved first. In just 2 seconds, his body underwent a layer of metallization, the fabric of his spirit fiber uniform stretching against his muscles. Then he stomped down hard, causing a circle of cracks to explode on the bluestone floor, propelling himself towards the center of the arena like a cannonball. His target was Lin Bai. Qin Guiyan's reaction was equally astonishingly fast. At the same moment, Yuan Jin's foot shattered the ground. His figure had already retreated, with dust trailing behind him in an arc. At the same time, his right hand spread open, and an almost invisible membrane-like force field expanded around him, enveloping Lin Bai. Silence domain. The speed at which the domain expanded was extraordinary, covering half the arena in just 2.5 seconds. Lu Chen also moved in sync. The moment Chu Hanjian said begin, his entire aura transformed instantly. All data regarding Yuan Jin's actions, the range of Qin Guiyan's domain, and the probability distribution of movement trajectories were quantified, forming a constantly updating dynamic tactical diagram in Lu Chen's eyes. "Yuan Jin." Lu Chen's voice suddenly rang out. "Attack the center." The message was short, but Yuan Jin was evidently familiar with his ability and wasted no time in following the command. He lunged forward, his metallized fist aimed directly at Lin Bai. At this moment, Qin Guiyan also arrived. Lin Bai instinctively moved, only to realize he felt as if he were trapped in a quagmire. In this instant, all 3 of them unconsciously chose to deal with Lin Bai first. Chu Hanjian was quite pleased with this scene. These 3 were intelligent. Lin Bai's 7 sins body could unleash 7 avatars, and given that they were all at the initial stage of their abilities, a group attack from 7 people would easily win. It was a good opportunity. However, Lin Bai was somewhat overconfident, as he didn't summon his avatars immediately. At that moment, Yuan Jin, reminded by Lu Chun, had already thrown a straight punch, arriving alongside Qin Guiyin. Chu Hanjian's aura solidified, and he was ready to take action. He saw Lin Bai attempt to dodge, but remained still, indicating he couldn't take the hit directly. But in the next second, Lin Bai's expression changed, and a trace of astonishment appeared in Chu Hanjian's eyes. The avatar is stronger than the main body. What's going on? The three on the field could not sense it, but as a domain-level expert, Chu Hanjian immediately recognized that when Lin Bai switched to his avatar, his power surged dramatically. In the next second, the attacks of Qin Guiyin and Yuan Jin synchronized and struck Lin Bai. Boom! Yuan Jin's fist slammed into Lin Bai the immense force, even causing a dent in his chest. Immediately after, Yuan Jin swung a knife, but as it landed on Lin Bai's shoulder, he forcefully grabbed it with one hand. Up close, both of them could see the pulsating crimson light on Lin Bai. This is not good. Run. We can't hold this. From a distance, Lu Chun noticed the light on Lin Bai and changed his expression slightly. In his data vision, Lin Bai's combat power was skyrocketing. The other two reacted as well, instinctively retreating. But at that moment, Lin Bai hooked both of them in front of him, then drew back his right fist to gather strength, the bizarre red light condensing around him. Seeing the red light condensing, Yuan Jin realized he had no time to escape and decisively activated his diamond body. Meanwhile, Qin Guiyin gathered spiritual energy beneath his feet, preparing to accelerate away. But at that moment, with a loud shout, both of their minds became chaotic, freezing in place. In the next second, Lin Bai unleashed his fully charged punch. In the distance, Chu Hanjian's expression changed slightly as he vanished in an instant. The two disappeared from the spot, and Lin Bai's punch detonated in the training arena. A cloud of dust was kicked up, and Lu Chen saw that Lin Bai's combat power surged again within the dust. In the next second, his eyes bulged, and all data disappeared. Then a figure wielding a sword charged out from the dust, moving like a phantom. The distance he had initially covered was almost instantly closed. As his awareness returned, he looked forward and saw that the figure had already gathered strength beneath their feet, leaping while spinning in the air, then swinging the sword down. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. The opponent's leap absorbed all the momentum from the forward charge and carried the added force from the spin. With this strike, he feared he would be split in half. Thus he shouted with all his might, "I concede." Just as Lin Bai was about to strike down, Chu Hanjian appeared beside him and caught Lin Bai's sword with one hand. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. Chu Hanjian felt the force in his hand, glanced at the distant Lin Bai and the Lin Bai before him, and could no longer contain the excitement in his eyes. "You have qualified." From a distance, Yuan Jin and Qin Guiyin finally came to their senses, looking at the two Lin Bais with complex expressions. But Qin Guiyin still felt somewhat unwilling. "Instructor, was that punch really something we couldn't withstand?" This was also Yuan Jin's thought, and in fact he felt even more unwilling because he excelled at defense, and if he couldn't withstand it, who could take that punch? Both of them noticed that the opponent's punch had a subtle charging time, but that strange shout could confuse their brain. If Lin Bai could combine these two moves, that punch would certainly hit. Chu Hanjian's gaze locked onto Lin Bai. "It can be blocked, but it will cause serious injury." Lin Bai was not surprised by this. His strength was now far beyond the two. They were simply not on the same level. How could they withstand the true damage of a deliberate explosive punch? Lu Chen said nothing. He accepted his defeat willingly. After all, he had only seen two of the Seven Sins bodies so far. In fact, when he saw Lin Bai, he already knew who the winner of this battle would be, but he still wanted to give it a try. His unique ability was closely related to information. The more information he possessed, the more detailed the data he could analyze and quantify. But just now, Lin Bai's second avatar had already made it impossible for him to use his ability. Clearly, that sword-wielding avatar was not simple. "You three can leave while Lin Bai stays." The three nodded slightly and left the training arena with complex expressions, leaving only the two behind. The admiration in Chu Hanjian's eyes could no longer be concealed. In this brief interaction, he could see that Lin Bai was not only powerful in abilities, but also seemed to possess a talent for battlefield judgment. With just a bit of training, he could quickly become a monster. He walked up to Lin Bai, watching as the jealousy vanished from the spot. "You must have used 2 sins just now. With 5 remaining, you're hiding them well." "Just a little bit." Chu Hanjian twitched his lips. "TSK. Forget it. Your abilities are your own business. Now I want to ask you a question. How long does it take to switch avatars?" "Less than a second." Hearing this, Chu Hanjian scratched the back of his head. "Damn, that's really exaggerated. In an unknown scenario, no one can figure out your moves with this system. If that's the case, your battle strategy should be to attack as much as possible, relentlessly overwhelming the enemy until they can't catch their breath." At this moment, Chu Hanjian seemed to enter a certain state, speaking to himself. But having too many systems has its weaknesses, and that weakness is instinctive thinking. In battle, you are always thinking, always choosing. Every action is the optimal solution. Yet each optimal solution is a moment too late, and that is your weakness. Having a too complete system and too many choices means your combat mode is to judge first and then act. By the time you think clearly about which sin to use, it becomes your greatest flaw. But changing this instinctive thing is a bit troublesome. You must have fought this way for a while now. Lin Bai felt a jolt in his heart watching Chu Hanjian, who was lost in thought. The other party was saying things he hadn't even noticed, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed the case. This mode of combat, seemingly perfect with no time for thought, could indeed lead to his death several times in the most extreme life-and-death battles. He hadn't come to the wrong place. Chu Hanjian truly had insight, able to see through things at a glance. Lin Bai could indeed sense that his experience was lacking, that instinct for battle was what he needed the most. But Chu Hanjing's precision was impeccable. Chu Hanjing muttered to himself for a while before regaining his composure. He turned to Lin Bai and asked seriously, "Does your Seven Sins body possess a complete combat system capable of handling various situations?" Lin Bai pondered for a moment. The Seven Sins body was equipped to address 7 paths, and aside from his main body avoiding danger, he had indeed thought everything through. He nodded. Upon seeing this, Chu Hanjing's expression became serious. "In that case, we need to adjust the training methods tailored for you. Now the problem is actually simplified quite a bit. Since your issue is having too many choices, we will train you until you no longer need to choose." As his voice fell before Lin Bai could react, he snapped his fingers. The light from the circular skylight changed dramatically. A faint gray light membrane illuminated the entire martial arts arena, with countless small runes appearing and aligning at an incredible speed. Deep within Chu Hanjing's pupil, something began to flow, causing the air in the entire arena to tremble. The 1,000 mechanisms of martial arts fully unfolded. Before Lin Bai could react, he felt the ground beneath him vanish. The sensation beneath his feet was that of coarse gravel and hard rock, and the air suddenly turned dry and scorching, carrying a burnt scent. Lin Bai instinctively looked around. He was standing on a wasteland. Completely real. What is happening? Is this still in our country? IXXX. The avatars within him were synchronously agitated, and even they couldn't discern that this environment was an illusion. Surrounded by the ruins of collapsed buildings, steel bars jutted out from shattered concrete. The ground's temperature was terrifyingly high. Even through the soles of his shoes, one could feel the scorching heat. First scene. Chu Hanjing's voice came from somewhere in the sky, calm and measured. Enemy type: a high-density disaster beast horde from a certain world. Quantity: 500. Restrictions: none. Countdown: none. Before Lin Bai could speak, the ground shook. The sound of 500 disaster beasts rushing from all directions of the ruins filled the air. These special disaster beasts resembled giant bears, their bodies covered with bone armor, their eyes hollow, and the saliva dripping from their mouths could corrode the ground into smoking pits. Lin Bai's first reaction was to analyze. He made a rapid judgment in his mind. 500 in number, their individual strength seemed low, but their numbers were overwhelming, and the encirclement was closing in. The optimal solution was to unleash the Gluttony Avatar's powerful Skull Splitter, followed by a concentrated punch, then switch to Greed to delay the cooldown. But the disaster beast suddenly appeared above him, pouncing directly down. Lin Bai instinctively dodged to the side as the claws of the disaster beast brushed past his shoulder, leaving several charred scratches on his uniform. "Stop thinking." Chu Hanjing's voice was cold and unfeeling. Lin Bai gritted his teeth. More disaster beasts charged at him. He forced himself to decide to stop thinking and ignored the weighing part of his brain. In the next moment, he switched to the gluttony template, enhancing his power, and began to maneuver swiftly among the disaster beasts. But it wasn't fast enough, still not fast enough. The frequency of the disaster beast's attacks was increasing, and Chu Hanjing was controlling the scene. Just as Lin Bai barely adapted, Chu Hanjing would apply more pressure. Lin Bai's ability to think was gradually squeezed out by the increasing frequency of attacks. Under the intense assault frequency, his brain couldn't keep up with the options, nor could he make judgments. He could only leave everything to his body to handle. His breathing grew heavier, and his muscles began to heat up from the continuous high-intensity bursts. When his valor points accumulated, Lin Bai instinctively countered with a concentrated punch. In front of him, nearly 10 disaster beasts in a fan-shaped area were instantly reduced to mush. Chu Hanjing, maintaining the 1,000 mechanisms of martial arts, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye upon witnessing this. It seemed that this was the punch that had almost taken down Qin Guiyan and Yuan Jin. He had said that this punch was not simple, and now it seemed indeed so. Such destructive power was a blessing for those from large families. During this time, Lin Bai wasn't without injuries, but after his injuries accumulated to a limit, his body would revert to its optimal state. Not knowing how much time had passed, as he severed the spine of the last disaster beast with a palm, it dissipated into light. The scene of ruins silently collapsed during his moment of gasping, and the bluestone ground of the martial arts arena reappeared beneath his feet. Chu Hanjing stood 5 meters away, deep in thought. Before Lin Bai could catch his breath, he snapped his second scene enemy and level assassination type ability user. Environment complete darkness. Your 5 senses will only retain touch and hearing. Before Lin Bai's eyes could adapt to the restored light, the world plunged into absolute darkness again. The next would be the third scene, then the fourth. Each scene was different from the previous one, from terrain to enemies to restrictions, and so on. The only commonality was that the intensity of each scene was ramping up, the number of enemies increased, the tempo of attacks quickened, and the reaction time given was compressed. Lin Bai was constantly pushed to his limits. As time elapsed and Lin Bai's consciousness became somewhat hazy, he didn't know how many scenes had passed when the bluestone ground of the martial arts arena reappeared beneath his feet. The twilight outside the skylight had completely descended, and the lights around the martial arts arena automatically lit up. It was already nighttime. But at this point Lin Bai didn't pay much attention to that. He knelt on one knee in the center of the arena, his hands on the ground, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose onto the bluestone floor. His uniform was thoroughly soaked, his breathing was heavy and rapid, making him resemble someone just pulled out of water. Xu Hanjing looked at Lin Bai with satisfaction. This kid was indeed extraordinary. He didn't know if it was due to the 7 sins body, which granted him a frightening level of mental fortitude. Such high-intensity combat allowed him to endure for this long. It should have ended a long time ago, but the results of Lin Bai's training were exceptionally good. Xu Hanjing didn't want to interrupt him and continued to maintain the 1,000 mechanisms of martial arts until Lin Bai's consciousness was utterly confused. You're quite impressive. We'll continue tomorrow. After leaving this remark, Xu Hanjing turned to leave. Lin Bai's consciousness was still somewhat muddled. During the 1,000 mechanisms of martial arts, Xu Hanjing had never given him a chance to catch his breath. In just a few hours of fighting, Lin Bai felt as if he had fought for a year. But the results were extremely evident. Lin Bai could now feel that instinct for battle being etched into his muscles. After taking a full half an hour to recover, Lin Bai finally stood up and returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he saw a worried Tang Xiao. You finally returned. Lin Bai glanced at the time. The normal practical teaching by the mentor had long passed. The mentor's training was very effective. It took a bit more time. Tang Xiao checked Lin Bai over, and after confirming that he was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next day marked the start of the ranking battles. After finishing the theoretical class in the first 2 hours, Yi Shuang led everyone to the training ground of the academy. Xu Hanjing's training ground was one of them. Upon arrival, they could see a large number of students already present, mostly accompanied by their class instructors. The Ziwei courtyard where Lin Bai and the others were located was undoubtedly the center of attention. As soon as Lin Bai arrived, he felt numerous gazes directed towards them. Yi Shuang directly ignored those gazes, saying the battle information should have already been sent to your phones. Now take a look at which training ground you are assigned to and who your opponent is. I won't say more, just remember you are in the Ziwei courtyard. I do not want to see anyone lose in the first day. Everyone remained silent. Just the name of the Ziwei courtyard was enough reason for them not to lose. Hearing this, Lin Bai also glanced at his information, finding that his opponent was a boy named Lu Lang and a level ability user. Beside him, Tang Xiao felt a bit anxious, constantly boosting his own morale. Having spent the entire previous day studying after his awakening, he had gained some understanding of his abilities. Lin Bai looked at his opponent, who was also an level ability user. The first day of competition lacked excitement. There were too many new students, making it difficult to witness strong confrontations. Lin Bai easily secured his victory. Tang Xiao was the same. He started off quite nervous, but after realizing his opponent wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined, he also emerged victorious. Strictly speaking, this was his first battle in life, and the exhilaration of his first victory lingered until dinner that evening. However, Lin Bai was too busy to pay him any attention. It must be said that Xu Hanjing's classes were indeed very substantial. Having a powerhouse from a domain level train you is a privilege that perhaps even those from big families do not have. Yet it was exhausting, particularly mentally. This led Lin Bai to take an early shower and go to bed. While he was asleep at 10 o'clock, the academy began issuing the battle list for the next day. The competition format at the academy was quite simple, resembling a double elimination system. The freshmen would compete in pairs until the final 64 were determined. Those who lost in this stage would enter the more intense loser bracket, which only had 16 spots among the 64 strong. In the first 2 days, even a single loss could lead to a downfall. The matches in the initial days weren't that thrilling. Not many in the academy paid attention, as the seasoned veterans knew that the real highlights were during the 64 strong. But unexpectedly, a bombshell was dropped on the second day. In the match information released around 10 o'clock, 2 matches caught their attention. One match was by Wuyo against Wang Jingsheng. The name by Wuyo was very prominent among the freshmen, but Wang Jingsheng was also formidable, being an SS level ability user. Aside from them, another match was equally noteworthy. Lin Bai versus Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu was also an SS level ability user. Among 15 SS level ability users, 4 were matched against each other, causing many to exclaim in the Academy forum. Wow, there's a matchmaker. I got up overnight to place bets. What's going on? The probability of this is too low. Damn, no matter who loses, it's like throwing 2 big sharks into the loser bracket. As soon as the matches were announced, the forum exploded. Originally, bets were to be placed only after the 64 strong were decided, but they opened early. Tang Xiao had not yet slept. When he saw the battle list, his pupils shrank, but thinking that Lin Bai had gone to bed early, he could only first check Li Qingji's information for him. The next day, as Lin Bai woke up beautifully refreshed, he was taken aback by Tang Xiao's dark circles, saying there's no need to be so nervous, right? Tang Xiao shook his head. My opponent is a level. Then what are you nervous about? Tang Xiao fixed his gaze on him. Lin Gu, your opponent is Li Qingyu. I watched last night. This Li Qingyu is formidable, ranked 10th among newcomers with the SS level ability Endless Wind Scar. Very terrifying. Lin Bai yawned lazily. It doesn't matter. Tang Xiao was momentarily stunned. After seeing the battle information last night, he had only slept for 4 hours and had imagined various reactions Lin Bai might have upon seeing the battle information, but he never expected it to be like this. As the two went to class, nearly everyone's eyes in the classroom were fixed on Lin Bai and Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu hailed from the Li family in Modu with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, high cheekbones, and slightly upward turned eyes, his gaze extremely piercing. He sported long black hair casually tied back with a silver-gray hairband with a few strands of hair falling in front of his forehead. It was said that many girls from other classes secretly referred to him as a male god, especially since he wielded a sword, which added to his appeal. Lin Bai had just taken his seat when Li Qingji's figure appeared before him, capturing the attention of the entire class. Even Ji Xianyuan and Bai Wuyo were no exception. Bai Wuyo understood his own opponent. His ability was actually a counter to Wang Jingqing, so he wasn't overly concerned about his own match. But Lin Bai was different. As a special system user of the 7 deadly sins, there was little information about him, and everyone actually did not know his true combat power. Li Qingyu crossed his arms. So you're Lin Bai. The loser bracket is a great place for training. Then you should go. Lin Bai looked at Li Qingyu with some curiosity. I must say the modeling on the other side was indeed good, but he was a bit showy, wearing a wind blade-shaped earring in his ear. This reminded Lin Bai of Jia Hao next door. Li Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, you seem to be mistaken. The one who will enter the loser bracket is you. We haven't even fought yet. Lin Bai shook his head slightly. It's not good to pop open the champagne halfway. Getting slapped in the face later will be quite painful. Seeing Lin Bai like this, Li Qingyu figured out that this was someone who wouldn't easily yield. Continuing the conversation would be pointless. So he let out a cold laugh and returned to his seat. Once you truly face me, you'll understand. Understood. Lin Bai waved his hand, which made Li Qingji's expression darken. Uffed. Many around couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although Li Qingyu was strong, they were not weak either, and they really did not fear offending anyone. This laughter nearly broke Li Qingji's composure. At that moment, it was Yi Shuang's arrival that subdued the laughter. Yi Shuang came straight to the point. Last night's draws were a bit unfortunate. We have 2 internal battles in our class. But don't worry, if you have enough confidence in your strength, the loser bracket can be even better. In previous years, there were quite a few who intentionally entered the loser bracket, honing themselves through multiple rounds of competition, ultimately achieving victory. Everyone nodded in agreement. After the battle information from last night was released, some had indeed reviewed previous information, confirming that this was a common saying. The losers group faces fiercer battles, and a single loss completely shatters the hope of advancing to the finals. Thus, it is also more capable of honing one's skills. However, high opportunities also mean high risks. After all, no one wants to be eliminated. But this is Zuaiyuan, and Yi Shuang said little more. In her view, regardless of who falls into the losers group, they can always fight their way back. After briefly discussing the tournament, she began the class. However, in these few days, everyone's thoughts were entirely on the ranking battles, and very few were actually interested in attending the lessons. Yi Shuang was aware of this, and said little during class, waiting for the time to end it punctually. As soon as class was dismissed, everyone almost simultaneously turned their attention to Li Qingyu and Lin Bai. This battle is the most suspenseful. Just as the two stood up to head to the training ground, the crowd also followed closely behind. Thus a scene unfolded within the academy, with all the students of Zuaiyuan gathering together to head towards the On the way, many noticed and followed suit. With so many matches today, this one is undoubtedly the most worth watching. The previous SS level students faced opponents who could not even force them to exhibit their strongest powers. This SS level showdown is bound to be a spectacle. Perhaps they might even witness some of their hidden talents. By the time Lin Bai and the others arrived, the training ground was already packed. Many were even standing, and the audience outside the training ground was also densely populated. As the two entered the arena, Li Qingji's expression was stern. Your words are quite impressive, but once we are on the field, strength speaks for itself. I'm looking forward to how you will slap my face. Lin Bai, faced with Li Qingjia's inexplicable confidence, could only feel helpless. The only way to settle this is to truly defeat the opponent. Enough talk, let's enter the stage. Li Qingyu chuckled coldly. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky, but I'm not in a good mood today. Lin Bai found it even stranger. You don't have the Seven Sins body, so how can anger enhance your strength? His words nearly left Li Qingyu speechless, who could only snort coldly and draw his sword to enter the arena. Thunderous applause instantly engulfed the venue, and Lin Bai followed closely behind with a short sword. The surrounding sounds quickly reached his ears, but with the Seven Sins body constantly murmuring in his mind, Lin Bai could instinctively ignore it. At this moment, most of the crowd supported Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu, young master, you go for it. Rank 10th, barely hanging on, no suspense, right? On the stands of Zhuayu and the classmates had already started chatting. Have you placed your bets? I glanced at Lin Bai's odds, which seemed quite high. Haha, are they all backing Li Qingyu? Then I'll place a bet on Lin Bai first. A student said with a grin. Jiang Yutian crossed his arms. Li Qingjia's endless wind scar has extremely strong lethality, and his mobility is even more so. Even if Lin Bai uses clones, he won't be able to touch him. How much did you bet? Li Qingja asked curiously from the side. 50,000. Wow, big spender. Li Qingja gasped. In that case, you give me 40,000, and if you withdraw, you can still save 10,000. Jiang Yutian, do you want to hear what you're saying? Li Qingja analyzed seriously. Li Qingjia's endless wind scar is still not very proficient. I think he won't win. After hearing this, Jiang Yutian was not angry, but rather deep in thought. Li Qingja, being a member of the Li family, like Li Qingyu, definitely knows him better than I do, but her judgment. Have you seen Lin Bai make a move? What is your basis? I can see the soul. Li Qingja smiled faintly, and then took out her phone. Where to place the bet? Here. Jiang Yutian impatiently pointed it out for her, and as Li Qingja looked at the odds, wow. 1 to 5. It. After saying that, she decisively placed her bet, and Jiang Yutian glanced over only to find she bet a full 100,000. This is a real rich girl. Jiang Yushin's eyes twitched. He felt as if something was slipping away from him. At this moment, not far behind him, Yuan Jin also took out his phone with a serious expression and placed a bet. Hey, Yuan Jin, you're into this too. Well, you bet 3281 on Lin Bai. That's a mix of odd and even on what's going on. Not eating dinner tonight. The exclamation from Yuan Jin's companion immediately drew everyone's attention. Yuan Jin usually doesn't speak much in class and doesn't seem like the type to gamble everything. Everyone's gaze was on him, especially from Ji Xinyuan and Li Qingja, which put him under immense pressure. Yuan Jin, do you know any insider information? Yuan Jin, being an honest kid, scratched his head at the question and said, I've sparred with Lin Bai. Whoa, did you really? What's going on? What's going on? The crowd gasped, and Jiang Yutian could no longer contain his curiosity. What was his strength like? Upon hearing this, Yuan Jin recalled the feeling of facing that punch, and said seriously, his punch is very domineering, not even my diamond body can withstand it. Moreover, the range is vast. If Li Qingyu gets hit, it will instantly trigger protection. Remembering that he had to activate his diamond body to be saved by Chu Hanjin, Yuan Jin knew that this punch could definitely kill him. Triggers protection. These words made everyone's hearts tremble. If he were to be injured severely, that would be one thing. But if it were to be said this way, what is the upper limit of his power? He might not be able to hit Li Qingyu. At this time, Zhang Yan's voice came through. He ranked 5th in the freshman list and has the SS level ability Thunder War body. Zhang Yan's words held a certain credibility, and everyone began to speculate quietly. However, many still believed Yuan Jin and secretly placed a bet. Yuan Jin's gaze fell on a spot not far to the side, lost in thought. He had just seen the person who inspired him to bet, and that person was quite dramatic, betting everything on Lin Bai. But many could not place their bets successfully because the arena had already announced the start. The referee raised his hand. Get ready, start. Just as the words fell, Lin Bai suddenly dashed out. As a fellow SS level ability user, he would not be careless. Li Qingjia's wind scar is formless and shadowless. If he lets Li Qingyu strike first, he won't even know where to dodge. Thus, he must close the distance at the first moment, forcing Li Qingyu into a range where he cannot wield his sword with full strength. As he made his move, Lin Bai switched to jealousy, his eyes widening in an instant as he fixed his gaze on Li Qingyu, the short sword shining with a chilling light stabbing out. In a flash, the sword energy, like frost, leaving a white trail in the air. This strike was fast, accurate, and fierce, causing many to exclaim in surprise. What are you showing off for? Jealousy whispered. With a gentle breeze, Li Qingyu, like a leaf, slightly leaned to the side. With a minimal movement, the tip of Jealousy's sword brushed past his clothing, not even grazing a single hair. Meanwhile, Li Qingjia's right hand had already grasped the hilt of the sword beside him. He lifted the hilt upward, sword and sheath together, casually pointing it toward Jealousy. Jealousy's body suddenly bristled with goosebumps, instinctively twisting to the side as a chilling breeze brushed against his left cheek. Then he heard a crisp sound behind him. Sizzle. On the training arena's rear ground a thin cut appeared, as fine as a strand of hair. The entire arena fell silent. The crowd had seen neither the sword's aura nor heard any sound. Jealousy slowly straightened up, reaching to touch his left cheek. A faint trace of blood marked his fingertip. Li Qingyu stood there, not even changing his posture, asking, "Now do you realize? This is merely the first strike," he said nonchalantly, "to sever your arrogance. Lin Bai, do you know what your biggest problem is? It's that you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you are my opponent? No, you are merely my sparring partner." Jealousy exploded in anger. As one of the original sins, he absolutely could not allow anyone to be more formidable than him. What a joke. Die for me. He charged forward with a short sword, slashing out, but Li Qingyu dodged again, watching Jealousy's contorted face with a smirk. "It seems all your previous bravado was just an act. A slight provocation has revealed your true form." In a moment of instinct, as he raised his sword, Jealousy executed a strange spin, forcefully altering his attack, coming in from the side. Li Qingyi's eyes twitched as he prepared to defend, when Jealousy roared in anger. "Huh!" A moment of chaos engulfed his mind as Jealousy swung his sword. Just as the sword was about to touch Li Qingyu, his clothes suddenly rustled. A fierce wind swept in, forcibly halting Jealousy's sword momentum. In that brief moment, he regained his senses. Without time for posturing, he swiftly drew his sword to parry. But at that moment, the figure of Gluttony appeared behind him, delivering 2 consecutive punches to his back. The intense pain nearly made Li Qingyu cry out. The wind whistling beneath his feet propelled him sideways. The crowd's shouts froze for a moment, their eyes wide in shock as they beheld the figures of Gluttony and Jealousy, both bearing Lin Bai's face. Even though they knew the ability of the Seven Sins was to create duplicates, witnessing 2 avatars with auras that were not weaker than Li Qingyi's still left them in awe. After all, it seemed there were still 5 more such avatars. The crowd from Ziwei Yuan also fell silent, realizing it was likely Lin Bai's first time battling with 2 avatars simultaneously. One was barehanded, the other wielded a short sword. "Don't try to take it from me." Jealousy, embodied by Lin Bai, had no intention of suppressing his true nature, his twisted face charging forward again, spinning once more to deliver a bizarre strike. Gluttony followed closely behind. Upon seeing this, Li Qingyu gripped his sword with both hands, a dense whirlwind enveloping the blade. "Bring on more, it's all the same." With that, he slashed down, and at the same time a multitude of wind trails burst forth from the sword. Gluttony decisively rushed in front of Jealousy. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sound of sharp blades meeting flesh echoed continuously. By the time the crowd could see clearly, Gluttony was already covered in wounds. Unlike the previous battle with Zhu Hongyi, this time everyone could see the shimmering red light dancing on Gluttony's body. Then the light concentrated on his fist. Li Qingyu smirked. "Is this your move?" "Too obvious." Accompanied by Gluttony's punch, as the shockwave erupted, Li Qingyu was propelled upward by the surging wind. Almost in sync with him, Jealousy leapt up as well. At that moment, Li Qingyi's gaze met Jealousy's twisted face. A jolt ran through his heart. How could this be? The speed had increased so much. Unbeknownst to him, without Lin Bai's control, facing all his ostentatious behavior, Jealousy was already going mad with envy. Under the influence of the original sin, his strength continuously surged. "Get down." Jealousy spun in midair, delivering a fierce slash against Li Qingyu. At that moment, he could barely raise his sword to defend, but his entire body still plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Yet before he could rise after landing, Gluttony pulled him closer with a hook punch. At that moment, Li Qingyu had yet to react when a sharp pain hit his abdomen. Gluttony, drenched in blood, landed a punch on his abdomen. Li Qingyu felt a rush of sweetness in his throat, and then his chin was struck by an uppercut. His body uncontrollably flew out, landing right in front of Jealousy. Oh no! That punch left him momentarily dazed, and when he came to, Jealousy's short sword was already poised at his throat. Li Qingyu barely opened his eyes to see Lin Bai's calm gaze devoid of the previous frenzy of jealousy. This scene sent a chill down his spine. The other's emotional transitions regarding the 7 sins were too smooth. Lin Bai wins. As the referee called out, the arena fell silent. Many people did not realize what had happened. Clearly, it was Li Qingyu who had struck first, severely injuring one of Lin Bai's avatars. How could the situation have suddenly changed? They only saw Lin Bai unleashing a whirlwind of attacks before Li Qingyu was completely subdued. After a brief moment of shock, applause and cheers erupted. Although they couldn't comprehend it, the victor deserved the acclaim. The area where Ziwei Yuan stood was silent. "Did you all see clearly?" Zhang Yan asked. "The timing and techniques of these 2 avatars were nothing short of perfect," someone said solemnly. "If 2 avatars can defeat Li Qingyu, what would happen if all 7 attacked at once?" No one could answer this question, for up until now no one had ever witnessed Lin Bai's 7 avatars attacking simultaneously. As the referee announced victory, Lin Bai sheathed his short sword, not even glancing at Li Qingyu, and turned to leave. Only Li Qingyu stood there dazed. Before coming here, he had never imagined he would lose. Nor did he expect to lose so completely. Lin Bai had nearly ignored him, delivering a harsh blow to his heart. The cheers were deafening, but not a single one belonged to him. Li Qingyu rose dejectedly, heading towards the contestants' passage. On the other side, the SS-level duel had undoubtedly been won by Wu Yo. Though the new rankings were not authoritative, they were not far off either. In both battles, Lin Bai's victory was the most unexpected. They had anticipated Lin Bai would win, but they had not expected him to do so effortlessly, even to the point of being overwhelmingly dominant. Previously, Lin Bai's odds were so high not only because of the rankings, but also because Li Qingyu came from a prestigious family. His techniques and usage of abilities should have been superior to Lin Bai's. Yet in reality, when it came down to it, whether in terms of ability usage or control, Lin Bai was on an entirely different level. The entire Academy forum exploded. No one expected that the seemingly ordinary Lin Bai possessed such formidable combat skills and systems. At first, everyone had just awakened, and the differences in abilities among peers were minimal, yet the battle results revealed Lin Bai's overwhelming victory. This sparked curiosity about Lin Bai among everyone. Unfortunately, there was very little information about the Seven Sins, and Lin Bai himself was not very social, primarily seen only on the way to and from classes. This also led to the fact that in the following days they were unable to learn anything about Lin Bai. In the recent matches, Lin Bai's opponents were either Class A or Class B, with not a single Class S in sight. Such levels against the veracity were entirely a numerical crush. On this day, Lin Bai had just defeated his opponent, expecting the usual outcome, but unexpectedly the system popped up a notification. Ranked Battle, 5 consecutive wins, reward Hex Deck Extraction 1. Lin Bai. His eyes instantly lit up. Previously, he thought the rewards for this ranked battle were already substantial, but he never expected more. After leaving the training ground, Lin Bai decisively chose to extract. The scene before him spun, and he expected to receive attribute fragments as before, but the system surprised him greatly. Golden Hex Deck. Looking at the 3 cards before him, Lin Bai's breath quickened. He took a deep breath, then switched to a lazy state, and opened the first card as drowsiness swept over him. Dance of the Devil gained the Keystone Runes Fleet Footwork and Unflinching. Upon seeing this, Lin Bai's expression darkened. It wasn't important what the Keystone Rune was, it wasn't important what effects Fleet Footwork and Unflinching had. Just knowing they were worthless runes was enough. In the past, whenever Lin Bai saw this rune appear consecutively in games, he knew he had entered an yellow map. Similarly, there was Purification of the Mind, the Keystone Mage, and so on. These were all the most useless runes in the golden tier. Lacking numbers and mechanics, Lin Bai would only choose them in situations where there were no other options. However, seeing this appearance still made his heart skip a beat. With a sense of apprehension, Lin Bai opened the second card again. In an instant, he felt his blood pressure rise. Keystone Mage gained the runes Summon Airy and Arcane Comet. By this point, Lin Bai's eyes had turned red. Without hesitation, he flipped open the third card. Lightning Strike gained 20 total attack speed and deal additional magic damage effects upon reaching a specific attack speed. Wow, it's here. Lin Bai's heart trembled. As one of the 2 runes among the entire Hex Deck runes capable of directly increasing total attack speed, it was a core component of all attack speed systems. In the Hex Deck Grand Battle, Lin Bai was still unaware of the status of the shop, but if there were mythical equipment available combined with the Reaper's Toll, once his attack speed ramped up, no one could withstand the output. Lin Bai had already devised a plan for this rune system, directly assigning it to Rage. Such a battle-oriented individual, once he obtained Dance, would find a place to stack it up. With Hex Deck acquired, Lin Bai looked forward even more to the opening of the shop. For him, the 7 Sins had just begun, and equipping the right gear and champion template was when he would truly unleash his power. The subsequent matches also gradually became intense, as most of the participants from the preliminary rounds had been eliminated, leaving behind those with both talent and strength. After defeating a Class S freshman, Lin Bai successfully entered the top 64. Today was the day to determine the top 64, and Lin Bai's battle ended quickly, having reserved his spot in advance. While on the other side, Tang Xiao had also developed his abilities as a mirror artisan through the recent battles. Ultimately, Tang Xiao also successfully made it into the top 64, and when he returned to the dormitory, the excitement on his face had not faded. Lin Gui also made it into the top 64. That's impressive, Lin Bai said, sincerely smiling. Although Tang Xiao's mirror artisan was also Class SS, it leaned towards support. Moreover, Lin Bai noticed that in order to enter the top 64, Tang Xiao had defeated an S-class opponent. Tang Xiao scratched his head and laughed. In the subsequent matches from 64 to 32 to 16 and 16 to 8, all were scheduled for the same day. In the following days, all freshmen were given a break in order to pave the way for the competition. Lin Bai's opponent in the 64 to 32 match was a student from Taiwei Academy named Zheng Mu Yang, possessing S-class abilities. In fact, Zheng Muyang was among the top tier at Taiwei Academy. However, his fire-type abilities were a variant with less potential than the few top-ranked at Ziwei Academy, which is why he was placed in Taiwei Academy. In Taiwei Academy's class, upon seeing that Zheng Muyang's opponent was Lin Bai, there was an immediate outcry. What the hell, how did brother Muyang draw Lin Bai? He was previously defeated by Jiang Yutian and dropped into the loser bracket. Now he has just come back up and faces Lin Bai again. It's over, brother Muyang has the worst luck in this round, right? Zheng Muyang belonged to the type that was somewhat handsome in appearance and was also sociable, gaining a high reputation within the class. Meeting Lin Bai, many genuinely felt sorry for him in their eyes. Although Zheng Muyang couldn't compete with those of Class SSS, he was still among the top tier within Class SS. At this moment, Zheng Muyang sat in his spot looking at the battle information, only able to smile wryly. He was not Zhu Hongyi and naturally understood the chasm between Class SS and Class SSS. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. I still have a fighting spirit against other Class SSS, but Lin Bai's 7 sins is just too monstrous. Everyone around also nodded in agreement. After Lin Bai defeated Li Qingyu, everyone had tacitly accepted him as one of the strongest Class SSS. The new student rankings were just for fun. When it came to actual battles, it still depended on true skills. But retreating without a fight isn't my style, right, Lin Bai? You only know after fighting. Zheng Muyang stood up, regaining his confidence and fighting spirit. As expected of brother Muyang. Yes, I also think we should give it a go. What if Lin Bai is all show and no substance? Someone immediately echoed. But a girl next to him said quietly, isn't Li Qingyu also all show and no substance? I don't mind those details. It's all about participation. No matter what, I can't just surrender without a fight. Right? Brother Muyang, your odds have already reached 1200. Don't worry, I will still bet on you. A little gamble for fun. Anyway, betting on Lin Bai won't make you any money. Zheng Muyang took a deep breath. Don't worry, even if I can't defeat him, I will at least force him to reveal a few of his hidden cards. Hiss. What is this? Two avatars attacking together right from the start. Brother Muyang doesn't even have a chance to strike back. Have you noticed? When that clone with the slightly crooked eyes roared, both Li Qingyu and Muyang paused for a moment. It seems to be a form of mental control skill. What crooked eyes? That must be the jealousy clone, right? It seems that many are studying Lin Bai now. This is indeed a skill of mental control. In the battle from 64 to 32, Lin Bai directly activated gluttony and jealousy to gang up on Zheng Muyang, easily securing victory. During this time, some have already begun to study Lin Bai. The deliberate punching requires build-up, and jealousy's roar generates mental control. These details have been mostly guessed. However, the instant summoning of clones' immobilization combined with deliberate punching is a simple, yet brutal tactic that they find hard to crack. At the same time, they have a rough understanding that gluttony lacks mobility, while jealousy has high mobility. But the more they understand, the more they feel Lin Bai is invincible. Because this is just two clones. Lin Bai hasn't even used a third clone yet. How can they fight? Lin Bai is among the fastest in battle, though after his fight ended, many others were just beginning theirs. However, the battles of other SS-level freshmen ended quickly as well. Before long, 15 spots among the 32 strong were occupied by them. As time passed, and the remaining participants finished their battles, all 32 strong emerged. Tang Xiao also won with great difficulty. When she arrived by Lin Bai's side, despite her tired face, there was a vibrant spirit in her eyes. Lin Gu, I won again. Keep it up in the 32 strong. Lin Bai smiled. At this moment, the 32 who appeared gathered in front of the largest arena. In the next second, the originally clear sky suddenly turned overcast. A bolt of lightning struck before the crowd, and Lin Bai shielded his eyes from the strong light of the lightning. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. When the brightness faded, a figure appeared before the arena, a remarkably sturdy old man. The man had bulging muscles, standing nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a small giant with eyes filled with azure lightning. At this moment, someone beside whispered, damn. It's Vice Dean Song Tingzhou. I've heard he has reached the pinnacle of the domain level. He is one of the pillars of the human race. Many were astonished, gazing at the elder on the stage, while some from prominent families were not surprised. They were aware of the true strength of Yunji. Pinnacle of the domain level. Lin Gu, do you think I can reach that level in the future? There was a hint of expectation in Tang Xiao's eyes. It depends on your efforts. Lin Bai looked at Song Tingzhou on stage, but why do I feel he's a bit showy? As Lin Bai's words fell, the lightning in Song Tingzhou's eyes dissipated. He looked down at the crowd. So these are the 32 strong this time. The quality is quite acceptable. His voice thundered out, causing many to instinctively cover their ears. I represent the academy. After a lengthy self-introduction filled with formalities, Song Tingzhou finally got to the point. This time I will conduct the drawing for the 32 strong. With that, an academy instructor approached with an empty box. Song Tingzhou grinned at the crowd below. Don't worry, there are no dark dealings in this lottery. It's all based on luck. If you little SS level fellows end up facing each other, just do your best to win. Once we reach this stage, losing means no more chances. The crowd tensed up upon hearing this. With a total of 15 SS level students, if they faced off among themselves, it would actually be a good thing for the remaining participants. Among the students of Ziwei Academy, some had unsightly expressions while those like Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo appeared unfazed. Lin Bai also maintained a blank expression. His goal was first place. Facing anyone was the same. Song Tingzhou noted the expressions of the crowd, his brow slightly furrowing. But he said nothing more and directly began to draw. Lu Xiaoqing. After reading the name, he called out the opponent's name and then drew the second card. Lu Jingzhe. The two students whose names were called sighed in relief simultaneously. Among the SS level students, they had never heard of each other's names, which meant the other was at most S level. Most of the subsequent draws were similar, but some did draw SS level opponents, leading to pained expressions. Tang Xiao. When Tang Xiao's name was called, Lin Bai noticed his body tremble slightly. Lu Sun. Upon hearing this name, Tang Xiao's expression instantly soured. Lin Guim done for. Lin Bai patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, I'll win for both of us. Lu Sun, a student of Ziwei Academy, possessed the SS level ability of devouring the abyss. A darkness type ability which can barely be considered a half specialty, and he was SS level. In class, Lu Sun actually had little presence. In the eyes of the crowd, he always appeared to be a silent figure. Lin Bai furrowed his brow upon hearing this name, as he had learned about this person through his battles. When Lu Sun fought, he gave off a feeling of being possessed, completely transforming into another person, fighting with extreme madness. Be careful. If the situation seems off, you can admit defeat. Lin Bai's expression turned serious. Tang Xiao wore a pained look, and when he looked up, he felt a gaze on his back. Turning to look, he found it was Lu Sun, who was very thin and had serious hunchback issues. When Tang Xiao met his gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. As Lin Bai turned his head, Tang Xiao suddenly noticed that Lu Sun revealed a chilling smile towards him. He couldn't help but shrink his neck, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Lin Bai. When his name was called, Lin Bai maintained a blank expression, and at that moment Song Tingzhou's gaze happened to fall on him. He would pay attention to each SS level freshman. Naturally, he recognized Lin Bai. Lin Bai's reaction pleased him, and as he picked up the second name, he revealed a meaningful smile. Zhang Yutian. Upon the announcement of their names, numerous gasps erupted within the Ziwei Academy class. Zhang Yutian, seeing that he faced Lin Bai, was momentarily stunned, then the smile on his face widened uncontrollably. Huh? Do you remember what I said? In the ranking battle, I won't hold back. He directly turned to provoke Lin Bai. They all say your clones are impressive, but I'm sorry your journey ends here. Lin Bai felt helpless. He couldn't tell if Zhang Yutian was confident or just foolish, saying a few words and then appearing restless. So he curiously asked, does talking big increase your attack power in the arena? Zhang Yutian's eyes widened, and many around struggled to suppress their laughter. What are you laughing at? The laughter of the crowd instantly enraged Zhang Yutian, prompting him to roar, causing the laughter to diminish significantly. However, not everyone would give him face. These SS-level students were from prominent families and naturally did not consider anyone beneath them. This also led Zhang Yutian to clearly feel the disdain from those around him. When he looked at Lin Bai again, his gaze had turned cold. The martial arts arena will reveal everything. Lin Bai did not deny it. Indeed, the martial arts arena would show the truth, but the outcome might not align with Zhang Yutian's expectations. Among the names read out, 3 SS-level students were matched against each other. Out of the 15 SSS students, there were 4 internal battles, with only 6 students drawn against S-level competitors. The students below were stunned. Even Song Tingzhou was somewhat bewildered. He never expected his luck would be so poor. Though they spoke of fairness, who wouldn't want to see a showdown of the strong in the end? If one of the top 4 was someone who had snuck in, it would be quite dull. However, while some rejoiced, others worried. With so many internal battles among the SS level, the remaining students saw their opportunity. Not facing an SS level student this round was already the best scenario. At least their ranks could advance, and perhaps by the 16-8 round they could face opponents of the same level again. Some were already pondering if luck was on their side. Even securing a spot in the semifinals was not impossible. After the match draw, everyone went to rest as the schedule was tight, and everyone needed to recover quickly. Upon returning to the academy's backstage, Song Tingzhou was met with a peculiar gaze. Old Song, your luck is as bad as ever. A seemingly cultured old man wearing glasses chuckled. Song Tingzhou's expression changed slightly. It was just their bad luck. Haha, but it's actually not bad. It can serve as an early lesson for these youngsters. Luck is sometimes part of strength. Indeed. A younger mentor beside him chimed in. To be fair, when exploring the world, luck can sometimes play an even bigger role. Hearing this, Song Tingzhou's expression improved slightly as he quickly changed the subject. This year we have recruited quite a few good talents. We must raise the salaries of the admissions office staff. Absolutely, absolutely. Old Song, who do you have your eyes on this time? That kid from the G family. Or from the Bai family. Song Tingzhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. I think that girl from the Li family is quite impressive. She's hiding her capabilities well, almost fooled me. This topic caught the attention of several mentors in the backstage. I mean Xu Hanjing. Isn't Lin Bai? What do you think of this kid? In the corner, two mentors were seated, one of whom was Xu Hanjing. The one speaking to him was a graceful female mentor with long golden hair and a flawless complexion, exuding a commanding presence. Xu Hanjing, lost in thought, replied without hesitation, if nothing unexpected happens, he should win the championship. Wow, such confidence! Wei Luo exclaimed, drawing many gazes. Xu Hanjing frowned slightly. Whether it's the Ji family or the Bai family, they are just starting out, and the gap between them isn't that significant. They are geniuses. Does that mean others are not? Under the same starting conditions, Lin Bai is far superior. Hearing him speak so earnestly, Wei Luo's smile gradually faded. It's rare to see you have such confidence in a student. Hey, that Lin Bai is good, but he's just okay. Song Tingzhou, who had appeared next to them at some point, interjected. Wei Luo shot him a glance and made space for him. He unceremoniously plopped down. Shall we make a bet? Hearing this, Xu Hanjing smirked. If you want to give me something, just say so. Song Tingzhou's expression changed momentarily before returning to normal. I actually favor that girl from the Li family. If we face off, we'll come find you. The schedule is tight. Lin Bai just closed his eyes for a moment before he heard the announcement to go on stage. Stepping out from the passage, Jiang Yutian was already on stage, arms outstretched, as if savoring the cheers from the crowd. As Lin Bai stepped onto the stage, the cheers around him grew louder, yet most were still for Jiang Yutian. Seeing Lin Bai come up, Jiang Yutian grinned. Being defeated by me in front of so many people isn't a pleasant feeling, but you needn't worry. Losing to me, no one will say anything about you. Lin Bai was already able to successfully filter out Jiang Yutian's voice, remaining indifferent. The referee noticed he had no intention of speaking harshly and quickly instructed both to prepare. After all, the audience could hardly wait. This match was definitely the hottest of the current round. The entire martial arts arena was packed. Besides the freshmen, there were also many sophomores and juniors present. Everyone was eager to know who would be the leading figure of this cohort in the coming years. The ground of the martial arts arena was specially crafted, and as the referee's voice fell, dark red patterns began to emerge. This was a sign that the defensive formation had been activated. Several mentors in the referee's area stood up simultaneously, one of whom waved to reinforce the barriers around the arena. Standing in the center of the arena, Jiang Yutian's fingertips pulsed with spiritual energy, and soon a cluster of golden flames appeared at his fingertips. The color was unlike ordinary flames, a rich golden hue that made one's eyes burn just to look at it. The air around the flames showed signs of distortion. This was the power of an SS-level ability, terrifying even for one just awakened. Lin Bai stood 20 meters away from him. Anger and jealousy surged simultaneously. Jealousy was fixated on Jiang Yutian, his eyes slowly turning red. Why can he play with fire? And such powerful fire at that. Why is all the cheering for him? The glutton looked around in confusion. Lin Bai handed the jealous one a short sword and whispered, fight first, then eat. Oh. Is he just using dual avatars? Is that overconfidence or self-assurance? Someone on the referee's bench frowned and muttered. Jiang Yutian glanced over, his expression unchanged. With the referee's loud shout begin. In the next second, he raised his right hand, the cluster of golden flames leaving his fingertips hovering above his palm. Go! The flames exploded instantly. Centered around Jiang Yutian, a golden fire ring spread outwards at lightning speed. As the fire ring swept across the ground, a scorching wave surged forth. The glutton acted first, retreating half a step with his right foot, muscles contracting and bulging violently beneath his skin. At the moment the fire ring approached, he struck out with his right fist. The punch met the fire ring, and upon seeing this scene, Jiang Yutian sneered, fool, can you withstand the truth? In the next moment, a scorching breath rushed towards Lin Bai, causing him to frown and retreat behind Baosher, while the flames seemed to possess a will of their own, crazily attaching themselves to Baosher. His skin was turning red, blisters forming on the surface, yet the muscle layers were writhing wildly, constantly generating pink tissues to replace the damaged ones. The powerful recovery of the passive skill, heroic spirit of the battlefield, began to take effect. The spectators on the stands widened their eyes as they finally realized the terrifying recovery power of Baosher. What the heck? He can directly withstand the true flame of the sun. Is he some kind of Iron Man? Even if he can endure it, the pain must be unbearable. Is he a monster? The overwhelming power of the true flame of the sun also made Lin Bai furrow his brows tightly. The heroic spirit of the battlefield restores health based on the amount of life lost, meaning the more severe the injury, the faster the recovery. The fact that Baosher displayed such evident recovery indicates he was not severely injured. However, the pain also sent his adrenaline skyrocketing, and a red glow began to emanate from him. Baosher grinned widely. He charged fearlessly towards Jiang Yutian, who was clearly aware of Lin Bai and had been watching Baoxi's movements closely. As he approached, he flicked his arm back, sending 5 golden flames shooting from his fingertips, weaving into a fiery web in midair, enveloping Baoshi. Each strand of the fire web was as thin as a hair, but with an extremely high temperature. Baoshi charged headlong into it. The fire web pierced his skin, reaching his bones. Baoxi's body was marked with dozens of intersecting wounds, with golden flames burning inwards along the lacerations. This scene left the onlookers feeling a chill down their spines. Not to mention anything else, Baoxi's vitality was truly frightening. Lin Bai showed no intention of recalling his avatar, indicating that this was still within Baoxi's tolerance. It was at this moment that the avatar of jealousy flashed out from behind Baoshi, almost instantly darting past. This was the first phase of the skilled dance of the winged blade from Riven. His body slid close to the ground with a short sword held at his waist, the tip dragging along the ground, leaving a trail of sparks. Baoshi's body blocked Jiang Yutian's line of sight, allowing jealousy to slip into his blind spot. However, Jiang Yutian was already prepared. He flicked his arm and golden flames coalesced in his palm into the shape of a spear. The spear tip darted precisely towards jealousy's throat, faster and at a more cunning angle. From the timing of this thrust, Lin Bai could tell that the opponent definitely had a solid foundation in practical combat. But Lin Bai was the same. Jealousy executed the second phase of the dance of the winged blade, spinning past the fiery spear almost at a brush, while simultaneously slashing directly at Jiang Yutian's wrist with the short sword. Jiang Yutian frowned, slightly retracting his right hand. The spear rotated horizontally, blocking the blade. At the moment of collision between the golden fire and the short sword, a sharp metallic screech erupted, causing jealousy's sword to be deflected upwards, while Jiang Yutian's spear also sustained a notch. The flames surged at the notch, automatically repairing it. But immediately after, jealousy let out a loud roar, then flashed away directly, using the third phase of the dance of the winged blade. He leaped into the air, slashing downwards with all his weight concentrated in this strike. The short sword erupted with a faint green glow of runes, the blade descending with the sound of rushing wind. Jiang Yutian felt his mind descend into chaos, and by the time he regained his senses, the blade had already struck his forehead. At the moment of contact, a burst of intense flames erupted, sending jealousy flying back from the heat wave. When he could finally see clearly, Jiang Yutian's eyes had turned pure gold, his pupils vanished, leaving only 2 burning orbs of light. The golden flames swirling around his body suddenly contracted inward, then erupted outward. A ring of fire soared up, centered around him. Jealousy rose and charged again, striking the sword against the fire wall. The green glow of the runes penetrated the golden flames before coming to a halt. The temperature of the fire wall caused the front end of the sword blade to begin melting. Jealousy decisively abandoned the sword and jumped the blade, completely melting into a puddle of molten iron as it hit the ground. But at this moment, Baoshi had already broken free from the fire web. His body was nearly falling apart, with the white edges of his ribs visible from his chest, and the wound on his left arm deep enough to see bone. Yet his eyes were filled with excitement. The passive ability of the arrogant template was operating wildly within him, with adrenaline and regeneration hormones surging, driving his heroic spirit value to its peak. "I know your punch is powerful, but my firewall is something you can't break," Jiang Yutian said confidently, while Lin Bai looked on in shock. In the next moment, Baoshi instantly emptied his heroic spirit value, and his right arm began to glow. The light converged entirely onto his fist, and Baoshi's body trembled. Jiang Yutian noticed this scene. Standing in the center of the firewall, he could see Baoshi's movements through the golden flames. When truly facing the charged punch, he could clearly feel the accumulating power along with the increasingly intense sense of pressure in the air. Jiang Yutian's expression grew serious, his brows slightly furrowing. He then resolutely raised both hands, golden flames surging from his palms, infusing the firewall. The height of the firewall soared dramatically, its thickness doubling, the color shifting from gold to nearly white. Almost simultaneously, Baoshi's right arm had gathered full power, and the ground beneath him began to crack like a spider web. The air in front of his fist visibly compressed into a tangible white air wall. With a punch thrown, the air wall detached from the fist, advancing in a fan shape, crashing into the firewall with a rumbling wave. The charged punch. The moment the white air wall collided with the golden firewall, an unexpected thunderous sound erupted in the arena. The golden firewall was instantly pierced at the center of the air wave, continuing its momentum, directly smashing into Jiang Yutian. In an instant, Jiang Yutian's figure bent, and then he lost consciousness. The audience outside saw the firewall of Jiang Yutian swell, then Baoshi threw a punch, and Jiang Yutian actually flew out from within the firewall, like an arrow released from its bow, crashing into the barrier of the arena. Boom. A muffled sound rang out as Jiang Yutian's figure fell limply to the ground, blood continuously oozing from his mouth. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time they saw a charged punch hit an opponent. Previously, every time Lin Bai struck, it would trigger a protective mechanism or the instructor would intervene. Over time, many were curious about the power behind this punch. Now they finally witnessed it. At the referee's table, the expressions of several instructors changed. What's going on? Doesn't Zhang Yutian have the Spirit Awakening Pearl? Why didn't it activate? Don't worry about that. Hurry and call Director Zhang. At this moment, the students still believed that this punch merely knocked Zhang Yutian unconscious, but as the referee announced Lin Bai's victory, cheers erupted throughout the arena. However, just a few seconds later, as a figure dressed in white descended from the sky, frowning as he approached Zhang Yutian, everyone instinctively fell silent. What were you all watching? If I hadn't been at the academy today, he would have died. The newcomer frowned and shouted at the group at the referee's table. Lin Bai retracted his avatar, gazing at the unconscious Zhang Yutian. I once referred to him as the first person to deliberately take a heavy punch, earning him the title of the man with the... In this situation, it was quite daring for the opponent to take the hit he'd. Lin Bai was also surprised, but he was more astonished that the mentor did not step in to assist. What he did not know was that the mentors were fully aware that Zhang Yutian possessed a life-saving item from his family, which a student of the perception level could not possibly break. However, to his shock, the true injury from the deliberate punch erupted directly. Previously, whenever Lin Bai had attacked, the mentors had intervened to save him, and he quickly thought of what life-saving item Zhang Yutian might possess. This also sparked deep contemplation in him. Seeing the mentor's calm demeanor earlier, it seemed that this was indeed the case. But the question arose, why hadn't it triggered? This was a question he needed to clarify. True damage was a devastating weapon, but in-game shields could block true damage. He wondered if there was a similar shield mechanism in the real world. And this was a perfect opportunity for understanding. Lin Bai looked at the barely alive Zhang Yutian with a hint of regret. If the opponent were awake, he would have asked him a thing or two. At that moment, Zhang Zhenshu, dressed in white, frowned. Her ability was an S-level healing power, and she had reached the pinnacle of resonance. Currently, her spiritual energy swept over Zhang Yutian's body, discovering that all his internal organs were shattered. If someone had come a little later, he would have been lost. Zhang Zhenshu immediately used her ability, warm golden light, flowing from her hands, constantly repairing his body. Healing a small fry at the perception level was still a piece of cake for her. As for the spectators, they were all complete. Zhang Zhenshu's words caught everyone off guard. They had thought Zhang Yutian was merely in a coma, but they did not expect him to be in such a dire state. Was the power of that punch truly so terrifying? It pierced through Zhang Yutian's firewall laid with all his might, and still knocked him to the brink of death. What kind of power was this? No wonder a single punch could produce protection before. Who could withstand such might? If that power were to hit them, wouldn't they be bruised all over? Amidst the complex gazes of those present, Zhang Yutian slowly opened his eyes. With the healing system at the resonance level, even if he had stopped breathing for 2 minutes, he could be saved. The mentors at the judging panel had already come to his side. Seeing Zhang Yutian open his eyes, they hurriedly asked, "Classmate, are you all right? How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Zhang Yutian's eyes were filled with confusion. The few minutes that just passed felt like centuries to him. Memories from his childhood surged forth. It was as if he was watching a videotape, observing the past decade and more. The surrounding mentors became increasingly anxious as the incident had occurred right under their noses. Not to mention how to explain this to the Zhang family. The mere fact that someone had died during a demonstration in the academy was enough to cause a storm. Fortunately, Zhang Yutian only dazed for a moment before regaining his senses, saying, "I'm fine." Then he slowly stood up, looked in Lin Bai's direction, and covered his forehead, asking, "Did I lose?" The others exchanged glances, a yes. "Oh," Zhang Yutian casually replied, and then stepped down while holding his forehead. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks. He certainly didn't seem to be fine at all. Could it be that he was knocked silly by a punch? But Lin Bai's punch struck his body, not his head. The crowd was puzzled, only able to hastily follow him, genuinely concerned that something might happen to Zhang Yutian. Lin Bai noticed that Zhang Yutian seemed a bit off, and he felt a little uneasy. Could it be that a punch transported him elsewhere? He suspiciously looked at his own hand and frowned, saying, "Gluttony, did you use too much force?" "Huh, is there something to eat?" The response from Gluttony echoed in his mind, and Lin Bai's expression darkened. Forget it, it's not his problem. After all, the academy had stated they were fully prepared and allowed them to act freely. As Lin Bai left, the crowd was still lingering in their thoughts. This battle wasn't particularly spectacular. Whether it was Lin Bai or Zhang Yutian, they might not have used their full strength, but the impact was undoubtedly explosive. Other battles in the training grounds quickly concluded, and news of Lin Bai and Zhang Yutian's fight spread rapidly. Many exhibited astonished expressions upon hearing the news. "No way is it really that exaggerated. You're not fooling me, are you? At this rate, who would dare to fight with confidence in the future?" And Lin Bai is too terrifying. He truly deserves to be called the man who can deliver protection with a single punch. He'll tell you secretly, don't tell anyone else, but I heard Zhang Yutian got knocked silly. Incredible, even Zhang Yutian was defeated. In no time the entire academy was filled with discussions about the state of this battle. Lin Bai didn't pay much attention. After leaving the training ground, he sent a message to Tang Xiao, but he hadn't received a reply for quite a while. This left him somewhat puzzled. Previously Tang Xiao would typically reply to messages promptly. Considering the time, he thought it should have been enough for a response, so he tried calling, but no one picked up. Could he really hold on for that long? As Lin Bai puzzled over this, the academy issued a notice preparing for the draw for the top 16 to the top 8. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to put down his phone and head to the first training ground. Upon arrival, he found fewer students in the arena, but more students gathered around, almost filling the area. The top 16, those who managed to reach this point, would almost certainly become star contestants within the academy. Lin Bai scanned the surroundings, but still did not see Tang Xiao. Instead, Li Qingge approached him whispering, "Are you looking for your roommate?" "My." Lin Bai turned to her. Li Qingge gestured towards Tang Xiao's opponent Lu Sun. He stood there still somewhat hunched and seemed to notice Lin Bai's gaze. He turned his head and showed a smile. This smile made Lin Bai feel uncomfortable. What happened? The expressions of Li Qingge and Lu Sun made him sense that something was off. Tang Xiao is still unconscious. Unconscious? Lin Bai was puzzled. Doesn't the academy have mentors from the healing department? Li Qingge shook her head slightly, her expression turning serious. The healing mentors in the academy primarily treat physical injuries. His injury is to the soul. The soul. Lin Bai's heart shook. Everything related to the soul was profoundly mysterious, and healing abilities in this area were exceedingly rare. Li Qingge nodded slightly, signaling with her eyes. I can see souls. Lu Sun's soul has grown a bit stronger since before the battle, and when Tang Xiao was carried out, I saw that his soul was very weak. Lin Bai's expression became serious. Li Qing's psychic ability is Soul Chant, indeed a specialist in the realm of souls. He then recalled the opponent's special ability, Devouring the Abyss. It seems to be a devouring type ability. Li Qingge whispered, before this I also didn't expect the opponent to be able to devour souls. The academy probably didn't anticipate he had such means, and they are currently looking for soul recovery pills for Tang Xiao. What impact does this have on Tang Xiao? The soul is the root of consciousness, so there will definitely be an impact. Our soul-type abilities have specialized instructors monitoring us before battles, always ready to intervene. But this time it was the academy's oversight. They didn't realize Lu Sun had such control over his abilities and would target Tang Xiao, who is S-level and more auxiliary in nature. Li Qingge sighed helplessly. I heard that your situation was also due to the academy's negligence. Such things shouldn't happen in other academies. Yunji's experience is still lacking. Lin Bai nodded slightly. Indeed, having problems in 2 consecutive matches indicates the academy's shortcoming. He squinted at Lu Sun, who was still smiling. This person is not a good one. Why are you telling me all this? Li Qingge was taken aback, then laughed, and said, it's just that you look pleasing to the eye. Is it not to provoke my anger, and then wait for me to confront him to see my true strength? Hehehe. How could that be? Li Qingge said with a grin. I swear by my soul it is absolutely not like. Lin Bai looked at her suspiciously, but said nothing more. Regardless of her intentions, it wouldn't affect his. The draw results for the top 16 came out quickly. Many S-level participants were praying to face opponents of the same level. But reality is cruel. By this point, the likelihood of intra-level battles is already greatly reduced, resulting in several S-level competitors drawing S-level opponents. Lin Bai had good luck. His opponent was an S-level. Upon seeing Lin Bai as the opponent, the other party's face turned pale with fright. At this point, rumors of the battle against Zhang Yutian had already spread. Rumors of One Punch turning Zhang Yutian into a fool, or One Punch creating a revolving lantern. In short, the tales became more and more exaggerated. These led to Lin Bai's fearsome reputation spreading somewhat. When the battle began, Lin Bai didn't even exert himself. Although an S-level opponent wouldn't pose much of a challenge, the other side had no fighting spirit, making it an easy win. Lin Bai successfully entered the top 8, and tomorrow would be the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and the finals. After the battle, Lin Bai also went to the infirmary to check on Tang Xiao, but he was still unconscious due to the soul injury. Looking at Tang Xiao on the hospital bed, Lin Bai's expression gradually darkened. Lu Sun. Lin Bai glanced at the information for the top 8, and Lu Sun had also successfully defeated an S-level opponent from the same class to enter the top 8. The opponent's ability was extremely strange. Lin Bai pondered for a moment and decided to check the opponent's battle records. But upon doing so, he noticed a problem. In all his battles, Tang Xiao was the only one who had fallen unconscious. This means he had only targeted Tang Xiao. Why? Lin Bai was puzzled. Tang Xiao was not someone who would attract hatred. Why did the opponent act this way? With no answers to this question, Lin Bai could only rest for now. The opponents in tomorrow's top 8 battles were likely not simple characters. However, after a day of rest, Lin Bai's opponent the next day was a freshman ranked 9th whose strength left Lin Bai somewhat disappointed. If he had to describe it, he could only say it was not as good as Jiang Yutian. After the battle ended during the draw, Lin Bai watched Lu Xun's fight. The opponent unleashed a rolling black fog, making it difficult to see the situation inside. At this stage, Lin Bai had no ability to see through it. In the end, after hearing the referee declare a victory, he didn't gain any useful information. Like his battle video, Tang Xiao also fell unconscious in the black fog. At this time, Lu Xun's opponent was of the same level, naturally lasting longer, but ultimately still turned pale and was declared unable to continue fighting by the referee. At this moment, victories and defeats were also determined in other arenas. In the top 8 stage, it was originally strong versus strong, with Jiang Yin facing off against Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo against Li Qingge. These two battles were especially heavyweight. The battle between Jiang Yin and Ji Xinyuan was the most intense, with no seats available. Lin Bai's battle had hardly any spectators. The result was still that Ji Xinyuan had the upper hand, while the battle between Li Qingge and Bai Wuyo was somewhat peculiar. The two stood still in the arena, and after about 10 minutes Li Qingge chose to surrender. Both of their abilities were somewhat strange, and many people couldn't understand how they fought. Thus the final 4 were determined. Lin Bai, Ji Xuanyuan, Bai Wuyo, and Lu Xun. Lu Xun had previously ranked 6th in the freshman list. Those before him, Jiang Yin, Jiang Yutian, and Li Qingge, all fell in internal battles. He advanced without facing them, and not many people paid attention to him. The final 4 list, on the contrary, drew the most attention to Lin Bai, a true dark horse. Previously, he was ranked 15th in the freshman list. Yet in this ranking battle, he cut through all obstacles, even defeating Jiang Yutian. At this point, no one was saying he was weak anymore. The draw for the final 4 began with all 4 stepping onto the stage. The one drawing was Song Tingzhou, but his expression didn't seem very happy, especially when he saw Lin Bai's mouth twitching slightly. Song Tingzhou said a few pleasantries, then took out the first draw. I won't say much more, I know you all want to see the subsequent finals. So let's start the draw now. As Song Tingzhou drew lots, Lin Bai's gaze shifted, meeting Lu Xun's unabashed stare. The other party smiled at him. Lin Bai remained expressionless as Song Tingzhou pulled out the first draw. Bai Wuyo smiled indifferently, and Song Tingzhou opened the second draw. Ji Xinyuan. It seems we have to fight again. This time I won't let you win like before on that wild list. Whatever. Ji Xuanyuan's expression was unchanged. The remaining 2 didn't need to be drawn as Song Tingzhou looked at them. The final 4 matchups are all here. The first match will be Ji Xinyuan versus Bai Wuyo. The few left the platform in turn, while Lu Xun's unabashed gaze remained fixed on Lin Bai, making him feel I say, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Xun grinned and whispered, right now you must really want to defeat me. Lin Bai scratched his head in confusion. Are you trying to provoke my anger or something? Lu Xun's smile never left the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Bai could only shake his head. If you want to anger me, you've actually succeeded. Lu Xun's grin widened even more. Suddenly Lin Bai's expression changed drastically, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. When we get on the stage, I will smash that ugly face of yours with my fists. You like to laugh, huh? A brutal aura surged forth, causing those around to glance over involuntarily. Yet they found Lin Bai before them so unfamiliar that it frightened them. Lu Xun's expression remained unchanged, instead becoming more excited by Lin Bai's rage. He licked the corner of his mouth. I'll be waiting for you. You are definitely dead. Lin Bai nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. The people around them showed no surprise, only confusion. This hardly seemed like something Lin Bai would do. Is it rage? He's switched to a clone. It must be rage for Indeed, just by looking at his back one can sense the anger. Is this original sin? It really is. Not looking at his face, but just his body language shows great anger. The crowd began to murmur, and Lu Xun turned to leave. According to the information he had obtained, the main body had a significant constraint over the clone. The fact that rage could emerge now must be Lin Bai's deliberate choice, which meant he had achieved his goal. A special soul must be quite delicious. Lu Xun's heart raced with excitement, and his steps became but before that he needed to inform his mentor and obtain the disclaimer. After all, in an SS-level battle, one must give their all. Especially since the opponent was the recently rising Seven Sins. Lu Xun had his plans and Lin Bai both had their own ideas, but the public's focus was not on them at the moment. Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo were the undisputed top of this year's new students, both for their powerful abilities and the families behind them. Both were already star figures in the Magic City, and facing each other now felt like destiny. Indeed, some had already begun to say this was a pre-final match, only that Song Tingzhou had been too unlucky. Each of these two had the strength to win the championship. Almost the entire academy's attention was on this match. Lin Bai had previously displayed astonishing talent, but even after defeating Jiang Yutian, no one compared him to Ji Xianyuan and Bai Wuyo. The abilities of these two were on an entirely different level compared to ordinary SS-level practitioners. The Emperor's Sword Soul's 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Both abilities were the rarest and most unique SS-level powers, and these kinds of abilities had produced many exceptional figures in their ancestors. It can be said that the two great abilities were the roots of the Bai and Ji families. The semifinals attracted high attention, and the Academy specially allotted them 2 hours to prepare enough for everyone who wanted to watch the match to arrive. Sure enough, when the two took the stage, even the largest arena was filled to capacity. Outside the arena, many were watching the live broadcast. This battle had even reached the outside. The Bai and Ji families had always been in secret competition. Both families had similar world resources and strength, and their battle had clearly become a part of their confrontation. On the arena, Ji Xianyuan and Bai Wuyo stood 20 meters apart motionless. The necessary words had been spoken, and the referee waved his hand briefly to signal. The match begins. Ji Xianyuan's gaze was steady as he extended his right arm, golden light surging from his palm. It quickly gathered against his skin, forming a sword shape about 3.5 feet long. The sword body was slightly transparent, its edges trembling slightly in the air. The Emperor's Sword Soul. It had just awakened not long ago, and its form was not yet fully stabilized, but even Lin Bai outside could feel the overwhelming sword energy. Ji Xianyuan gripped the sword firmly, the tip slowly pointing to the ground. Bai Wuyo's expression became serious. As Ji Xianyuan's old rival, no one knew his strength better than him. He took a deep breath, slowly forming seals with both hands in front of him as a light orb appeared before him and gradually merged into his body. Lin Bai's heart moved. He had previously understood a bit about the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, which was actually a latest-stage power. Because in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, only one path could be cultivated at each stage. Hungry Ghost, Hell Beast, Azura, Human, Celestial. Starting from the perceptive stage corresponding to each level of ability. Currently, Bai Wuyo had likely only practiced the Hungry Ghost path. The power of a single path was actually quite similar to those SS-level practitioners like Li Qingyu. However, Lin Bai knew less about the Emperor's Sword Soul. There was very little information available on the market, only knowing that every generation of Emperor's Sword Soul possessors had exceptionally powerful sword techniques. While he pondered, the two had already engaged in fierce combat. Ji Xianyuan wielded the golden longsword, showcasing extraordinary swordsmanship right from the start. But Bai Wuyo was even more surprising. His hands were enveloped in a layer of strange light, effortlessly countering all of Ji Xianyuan's sword moves. This scene didn't seem to faze the students, who were all incredibly excited, but the mentors at the back frowned. To be honest, this kid from the Bai family is a bit beyond my expectations. Indeed, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation is an ability that becomes weak in the later stages. For him to achieve this, with just the Hungry Ghost path, is truly impressive. Ji Xianyuan remained expressionless, continuing to strike one sword after another, showing no reaction, even when Bai Wuyo blocked with his hands. At this moment, he seemed to be merely a sword-striking machine. Bai Wuyo's fighting spirit surged. They say the 6 Paths of Reincarnation is a latest-stage ability, but today, I will vindicate it. Every time we clash, the Hungry Ghost path will continuously devour your spiritual energy and essence. How long can you hold on? Ji Xianyuan said nothing, but the speed of his strikes suddenly accelerated. Bai Wuyo's defenses became noticeably more taxing, yet his spiritual energy was growing more abundant. The devouring of the Hungry Ghost path kept his spiritual energy in a constantly full state. To be honest, this was already quite exaggerated. Bai Wuyo's own combat skills were very strong, and combined with the Hungry Ghost path's ability to devour enemies to enhance himself, he could directly block Ji Xianyuan's Emperor's Sword. Any other newcomer besides Lin Bai would likely meet a fate of being worn down to death. However, Ji Xianyuan's spiritual energy and physical strength seemed bottomless. As time passed by, Wuyo sensed something was off. For some unknown reason, thin strands of golden light began to appear around him. As he once again blocked a sword from Ji Xianyuan, the referee suddenly spoke. Ji Xianyuan. The sudden announcement left all the watching students stunned. Bai Wuyo was also taken aback, but upon seeing Ji Xianyuan's eyes, which had unknowingly turned a light golden color, his face instantly paled. The sword heart has awakened. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. When did this happen? The day before yesterday. Ji Xianyuan replied flatly before turning to leave. At this moment, Bai Wuyo stood on the stage somewhat desolate. No one knew how long he had prepared for this match. The human sovereign sword was not something easily grasped. The owners of the human sovereign sword spirit were invariably swordsmanship prodigies. Their strikes were not something one could simply intercept. Yet Bai Wuyo managed to parry every single blow. However, it was still not enough. Many students supporting Bai Wuyo instinctively wanted to curse the referee, but upon seeing the despondent expression on Bai Wuyo's face, their words died in their throats. They did not understand how Ji Xinyuan won, but Bai Wuyo seemed to know. The outcome had been determined, and since the involved parties had no objections, they could only post their doubts on the Academy forum. As a post appeared, the people's questions were answered. Ji Xinyuan had already awakened his sword heart, and those golden threads were evidence. At that moment, Bai Wuyo had been enveloped by the threads, and with just a thought, Ji Xinyuan could explode them, leaving Bai Wuyo defenseless. Below the post there was Bai Wuyo's response. Yes. Just 2 words immediately suppressed the rhythm. However, what followed drew all eyes to Lin Bai. Bai Lugu Bai, do you have confidence in your 7 deadly sins body? This question was initially unremarkable, but it became significant when spoken before Lin Bai and Lu Sun's match. The forum exploded in excitement. Lin Bai, who was still analyzing Ji Zuanyuan's human sovereign sword spirit, suddenly found 3 question marks hovering above his head. Wait, they haven't even fought yet. You have so much faith in me. Someone asked the question for him, with Bai Wuyo replying, of course, how could Lu Sun possibly defeat him? Don't be ridiculous. Just that brief statement provoked Lu Sun. When he took the stage, Lin Bai could feel the piercing, predatory gaze from his opponent. Why aren't you smiling? Lin Bai asked in confusion. The next moment, that gaze became even more terrifying, like a beast ready to pounce. Why aren't you smiling? Lin Bai asked in confusion. The next moment, that gaze became even more Lose. Lin Bai smirked, arrogance radiating from him. Just because of you. Lu Sun's breath became heavy. Even knowing Lin Bai had switched to his arrogant persona, he found it hard to bear. At that moment, he wanted to tear Lin Bai's face apart. In the stands, Bai Wuyo wore a smile, while Ji Xinyuan stood beside him, arms crossed. Do you really have that much faith in Lin Bai? Bai Wuyo chuckled. I don't know about other things, but after he deliberately provoked Lin Bai, I knew the outcome. Deliberately provoked. Bai Wuyo recounted the incident with Tang Xiao, and Ji Xinyuan nodded slightly upon hearing. That is indeed the case. This match was equally packed, but most were waiting for the finals, as the final match would follow this one. The referee seemed eager to avoid keeping everyone waiting. After briefly stating the rules, he waved his hand. Begin. In the next moment, a rolling black mist surged from Lu Sun, quickly enveloping him and spreading toward Lin Bai. Is this all you've got? Lin Bai displayed a hint of disgust. You guys go ahead. Damn it. After the rage erupted, he shouted at Lin Bai, what are you pretending to be, arrogant one? The honest child of gluttony had already rushed up. Why do you get to act cool? When is it my turn, huh? Jealousy shouted angrily, then noticed the distant black mist. Why? Why can he use smoke bombs? It's unfair. It's unfair. Why can he bring smoke bombs when I didn't have that option when choosing weapons? In the eyes of jealousy amidst the black mist in the corner, Lu Sun was hunching over and walking slowly. Hurry up. What can you see with those 2 holes in your eyes? That's my weak spot. The emotionless, arrogant figure at the back spoke. Why? Why can you see weaknesses? Jealousy grew even more envious, but their speed also increased. In an instant, 3 more figures appeared on the stage. This was also Lin Bai's first time releasing other incarnations. The audience, who had been somewhat distracted, could not help but focus on the stage. 4 incarnations now. Ji Xinyuan murmured as he watched the stage. I told you Lu Sun is digging in. Bai Wuyo smiled as he watched the furious incarnation, but instead he paid no attention to the gluttony incarnation, which had showcased the most, and was also the strongest. Lu Sun could roughly distinguish these several incarnations from their appearance, and he smirked slightly. Your gluttony incarnation's killing move requires it to take damage, right? His voice came from the black mist. As long as I don't attack gluttony, he won't pose a threat. Just be a little cautious of jealousy. The 3 moves can be countered easily. Lu Sun spoke with confidence. He had thoroughly researched Lin Bai, and his black mist had a concealing function. From the preliminary rounds, until now, no one had been able to find him within the black mist. However, seeing the furious, gluttonous, and envious 3 charging at him, Lu Sun sensed something was off. He suddenly looked at the arrogant incarnation, whose indifferent eyes seemed to be staring directly at him, and he noticed the other's lips had moved. Waste. Lu Sun clenched his fists suddenly. The black mist surged, and jealousy, who had entered the black mist, felt his spiritual power swiftly depleting, as if something was eroding him. Gluttony felt nothing, but as he approached, Lu Sun moved quickly, seemingly with no intention of getting close to any of the major incarnations, continuously changing positions to evade. As gluttony missed his strike, Lu Sun did not stop his steps. With the enhancement of the black mist, gluttony and jealousy simply couldn't catch up with him. But there was still 1 incarnation left. A question suddenly arose in Lu Sun's mind as he moved at high speed. Why are you running? A roar of anger came from behind him. Lu Sun instinctively dodged, but felt a tremendous force striking the back of his head, instantly driving him into the ground. His vision flipped upside down in an instant. All references spun wildly in his sight, followed by the rapidly enlarging gray ground. The force was immense, and the speed was too fast. He didn't even have time to close his eyes. Then boom. In that moment, he realized that his nasal bone had broken. A surge of warmth rushed up, almost simultaneously filling his nasal cavity and throat. Before he could react, it spewed out from his nostrils, splattering onto the ground. Then his entire face slammed into the ground at different times, his teeth clashing against the hard surface, and the tearing pain instantly engulfed his whole body. He could even feel his teeth loosening in his mouth. As he tried to struggle against the hand gripping the back of his head, it felt as heavy as a ton. Weren't you trying to provoke me? Oh, you like to smile? Show me a smile. Damn it, you like to smile, right? You want to provoke me, right? Laugh, damn it, keep laughing. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the furious incarnation behind him acted like a relentless pile driver, smashing his head repeatedly into the ground. The intense pain nearly eroded Lu Xun's consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he urged his spiritual energy, causing the swirling black fog around him to momentarily freeze. In the next moment, they began to crazily contract towards Lu Xun's body, and with a surge of fury, they found that Lu Xun was unable to be subdued. At this moment, Lu Xun's face was covered in blood, his hands pressed firmly against the ground. No matter how fiercely the fury behind him tried, it couldn't push him down. Good. Very good. You are the first person brave enough to treat me this way. Bloodied Lu Xun, with a twisted and fierce expression, resembled a malevolent ghost, each word nearly spat out through gritted teeth. The fury behind him froze for a moment, then his eyes instantly turned crimson. Do you dare to resist? A powerful aura suddenly engulfed the entire arena, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, the fury's strength increased once again, almost reaching the peak of the awakening stage. Everyone felt that it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the mastery stage in the next second. Accompanying this was the terrifying force erupting from his hands, having erupted once. Lu Xun felt that fearsome and irresistible force once more. The bloodstained ground before him magnified again. Boom. How dare you? On the standby, Wu Yo shuddered slightly. Hiss, I said it. You went out of your way to provoke the fury. You truly have a death wish. Ji Xinyuan nodded in agreement on this matter. He shared Bai Wei's viewpoint. As members of a super family, their understanding of the 7 deadly sins was far superior to others. Especially since the 7 deadly sins that appeared this year was their classmate, the family soon began to investigate relevant materials. This information had also surfaced in their hands a few days ago. One of the key points was to never provoke the fury. Unfortunately, Lu Xun still attempted to play tricks, trying to enrage Lin Bai and make him lose his rationality, but instead it backfired. Had it not been for his previous targeted actions against Tang Xiao, the Fury's current strength would not be as it is. However, both had already estimated the Fury's power quite highly, and yet the next scene still made them instinctively grow serious. While the Fury had elevated his strength again, Lu Xun had also utilized some form of explosive technique. After being hit by the Fury twice, he finally broke free. What was thought to be a turning point, however, was that Lin Bai had already retracted his gluttony and jealousy not far away. The Fury followed Lu Xun like a shadow, without any form, relying solely on a relentless barrage of punches. The continuous rain of fists fell, and while Lu Xun desperately defended, his injuries multiplied. Too fast. The Fury's punching speed was absurdly high, far beyond what could be produced at the peak of the awakening stage. Not far away, Lin Bai nodded secretly. The lightning strike was a late-game rune, as it increased total attack speed, and the higher the attack speed, the more pronounced the enhancement. However, the current situation was that the Fury's rage had added so much to his base attributes, and at this moment the enhancement from lightning strike had already manifested. Honestly, even Lin Bai was greatly startled by the Fury's power. Under the emotional amplification, he could actually suppress Lu Xun, who had used explosive techniques. At this moment, Lu Xun was completely bewildered. Previously, he had discovered the opponent's speed during a sneak attack, but he never expected the speed of attack to be this fast now. Clearly, the Fury's punches had no discernible pattern, yet that terrifying speed left him unable to react at all. As more and more fists landed on him, even with the enhancement of the black fog, his body gradually could not withstand it. Lu Xun could not organize effective thought. Relying solely on instinct to counterattack against the Fury was nothing short of a dream. Gradually, his defenses became feeble. The Fury, at the peak of his rage, had almost lost his reason and was acting purely on instinct. The moment Lu Xun's stance collapsed and revealed a flaw, the Fury struck back with 2 lightning-fast punches to his head. In that instant, Lu Xun's consciousness went completely blank. But the Fury didn't care. He charged up to continue his assault. At this moment, the referee intervened. He appeared instantly before the Fury, intercepting his punches. The winner is Lin Bai. Seeing the referee intervene, Lin Bai felt embarrassed to let the Fury continue pulling him back. Let me out. Why are you pulling me back? The voice of the Fury echoed in his mind, but Lin Bai automatically blocked it out. The audience paused for a moment, then slowly began to applaud, albeit sparsely. These students were all terrified by the brutality displayed by the Fury. They didn't know anything else, but they could intuitively feel that the Fury truly wanted to kill Lu Xun. And on the ground, Lu Xun was in a pitiful state, his face covered in blood, his body bruised all over. Just looking at him sent shivers down one's spine. These students had never witnessed such a scene. The madness of beating someone to the brink of death left a tremendous shock on their youthful minds. Lin Bai didn't care much. After all, this was part of Lu Xun's plan. As for whether he could bear the consequences, that wasn't his concern. During the break, many people instinctively detoured around Lin Bai. His popularity within the academy had reached its peak. Regardless, he had advanced to the finals. Even if he couldn't take the championship, it was enough for everyone to. At this time on the forum, some were discussing his battle with Lu Xun, while others were following the final situation. What the hell? What grudge does Lin Bai have against Lu Xun? Beating him to death. It seems Lu Xun did something to his roommate. What? Spill the tea. Why care about gossip? Worry about that strange speed of the Fury. Exactly. I specifically asked the senior who specializes in speed. The senior said that generally the movement speed and attack frequency should be roughly similar, but the Fury's attack speed was evidently faster. Don't say Lu Xun can actually fight in an explosive state, but unfortunately he fell into the rhythm of the Fury's attacks. Initially they were focused on the grudge between Lu Xun and Lin Bai, but quickly shifted their attention to the Fury. Indeed, the Fury's attack speed struck everyone as bizarre. Not just these students, even Ji Xianyuan was researching it. At his resting place, the computer displayed the scene of the Fury overwhelming Lu Xun in an assault. This strange sight furrowed his brows. According to family records, the 7 deadly sins, 7 original sins, were extremely pure. These avatars appear normal, yet they are fundamentally filled with original sins, and they can utilize the corresponding 7 emotions to substitute for themselves. Among them, rage is the most outrageous, igniting like a powder keg at the slightest provocation, and it is particularly explosive, exhibiting the most terrifying surge in power. Others believe that Lin Bai is not a match for him, but only by Wu Yo, and he himself know the immense pressure he would face against Lin Bai. Take the simplest killing move, for instance, jealousy's furious shout and gluttony's punch of being struck by either would lead to a deadlock. These two are already quite troublesome, and with all 7 avatars joining in along with their unique traits, fighting back is indeed a challenge. Both are aware of this special ability, yet they are uncertain about the other avatars Lin Bai is hiding and their specific circumstances. During their break, Lin Bai is also studying Ji Xianyuan and eventually arrives at a conclusion. This person is formidable in every aspect. Terrifying swordsmanship, the all-destructive Emperor's sword, and a powerful combat insight. These are all areas Lin Bai must be wary of. As everyone anticipated, the finals arrived. Facing Lin Bai on the stage, Ji Xianyuan's expression became considerably grave as he earnestly stated, "You are very strong." Lin Bai smirked, "You are not bad either." This exchange was captured by the venue's recording, clearly reaching the ears of the audience. In an instant, cheers erupted. "So cocky. Go, brother Xianyuan. Defeat him." What gives Lin Bai the think that defeating Lu Xun makes him invincible? It was evident that Ji Xianyuan's popularity was genuinely high, and Lin Bai was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming wave of cheers. To this he was not particularly concerned. The referee glanced at the two, and at that moment this battle was undoubtedly the focal point of the entire academy. Various factions outside, including those from the Demon City, were also focused on this battle. In their eyes, the emerging Lin Bai had significant value. Many were eager to understand him further. "Are you both ready?" The two nodded simultaneously. "Then let the battle begin." In the mentor's seat at the back, Song Ting's expression grew considerably serious. "Your judgment has never been wrong." Beside him, Chu Hanjing crossed his arms. "No kidding." Besides the previous mentors, many others were also. All the academy's mentors had gathered, and even some rarely seen individuals were present. "Who do you think will win?" A voice suddenly came from behind them, causing both to instinctively shrink their necks. An old man had appeared behind them, smiling. "I must say, Shin Yi has really found a good talent in this Lin Bai. Among all the avatars of the 7 sins throughout history, he should be the most powerful in terms of avatar development at this stage." Both were taken aback. The visitor was none other than Ling Jiyuan, the principal of Yunji Academy. His strength was already nearing the transcendental limit, extremely terrifying, and his name was legendary across many worlds. They did not expect this battle to attract his attention. Moreover, this evaluation was too high. Chu Hanjing was shocked. This old man had no doubt lived for many years and had seen countless SS levels. If even he evaluated like this, Lin Bai's strength is likely even greater than they had anticipated. At this moment, as the referee began, Ji Xianyuan did not hold back, summoning the Emperor's sword and dashing forward. His realm had already reached the peak of awakening, and his speed was incredibly fast, closing the distance between them in mere seconds. Lin Bai decisively summoned the three avatars of rage, gluttony, and jealousy, while he himself switched to pride. In pride's vision, Ji Xianyuan had very few weaknesses, which made him appear considerably grave. Jealousy and rage charged forward first. After dealing with Lu Sun, rage had vented a significant amount of emotion, resulting in a decline in strength due to the lack of emotional stimulation, but a considerable portion of original sin transformed into power and stabilized at the peak of awakening. However, Ji Xianyuan did not relax in the slightest. Rage was not a problem, as he had not provoked Lin Bai. What he feared was jealousy. According to the family records, jealousy can envy everything and excels at turning weakness into strength. It detailed that the more perfect and powerful the enemy, the more exaggerated jealousy's enhancement would be. Every move of his could become an object of jealousy, and once the original sin exerted its power, its strength would. As the first segment of jealousy's dance of broken wings struck the moment their swords clashed, Ji Xianyuan's expression turned cold upon sensing jealousy's force. Indeed, just relying on basic strength through the influence of original sin, jealousy had also reached the peak of awakening. Immediately after, jealousy roared explosively, but Ji Xianyuan was already prepared. The Emperor's sword erupted with a strong light, completely neutralizing the soul-shattering roar. Why didn't it work? Jealousy with red eyes was taken aback, and then raised his power once again. Even Ji Xianyuan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth at this moment. Aren't you just a piece of cake for me to consume? At this time, rage surged from behind, but lacking any special means, he was easily evaded by Ji Xianyuan, who seized the opportunity to kick him away. Dare to kick me? Ji Xianyuan's face darkened, and he suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. Lin Bai grinned at this scene. Since the battle with Lu Sun, he had unlocked the true use of the seven sins. If the Hex deck skills were considered mechanisms, then the original ability of the seven sins was numerical values. Previously, he thought Hex deck was sufficient, but when facing a truly powerful opponent, the gap in numerical values became apparent. After summoning gluttony, instead of attacking, he sat cross-legged at the original spot. Lin Bai pulled out a small cart from the side loaded with various foods akin to a grand feast. This was specifically requested by Lin Bai, the weapon of gluttony. The mentor responsible for weapon management was bewildered when Lin Bai made this request. You want food? Listen to what you're saying. But Lin Bai had sufficient reasoning of food was the source of gluttony's enhancement and could be easily obtained. As long as it wasn't eaten excessively before the battle to boost gluttony's strength, it would not affect fairness at all. The mentor was not unadaptable. Lin Bai's reasoning was indeed valid. Allowing gluttony to use the weapons prepared in advance during battle was also a part of Lin Bai's strength. Ji Xianyuan also noticed the gluttonous gluttony, and he could no longer restrain himself, directly striking jealousy away with a sword and charging toward gluttony. Rage hurriedly pursued, but his speed was insufficient. Jealousy's second segment of the dance of broken wings caught up, delivering a fierce strike. Ji Xianyuan had no choice but to defend, and when he forced jealousy back and attacked again, Lin Bai, beside gluttony, had undergone an unexpected change. Previously, when switching to pride, Lin Bai's eyes were filled with arrogance, seemingly looking down on everything. But now his eyes became exceedingly enchanting, causing even Ji Xianyuan to momentarily lose focus. When he regained his senses, his expression changed. Not good. Behind him, jealousy leaped high, channeling all its strength into the sword blade, delivering a fierce strike. Following closely, rage mirrored his movements with wide eyes filled with fury. There was no escaping from this situation. Ji Xianyuan's expression froze, and in that moment, he became surprisingly calm. The Emperor's sword suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance, pushing aside both jealousy and fury at once. In the next moment, disregarding the two, he charged directly towards gluttony, for he perceived that the greatest threat still lay with gluttony. Rage was one thing, but the lack of emotion rendered combat effectiveness rather mediocre. Jealousy, although enhanced by emotion, surged quickly, but still did not instill the same terrifying feeling as gluttony. Others believed that gluttony's punch after being injured was exceptionally terrifying. Yet only Ji Xianyuan considered that when gluttony threw that punch, it was without any original sin enhancement. Since that moment, he had realized that gluttony was undoubtedly the strongest of Lin Bai's 7 avatars. If the base state was already like this, what level would it reach with the enhancement of original sin? Ji Xianyuan saw this point clearly. To defeat Lin Bai, he would need to overcome all 7 of his avatars. Ultimately, he would have to confront gluttony, so it was better to strike before it had fully developed. Ji Xianyuan's decision was excellent, yet to others it seemed like a poor strategy. They did not think as deeply as Ji Xianyuan. They only knew that gluttony could unleash that terrifying punch only when attacked. In their consideration, if that were the case, couldn't they just avoid gluttony? Meanwhile, the mentors in the viewing area shook their heads helplessly, for no one had anticipated that Ji Xianyuan would be forced to make such a seemingly foolish choice. They all knew that Ji Xianyuan had no choice left. Who would have thought that the previously ordinary jealousy would experience such a dramatic rise in power upon encountering Ji Xinyuan? This Seven Sins avatar was too unreasonable. Ling Jiyuan watched this scene with amusement. The Seven Sins avatars are indeed quite tricky when everyone else has so few methods available. Are you saying that when everyone has more methods to deal with the Seven Sins avatars will be ineffective? Song Tingzhou asked in confusion. Exactly. But that's for others. Currently, this kid's gluttony avatar, rage avatar, and jealousy avatar have plenty of tricks up their sleeves. He is different from others. Song Tingzhou and Chu Hanjing both felt a stir in their hearts. Indeed, even Ji Xinyuan had no way to deal with Lin Bai primarily because everyone was in the early stages of their unique abilities. With too few methods, calling it a base state was not an exaggeration. Yet the Seven Sins avatars could directly enhance the base state strength. They had fought through so many battles that they could easily discern why the situation on the field had turned out this way. But Ling Jiyuan's point was also valid. Lin Bai had far too many methods, and it was unclear where he had acquired. At this point, Ling Jiyuan's expression grew serious. If Lin Bai's every avatar possesses similar abilities, then the Seven Sins avatars could become an SS-level pinnacle existence in his hands. Such a high evaluation made both of them's hearts tremble. Chu Hanjing thought even more deeply. He had trained with Lin Bai and knew that this kid's combat talent was extraordinary. With combat talent coupled with SS-level potential, Lin Bai's future might be beyond his imagination. While several were conversing, Ji Xinyuan charged right before Gluttony, directly thrusting a sword with precision aimed at the core. Under the enhancement of the Emperor's sword, this strike carried an unstoppable sharpness. But Gluttony, who had already consumed a significant amount of food, rose at this moment and unleashed a punch. The sword tip instantly pierced into his fist, but Ji Xinyuan seemed to sense some danger and suddenly withdrew the sword. He noticed that Gluttony's other hand had somehow launched a punch from the side. Unlike the first punch, Ji Xinyuan felt a hint of threat in this one. If he took it heated, he would likely sustain injuries. This bizarre attack made Ji Xuanyuan's brows furrow. Lin Bai also felt a stir within as he observed, just now, that was Gluttony's arm hero template, a passive skill called battlefield heroism. To put it simply, the second punch would deal higher damage than the first and come faster. Surprisingly, Ji Xinyuan managed to react in time to dodge. However, at this moment, Gluttony had already entered combat mode and did not care about that, charging forward with two more punches. Ji Xuanyuan's choice was unexpected. He continuously dodged, only using his sword to block when he couldn't avoid it. Moreover, he could only block. He could not afford to exchange injuries with Gluttony. In the viewing area, Bai Wuyo watched Gluttony suppressing Ji Xinyuan with bare fists and couldn't help but frown. Ji Xuanyuan, what are you hesitating about? As he spoke, an imprint of reincarnation gradually appeared above his eyes. In his vision, every second punch from Gluttony exuded an extremely powerful aura. So strange, he exclaimed in surprise. Li Qingge, who was nearby, looked over and asked, what do you see? Bai Wuyo glanced at the other students who were also watching and shook his head slightly. This should be Lin Bai's ability. Oh, I can't say much about it. While Gluttony was suppressing, Ji Xinyuan, rage and jealousy also launched their attacks, and under the combined assault of the three, Ji Xinyuan felt increasing pressure. In an instant, he realized that continuing like this was not a solution. The Emperor's sword trembled in his hand, then he released it, spreading his arms wide. At that moment, the Emperor's sword actually floated in front of his chest. He glanced back at the incoming jealousy and rage, then turned to Gluttony, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. I've been waiting for you guys. In the next moment, the Emperor's sword shone brightly. As the three attacked simultaneously, a massive sword-shaped phantom appeared above Ji Xuanyuan's head and then crashed down. Lin Bai's pupils constricted, and both jealousy and rage suddenly halted, retreating. Gluttony, however, ignored the phantom of the giant sword and stubbornly punched again. Boom. The entire martial arts arena felt an enormous tremor, the ground bursting apart, and violent spiritual energy rampaging across the field. Ling Jiyuan and the others witnessing this scene also wore serious expressions. If he didn't die from that, this kid Lin Bai is somewhat remarkable. The Emperor's sword Qi, this should be the strongest move Ji Xinyuan can unleash at present. Amidst the rampaging spiritual energy, Ji Xinyuan showed no hesitation. Seeing Gluttony before him, he immediately drew his sword and slashed out. At this moment, Gluttony's form wavered as if about to fall, yet his body radiated a bright red glow. Want a punch? Ji Xinyuan exclaimed in a low voice, driving his sword into Gluttony's chest. However, as the sword pierced, an invisible light shield seemed to form at Gluttony's chest, blocking the strike. Ji Xuanyuan's expression changed slightly, realizing the situation was dire. Jealousy attacked a soul-shaking roar, leaving Ji Xinyuan momentarily stunned on the ground. The phantom of the giant sword filled Gluttony's ambition value entirely. At that moment, he also showed no hesitation launching a direct punch. Ji Xianyuan quickly reacted, but could only brace himself with his sword. In the next second, the force of the punch exploded out, and Ling Jiyuan frowned deeply, waving his hand. Ji Xianyuan vanished from his original spot. When he finally regained his senses, his expression instantly turned grim. The academy had made its move, which meant, as he was about to speak, he met the serious gaze of Ling Jiyuan from the stance. His heart trembled, and all his unwillingness could only be buried deep within. He wanted to say that he still had his sword heart protecting him, but how could Ling Jiyuan not know? In that moment, Ling Jiyuan had already determined that his sword intent could not withstand this punch. The abnormal situation in the arena unfolded too quickly. Even the referee did not react in time, but upon seeing Ling Jiyuan, he hurriedly spoke up. The victor is Lin Bai. After a brief moment of shock, the students in the arena looked at the scene below in disbelief. Someone couldn't help but speak up. What happened? Why did the instructor intervene? Even Ji Xianyuan couldn't defend against it. What transpired? The instructor stepped in, and Ji Xianyuan has been judged to have lost. The buzzing discussions filled the arena, and everyone found it hard to believe. However, Ji Xianyuan seemed to have no objections to this outcome. Now they had even less to say. Even if they wanted to, it was not the right occasion. With so many instructors present, no one had said anything. How could it be their place to question? Did they not see the principal and vice principal in attendance? But after all this, the applause for Lin Bai's victory was sparse. He was indifferent to this. His mind had already sunk into the system interface. After winning, the notification for completing the system task arrived as expected. Task completed. System shop opened. Gained 1 hero draw and 1 hex deck draw. Looking at the notification, excitement surged within him. The awarding would not start until later, so he decisively left the arena and found a secluded spot, immersing his mind in the system space. At that moment, the shop interface lit up, and with a nervous heart, he clicked it open. The shop was the root of all major systems, the key to becoming an emperor. If the shop sold skins, Lin Bai would truly be at a loss. As he clicked into the shop with trembling hands, the familiar interface almost brought him to tears. Equipment, all kinds of equipment. Besides that, there were body refining fragments, potions, hats, and so on. Seeing this, Lin Bai's heart stabilized, but when he saw the prism equipment, his breath became heavy again. He never expected that the shop would actually have prism equipment for sale. Although it was random, it was not a big deal. He had 7 avatars, and the 7 major systems could fully utilize these equipment. Before, he couldn't determine whether his hex deck system was from the Soul Arena or the hex deck Rumble. Now it seemed could it be from the Soul Arena. But upon seeing the attributes of those equipment, Lin Bai was momentarily stunned. The attributes were indeed from hex deck Rumble. Could it be that the hex deck Rumble system has incorporated mythic equipment? At present, this possibility seemed to be the greatest. Lin Bai contemplated that delving into this now was pointless. The urgent priority was to see how to purchase the system equipment. In the game, gold coins were used. He couldn't possibly use gold coins here, could he? System, how do I obtain equipment? By last hitting minions and killing enemies. The system's response was succinct, leaving Lin Bai momentarily speechless. In the game, there were minions and heroes. Oh, what was present here? For each minion killed, you earned 20 gold coins. For each hero killed, you earned 200 gold coins. Is there no other source? Lin Bai instinctively inquired. Whether in normal mode or Hex Deck Rumble, there were automatic gold pickups. In Hex Deck Rumble, even if a minion died nearby, he could earn 6 gold coins. None. Then what counts as a minion and what counts as a hero? This was a crucial setting, and Lin Bai was eager to know how it was determined. Those with levels higher than the host count as heroes, those of the same level or 1 tier lower count as minions. Lin Bai's lip twitched. This was too absurd. Killing someone of the same level would only yield 20 gold coins. Most equipment were priced around 3,000 gold. To kill someone of the same or lower level, he would have to slay 150. Goodness, wouldn't that make him a demon king in the later stages? Lin Bai was astonished. But then he thought, in this peak era of humanity, there were too many worlds. He felt a spark of inspiration. Do other races count too? Only levels matter. The system's response remained cold, but Lin Bai could already see many other races turning into warm gold coins for him. Thinking this way, over 100 kills could yield an equipment piece, which was quite profitable. Moreover, there were prism items. In the game, prism equipment sold for 4,000. This was too. Lin Bai's gaze then fell on the prism equipment. He hadn't looked closely before, but now he did. 6,000. Why don't you go rob it? Lin Bai was completely stunned. It only sold for 4,000 in the game. But upon further thought, it seemed in the Soul Arena the price of prism equipment was indeed about twice that of regular legendary gear. Forget it, just wait for me to conquer a world. Lin Bai forced himself to calm down. With so much time, his economic sources were actually completely worry-free. What he should be concerned about was the enhancement of his strength. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill, he would be directly eliminated. After browsing through the shop details, Lin Bai glanced at his gold coin balance, and to his surprise, it was 2,300. He was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. Among them, 1,400 should be the starting gold, while the remaining 900 were likely from hunting animals and a few individuals he had eliminated in the wilderness world. 2003. His mind immediately began to race, and he decisively clicked into the purchase interface for Heart of Steel. Heart of Steel was crafted from 2 giant belts and crystal bracers. Each giant belt cost 900, so he bought 2 along with a red crystal worth 400. Equipping these 3 items onto Devourer added 800 health points. With these items plus the previous attribute fragments, Devourer's attributes were likely already stronger than those at the driving stage. Next were the Hex Deck Draw and Hero Draw. Lin Bai took a deep breath and decided to draw a hero first. System Draw a Hero. The screen spun, and amidst Lin Bai's anticipation a hero appeared before him. A spear in hand fighting against thousands. Lin Bai was momentarily stunned, then rubbed his eyes. Zhao Xian. A hero that seemed ordinary but had a terrifying upper limit. Zhao Xin's formation required both physical and magical prowess. However, this also posed a dilemma for Lin Bai. Currently in the Hex Deck pool, the highest upper limit was undoubtedly the hybrid physical and magical builds, such as Dance of Death or stacking classes of Hex Deck. As long as he didn't die, he could keep growing. The problem was how to allocate. He had several choices for hybrid builds. Zhao Xian was among them, but Zhao Xian healed only on the 3rd attack with a delay in between. Against a powerful opponent, he might not even get to unleash the 2nd attack before being eliminated. After the allocation was complete, it was time for the award ceremony. This ranking battle determined the resource allocation for the entire upcoming semester, and everyone had gained a preliminary understanding of the strength of this new batch of students. When Lin Bai stood in first place, the audience still found it hard to believe. Before the battle began, no one expected Lin Bai to be the champion. Those who had bet privately were grinning from ear to ear. The only ones who bet against Lin Bai were a few stubborn ones and one gambling addict. The name of the G family in Magic City is indeed too prominent. In previous years, an S-level genius from the G family could dominate the entire academy, and Ji Xuanyuan, known as the genius that the G family had not produced in a century, had lost so thoroughly. They looked at Lin Bai with a sense of unreality. But soon explanations followed. Whether it was to excuse Ji Xuanyuan or for other reasons, a rumor quickly spread among the students, echoing what Ling Jiyuan had said. At the current initial stage, everyone's abilities were too singular. The strength of the Seven Sins body lay in its versatility. However, as time went on, when everyone's abilities increased, the Seven Sins body would no longer hold up. Some even predicted that by the Endofterm ranking battle, the Seven Sins body wouldn't even make it into the top 10. This view was accepted by many, as many didn't believe Ji Xuanyuan was inferior to Lin Bai. Lin Bai on the stage was not thinking about much else. He was entirely focused on the reward list. It was all cultivation resources, and there were 8 portions including his own. In addition, there were several permissions to enter other worlds, which were the real prize. World resources are the most precious cultivation resources, along with a valuable piece of spatial essence. At this moment, Lin Bai deeply understood the financial power of Yunji Academy. Ling Jiyuan, responsible for the awards, looked at Lin Bai with a subtle smile, as if he understood Lin Bai's shock. If you can maintain your first position by the end of the term, the rewards will be even greater. At Yunji, as long as you have enough potential, we have ways to help you realize that our resources are just the smallest. Lin Bai's breathing suddenly grew heavier, while Bai Wuyo in 3rd place rolled his eyes. Ling Jiyuan's little tricks were enough to fool Lin Bai, but aside from resources, Yunji was actually not as good as several other major academies. However, it must be said that the resources were indeed abundant. Just the first place cultivation resource reward, prepared 8 portions for Lin Bai, was proof enough. Ling Jiyuan exchanged a few words with several individuals before turning to the students on stage. This year's freshman ranking battle has concluded. For those dissatisfied with their rankings, do not be discouraged. There will be another ranking battle at the end of the term. This time, not only will there be reshuffling of rankings, but students from the 2nd and 4th divisions can also challenge each other. If you win, you can take their position. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell silent, and a subtle atmosphere quickly spread. Ling Jiyuan took in the gazes of everyone, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The class divisions at the start of the semester are to inform you of your potential. If after 6 months of training at the academy, you still cannot realize it, then your potential will have to be reassessed. Lin Bai looked at Ling Jiyuan's back, feeling a slight stirring in his heart. Ling Jiyuan had made it quite clear the academy had enough resources to help realize your potential, but if even with sufficient resources you still could not improve, then you needed to reflect on your own issues. It must be said, resources were indeed plentiful, but competition was fierce. However, none of this concerned Lin Bai. The growth curve of the Seven Sins body was exponential. At this moment, Ji Xuanyuan suddenly looked at him with intense eyes. They all say that in the later stages you will fade into the crowd because our methods will increase. Lin Bai's gaze fell on him, thinking he was about to say something harsh. However, Ji Zuanyuan's next words made him take it seriously. I do not think so. The methods you have displayed so far are already quite numerous, and they will only increase as time goes on. Thus I will definitely catch up to you. The Emperor's sword spirit will never be content to be beneath others. His words were very straightforward, but it was this straightforwardness that made Lin Bai take him seriously. A genius who could accept his own failures was not simple. Bai Wuyo beside them was also filled with surprise. Although Ji Xinyuan usually spoke little, he definitely had pride. But now he was actually yielding. Although feeling pressured, Lin Bai was the victor. Boasting was naturally necessary. Someone I've already defeated once can't possibly catch up to me. Bai Wuyo took a deep breath. This was even more arrogant. It seemed things were not as dull as he had imagined. Ji Xinyuan did not speak, only tightening his fists in silence. The awards ceremony soon concluded and Lin Bai and the others were given 2 days of rest. After leaving the venue, Lin Bai immediately headed to the medical center where Tang Xiao was still unconscious. At this moment, everyone was focused on the competition, and there were actually very few people here. There were only a few with strange methods like Lu Sun, as not many students came to the medical center after the competition, making it seem extremely quiet. Lin Bai came to the medical room with ease. At this time, Tang Xiao had already woken up, but her face was quite pale, and she looked extremely weak. Lin Gu. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Tang Xiao became somewhat excited, then lowered her head. I'm sorry for worrying you. Lin Bai waved his hand. It's fine. How are you feeling now? The academy has given me the medicine to nourish my soul. I just need to rest for a couple of days. That's good. Then Lin Bai sighed in relief. Lu Sun was indeed strange, but the academy was generous enough. Tang Xiao looked at Lin Bai seriously. Lin Gu, I watched the scene of your battle with Lu Sun. Thank you. Lin Bai shook his head slightly. You don't need to thank me. He was targeting me, and you were just caught in the crossfire. Targeting? Tang Xiao was taken aback. Yeah, it seems he wanted to anger me and throw me off balance. He probably didn't realize how terrifying the limits of my rage could be, which is why he got beaten down in the fury. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao recalled watching the replay and other students' explanations and couldn't help. Lu Sun truly shot himself in the foot. He thought provoking Lin Bai would throw him off, but unexpectedly, not only was Lin Bai unaffected, but his rage also reached a terrifying level. However, I feel that this person is not so simple. He gives me a very bad feeling, and when my mirror looked at him, it was completely black. Lin Bai pondered while pinching his chin. Lu Sun's abilities were inherently bizarre, but with so many mentors at the academy, there shouldn't be anything that could be hidden. Most likely this person's psychology is somewhat twisted. With this thought, he frowned and asked what course did Yi Shuang recommend to him. Tang Xiao replied, it seems to be about psychology. Then I roughly understand. After spending some time with Tang Xiao, Lin Bai returned. Over the next 2 days, he planned to try out the academy's grade training ground, a recruitment benefit promised by Shun Yi, which he had yet to use. However, just as he stepped out of the medical facility, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Task: follow Xia Yuan for 5 hours without being detected. Reward: Hex Extract 1. Lin Bai was stunned. This task seemed utterly nonsensical, and he didn't even know who Xia Yuan was. But since the system issued this task, it suggested that he might have some connection with the other party. Lin Bai thought for a moment, then switched to a greedy mindset, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he spread his perception around. Previously, Lin Bai had been wondering who Xia Yuan was, but after spotting a boy exhibiting somewhat suspicious behavior, he could almost conclude. After all, no one in the academy walked around cautiously looking left and right. With his perception retracted, Lin Bai carefully followed behind. From his perception range, Xia Yuan seemed to have just exited the academy. After glancing around and seeing that there wasn't anyone, he quickened his pace toward the academy's exit. Lin Bai trailed from a distance, and with his greedy ability, tracking Xia Yuan was completely unproblematic. Soon they exited the academy, but at the entrance, Xia Yuan unexpectedly got into someone else's car and left, leaving Lin Bai dumbfounded. He looked around. Whenever the protagonist needed to chase someone, there were no taxis to be found. But just as he was lost in thought, a green license plate new energy vehicle stopped in front of him. The window rolled down, and Lin Bai saw Shen Lu's delicate face. You brat, are you following Xia Yuan? Lin Bai had several question marks on his face. How did you know? Shen Lu's expression darkened. Stop talking nonsense, get in the car. Recalling Shen Lu's identity, Lin Bai didn't hesitate to open the car door. Before he could settle in, a powerful pushback sensation hit him. What the heck? Lin Bai quickly buckled his seatbelt. Why are you accelerating so dramatically? Of course, if I don't speed up, I won't catch up. Shen Lu shot him a glance. You had some dealings with Jin Mie, right? Why are you always around? Jin Mie. Lin Bai exclaimed. Is Xia Yuan related to them? A little bit. Recently, people from Jin Mie have been hiding their identities, secretly contacting our students, seemingly to gather information about the medical facility. The medical facility? What do they have there? Shen Lu's car accelerated quickly. Lin Bai glanced at the car emblem on the steering wheel. It seemed to be to me. Let me put it this way. You are currently in the most prestigious academy in the country. Although compared to other academies, we are lacking in everything except wealth. However, for a small organization like Jinmia, even a little leakage of information would be enough for them to... Lin Bai nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. After following the car closely, Shen Lu, you kept a safe distance, not giving the other party a chance to notice. The person accompanying Xia Yuan was cautious, circling around Magic City for nearly an hour before finally stopping the car by the roadside. At this moment, Xia Yuan got out of the car. The other party stepped on the gas and drove away. As Shen Lu tried to follow that car, Lin Bai hurriedly said, I'm getting out too. I'll follow Xia Yuan, you follow the car? Why follow Xia Yuan? He's the bait I specifically released, and now it's time to catch the fish. Lin Bai shook his head, ignoring her words. His focus was on the task. After saying that, he directly opened the car door and got out, leaving Shen Lu looking bewildered. After the two separated, Lin Bai followed Xia Yuan closely. The latter seemed to have rented a place nearby. After entering a residential area, he never came out again. Lin Bai hurried after him, but at the entrance a somewhat plump security guard looked at him with a hostile gaze. No deliveries allowed inside. Huh, I'm not delivering anything. He spread his hands. The security guard remained silent, staring at him. After a moment, Lin Bai slapped his forehead. Right. Come on in, come on in. Lin Bai rolled his eyes and finally entered. Something's off. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind as Lin Bai pondered which clone it was when the voice continued. This person's weaknesses are very few. Lin Bai maintained a calm expression as he walked deeper into the residential area and directly passed by the unit Xia Yuan entered. After walking past two more buildings, he finally took the elevator. What the heck? What's going on? Almost got discovered. I don't know. An arrogant voice emerged. An ordinary person in my eyes shouldn't have any weaknesses. Lin Bai's expression grew serious. This seemed serious. By that arrogant comment, the plump security guard was undoubtedly an ability user, and his level wasn't low. But what was the other party's purpose here? Could it also be related to Jinmia? With this thought, he shook his head slightly. There was no time to think about that now. The system's countdown was still ongoing, indicating he hadn't lost track of Xia Yuan. He would wait until the task was complete. Moreover, it was so strange here he still needed to inform Shen Lu. Taking out his phone, Lin Bai tried to send a message to Shen Lu, but unfortunately, there was no response. He made a phone call, but it was also unanswered. The other party must have put it on silent while on a mission. With no other choice, he could only wait. Lin Bai found a spot in the second-floor common area and sat quietly. 5 hours soon came to an end. When the system displayed the task was complete, Lin Bai was taken aback. This task was surprisingly simple. However, at that moment, the system issued another task. Emergency task: leave Tianyun residential area. Reward: a fixed color hex rune extraction once. Lin Bai's pupils constricted, and he almost reflexively took out his phone to call Chu Hanjing. But there was no signal. This was serious. Lin Bai's mind raced with this thought. This was the first time the system had given such a generous reward for a task, and even labeled it as urgent along with a fixed hex rune. Who could withstand this? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Although the task rewards were generous, there would definitely be a corresponding cost. Lin Bai's thoughts raced. The task was to leave the residential area, which contained plenty of information. First, there must be some significant danger here, or something might happen. Second, he didn't believe there was no connection between the security guard he saw earlier and Xia Yuan. There are 3 doors on the map, and the one he entered is definitely no longer an option. The security guard looks formidable and cannot possibly be one of their own. After all, if he were, the system's rewards wouldn't be so generous. Lin Bai decisively chose a side door and left the corridor. However, just as he passed an elevator door, 2 people happened to step out. The individuals appeared ordinary, seemingly just residents of the complex. Yet the air of arrogance around them served as a warning. Lin Bai pretended not to see them and continued walking forward. The 2 glanced at Lin Bai and exchanged a look before discreetly following him. Lin Bai's heart raced. He took out his phone from his pocket and casually tossed it on the ground. The holy sword. Huh. Almost simultaneously with his shout, the shadow of jealousy appeared, and a thunderous roar directly controlled the 2 men. Gluttony appeared simultaneously between the 2 fists clenched, ready to crush their skulls. Before the 2 could react, Gluttony slammed their heads together hard, controlling them on the spot. Rage appeared alongside jealousy and Gluttony. After his appearance, he grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher and struck the duo's heads twice. With immense force, blood gushed from their wounds, leaving them dazed. Lin Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief as the shadow of greed emerged, searching the 2 and finding 2 tokens. The tokens bore an icon of a door engraved with runes and a line of small text in Chinese and English. The Door Council. Damn it, another evil cult. Lin Bai's expression darkened instantly. After arriving at the academy, they had introduced various notorious evil cults to him, and the Door Council was one of them. As the most powerful world, currently Blue Star's resources and spiritual energy are highly coveted by other worlds, and incursions from those worlds have never ceased. However, Blue Star is strong, and despite years of attempts, no one from those worlds has ever set foot on its soil. At this point, they must find ways to incite some humans to open the door for them. The Door Council exists for such purposes, colluding with other races to open the gateway to Blue Star. Upon seeing this, Lin Bai had a rough idea of the kind of environment the system had led him to. This must be a location where the Door Council operates, and there might even be plans to open the door here. He gestured to Rage, who nodded slightly, then brought the fire extinguisher down with force. Bam! Gold coins 400. Seeing the prompt, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. If he hadn't struck first, catching them off guard and controlling them to death, he might have been finished. These were actually two ability users at the control level. There was no time to think. It was impossible to deal with the bodies, and with the blood splattered everywhere, he could only leave quickly. It was too dangerous. He didn't think it was a coincidence that he randomly encountered two cultists from the Door Council. If this wasn't luck, it could only mean that the entire complex was likely under their control. Given the system's rewards, it must be the case. Lin Bai almost started to run. He felt uncomfortable lingering in this cursed place even for a second. Just as he was running, the sky outside suddenly turned purple. The purple light poured down, altering the colors of the entire complex, yet no one peered out to take a look. Lin Bai's heart sank as he ran out of the building. He could see the entrance in the distance. However, at the entrance stood several individuals in long robes. With no other choice, Lin Bai had to retreat back into the building. Such a significant anomaly couldn't have gone unnoticed by the authorities. It was best to wait for them to arrive before completing his task. But just as he retreated, one of the figures in black robes pulled out a phone, and after listening to some words, immediately focused on the building where Lin Bai had just killed the two men. I've been discovered. Lin Bai quietly retreated into an electrical room, his mind racing. The Door Council must be planning something big here. The entire complex was sealed off by them, which is why this system task had appeared. And the fact that they dared to cause trouble in the Magic City area indicates they must be well prepared, likely involving high-level ability users. Finding a rookie in the awakening phase here would be like a small calamity. How anyone who stepped out could easily take him down. At this moment, he had to be extremely cautious. A direct confrontation was out of the question. The priority was to stay alive until the authorities noticed the anomaly. Urgent footsteps echoed from outside, causing Lin Bai's heart to race. They had discovered the deaths of those two and were searching for him. The situation was dire. Rage had killed them using the fire extinguisher, and from this, they could deduce his lack of strength. Wait, not strong. Lin Bai was taken aback, and then his heart stirred. This was an opportunity. Such an obvious hiding spot in the electrical room was soon discovered. Lin Bai had barely hidden for 10 minutes when he heard footsteps stop outside. The next moment, the door to the electrical room burst open, and a burly man appeared outside. Upon seeing the panicked Lin Bai, the man's eyes flashed with understanding. I wondered what kind of rat it was. Turns out it's just a student. Then he opened his earpiece, found him in the electrical room on the first floor of Building 6. The man's lips curled into a sinister smile, his fists clenched, muscles bulging, showing no intention of wasting words with Lin Bai, as he threw a heavy punch. Lin Bai barely managed to duck, and the wall behind him instantly shattered, debris flying everywhere as he desperately ran out from under the man's ribcage. Where do you think you're going? Boom. The opponent moved like a small tank, rampaging forward. Lin Bai ran forward in a panic. Seeing this, the man became even more reckless, quickly closing the distance to Lin Bai and throwing a powerful punch. A figure flew backward, who just as the grin on his lips was rising, a loud roar echoed in his ears. In the next second, the figure that had been sent flying shimmered with red light. After crashing into the wall, he stomped on the ground and charged back, throwing a fist during the approach. The thunderous roar had little effect on him. Coming back to his senses, he saw Lin Bai foolishly exchanging punches with him, and he had no intention of dodging. The next second, crack, crack. The man's entire arm twisted grotesquely in Lin Bai's shocked gaze, and that punch continued unimpeded, striking him squarely in the chest. The tremendous force made him feel as if his internal organs had been shattered. Before he could comprehend what was ahead, another figure wielding a steel rod appeared at an insane speed right in front of him. Then in his terrified gaze, it lunged forward with a fierce thrust. The man instinctively raised his other hand to grip the steel bar tightly, but at that moment the gluttony had caught up and delivered a punch to his lower abdomen, a tremendous impact that caused his internal organs to recoil, violently forcing him to gasp. Greed swiftly withdrew the steel bar and accurately thrust it into the man's gaping mouth. Time for a nucleic acid test. However, to Greed's surprise, the opponent was able to bite down on the steel bar at the critical moment. A gentle voice floated in, yet the action was ruthless and swift. Just die properly, okay? The figure of Lust appeared beside Greed, seemingly out of nowhere, spinning around and kicking the end of the steel bar with tremendous force, instantly breaking the man's grip and piercing through his skull. 200 gold coins. Hearing the prompt, Lin Bai finally retracted his clones, muttering, "Damn, is it really that hard to kill a reinforced ability user?" After a moment of complaining, he turned and ran. This man was too steady. Upon encountering him, he immediately reported his location, instead of choosing to attack upon seeing Lin Bai's frailty. At this moment, it seemed that everyone was converging here, and not knowing whether the opponent had the ability to detect powers made hiding in the shadows a gamble. Thus, he could only run. After confirming that both exits were blocked, he had no choice but to try his luck. He sprinted to another building, encountering no one along the way. Just as he was about to relax, he turned a corner and found a knife-wielding woman coming towards him. The moment their gazes met, the woman charged at him without hesitation, and with her speed, Lin Bai had no time to dodge. The long knife had already descended. Laziness. Laziness appeared before Lin Bai, looking confused, and then raised a hand to block. The long knife was surprisingly caught by Laziness, blood seeping from his palm, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain as overwhelming drowsiness took hold. The woman was momentarily stunned, staring at the suddenly appearing Laziness, her brow furrowing tightly. Shadows around them surged like a tide, instantly enveloping Laziness. The woman flicked her wrist, and Laziness was wrapped in darkness, suspended from the ceiling. At this point, Lin Bai had yet to gauge the woman's strength, and she seemingly had no intention of chatting. Her long hair flowed with the blade as she swung down again. Fury erupted as he unleashed two punches, hoping to force the woman to dodge, but the darkness surged, forming a layer of black cloth around her, rendering his punches ineffective. Cloning ability. The woman's voice held a hint of confusion, yet her movements were unhurried, pressing Lin Bai to retreat urgently. Such a beautiful lady. Lust appeared silently from the side, his eyes glimmering with an enchanting light. The woman turned to look, momentarily caught off guard. In the next second, a figure flashed past, and the woman looked down in shock. A pale arm had pierced through her chest with ease, breaking through her dark defenses and grasping her beating heart. She locked eyes with a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. Awakening stage. How is it possible to break through? A muffled thud sounded as her pupils dilated, and the long knife fell weakly to the ground. 250 gold coins. Lin Bai picked up the long knife, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, this woman was even stronger than the previous man, having presumably reached the peak of the mastery stage. But she never anticipated that her arrogance would be her downfall, allowing a direct breach of her defenses. This battle, though seemingly easy, was actually a brush with death. Currently, Lin Bai's truly powerful offensive methods were limited to Gluttony's deliberate punches and the weakness attack of arrogance. Gluttony had previously been struck hard by that man, severely injured and unable to recover quickly. Fortunately, arrogance was strong enough to barely overcome the opponent. After killing the woman, Lin Bai quickly immersed his mind into the system store. He currently had only 1350 gold coins, having spent 2300 on 2 giant belts for Gluttony. Now deciding how to allocate his resources was a dilemma. With 1320 gold coins, it seemed insufficient for enhancing his several clones. Under normal circumstances, equipping a model Guardian's blade along with a long sword would at least improve his capability against jealousy by a third. However, no one here was below the mastery stage, and given that they considered themselves weak, they were sending people casually. With so many dead, they would undoubtedly send stronger opponents. At this time, he could only enhance the strongest Gluttony. Thus, Lin Bai decisively chose to upgrade the Heart of Steel. He continued to search frantically for convenience stores along the way. To his luck, he really found one. At this moment, on the top floor of the 30th building in the community. This community had a total of 16 buildings, and at this moment, every top floor was filled with people. Most of these individuals were residents of the community, their expressions dazed and their eyes vacant. On the fringes of the crowd, several figures in black robes stood together, seemingly sketching something on the ground. On one of the buildings, a short-haired man opened his phone, frowning after reading the message. So many dead. Damn it, at this time. Forget about that, just guard the door and finish quickly. The dome won't hold for long. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures in black robes began to act swiftly, and the dazed residents started to stand on the edge of the rooftop. On the first floor below, Lin Bai hid inside the convenience store where Gluttony was gorging himself. The next second, a muffled sound echoed and Lin Bai looked outside, his pupils contracting slightly. Puff, 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 puff. After the first sound, a continuous cacophony followed, with shadows falling to the ground like dumplings. Bright red began to spread quickly, winding into a small stream. Lin Bai's hand trembled slightly as the figure of Fury silently emerged beside him, his previously ferocious face now surprisingly calm. The shadows outside continued to fall, and Lin Bai glanced around, realizing that it wasn't just his building, the others were the same. As more and more shadows fell, the bright red on the ground began to emit an eerie glow, growing more intense until it surged skyward. Lin Bai looked up, the soaring light piercing through the clouds as a massive golden gate descended from the sky, landing in the central square of the community. The rockery and pavilion shattered, and Lin Bai's expression turned grave. With such a commotion, the authorities should have noticed by now, right? Immediately after, he saw the black-robed figures materialize like phantoms, some of whom exuded a terrifying aura, yet at this moment, they all fled, as if avoiding a plague. All clones attack. If there was ever a time to complete the mission, it is now. These figures in black robes are not even paying attention to Lin Bai, each one fleeing rapidly. At this moment, the door in the arena opened, and a bizarre blood-red aura spread out. The thick, foul odor moved faster than Lin Bai, forcing him to pinch his nose, and this aura thickened, making it difficult for him to breathe. What on earth is this strange thing? Lin Bai frowned deeply. The Council of Doors was fond of opening gateways to other worlds, but with so many worlds, he could not tell which race it was at first glance. As he fled, Lin Bai glanced back at the door, seeing nothing but blood, completely unable to discern the situation. The surrounding plants and the flower beds withered instantly upon contact with the blood-colored aura, and witnessing this scene, Lin Bai wished he had 2 more legs. The distant door stood 20 meters high and about 5 meters wide. As the aura spread, enveloping the entire area, a massive blood-red hand pressed against the doorframe. The pitch-black claws gripped the door tightly, and then an arm slowly emerged from that eerie aura, followed by the rest of the body. Lin Bai dared not look for the moment it appeared. The terrifying aura pressed down upon him. Summoning stage. Moreover, it was the first to arrive. How could they possibly invade by sending only those of the summoning stage? The only reason they would send it now was clear. This was cannon fodder. The thought startled Lin Bai, and he continued to run without looking back. Sure enough, as that massive figure leaned against the door, more and more figures emerged. These beings stood about 3 to 5 meters tall, humanoid in form, but entirely crimson, with fangs resembling demons. Their limbs bore claws, and as they appeared, the blood on the ground began to gather around them, as if it had a life of its own, merging into the door. The enormous door gradually turned blood-red, and it seemed to expand slightly in an invisible manner. Those blood-colored beings began to swiftly pass through the door, and then gathered within the area. The first few to emerge upon seeing the fleeing members of the Council of Doors, and Lin Bai charged directly at them. Lin Bai nearly cursed aloud. "Wasn't it you who opened the door? Why are you still pursuing?" Not far from him, a slower-moving figure in black robes was directly pierced through the heart by a claw of the blood-colored being. Strangely, no blood flowed out. Instead, the blood was condensing into a rune above that being. Lin Bai could hardly afford to care about that. The door was right in front of him, and he could even see the pedestrians outside. But bizarrely, it seemed as if the inside and outside were 2 separate worlds. The pedestrians outside were completely oblivious to the abnormality, and Lin Bai's expression changed. The actions of the Council of Doors were perhaps even more significant than he had imagined. However, he could see that the black-robed figures ran out without any hindrance. This was not the time to ponder those things. Though Lin Bai was running fast enough, he was still targeted by a blood-colored being. Its speed was ghostly. Just a few dozen meters away from the door, it caught up with him. A claw swiped out, and Lin Bai, relying on his keen sense of greed, sensed it, but his body couldn't keep up with the movement. He barely dodged, yet still suffered a scratch on his arm. The enormous blood mark was hideous, and at the same time Lin Bai felt his own blood rapidly draining away. Blood Spirit Clan. In an instant, an answer formed in his mind. The Blood Spirit Clan is a powerful race across many worlds, relying on blood to survive, growing stronger by constantly consuming the blood of other races. Among them, the blood of the human race contains the most essence of heaven and earth, enriched by the world power of the main realm, making it their favorite. The Blood Spirit Clan had never ceased their invasion of Blue Star, ranking them among the greatest enemies of Blue Star alongside the Demon Clan. This situation had escalated dramatically. Lin Bai clutched his arm, his mind racing, while he projected his laziness to impede the enemy. The lazy one, still dreaming, was caught off guard when he sensed a claw coming at him. He instinctively ducked, losing a fair amount of hair, but narrowly avoiding the strike. But in the next second, he felt his blood surging within him, his form seemingly slipping out of control. "Save me!" the lazy one shouted, only to see Lin Bai running further away. The Blood Spirit Clan seemed surprised at the sudden addition of another person, but it didn't matter. The more people there were, the more blood could be consumed. Another Blood Spirit Clan member spotted Lin Bai from the side and approached, while the one in front revealed a sinister smile. "He'll fight you to the end." The lazy one roared in anger, charging and unarmed, his aura erupting, reaching the master stage. When Lin Bai sensed his aura, he was momentarily stunned, but the approaching Blood Spirit Clan member left him no time to think, and he quickly unleashed jealousy. Jealousy manifested as a soul-shaking roar to control the opponent, but unfortunately time was limited. Just as he cast the dance of the broken wings, the Blood Spirit Clan member roared and shook it off. Such formidable strength made Lin Bai realize the difficulty of defeating them. However, with jealousy and laziness delaying them, he was already very close to the entrance. Most of the members of the Council of Doors had already fled without obstruction. However, just when Lin Bai was almost at the door, a massive figure descended from the sky. Its claws sank into the ground, sending stones and dust flying, and the Blood Spirit clan member slowly raised its head. Upon seeing that this figure was larger than the others, adorned with countless runes, Lin Bai's expression instantly darkened. Kid, you aren't one of the Council of Doors, are you? In the human tongue, Lin Bai's heart sank to the bottom. This was definitely an elite monster. His mind raced. The scene outside on the street remained unchanged, and the authorities had clearly not yet discovered anything. Damn it, are they all just sitting idly by? Lin Bai cursed inwardly, his face showing a serious expression. You have arrived. The Blood Spirit clan was taken aback. Such tricks won't fool me. You shouldn't have come here. Lin Bai's strange actions made the Blood Spirit clan doubt whether he was mentally unstable, but in the next moment a figure identical to Lin Bai slowly emerged from the shadows. But I came anyway. The inexplicable scene before them surprised the Blood Spirit clan member that had not closely observed Lin Bai's earlier battle, but upon sensing the aura of greed, their heart relaxed instantly. They are all mere ants. Lin Bai said nothing, but the nearby figure suddenly charged at the Blood Spirit clan. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bai unleashed his 4 clones of gluttony, lust, pride, and wrath, all charging toward the Blood Spirit clan. 5 clones. The Blood Spirit clan's eyes flashed with surprise, as if some memories were awakening in their minds. He felt that the scene before him was somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall it at the moment. However, this did not affect his ability to deal with the several avatars. Before they could charge forward, the Blood Spirit clan pressed down on the ground, and a series of blood-red energy chains rapidly appeared, locking all the avatars in place. At that moment, Lin Bai had just run to his feet. You can't escape. The Blood Spirit clan shook his head slightly. But in the next second, his eyes were filled with astonishment as he saw Lin Bai's speed suddenly surge to 10 times its original rate. Fearless charge. Still hiding something. The Blood Spirit clan shouted angrily as a bloodline shot towards him faster than Lin Bai. Lin Bai was dumbfounded by this scene. He had activated the Fearless Charge skill, locking onto the pedestrian's displacement. How could it catch up to him? At the brink of danger, a thick black curtain appeared before the bloodline, stopping it. The black curtain only prevented the attack momentarily, but it was enough. Lin Bai's Fearless Charge was incredibly fast, as if he flew forward, crashing into an uncle passing by. The clearly office worker uncle fell to the ground, utterly dazed. Lin Bai's charge was an offensive skill, and even without a weapon, an ordinary person would find it hard to withstand. At that moment, he felt a wave of intense pain all over his body, but Lin Bai had no time to care for him, directly getting up and yelling at the pedestrians on the street, "Run! Hurry and run! The Blood Spirit clan is invading." The crowd was still somewhat confused. Lin Bai paid no attention to their reactions and simply dragged the uncle away. With his current awakened tier strength, lifting the uncle was not a problem. The sudden scene left many people frozen in place, whispering among themselves as they watched Lin Bai. What's going on? Could it be another filming? This is Magic City, the Blood Spirit clan. Look at the sky. Just as someone was speaking, another person pointed to the sky in horror. At that moment, a patrol team had just flown over, having detected the anomalies in this area and preparing to investigate. But as they arrived, a beam of condensed blood light shot up into the sky. The nauseating scent of blood spread almost instantly, causing the faces of the patrol team members to change dramatically, and one of them immediately sent back an alarm. Magic City responded quickly, and alarm notifications almost simultaneously rang out. Alert: world invasion. Residents are advised to proceed to official evacuation sites. Alert. The alarm sounded only on this street. The patrol team instinctively followed their training, taking out a diamond-shaped crystal and tossing it into the air. A massive purple dome descended, enveloping the entire neighborhood and parts of the surrounding streets. However, the bloodlight pillar showed no signs of being affected. At the moment the bloodlight pillar appeared, several members of the patrol team saw the hellish scene within the neighborhood. That light pillar was spewed forth by a Blood Spirit clan member towering about 10 meters tall, opening its blood-filled mouth. The light pillar continued to emit energy, visibly distorting the surrounding void. Not good, they are about to summon higher-tier blood spirits. The patrol team leader, a middle-aged man with a beard, had a slight change in expression upon witnessing this. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged down, but a swarm of blood spirits had already surged up from below, blocking his path. Several teammates hurried over while Lin Bai continued to drag the dazed uncle outside the barrier before finally setting him down. The uncle's eyes were filled with shock. This really is a world invasion. Thank you, young man. Lin Bai waved his hand, looking at the patrol team engaged in battle with the blood spirits, when suddenly he felt a dull pain surge in his head. Laziness lost its connection. Then came gluttony, envy, pride, lust, wrath. The intense pain almost caused Lin Bai to lose consciousness as he clutched his head, his jaw tightly clenched. Fortunately, the dull pain lasted less than a minute before it faded. Lin Bai was now drenched in cold sweat. But, wait, greed was still there. Lin Bai focused his thoughts on the existence of greed, sensing that its condition did not seem good. In the previous battle, he had dodged many attacks thanks to the advantage of perception, and when the patrol team appeared, the Blood Spirit clan had completely ignored him. At this moment, greed was hiding within the neighborhood, mixed in with the corpses. This is a significant loss. Lin Bai felt a headache. If it weren't for someone helping him just now, he might have met his end there. He didn't even know who had helped him. Lin Bai glanced around. The faces were filled with panic, and they looked nothing like those of ability users. With a lingering pain in his head, Lin Bai fell into deep thought. Greed definitely could not be left to die. The consequences of the death of an avatar would not just end there. The aftereffects would emerge later. But how to save it was a question. The patrol team above could no longer be seen, and only the occasional flashes of ability lights indicated they were still alive. Lin Bai took a deep breath. System extract hex deck. Since others couldn't help, he could only rely on himself. And currently the only thing that could enhance his combat power was the colorful hex deck extraction after escaping the neighborhood. Prismatic hex deck, aside from a few fakes, most were extremely powerful. This extraction is for prismatic extraction. Would you like to proceed? Proceed, Lin Bai said without hesitation. In the next second, an image appeared before him, 3 colorful cards flickering rapidly before finally stopping in front of him. Blessing of the Wind Whisperer. Glass Cannon. Feel the burn. After seeing these 3, Lin Bai's face darkened. These 3 were almost the worst among the entire prismatic pool. Only the glass cannon was somewhat effective for certain heroes, but its side effects were indeed severe. Fortunately, there was a refresh option. Lin Bai unhesitatingly discarded the Blessing of the Wind Whisperer. That thing was just too useless. But upon refreshing the runes he saw made his breath quicken. All attributes amplified. Lin Bai's hands began to tremble. This was one of the graduation runes, and using skills could increase attack power. Ordinary attacks could increase spell power, and as long as he remained in combat, it could stack infinitely. In the game, it might not be the strongest, but in reality, it was a game where no one would surrender. In such a situation, how much could all attributes amplified stack? Lin Bai himself had no idea. Moreover, all attributes amplified was the most suitable for greed's Zhao Xian panel. There was no need to think. All attributes amplified would be directly given to greed. Inside the neighborhood, greed, hiding among the corpses, suddenly opened its eyes, its avatar identical to its true self, but original sin would make it lean more towards that direction. Lin Bai understood how to use all attributes amplified. He was naturally clear on that. Moreover, he had more ideas. The true self intended to protect him, but greed saw a terrifying possibility that it simply could not withstand. What if he stacked all attributes amplified here? Previously, Lin Bai planned to leave his avatar on a battlefield, continuously accumulating levels with the increasingly powerful runes of the material loss. Once the levels were high enough, he would essentially become invincible. The Blood Spirit clan opening this door might be a good choice. Greed saw this point. His level was low, making him easy prey on the battlefield, but from another perspective, the powerful ones might not even notice him. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. If successful, his gains would be immense. In a moment, greed even envisioned the possibility of sweeping through the Blood Spirit clan's world. At that moment, he could hardly contain himself. The powerful desire consumed his rationality. I want to come back. Under the intense influence of original sin, greed unexpectedly broke through to the mastery stage. When Lin Bai sensed this, he was stunned. However, upon reflection, this was greed. With such immense benefits at stake, he could not possibly hold back. Greed was not one to dawdle. He began to act immediately. However, there needed to be a method to his actions. Firstly, material laws required hitting the enemy to stack levels, whether it was an attack or a skill, and the timing for determining combat status also needed exploration. In the game, it was roughly around 5 seconds, but here greed was unsure of the exact timing. In contemplation, greed had already found his way into a building. Outside, nearly all the Blood Spirit clan had gone to attack the patrol team, while within the door, Blood Spirits continuously emerged. Their levels were terrifying, at least at the peak of the mastery stage, with most being above the manifestation stage. Facing the ever-increasing number of Blood Spirits, the patrol team quickly fell into a disadvantage, but no one retreated. As the low-level Blood Spirits attempted to leave the neighborhood, a silver spear suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the ground. No one can leave. 10 directions, Thunder Prison. The spear emitted a sound like thunder, followed by violent lightning spreading across the ground, forming a massive prison in an instant. The moment the low-level Blood Spirits touched it, they immediately withdrew their hands. Hold them back, or do not let any Blood Spirit escape. A furious shout came as the patrol team was already surrounded tightly by Blood Spirits. Clearly, they realized that without dealing with the squad, they would not be able to exit. The Blood Spirit that was clearly an elite was still looking up, expelling beams of light. As the battle continued, the surrounding blood-red aura grew denser. But shortly after, as Greed pondered how to begin, a figure was suddenly blasted down, crashing violently onto the ground not far from him. Greed looked and saw that the person seemed to be the leader of the patrol team, eyes wide open, body in a strangely withered state, breathing faintly. Greed was taken aback. The patrol team leader's strength had already reached the resonance stage, making him a formidable expert, yet just after the battle began he had been reduced to this state. In the next second, the other team members fell simultaneously, and the spears that continuously radiated lightning lost their brilliance. The blood spirits above scattered, howling towards the sky. In just a few minutes, the patrol team was completely annihilated. Greed looked at the patrol team leader, and the desire in his eyes diminished slightly. But upon thinking of his mastery over material laws, desire surged once more. At this moment, the patrol team leader, clinging to the last breath of life, seemed to have spotted Greed hiding in the shadows. Seeing his young face, his dilated pupils slightly constricted, and his lips moved. Run. Fast. Greed couldn't hear what was being said, but reading the lips, it should be this. Run. If he were a normal person, he would have been moved by this scene. But Greed was not. He was merely an incarnation of original sin, carrying Lin Bai's memories. He seemed normal most of the time, but the vast majority of his actions were driven by original sin. What a joke. Greed's expression suddenly twisted. Do you know what awaits me? At that moment, he resembled a crazed gambler with bloodshot eyes, rushing from inside the building to kneel before the patrol team leader, staring directly at him. Do you know what I've been waiting for? The leader's consciousness was already muddled. He couldn't even hear Greed's voice clearly, his pupils unfocused, yet he continued to speak. Run. Go. Run. Go. Greed's face suddenly twisted in rage, shouting, can't you hear? Huh. Run. Go. Run. As the last breath was drawn, the leader's unfocused gaze remained on Greed. Watching his pupils widen, Greed froze, his gaze falling upon the spear. On the other side, Lin Bai, who was fleeing with the crowd, was stunned and stopped in the middle of the throng. He could not see what was happening with Greed. He halted because rage had unexpectedly revived. The avatar could revive, but it shouldn't happen this quickly. Lin Bai had checked the information on the Seven Sins body. The avatar's revival had to go through side effects before being nourished by original sin. But at that moment, Lin Bai had no time to ponder further, as in his mind rage was screaming wildly. Let me out. They'll kill them. Die, die, die. Blood Spirit Clan. Die, die, die. He was astonished to find that under the impact of original sin, rage had also broken through to the mastery stage. What's going on? Lin Bai muttered to himself. Oh, it seemed that nothing had occurred to escalate his anger. Observing Rage's state, it was clear he was quite furious. Rage, what's going on? I don't know. All I know is I want to annihilate the Blood Spirit Clan. Blood Spirit Clan, Lin Bai recalled, and faintly had a clue. Perhaps the deaths of those in the neighborhood had awakened his fury within Rage. However, he currently lacked the ability to take revenge, so he could only ignore rage and continue to run. At this point, the city had already begun to alert, and he could see figures flying toward that direction. The strong in the demon city had already reacted. On the other side, Greed, with a grim expression, picked up the patrol team leader's spear, which bore the two small characters Heavenly Dragon. Zhao Xian originally used a spear, so after obtaining the template, Greed was naturally familiar with this weapon. At this moment, he held the spear in one hand, the barrel passing under his armpit. Greed's gaze fixed on the blood spirits in the sky. Just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, in the next second, a figure shot forth rapidly, and in the distance the sky exploded with several blossoming clouds crashing into the densest center of the blood spirits. Several blood spirits, unable to dodge, were instantly blown apart into a mist of blood. Severed limbs and blood rained down while Greed remained expressionless on the ground. Dare to open a world gate on the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeking death. A thunderous roar echoed, and once again a large number of severed limbs fell. Following that, one figure after another surged in, and as one person flew over, half the neighborhood was instantly covered in frost, with the blood spirits on the ground turning into lifelike ice sculptures. Ha ha ha, the human realm. This time you cannot stop us. Within the massive blood-red gate, a large number of Blood Spirit Clan members covered in runes began to appear. Greed decisively dashed to the side, his attention locked onto the sky. As the battle unfolded above, more and more Blood Spirit Clan members descended. The human warriors who came were all powerful. The blood spirits were initially suppressed, but it was the runic blood spirits that ascended to stabilize the situation. Greed held his gun in one hand, dodging the falling blood rain, but many blood spirits on the ground noticed that they could not join the battle above and began to spread out. Several blood spirits set their sights on Greed. At this moment, Greed dared not approach. Upon seeing them come, he immediately retreated in a certain direction. In that direction, he sensed a large group of humans approaching. It was the guards from Magic City. The pursuing blood spirits were relentless, and Greed calculated the distance, beginning to count down. 3, 1. A rocket almost brushed past his face. The hairs on his cheek distorted under the high temperature, then the rocket landed among several blood spirits behind. Boom. The ground shook and a massive mushroom cloud erupted behind. Those manifested blood spirits were instantly blown to smithereens, and then figures rushed past Greed, plunging into the midst of the blood spirits. Kid, this place is dangerous. Get out of here. Greed, panting heavily, cast aside the words of the leader, his gaze starting to roam across the battlefield. At this moment, various ability users appeared, joining the battle in the vicinity, and not a single blood spirit. The situation seemed to stabilize, but near the gate there were continuous tremors and muffled sounds, clearly indicating that the battle there was extremely fierce. Greed, touching the edge of the battlefield, saw a corpse of a blood spirit, and thrust his gun without hesitation. Feeling no change, it seemed that the corpse stacking method was ineffective. It did not count as being in a combat state. Greed, enduring patiently, continued searching for blood spirits. His level was too low, and he could only look for the severely wounded. At this time, the situation was chaotic. Those supporting ability users were all fighting against the blood spirits, and even if they noticed Greed, they could only remind him to leave. Greed disregarded everything until he saw a blood spirit missing half its body being smashed into a building. His eyes lit up, and he stealthily approached, spotting the disfigured blood spirit among the rubble. At this moment, half of the opponent's body had disappeared. Bloodlight surged wildly, seemingly trying to mend the wound, but the injury was too severe to heal. Greed stood before it, and the blood spirit also saw the presence of Greed, whose aura was akin to that of an ant. Human kid. The blood spirit surprisingly could still speak human language. Do you think you can kill me? Greed let out a cold laugh and charged forward with his gun. But even in its severely injured state, the opponent's strength was terrifying. Though it lay on the ground, one intact claw could still move. Do you think you can kill me? Greed let out a cold laugh and charged forward with his gun. But even in its severely injured state, the opponent's strength was terrifying. Though it lay on the ground, one intact claw could still. Yet there was no trace of pain in Greed's eyes. Instead, a hint of madness appeared. Because after the blood spirit swiped out this claw, its aura suddenly plummeted like a cliff. At this moment, Greed also closed in on the blood spirit, thrusting his gun from beneath. Ding! It couldn't break through the defense. The blood spirit paused for a moment, then grinned, saying, "Haha. Is it useful?" Greed paid no mind, thrusting wildly with his sky dragon, for he sensed the power within him gradually growing. This nearly drove him into a frenzy. Not enough. Not enough. More. I want more. The original sin began to breed, and Greed's attack speed unknowingly increased significantly. The blood spirit looked at the crazed Greed, and its laughter abruptly ceased. Because it discovered that the places Greed was attacking were its most resilient skin, while the massive wound beside it was something it didn't even glance at. Moreover, what shocked it was that as Greed continued to attack, the wound on its arm was actually stopping the bleeding rapidly. This human kid is very strange. At the moment this thought flashed through its mind, the blood spirit used its last strength, exploding with force in its legs, and within half a second it crashed through the wall behind, creating distance. Where do you think you're going? Greed's ghostly voice came, and the blood spirit suddenly turned its head, horrified to find that Greed was right beside it. Another 2 consecutive shots were fired. While attacking, Greed was not idle. Aside from fearless charging, he also used triple claw strikes and wind slash whenever there was a chance. The continuously increasing power almost made him intoxicated. Coupled with the hunger of original sin, Greed felt that if this blood spirit did not die, he could completely grow to the world's limits. But unfortunately, the already heavily injured blood spirit seemed to have reached the end of its life. With Greed's thrust, the blood spirit's aura abruptly dissipated. Outside, Lin Bai, who was fleeing, suddenly heard a prompt. Gold 100. He felt a stir in his heart. Greed made a move. But was this money for an assist? Currently, he wasn't quite sure of the situation and could only rely on speculation, while Greed's expression changed slightly after the death of this blood spirit. He immediately turned to search for a target, quickly locking onto a peak manifested stage ability user who at that moment was battling a blood spirit with a long knife. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. As Greed stepped on the crumbling rubble, he sank his waist, gathering strength. Threads of light swirled around the sky dragon, and in the next second, he transformed into a swift shadow, charging at the blood spirit. Incredibly fast, the blood spirit had no time to react and was pierced in the waist by Greed's gun. Greed held the gun in one hand, and then violently pulled it out, saying, "Brother, leave this to me. Go help the others." The ability user was momentarily stunned upon seeing Greed suddenly emerge, and when he noticed his early stage aura and the recently healed arm, he was even more bewildered. "Quick! Others need help." As Greed spoke, he forcefully thrust his gun into the ground, and the blood spirit retaliated with a claw that just happened to land on the spear he had planted in front of him. In the next second, Greed exerted force with one hand, and his entire body leaped off the spear planted in the ground, delivering a powerful kick onto the blood spirit. The opponent's head was violently thrown to one side from the immense force, and Greed seized the opportunity to wrap his legs around its neck, gripping the end of the gun with his other hand, exerting force. The long spear whipped around in the air, using its momentum to smack against the broad back of the blood spirit. The distant ability user, witnessing Greed's two moves, stared wide-eyed. What the hell? So fierce. This also relieved him, and he turned to join another battlefield. The blood spirit, which had initially intended to embrace Greed with both claws, let out a howl of pain after receiving such a violent whip. Greed seized the chance to land, holding his gun in one hand, pointing the gun's tip at the opponent, grinning, and saying, "Next, let's take it slow." The entire neighborhood was already in chaos, yet within the chaos, there was an order with a large number of ability users heading towards the neighborhood. Lin Bai breathed a slight sigh of relief, but soon a deep sense of fatigue surged over him. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone. He opened it to find it was from Tang Xiao. "Lin Go, where are you? I heard there's a world invasion at Tianyan community. Are you okay?" Lin Bai replied to him briefly, and then hurried towards the academy. Having lost quite a few avatars the after effects would soon manifest, it was better to stay at the academy for the time being. At this time, the area around Tianyan community was already sealed off, but Lin Bai's area was not a restricted zone, so he was still able to catch a ride. Almost as soon as he got into the car, a heavy sleepiness washed over him, and Lin Bai fell asleep immediately. After the death of the original sin, the corresponding original sin had nowhere to go and could only reside within Lin Bai. Moreover, this was pure original sin, not the kind that could be utilized to enhance abilities on avatars. In other words, it was purely a side effect. Lin Bai fell into a deep sleep within just 2 seconds. The driver glanced at him, but said nothing, continuing to drive towards their destination. However, shortly after, a small car began to follow them. Inside the car, 2 ordinary-looking young men were staring intently at the taxi. "He must have gotten into that car, right? That's right, this kid is no ordinary fellow. He survived the door ceremony. What should we do? Should we act now? For the council?" No sooner had the words left their mouths than dozens of black needles suddenly emerged, piercing into the taxi's tires. The tire pressure plummeted, and the driver's expression changed slightly as he quickly steadied the steering wheel. However, once the car had an accident, the distance to that taxi grew ever farther. Who did that? The faces of the two turned grim, but at that moment, high-level ability users flew overhead, and they dared not recklessly use their powers. In the end, they could only watch as the taxi drove away. Lin Bai was completely unaware of this, as the influence of the original sin was just beginning. On the other side, the battle against the Blood Spirit clan had reached a fever pitch. As more and more ability users joined the Blood Spirit clan, gradually sensed that something was amiss. Why are there so many ability users? And their levels are not low. The few highest-ranked members of the Blood Spirit clan spoke in human language. Their ranks had already reached the domain level. However, on the human side, there were as many as 6 domain-level users arriving. Once these blood spirits realized something was wrong, a few of them rushed towards the portal, their bodies exploding and transforming into streams of pure blood that flowed into the runes of the portal. In the next moment, the portal flickered. Not good, they want to sacrifice to summon stronger blood spirits. An elder at the domain level's expression changed slightly as he pointed towards the portal. A spiritual energy azure dragon suddenly descended from the sky and crashed into the portal, but it had no effect. Seeing this, the others hurriedly took action. On the ground battlefield, Greed found a relatively weak blood spirit and engaged in a frenzied struggle. However, as the battle progressed, he also discovered that only when dealing damage could the dual cultivation of physical and magical powers stack. Actions like parrying or clashing blades did not count. Nevertheless, this was already quite formidable, as even a slight scratch could be deemed an attack. He just needed to control it a bit. Moreover, the stacking of normal attacks was strong, and the bonuses only applied to his undaunted charge and wind/electric stab. As long as he didn't use those 2 skills, he could keep fighting that blood spirit. The blood spirit was also bewildered. Greed's expression was one of madness, as if he had some deep-seated grudge against it, yet none of the strikes were lethal. Moreover, this person's recovery ability was terrifying. When he arrived, he had lost an arm, but as the battle wore on, that arm had nearly grown back. Can you believe this? The blood spirit instinctively sensed something was wrong, but it couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. Initially, it thought this was Greed's ability. After all, as the favored children of the world, humans possessed all kinds of bizarre abilities. It was normal for it not to recognize them. Yet after one of its team members launched a sneak attack, tearing a huge gash in Greed's back, Greed retaliated with 2 shots, instantly stopping the bleeding. The blood spirit then realized the situation was dire. Roar, roar. These low-level blood spirits couldn't speak human language, but they could communicate with their kin, the gist of their message being conveyed. This person is not right. The attacking blood spirit responded in kind. What's happening? He is growing stronger with every blow, his recovery ability elevating as the battle continued. As soon as these words were spoken, the blood spirit that had launched the sneak attack was stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation. It turned and fled, trying to send a warning. Greed's gaze turned cold, and he swept his spear violently, thrusting forward. This strike seemed to pierce only the air ahead, yet a shadow of the spear instantly broke through the void, creating a large hole in the fleeing blood spirit. The power of this strike left the blood spirit that had been entangled with Greed dumbfounded. Wasn't it very difficult to break through their defenses? How could he turn around and kill a fellow of similar strength with a single shot? I thought we were just two weaklings pecking at each other. The blood spirit's expression changed instantly, and as Greed turned to look at it, it didn't hesitate to flee. TSK. Greed sighed slightly in regret, and with a swift, undaunted charge pursued, shooting the blood spirit through from behind. The blood spirit, unable to believe it, looked down at the spear in its chest, its mind filled with a single thought: why are you so strong, and why did you engage with me? Greed paid no mind to what it was thinking, and immediately sought his next target. The duration of the dual cultivation was very short. He had to find an opponent quickly. Currently, without the electric blade, sheep blade, and the stacking angle dragon bonding runes, the stacking was very slow and each layer was incredibly precious. Fortunately, there were plenty of blood spirits. After just a few steps, he saw an ability user being overwhelmed by 3 blood spirits. Though the other party was at the manifestation level, it was evidently injured previously, and now being surrounded by 3 low-level blood spirits at the control level, it was retreating step by step. I'm here to help you. The ability user's face lit up with joy upon hearing the voice, but his expression changed slightly when he sensed that the newcomer was only at the control level. Don't. They have peak control users. Greed completely disregarded his warning and charged in with his spear. One of the blood spirits, seeing this, swiped at Greed, sending him flying, then rushed in for another strike. Rongze's heart sank. He hadn't expected that there would be control-level ability users coming to support in a place like this. On such a battlefield, one careless move could lead to death. Protecting the city should be the responsibility of these high-level, superpowered individuals. Yet at this moment he could no longer concern himself with such matters. The Greed pulling him away indeed made him feel much lighter. With a low growl, Rongze was enveloped in flames, and with a swift punch he struck the abdomen of a blood spirit clan member. Explode. Boom. The flames erupted violently, creating a large hole in the waist of the blood spirit clan member. Another blood spirit clan member took advantage of the chaos to approach him, but Rongze had already anticipated this. The exploding flames suddenly converged and were hurled back by him. Boom. A second explosion directly obliterated that blood spirit clan member. Rongze subconsciously wanted to look for Greed, but the battlefield was chaotic and he could no longer see his figure. At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from within the door, an aura unique to the origin transformation stage, causing all the superpowered individuals to feel a jolt in their hearts. The origin transformation stage already indicated a powerful being from another race. Yet even so, none of the superpowered individuals present retreated. Just as the aura of the origin transformation stage was revealed, a streak of light shot down from the sky, and then burst into the doorway, accompanied by a faint roar. Blood Spirit Clan, if I don't come after you, why have you come knocking on my door? Immediately after, everyone saw the door violently shake, with spatial cracks faintly appearing beside it. Time passed, and the turmoil within the door grew increasingly terrifying, occasionally accompanied by the roars of the Blood Spirit Clan. But the good news was that no more Blood Spirit Clan members emerged from within the door. With their reinforcements cut off, the human side continued to see more superpowered individuals join, and the situation was rapidly tipping in their favor. At this moment, Greed had already found his way near the door while fighting. The Blood Spirit Clan outside would eventually be cleared away. While fighting, he had discovered their formidable regenerative abilities. They were undoubtedly the best choice for stacking. However, the Blood Spirit Clan in the Magic Capital would eventually be wiped out, making it impossible to stack at that time. The best choice now was to enter the world of the Blood Spirit Clan. Then he planned to find a creature of comparable strength, one that he couldn't kill in one hit, allowing him to continue indefinitely. Greed had already mapped out his path, but as he approached the door of the Blood Spirit Clan, he sensed something was off. Near the door, an intense blood-red aura was exceptionally thick. As he got closer, he realized he was struggling to breathe, and his movements became extremely stiff. This area had nearly transformed into the world of the Blood Spirit Clan, and the bodies of his own human race simply could not adapt. Upon realizing this, Greed's expression changed. Not being able to enter the world of the Blood Spirit Clan would mean the path of stacking was cut off, which was even more painful than dying. Greed's eyes nearly burst with flames, but he gritted his teeth, and seeing a Blood Spirit Clan member near the door, charged forward with a fearless assault. At this moment, his physical and magical abilities had stacked to a very high level, equating to nearly 1,000 in magical strength in game terms. This attack directly pierced through the Blood Spirit clan member of the manifestation stage. The other party stared in shock at the blood hole in their body, then looked at the greed of the dominant stage before them, filled with confusion. Yet this kind of injury might be deadly for an ordinary Blood Spirit clan member, but for it recovering on this already assimilated land was far too easy. It gritted its teeth in an attempt to throw greed away, but greed completely disregarded it and fired again. That throw directly shattered half of Greed's shoulder. Although his physical and magical abilities had stacked high, his body was still of the dominant stage, and without equipment, making him too fragile. However, the next scene nearly made the Blood Spirit clan member doubt their life. As Greed thrust out another shot, the flesh around the wound writhed, then grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye it returned to normal. No, you must be the Blood Spirit clan. The Blood Spirit clan member's eyes widened in disbelief, while Greed's eyes were filled with madness as he continued to attack. However, at that moment the tremors inside the door completely settled down, and a figure dragged a massive head out from within. Blood Spirit clan, if you come to Blue Star again, this is your end. That seemed to be the head of a Blood Spirit clan member, but the blood was a bizarre golden color. Even in death, its aura from the origin transformation stage still continuously impacted the hearts of those around. And those Blood Spirit clan members, upon seeing that head, trembled in fear and turned to flee. The person also saw Greed, who was fighting the Blood Spirit clan member of the manifestation stage. After witnessing a claw strike down, without hesitation, he pointed, and that Blood Spirit clan member exploded midair. Greed, who was about to shoot again, was taken aback, and then looked up. It was an old man. Upon seeing Greed's realm, his eyes showed a hint of astonishment, followed by a smile. But all Greed could do in response was glare fiercely. Seeing the head blocking the door, he now understood that entering the Blood Spirit clan was impossible. Since that was the case, he would change targets. Currently, his physical and magical abilities had stacked to a very high level. Even manifestation stage beings could be slain. Since stacking was impossible, then it was time for harvesting. At this point in the battle, there was not a single Blood Spirit clan member remaining whose level was lower than his. In other words, they were all coins. Ignoring the astonished old man, after changing targets, the greedy desire in his eyes extended once more. Previously, it was a desire for stacking, now it was a desire for coins. With this current level, once he obtained the electric knife and the sheep knife combined with the stacking of the horned dragon, the stacking speed would increase several times. For now, he was still stacking layer by layer, but after charging up the electric knife, one shot would yield 5 layers. Greed quickly figured it out. The battle was about to end, and he needed to get his share. He charged forward with a fearless assault, and a Blood Spirit clan member didn't have time to react before being shot through the head. Then, using wind slash and electric stab, he quickly killed another, and Greed immediately approached another one, reducing the cooldown with triple claw strikes, continuing his assault. At this moment, the Blood Spirit clan members were all busy fleeing, and no one noticed that Greed had begun to go on a killing spree. On the other side, Lin Bai was sound asleep, but the sound of coins jumping never ceased. Coins 200. Coins 300. Coins 200. Even the Blood Spirit clan members of the origin transformation stage were slain, and the remaining Blood Spirit clan members posed no threat. The superpowered individuals quickly entered the cleanup phase of the battlefield. At the same time, some went to tally the casualties. The appearance of the Blood Spirit clan was too sudden. Initially, when the number of superpowered individuals was insufficient, some Blood Spirit clan members managed to escape, causing quite a number of deaths. Undoubtedly, the greatest losses were in this particular neighborhood. An entire neighborhood was slaughtered, and it was a rest day. So many people were at home. As the Blood Spirit clan was completely wiped out, the statistics were released, and many fell silent upon seeing the numbers. Over 10,000 people. Most of them had died during the Doors Council ceremony, but the Blood Spirit clan members who escaped also caused significant casualties. In addition, many superpowered individuals died in battle against the Blood Spirit clan, and this incident quickly made headlines nationwide. So many people, and such an incident occurring in a super metropolis like Magic City. This issue itself is already quite complex, igniting the fury of the military and stirring the entire populace of Long Nation. This event is too heinous, and it has awakened many. Previously, they were immersed in the strength of Long Nation, while the threat of foreign tribes seemed exceedingly distant. This time it has truly shaken the world awake. Such a significant incident cannot go unanswered by Long Nation. The online discourse is already in an uproar. Those damned cultists, I will kill every single one I encounter. A purge of these cultists must begin. Previously, the nation focused on exploring the world, but to be honest, there has been too little action against these organizations domestically in recent years. The operation has commenced as students from major academies like Beichen Xinglan and Zhouqiao have taken on a new task to eradicate the cultists. While discussions about this matter are rampant domestically, Magic City has fallen under a cloud of darkness. The infiltration of the Gate Council is so severe that local law enforcement cannot be absolved of blame. Many have been implicated directly. And this is just the beginning of such events occurring in an international metropolis like Magic City already reflect numerous underlying issues. In addition to holding relevant personnel accountable, there is also a memorial for the heroes who thwarted the Blood Spirit clan, as well as an investigation into the Gate Council. Upon discovering the activities of the Gate Council, Magic City has entered a state of high alert. All entry and exit will be strictly monitored. What is most shocking is that above the center of Magic City a figure stands silently, a vast domain, silently unfurling with occasional bolts of lightning striking down. And the location of these lightning strikes is where the members of the Gate Council are hiding. Normally such overwhelming displays of power would assure most, but problems arise. The frequency of lightning strikes is far too high. This indicates that the number of Gate Council members lurking in Magic City has reached a terrifying level. At this rate, it seems that the next opening of the gate could happen at any moment. An eerie atmosphere has enveloped Magic City, and this is only the second day. The tension within Yunji Academy is also extremely heavy. After returning to his dormitory, Lin Bai spoke a word to Tang Xiao, and then locked himself in his room. The side effects of the original sin of death have begun to manifest. The first side effect is laziness, which is manageable. A single nap resolves it. The second is arrogance, which isn't too pronounced, just a feeling of looking down on everyone as if they were trash. The effect of arrogance persisted until nightfall, followed by jealousy. It is here that he truly began to understand the power of original sin. Even locked in his room, Lin Bai found himself feeling jealous of a table. Why? Why doesn't it need to cultivate? Lin Bai gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, wishing he could smash the table into pieces. Then glancing out the window, he felt jealousy towards the trees beneath the clouds. Jealousy nearly drove him insane, but fortunately, he could still hold on as long as he didn't see anyone. The jealousy wouldn't become so overwhelming. And the next effect, lust, was deadly. The desire reached its peak, and Lin Bai was blushing furiously, battling between desire and reason deep into the night. By the time the effect of lust faded, he felt as though he had emerged from water. The final effect, gluttony, was somewhat easier to handle. Lin Bai emerged from his room looking pale, just as Tang Xiao returned and was taking off his shoes. Upon seeing Lin Bai's appearance, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Lin Ge, what happened to you? Where did you go yesterday? You've changed completely." Lin Bai slightly shook his head. "Want to grab a late-night snack?" Tang Xiao was momentarily stunned, glancing at Lin Bai. "Lin Ge, don't you have class tomorrow?" The feeling of hunger has already surfaced. At this moment, Lin Bai felt his stomach cramping. Suppressing his discomfort, he hurriedly took a shower and then rushed out the door. Tang Xiao looked bewildered, feeling somewhat uneasy, and quickly followed suit. The academy has a food court, and Lin Bai's target was that place, even using spiritual energy while running. He ran like the wind, and it was only when Tang Xiao was panting heavily that he caught up. By the time he arrived, Lin Bai was already in a restaurant surrounded by a mountain of food. Upon seeing Tang Xiao, Lin Bai shouted while chewing, "Tang Xiao, come join me." Tang Xiao sat down helplessly, saying, "Lin Ge, what's going on? Are you in a gluttony avatar right now?" "This is my true self." Lin Bai's movements were smooth, eating ravenously. Perhaps this was one of the talents of gluttony. Despite consuming so much, Lin Bai's stomach showed no signs of change. There were several other students in the restaurant who had been watching since Lin Bai's dishes arrived, and upon seeing him devour his food, they all widened their eyes. They had never seen someone eat so much before. Many girls were envious, thinking, how can he eat so much and still remain so thin? He must be a chosen one. Lin Bai's eating speed was rapid. Before long, he had finished half. Feeling that the influence of original sin showed no signs of fading, he decisively called out, "Waiter, I'd like to place an order." The waitress, a young girl, rushed over, and upon seeing Lin Bai's situation, showed a troubled expression. "Sir, are you sure?" "Of course. Hurry up." Seeing this, she had no choice but to comply and handed over the menu. Lin Bai picked and chose, passing it back to her, and continued his frenzied eating. Tang Xiao watched in shock. Just as the second round of dishes arrived, several girls walked in through the door. The leading girl suddenly brightened upon seeing Lin Bai and quickly jogged towards him. The others beside her exchanged puzzled glances. The girl approached Lin Bai with excitement, her breathing slightly heavier, looking at the ravenously eating Lin Bai, and asked, "Did you save a girl in Tianyin community?" Lin Bai looked up in confusion. The memories of greed had quietly returned, bringing with it a weapon, and he had also gained the memories of greed. "Are you that sauce-glazed duck?" Chen Ruoshui was taken aback, her eyes widening. Lin Bai happened to be holding a leg of sauce-glazed duck, and in just a few seconds it was reduced to bones. She looked at Lin Bai with suspicion. The Lin Bai before her was completely different from the one who had fought like a god that day. During the invasion of the Blood Spirit clan, she happened to be nearby. Even though her strength was merely at the initial stage of manifestation, she rushed in to assist without a second thought. Such strength could only be deemed bottom tier in that battle. Many had died at the claws of the Blood Spirit clan. Yet they still went in, and if she were to say she regretted it, Chun Rashue would not. Her battle was not smooth either. By the end, she was left facing only the high-level Blood Spirit clan members, and she found it somewhat difficult to resist. Unexpectedly, a young man wielding a spear suddenly charged in like a bolt of lightning and directly blew the head off the Blood Spirit member before her. As the blood rain fell from the sky, Chun Rashue was stunned to see the other party crazily rushing toward the next Blood Spirit member. At that moment, she hadn't had the chance to fully sense his aura, and now seeing him again, he was only at the peak of the awakening stage. Chun Rashue found it hard to believe, and the other girls who came over were also surprised. Rashue, is this the super genius you mentioned? Is it really him? But he's only at the awakening stage. You've got the wrong person. Chun Rashue frowned tightly, staring intently at the gluttonous Lin Bai. No, she hadn't mistaken him. She had seen his face clearly. It was definitely him. I'm the girl who used wind-type spiritual energy the day before yesterday. She tried to awaken Lin Bai's memory. Lin Bai paused momentarily in his chewing, which was a rare act of respect for him in his gluttonous state. But it was just a moment. Lin Bai quickly brushed it off, as he had robbed too many monsters that day and saved quite a few people. Thus he muttered incoherently, "Are you the one from Tianyin community?" Chun Rashue was once again stunned. Lin Bai always managed to surprise her when he spoke. Watching him devour his food, she pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "I'm the girl who used wind-type spiritual energy." Lin Bai, who had piled up a large bowl of rice, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, you're the one from the blood-colored gate." Chun Rashue's face turned green, and the few girls beside her also looked displeased. Their Rashue was a top genius in her third year, ranked 6th on the school flower list. With beauty and strength combined, a goddess in many people's hearts. How could this be? One person immediately wanted to explode, but Chun Rashue took a deep breath and held her back, saying, "I'm the girl who used wind-type spiritual energy." Lin Bai was still engrossed in his food, replying, "Are you the stone lion at the entrance of Tianyin community?" Chun Rashue suddenly didn't want to speak anymore. Tang Xiao beside her couldn't bear to watch any longer, saying, "A brother Lin might be a bit hungry right now. Oh, it could be the influence of his powers." Once this was said, the atmosphere relaxed a bit. Chun Rashue also came to realize that it was unreasonable for a normal person to eat so much at once. Lin Bai's previous responses were likely thoughtless. He might only have been focused on the food in front of him. After understanding this, she curiously asked, "You call him Brother Lin?" Tang Xiao nodded slightly. "I'm his roommate. Yesterday Brother Lin locked himself in his room, and today he came out and started eating. If you have something to discuss, you might as well wait a bit." Chun Rashue nodded slightly. "I'm not in a hurry either." But this wait nearly made Chun Rashue and the others doubt their lives. Lin Bai ate for a full 4 hours at such a high intensity. It went directly to midnight, and the boss was almost ready to close the shop. However, seeing that Lin Bai alone could match the sales of the entire restaurant, he decisively chose to work overtime. As a whole roasted chicken went down his throat, Lin Bai suddenly burped, and his eyes regained clarity. He had finally made it through. He stretched lazily, and upon regaining his senses noticed that Tang Xiao and Chun Rashue were still there, all looking at him as if he were a monster. "You all, what's going on? Are you Lin Bai? Did you save a girl who used wind-type spiritual energy at Tianyin community that day?" Chun Rashue's eyes lit up. She could sense that the Lin Bai before her seemed different from the Lin Bai she knew. During their lengthy conversation, she had also figured out Lin Bai's identity and immediately thought of the sin of gluttony related to him. Lin Bai searched his memories again, and with the influence of the original sin diminished, some vague memories finally surfaced. "Oh, you're the girl who was punched away by the Blood Spirit clan." Chun Rashue's expression darkened instantly as she took a deep breath and said, "That's me. Are you here to repay the favor?" Chun Rashue was taken aback, then a smile appeared on her face. "Yes." "Boss check, please." Lin Bai also didn't expect that his casual remark would be met with such generosity. At this moment, the boss came over with a beaming smile. "The total is 18293. Let me round it off for you." "No need to round it off." Chun Rashue shook her head. "I can afford this amount. Oh, just charge it to my card." Upon seeing Chun Rashue, the boss' smile widened even more. "Oh, it's Miss Chun treating today great." After the boss walked away, Chun Rashue looked at Lin Bai with curiosity. "I didn't expect that you are a student from Yunji Academy. Did the enforcement team not come looking for you?" Lin Bai shook his head. He had been continuously influenced by the original sin these past couple of days and had no contact with the outside world. Tang Xiao beside them was still struggling to digest the information she had received from Chun Rashue. According to Chun Rashue, Lin Bai had even participated in the blockade operation at Tianyin community, and like a war god, he took down a blood spirit member with one shot. According to Chun Ruoxue, during that day's interception of the Blood Spirit clan, Lin Bai had gained some fame, and many wanted to know who the madman with the gun was. But no matter how Tang Xiao tried to connect the dots, she couldn't link Lin Bai with the war god described by Chun Ruoxue. It should be noted that the Blood Spirit members that came were all at least at the driver's stage. How could Lin Bai's power have changed so drastically after just one outing? Not only Tang Xiao, but Chun Ruoxue and the other girls also looked at him with curiosity. They could not connect Lin Bai with the person Chun Ruoxue was talking about. Moreover, how could someone at the awakening stage suddenly reach the manifestation stage? Was that reasonable? Chun Ruoxue also appeared pensive. That day many ability users from society came to support. The enforcement team has been actively looking for those people to reward them. The same goes for within the academy. Many students should have participated in that battle. At this point, Chun Ruoxue's expression darkened slightly. Many also died. Lin Bai sighed softly. From the memories of gluttony, he could see that on such an intense battlefield, even the driver's stage could only be considered cannon fodder. Even gluttony had to carefully stack up physical and magical prowess before daring to fight recklessly. Even so, there were several times he nearly got killed, and in the end he survived thanks to the passive ability from the Zhao Xian template that allowed him to recover wildly. The magical strength he had stacked up at that time could instantly replenish itself as long as he wasn't killed in one blow, making him nearly invulnerable. The Gate Council came well prepared this time, but their deaths also successfully prevented a catastrophe. I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died at the claws of that Blood Spirit clan member. After this experience, I have seen many shortcomings. Although they all say I'm a genius within the academy. In that life and death battle, I saw too many flaws. Chun Ruoxue's expression was serious. This experience made her feel as if she had lived a second life, and her gratitude towards Lin Bai was naturally beyond words. Lin Bai didn't think too much about it. After all, it's always good when someone treats. So he put on a warm smile, saying, "We're all classmates, it's only natural." He added, "By the way, are you hungry? Want to eat something?" The others shook their heads as they looked at the mess on the table. Lin Bai expressed a hint of regret, saying, "Well then, since you're treating, shall we take our leave?" As he spoke, he signaled to Tang Xiao, who hurriedly got up, saying, "Right, it's getting late. We have classes tomorrow." Chun Ruoxue nodded slightly, saying, "All right, if you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me. Let's add each other on Feishin." After exchanging contact details, Lin Bai quickly left, and Tang Xiao followed closely behind with a hint of admiration on his face. "Lin, good. Did the senior just say you participated in the battle at Tianyin community?" "I accidentally got caught up in it. I was forced into it too." Tang Xiao couldn't see his modesty at all, his eyes shining bright as he said, "I've heard that those Blood Spirit clan members are quite formidable, with the lowest being at the driver level. Lin Gu, you fought above your rank. Isn't that just a piece of cake?" Lin Bai smirked. "Let's go. I need to get some good sleep. You have no idea how I've been getting through these past 2 days." At that moment within Lin Bai, only the avatars of rage and greed existed, while the others were still in the recovery stage. The next day, Yishuang's demeanor in class was noticeably more serious. Everyone should be aware of the events at Tianyin community by now. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, and Bai Wuyo pondered, saying, "The members of the Door Council have been like parasites causing chaos within the borders of Longhua. They haven't caused such a big incident before. This time the higher-ups are angry and sent many people to capture them." Jiang Yutian crossed his arms. Yishuang on stage continued, "The Academy has issued a mission to eradicate the Door Council, but this task is being handled by seniors in their 3rd year. At this stage we are not suitable to engage with such cult organizations as the Door Council. From the current situation, the entire Magic City won't be peaceful for a while. There are still many members of the Door Council who haven't been caught, so be cautious when you go out. Instructor, can we accompany the seniors to take on missions to gain some experience?" Someone spoke up, their face filled with eagerness. "It's best not to." Yishuang shook her head. "You can't really help, and don't think that the members of the Door Council only have the goal of opening doors. Most cult organizations in the country have foreign support. Their ultimate goal is always the same, to weaken Longhua." As she spoke, Yishuang's expression turned slightly cold. "You inexperienced ability users are also their favorites." The crowd couldn't help but shiver. Li Qingda spoke up, her gaze shifting slightly. "Instructor, what if we can fight above our rank?" Upon hearing this, many people's thoughts stirred as they cast glances her way. Those present had their own channels of information. They knew some details about the battle at Tianyin community. They were also aware of the news about an ability user in the driver level wreaking havoc. The identity of this person attracted their attention. After all, Yunji Academy was known as the place that gathered the most geniuses in Magic City, and Ziwei Yuan was where all the geniuses congregated. None of them had gone to that battle. An ability user at the initial driver level would have an age comparable to theirs. Naturally, the talents in their 2nd year were much stronger than just driver level. At this moment the unique pride of geniuses surged up. If that person could do it, why couldn't they? Yishuang sighed and rubbed her forehead as she had indeed heard of this matter, but during the chaotic battle, no one recognized Greed. Afterward, he left directly. Now everyone was busy capturing members of the Door Council, so naturally no one delved deeply into Greed's identity. While saying this, Yishuang anticipated that her students would see it as a challenge. But these are two different natures. However, no amount of persuasion would sway them. It might even have the opposite effect. So she said, if you're confident in yourselves, you can go. You can use your own contacts to find seniors to take you, but I must make it clear that the Academy does not support such. With these words, it was equivalent to acknowledging their actions. Lin Bai observed for a moment, and sure enough, everyone was itching to get started. Tang Xiao whispered to the side, Lin Gu, are you going? No, those members of the Door Council are very cunning and can blend in with ordinary people. Oh, looking for them would just be a waste of time. You seem quite familiar with the Door Council. Li Qingge, sitting in front of Lin Bai, quietly turned her head, and they understood the Door Council due to family intelligence, but both Lin Bai and Tang Xiao came from ordinary backgrounds. How did they know? Of course. I even killed a few of them, Lin Bai chuckled. Even boasting has its limits. The high-ranking members of the Door Council are easy to find, but the low-ranking ones blend in with the crowd just like ordinary people. You think you can kill them? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai silently glanced at the heart of the gluttony equipment in his inventory. This cold piece of equipment was a manifestation of the warm body temperature of those members of the Door Council. Yishuang saw the eager expressions on everyone's faces and knew she couldn't stop them. I feel like I can't hold you back, but the Door Council is very different from the various tests and practices at the Academy. The people you find could be at the driver level, or even the domain level. These are all unknowns. I suggest that before you depart, each of you coordinate with your families for protection. It's better to spend that time entering the world a few more times to train yourself, Jiang Yutian said disdain. Speaking of this, Lin Bai was also very interested. The Blood Spirit clan had already given him a taste of the sweet rewards. In the last phase, Greed's rampage directly saved him 3,300 gold coins. That was already enough for a complete piece of equipment. Buying anything was naturally without dispute, as it was money earned by Greed. Lin Bai directly purchased the electric knife in full, and also bought a pair of grass shoes. With the additional 15 points of magic power gained from the task of tracking Xia Yuan, Greed's attributes skyrocketed instantly. Moreover, the electric knife was extremely suited for a build that combined physical and magical abilities. If there was another situation like with the Blood Spirit clan, his physical and magical abilities would improve even faster. Thinking of this, Lin Bai couldn't help but ask, Stubborn One, do you have any good world resources? Jiang Yushin's expression changed upon hearing this. My name is Jiang Yutian. Not Stubborn One. After a few days of recovery, he seemed to have slightly returned to normal. The Academy hasn't opened the world for us freshmen, yet it will be delayed for another month, so just wait. Lin Bai withdrew his gaze with some disappointment. He had been thinking of placing Greed in a world where battles could continue indefinitely. As long as he did not die, Greed would eventually rise to power. At that time, he would have a steady influx of gold coins, enhancing his gear and refining his body, stepping onto the path of invincibility. Jiang Yutian said expressionlessly, hunting members of the Gate Council is actually a good choice. High-ranking members cannot hide, and the remaining low-ranking ones are just right for us to practice on. If you beg me now, I could. Jiang Yutian stopped mid-sentence when he saw Lin Bai had already drifted off into his own world. How could someone like you understand the true difference between real combat and the Academy environment? Just wait, I will soon reclaim my victory, he muttered to himself. After class, Lin Bai had originally planned to go back with Tang Xiao, but unexpectedly Li Qingge and Bai Wuyo came over together, blocking their way. Lin Bai, do you want to join us tonight to hunt the members of the Gate Council? Li Qingge took the initiative to invite, while Bai Wuyo looked at her curiously. He realized that Li Qingge was quite interested in Lin Bai. Lin Bai waved his hand and said, not interested. Are you kidding? His other avatars had just begun to slowly awaken, and their combat power was so lacking. What was the point of going? Moreover, he had already encountered the Gate Council before, and Greed was still digesting those practical experiences. Each battle was a matter of life and death for Greed. He had been severely injured and on the brink of death countless times. That was enough for him to digest. Li Qingge was taken aback by Lin Bai's firm rejection, her mouth slightly agape. Huh? Why? This is a rare opportunity for real combat. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's expression turned serious. I am too weak right now to take on the Gate Council, and I accept my weakness. Not only Li Qingge, but even Bai Wuyo was stunned. Didn't he realize what he was saying? Was he saying that just because he had taken first place, he could start slacking off? Ignoring the dazed duo, Lin Bai waved his hand and left. Tang Xiao hurriedly followed, but they hadn't walked far when a new energy vehicle appeared in front of Lin Bai. Shen Liuyu lowered the car window and gestured to the passenger seat. When Tang Xiao saw Shen Liu's face, she was momentarily stunned. and then she heard Lin Bai say, "You go back first, oh I have something to take care of." Then he opened the car door, and Shun Liu stepped on the gas, and left leaving Tang Xiao in a daze. Strange, how does Lin Bai know the senior? Not far behind Li Qingge, and Bai Wuyo exchanged glances filled with curiosity. On the car, Shun Liu's expression was grave. "Who was the person you followed that day?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bai frowned, and pondered for a moment. After completing the task, he hadn't kept track of Xia Yuan, who subsequently a series of events occurred, making him forget that matter entirely. "I was with Xia Yuan, what about it?" "I was the one with Xia Yuan, you were with an imposter." Shun Liu spoke solemnly, and only then did Lin Bai notice the bloodshot eyes and deep fatigue within her gaze, as if she hadn't rested for a long time. "I thought it was the people from the Annihilation, but I didn't expect it to involve the Gate Council. At that time I followed Xia Yuan, and discovered that he had already been controlled, and many Annihilation members appeared simultaneously distracting our attention. It seems they intended to provide cover for the Gate Council." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's expression became serious. Could it be that the two evil sects are collaborating? Shun Liu was taken aback. "That day I followed Xia Yuan, and he ultimately entered Tianyun community." The mention of Tianyun community changed Shun Liu's expression. "Are you saying that the Xia Yuan you followed entered Tianyun community? If that's the case, then the two evil sects must have some connection behind the scenes." "Wait, were you at Tianyun community at that time?" Shun Liu suddenly realized, and looked at Lin Bai. The outbreak of the Tianyun community incident coincided with the time she was tracking Xia Yuan. In other words, Lin Bai not only participated, but also survived. "Were you the one wielding a gun at the initial stage, eh?" "That was indeed me." Lin Bai nodded. Now Shun Liu looked at him, as if he were a monster. Many of her classmates had gone to battle, so she was well aware of the situation back then. Surviving as someone at the initial stage was already remarkable, and the person they mentioned was said to be rampaging. She couldn't connect the rampaging man described by her classmates with Lin Bai. Seeing her incredulous expression, Lin Bai pinched his thumb and index finger together, just a bit of the Seven Sins Boda's secret technique. Shun Liu twitched her lips. "I can't believe that." However, since Lin Bai didn't elaborate, she couldn't ask further. Their relationship wasn't that close yet. She looked at Lin Bai with a complex expression. "Right now you are a hero. They are still pursuing the members of the Gate Council, and once the matter is resolved they will reward you." Lin Bai's eyes lit up. "Now I am not sleepy. Moreover, I heard that Captain Yang's weapon is in your hands." "Are you talking about that Tianlong?" "Yes." Shun Liu sighed deeply. "Speaking of which, he is still our senior. His name is Yang Jingshua, and he was from the latest patrol team. The higher-ups mean that you can keep that weapon." Lin Bai suddenly understood. He had wondered why no one had come to reclaim it from him these days. After the battle ended, Greed took the weapon and ran away. Oh, with his temperament, how could he ever return something that was in his possession? However, the weight of this weapon. Remembering Yang Jingshuo's death in Greed's memories, Lin Bai couldn't help. The rage brought on by the death of the other party could unexpectedly rekindle his fury, something he had not intended. Moreover, even now the fire of rage had not been suppressed, and instead it had been growing stronger due to the lack of release. Thinking of this, he asked, "You came to find me. There should be more than just this, right?" "At first I just wanted to ask, but after learning these things I have some new ideas." "What?" Shun Liu turned on her hazard lights as she pulled to the side, her hands on the steering wheel, as she looked ahead, and said in a serious tone, "About Xia Yuan. Didn't I say he was arranged by me? But now he has been controlled, and he hasn't awakened yet. Is there no way from the academy?" "No, it's that he doesn't want to wake up." "Doesn't want to?" Lin Bai's eyes showed a hint of confusion. "The one controlling him is a high-ranking member of Annihilation, a big fish at the same synchronization level. The other party has a mental type ability. This ability is quite special, and can control those of a lower level than him, but his own combat power is not strong. Xia Yuan wants to use this opportunity to find the true body of the other party." Lin Bai pondered for a moment, and realized the intention behind it. The other party aimed to eliminate this key figure of the cult. If they could catch such a big fish at this stage. Lin Bai's thoughts stirred. "You're not looking for Xia Yuan, but he." Shun Liu chuckled. "That's one way to put it, but Xia Yuan is also a member of my team." Lin Bai rolled his eyes. "Stop with the fluff. What's the reward?" Seeing Lin Bai's gesture, Shun Liu was somewhat shocked. "You're thinking about rewards first for such a noble task of defeating a cult alongside a beautiful girl like me. Aren't you supposed to be filled with passion?" "My emotions reside in my clones. My true self has no feelings. Hurry up." How boring." Shun Liu shook her head, and said seriously, "This person has 3 bounties on him. One is from the academy, the other is from the official side of Magic City. As for the last one," she revealed a meaningful smile, "this person offended a second-generation family in Magic City, and they've put a bounty on him too. 3 bounties. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai did not feel happy but furrowed his brows. "Jimmy is so good at hiding. Don't tell me he's unaware of the bounty on his head." According to you, this is a mental-type supernatural being with weak physical strength, yet Jinmi's people have him alive until now. Is it just luck? According to you, this is a mental-type supernatural being with weak physical strength, yet Jinmi's people have him alive until now. Is it just luck? No, Shen Liuyu instinctively replied. If not luck, then beyond his own caution and intelligence, what else could it be? Lin Bai's retort left Shen Liuyu dumbfounded. Seeing her expression, Lin Bai's gaze fell on her chest, shaking his head helplessly. Realizing his gaze, Shen Liuyu's face instantly turned red. It was not shyness, but because she suddenly realized how foolish her actions were. If I'm not mistaken. Lin Bai looked at her somewhat helplessly. The information about this person was probably something you stumbled upon, right? Actually, that's not the case. Upon hearing this, Shen Liuyu seemed to want to regain her footing, decisively saying, this information was obtained by our team member, who was tracking someone from Jinmi. It was precisely because of this that Shen Liuyu did not think too much, as she was aware of her team member's abilities, and the other party had not discovered them. What if the person he was tracking is also a bait? Impossible. Shen Liuyu shook her head firmly. The person he was tracking is from the Door Council. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's expression turned contemplative. It was precisely due to these two premises that Shen Liuyu decided to act against this supernatural being. As a bystander, he found the situation rather strange. However, regardless of the circumstances, there were too many inconsistencies. The other party might not be from the Night Owl group, but possibly from elsewhere. This was definitely murky waters. Lin Bai shook his head slightly and opened the car door. Aren't you coming? Shen Liuyu asked, somewhat taken aback. I have no reason to go. Lin Bai was not speaking carelessly. The system had not issued a task, so why should he go? 3 bounties are truly generous. Shen Liuyu was still trying her best to persuade him. Lin Bai's mind was exceptionally sharp and his strength was strong enough. How could such a teammate be found? Unfortunately, Lin Bai had made up his mind and directly got out of the car, ignoring her. Had he known Shen Liuyu would lead him into a trap, he wouldn't have even gotten in the car. There's an old saying in China, a wise man knows his own limitations. Lin Bai believed he was somewhat of a wise man. After getting out of the car, he casually called for a ride back to the academy, leaving Shen Liuyu alone in the wind, disheveled. That guy is truly clever. The next 2 days passed without much happening, and Lin Bai attended classes. During this time, the crackdown on the Door Council in Magic City seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Even with more people going to hunt them down, progress was extremely slow. In these 2 days, many students in the class followed their seniors to carry out missions to eliminate members of the Door Council. Seeing that the number of students attending class was less than half, Yishuang simply gave them a break. Within the academy, improving strength was the primary task, and going out for practical missions was also a good method. Thus, Lin Bai had nothing much to do in the morning and went early to find Chu Hanjing for practice. With his Qianji martial arts at hand, Lin Bai had no worries about practical experience. In these 2 days, his major clones gradually revived, and his mind became noisy again. That day, Lin Bai went as usual to find Chu Hanjing, but unexpectedly received a call from Shen Liuyu. As soon as he picked up, Shen Liuyu's tone made him sense something was off. Lin Bai, Xia Yuan is in trouble. At that moment, the system issued a task. Task: eliminate a member of the Jinmi organization Xianin. Reward: Silver Hex, extract 1, Hero Template 1. Lin Bai's eyes instantly lit up. Another fixed hex extraction. The Silver Hex pool contains many things he desires, and coupled with a hero template, this reward was particularly generous. But who is Xianin? Connecting Shen Liuyu's call with the task, Lin Bai immediately had an idea. This is definitely the big fish they were tracking. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai's thoughts began to race. What exactly is going on? Tell me more. Shen Liuyu hurriedly spoke. Wasn't Xia Yuan responsible for tracking that person before? That is Xianin of the Jinmi organization, whose ability is in Strength Puppeteer. This ability is extremely peculiar and rare. Currently, we haven't found any information, but what we do know is that he can control others through his powers. Before, Xia Yuan was tracking a supernatural being he controlled, but just now the scheduled contact we agreed upon has been interrupted, and his location has vanished. Lin Bai's heart sank. So he has been exposed. Very likely. But why are you looking for me? I'm just at the awakening stage. Shen Liuyu paused for a moment and straightforwardly said, I feel like your mind works better, help me. The reward is negotiable. Lin Bai's expression darkened. He found it somewhat incredible that the first person she sought was not someone strong. Then he felt a stirring in his heart. Come pick me up. Where are you? At the academy, the same place as last time. Okay. Shen Liu's car drove quickly, and she arrived without making Lin Bai wait too long. Get in the car. Here we go. Lin Bai yawned, then opened the door to the passenger seat and got in. I'll take you to meet my team first. Xia Yuan lost contact half an hour ago, and we want to check the last. Lin Bai rolled his eyes and said, what are you going there for? The other party found Xia Yuan there. They might be waiting for. Shen Liuyu was startled and slammed on the brakes, almost throwing Lin Bai out. That makes sense. What should we do? We'll go take a look. You guys stay nearby and see if there are any spies lurking around. Lin Bai rubbed his eyes. Why do you look so tired? Lin Bai waved his hand and said I didn't sleep well last. Soon Shin Luyu brought Lin Bai to a private room at a restaurant outside the academy to meet her team members. There were 3 people in total, 2 girls and 1 boy. When Shin Luyu pushed the door open, the 3 were each seated in different corners. The girl by the window sat cross-legged on the radiator, her fingers flying as a deep gray scarf visibly lengthened at a rapid pace. The yarn in her hands seemed alive, and the 2 bamboo needles moved so quickly that they left trails. She had her hair tied in a loose, low ponytail with a few strands falling by her cheeks, her expression focused. Let me introduce you to Chung Mo, Shin Luyu said, lifting her chin towards her. Her ability is strength textile engineering. After infusing her spiritual energy, anything she weaves can become a binding-type weapon. Chung Mo looked at Lin Bai curiously. Hello. Hi there. Across the conference table sat a short-haired girl who was leaning on the desk frowning at a disassembled drone. She wore a white t-shirt stained with oil, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and the table was cluttered with a mess of parts. See Yuan's strength melting flow. Shin Luyu introduced. She can instantly release high temperatures and is the main attacker of the team, engaging in direct combat, violently breaking defenses. After saying that, she pointed to a pair of Halfinger metal gloves tossed at the corner of the table, each knuckle inscribed with runes. Those gloves are her weapon. Once worn, a punch can weld through an armored vehicle. Si Yuan suddenly looked up, almost jabbing her welding gun into her own face. Come on, last week's punch missed and almost blew up the fire sprinkler in the experimental building. I still owe the logistics department money. She flashed a smile at Lin by revealing a small canine tooth. Shin Luyu laughed and pointed to the only boy in the group. He leaned back in his chair, a book spread across his knees, wearing black-framed glasses, looking scholarly. Upon noticing someone entering, he closed the book and looked at Lin Bai with a gentle gaze. Gu Yanzhou. He nodded slightly to Lin Bai. My ability is shadow tracing. I can revert an object to its state at a certain point in time, but it's limited to non-living things and has a very short time frame. Hello, everyone. Lin Bai said politely. Wow. You're the junior that Sister Shin highly praises. Si Yuan wiped her hands and trotted over to say, not that impressive. What's our next course of action? Lin Bai waved his hand with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed all 4 of them looking at him simultaneously. We are listening to you, they said in unison. Lin Bai, why do they trust me so much? Gu Yanzhou sighed helplessly. Previously, Luyu reported your analysis, and we didn't take it seriously. The result is that Xia Yuan lost contact. Lin Bai froze. But seeing their serious expressions, he didn't say much, and said, all right, let's go to the location where he lost contact, but I will go alone. You all hide nearby, and see if there are any suspicious people. Lin Bai didn't hesitate. This was about the mission, and it was best if they followed orders. The others had no objections, and without further ado, they set off immediately. The 4 of them drove there while Lin Bai took a taxi. The place where Xia Yuan lost signal was near a street known for its trendy spots where all kinds of people could be found. In the car, Lin Bai yawned. Driver, let me know when we arrive. Sure. After about 20 minutes, Lin Bai got out of the car and pulled out his phone to check the messages in their temporary group. Gu Yanzhou location information. Gu Yanzhou, he last disappeared at this cafe. Lin Bai opened the map and confirmed that he could see the cafe's location from there. Feeling a stir in his heart, he sent a message. Lin Bai, I'm going directly there now. He'll pretend to be looking for someone. You all stay alert. After sending the message, he put away his phone, adopting a serious expression as he headed towards the cafe indicated in the location. The cafe had a dim interior with a few people scattered about. Upon arriving, Lin Bai sensed his surroundings for a moment, then walked directly to the front desk and presented his student identification. Hello, I'm a student from Yunji Academy. I'm here on a mission and would like to ask if you've seen this person. Seeing Lin Bai's serious expression, the staff initially thought he was there to cause trouble, but after he showed his identification and asked politely, they instinctively began to think, I don't think I've seen this person. At that moment, a girl making coffee turned her head, glanced at the photo Lin Bai provided, and pondered for a moment. I saw him. He sat at that spot for a long time before leaving. The girl pointed to a couple sitting near the window in the distance. Left. Lin Bai frowned. The other party was just an ordinary person, and with Lin Bai's identity as a student from Yunji Academy, they were already on different levels. Seeing Lin Bai's reaction, she shrank her neck and said yes, yes. Lin Bai approached the spot she indicated where the couple was currently chatting and laughing. Lin Bai sat down in a position behind them and took out his phone. So, any updates? No, nothing unusual. The few of them were now spread out nearby, sensing everything, but they didn't see any suspicious individuals. Lin Bai frowned and thought, looking out the window, it was just an ordinary street, and there was nothing suspicious to be seen. At that moment, the couple stood up and walked past Lin Bai. Immediately, he also stood up and followed them out. Meanwhile, the 4 people watching from nearby saw Lin Bai come out but they didn't say anything. Upon closer inspection, their pupils appeared somewhat unfocused, as if under some kind of illusion. Once Lin Bai and the couple left not far down the street, someone said, "We've taken the bait. What should we do next?" "What should we do? You ask me what to do. How arrogant. I just want to fight." "Don't be impatient, you can't rush things at this time." "Damn it, will there ever be a day when I can be told not to rush because of greed?" "Everyone be quiet. Oh, let's follow them quickly before the lazy one really falls asleep." "My lord, this is him. The man has been brought." In a hidden chamber, the earlier couple along with Shun Liuyu and the others, and even Xia Yuan had all gathered together. Apart from them, about a dozen more people formed a circle. In their midst stood Lin Bai, his eyes vacant and dazed. The expressions on their faces mirrored Lin Bai's exactly. Blank eyes, empty, as if their very souls had been drained away. "Is this the one with the seven sin body?" A voice rang out, and the crowd parted automatically as a figure cloaked entirely in gray robes stepped forward. Hunched over, moving slowly, his voice sounded ancient and weary. "Release." He spoke softly, but Lin Bai, standing in the center, showed no reaction. "My." The gray-robed man hesitated, instantly retreating behind the crowd, while Shun Liuyu and the others immediately encircled Lin Bai. Yet Lin Bai remained motionless. The room fell into a sudden silence, and in that stillness a faint the gray-robed man. He stepped back further and pointed at Shin Liuyu. "You go see what's happening." Shin Liuyu approached Lin Bai and said calmly, "My lord, it seems he is asleep." "Asleep?" The gray-robed man was stunned again. After a moment's thought, his figure vanished. "Wake him." Shun Liuyu grabbed Lin Bai by the shoulders and shook him violently, finally forcing his drowsy eyes open. "Ah, where is this? Who are you?" The yawn betrayed his just awakened state, but as he took in his surroundings, the final syllables of "where is this" twisted with a hint of shock. "He still haven't figured out your situation." The laughter seemed to come from all directions, echoing eerily, dripping with menace. Lin Bai was taken aback. "Damn, how many Soul Hall elders do you feed on to be this creepy?" The gray-robed man was utterly thrown off. From the very beginning, Lin Bai had exuded an unsettling air. But now, surrounded by his puppets, he couldn't possibly cause any trouble. The seven sin body, what a promising seedling. At this, Lin Bai looked around at the crowd, and upon seeing Shun Liuyu and the others, he was shocked. "Senior sister, senior brother, what's wrong with you?" He even went to shake them, but they stood like true puppets, completely unresponsive. "It's useless. They have become my puppets, obeying only my will." Lin Bai's face was filled with shock, for the one who spoke was none other than Shun Liuyu herself. You. He stumbled back in terror. Who are you?" "Me. Aren't I the Xianin you've been looking for? Well, you don't recognize me in my own home." Gu Yanzhou sneered as he stepped forward, and those behind him closed in synchronously. "Congratulations. You found me. But why aren't you happy? Smile." This time Xianyan's voice emanated from every person, one sentence at a time. A scene of utmost. Lin Bai collapsed to the ground in terror. A mere college student, he had never witnessed such a sight, and he scrambled backward in fright. But before he could move far, he bumped into Si Yuan's legs. Lin Bai turned his head, and a flash of pale skin met his eyes. "Not far from here." Lust suddenly halted. "Hiss. Something's wrong." "What is it?" Greed at the front looked back. "Hurry. That lazy bastard is having a good time." "Senior sister Si Yuan, save me." Lin Bai, as if grasping at a lifeline, turned to embrace her legs. "Si Yuan, take a look. Who am I?" Si Yuan looked down, and under her deathly stare, the voice that emerged was Xianyan's. This time Lin Bai was utterly petrified, blurting out the most classic line. "You can't touch me. I'm a student of Yunji. My mentors are Yi Shuang and Chu Hanjiang. They won't let you get away with this." "Won't let me get away?" Xianin paused, then let out a cold laugh. "How won't they let me get away? When you go back, you'll be just like a normal person. They won't be able to tell you've become my puppet." A chilling laugh echoed. Seeing Lin Bai like this, he could no longer restrain himself, and slowly emerged from behind the crowd. "Now open your heart and embrace me." Beneath the gray hood, Xianin revealed a withered, aged face, deeply lined and utterly decrepit. "Ghost!" Lin Bai screamed, his eyes rolling back as he instantly lost consciousness. Xianin frowned deeply. "Wake him." Someone immediately fetched a basin of cold water and splashed it onto Lin Bai's face, but this time there was no reaction. Even this couldn't wake him. Scared to death, Xianin stared at Lin Bai lying on the ground, his brow furrowed. Still he did not approach, but instead directed someone else. "Keep pouring." Basin after basin of cold water, yet instead of waking, Lin Bai's breathing gradually became steady. This anomaly puzzled Xianin. A sudden thought struck him, and he took a cautious step forward, positioning himself subtly in front of the crowd, yet flanked by Shun Liuyu and another man. The moment he stepped forward, Lin Bai erupted, roaring, "You old schemer! Your life is mine," as he lunged for Xianyan's throat. But Xianin was prepared, retreating with uncanny speed, reaching the wall in an instant. Beside him, a pale-faced girl waved her hand, and a shadow enveloped the area, plunging Xianin, and simultaneously everyone around moved, encircling the erupting Lin Bai and subduing him in a matter of moments. Though Lin Bai was at the driver's stage, among these people the weakest were also at the driver's stage, with many at the manifestation stage, and even two at the resonance stage. He stood no chance of resistance. But just as they moved, the door was kicked open with a bang. Wrath charged in first, bellowing, "Where the hell is he?" Gluttony followed closely, and only then did the others snap to attention, turning to face Gluttony and Wrath. Xianyan's eyes twitched wildly at the sight. He knew it. He knew Lin Bai was a trap. Pressing himself against the wall, he tried to slip away unnoticed, but after barely 2 steps, he collided with someone. Xianin looked up in shock, meeting a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. "A rat from the sewers like you dares to bump into me." Pride grabbed him by the neck and squeezed with sudden force. Crack. A sharp snap. Xianyan's eyes widened as the world before him darkened rapidly. As he fell, he caught a glimpse of Pride wiping his hands in disgust. 800 gold coins. Task: eliminate members of the Ember Organization Xianin. Completed. Acquired Silver Hex Extraction 1, Hero Template 1. With a significant sum of gold credited at the moment of task completion, Lin Bai, far away in his dormitory, felt a stirring in his heart. At the same time, those around him all stopped their actions, staring in utter astonishment at one another. What just happened? Wasn't I chasing Xianin? I was so close. At this moment, Shun Liuyu and the others also regained their senses, their expressions shifting drastically upon seeing everyone gathered together. Oh no, we have been controlled by Xianin. These words snapped everyone back to reality. During this time, they had no recollection, but the last thing they remembered was just before they were about to reach Xianin. But now this place felt too foreign. With a moment's thought, they realized they had been controlled. All their faces turned pale, and in the next instant Xianyan's withered corpse was arrogantly tossed among them. You all could be controlled by this trash that I could crush with one hand. Everyone looked towards Xianyan's corpse. No one was paying attention to the disdain in the arrogant's tone anymore. Each one of them appeared dazed. Xianin is dead. Does that mean they were released from control only after Xianyan's death? Oi oi oi. Greed hurried over. This old bastard's corpse is valuable, don't just toss it aside. We still need to take it for the bounty. Everyone looked in shock at the almost identical faces of the arrogant and Greed, only then noticing that not far off there were several other Lin Bais. They all came. Shin Liuyu was astonished. It was the first time she saw all of Lin Bai's clones appear, and they had even killed Xianin. Hearing this, the honest beast of Greed said, "All clones are here, but the main body is sleeping in the dormitory." Shin Liu's team was aware of Lin Bai's abilities, and upon hearing this, their expressions twitched. "So we all went in, and you didn't even send the main body outright." Surrounding people were somewhat confused, but upon hearing the term clones, they quickly speculated that this should be part of his abilities. Shin Liu glanced at the crowd and noticed that they were slightly older. They looked like free ability users from society, probably drawn by the official bounty, but unexpectedly, they were controlled by Xianin first. Was it this young brother who saved us? 2 resonance level ability users, the highest ranked among them, approached several clones, their expressions complex. "We owe you a great debt. Please leave a way to contact you. If there's any place you need us in the future, we want refuse." They were quite straightforward. If Lin Bai hadn't killed Xianin, they might have been controlled for life. Just thinking about that scene sent shivers down their spines. The others, upon hearing this, also wore expressions of having survived a calamity, coming over to add Lin Bai's contact information. However, at this time, the lazy clone holding the phone had already fallen asleep. Still, Greed cheerfully pulled the phone out of his pocket. All right, everyone add me. I won't be polite later. By the way, when adding, please note your strength, so I know who to call for help later. Also, financial power counts as strength. Greed's demeanor didn't draw their dissatisfaction. Compared to a lifetime of being controlled, they wouldn't mind even having to give all their possessions to Lin Bai. Thus, a group of people queued up to add WeChat, and Greed seriously made notes for each of them. Zhao Mukin resonance level, I saved his life. Ji Qi manifestation level, quite wealthy Meng Jinyu. A series of notes made jealousy envious. Why can't I add? I contributed too. All right, let's head back. Lust walked out with a grin, and behind him the sleeping lazy instinctively scratched his waist, not knowing why it had just hurt a bit. Head back. Back to what? Where is everyone? I haven't made my move yet. Fury looked bewildered, searching for traces of the enemy. Several clones silently turned away from him. On the way back, after hearing everything that Greed said, Shin Liuyu and the others all turned pale. If I count the time, I should have been controlled for 2 days. Are you saying that when we were controlled, we behaved exactly like normal? Greed nodded slightly. It seems so. Then how do you know? The others also asked, their faces full of shock. Greed spread his hands. As someone from the awakening level, did you invite me into the team? Shun Liuyu and the others blushed. If they had Lin Bai's caution, they wouldn't have fallen so easily, right? The main body already determined that Xianin was a cunning old fox, so he was very cautious. When he sensed something was off with you, he wondered if you were controlled and sent lazy to you. After all, even if you weren't controlled, sending clones was enough. Jealousy suddenly shouted from the back seat. You should have called me earlier. Damn it, the original Sin clone wasn't affected by mental control, yet he didn't even pretend, he just fell asleep and almost exposed us. Greed shook his head slightly. Lazy is still smart. When he was dozing off in the car, the senior sister didn't recognize him, and he concluded you were controlled. What about you? You might still be jealous that the senior sister has a car, right? Jealousy gasped, his aura suddenly rising. Damn it, Greed, why are you so smart? You're also smart, it's just that you used your brain for jealousy. I'm jealous of the original Sin, not jealous of you. I take back what I said about you being smart. Driving Shun Liu curiously watched Jealousy and Greed argue, while the phone group chat voice was filled with the sighs of Gu Yanzhou and others. So this time we really messed up. It's over, we've racked up a huge debt. The few of them drove, all the clones, to Lin Bai's dormitory entrance. Soon the door opened. Lin Bai rubbed his sleepy eyes, and with a wave of his hand, all the clones disappeared. You're back. Now everyone looked somewhat awkward. They felt a bit more at ease in front of the clones, but facing Lin Bai's main body, it felt strange. After all, they were saved by a junior, which was a bit embarrassing. Seeing this, Lin Bai sighed helplessly. It's all over, you can relax. That Xianin is a cunning old fox. I tried many times before he showed his true colors. Upon seeing Lazarus' memories, Lin Bai understood what had happened. It must be said that Xianin was indeed cunning. Fortunately, Lazy remained normal, while not sleeping successfully, inheriting his brain, and turned the tables on Xianin. On the way back, he should be rewarded. Perhaps for allowing him to sleep a bit longer. This operation relied entirely on the seamless cooperation of the major clones. Lazy acted as bait, while the other clones played the role of fishermen, using Greed's perception to approach, while Lazy attracted their attention. During this time, Laz's performance in making Xianin lower his guard was also invaluable. Indeed, he should be rewarded with an extra hour of sleep. In the outskirts of the Magic City, within a labyrinth of residential buildings, Bai Wuyo furrowed his brow as he spoke into his phone. Are you sure? The members of the Door Council are starting to get restless. A voice came from the other end of the line. That's right. It seems that Xianin from Jinxia has been killed, causing Xianin. Is it really such a big deal for one person from Jinxia to die? Bai Wuyo was even more puzzled now. The person on the other side quickly explained, you don't know, I just captured one and got some information out of him. In their cult's circle, Xianin is notoriously mysterious. No one has seen his true face, and he hides very well. For them, he is like a benchmark of hidden identity. Now that this benchmark has been taken down, they all start to fear, thinking we have some special means of investigation. Bai Wuyo pondered for a moment. Do we have such means? Of course not, came a wry smile from the other side. I heard it was someone from our academy who killed Xianin. Several bounties have already been claimed. After listening, Bai Wuyo slightly nodded. Then let's not worry about them. As long as there is no unusual chaos, it's fine. Besides, if they come out, it actually makes it easier for us. A glimmer of reincarnation light flickered in Bai Wuyo's eyes as he glanced at the crowd in the distance. Among those ordinary people, one stood out as particularly special. On the other side, in a small team of 3, where Ji Xinyuan was, 2 junior students stood on either side of him, ready for action. Are they starting to flee? Shen Liu, do you know them? The 2 behind nodded slightly. They are from the Night Owl team. Her squad has strong tracking and infiltration abilities. They killed Xianin. The 2 reacted with shock. Xianin. Did they really manage to do it? The other person shook his head, looking serious. It seems their strength has also improved. This Xianin is no simple character. Ji Xinyuan frowned. The 2 hurriedly explained, the bounty on Xianin's head is quite substantial. Many of us want to capture him. Yes, but he is very cautious and has strange abilities, controlling several experts. Ji Xinyuan thought for a moment. Let's continue. An opportunity has come. Many others like Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo, who joined the junior student squads for training, received the same information. Xianin has been killed, and those lurking cults are starting to panic. The high-end combat power of these cults has been cut down because of the intense search by that powerful figure above the city. However, that powerful figure can't find people of such low strength. There are too many of them in the Magic City. No matter how strong the opponent is, it is hard to distinguish them. Relying on this fact, they had been hiding quite well. But now with Xianin, the most cunning of them, all taken down, they naturally cannot hide any longer. Moreover, the official lockdown seems to have loosened a bit. High-intensity lockdowns are still too much for a city with such a large flow of people as the Magic City. This situation further stirred their desire to flee. At this time, the Magic City began to descend into a bit of chaos. In many places, one could see figures of ability users taking action. Although they were trying their best to avoid making a big commotion, it still happened. On the other side, Lin Bai, who had killed Xianin, also received his bounty. This kill was accomplished independently by him, and Shun Liuyu and others didn't even ask for it, instead helping Lin Bai claim the bounty. This was also Lin Bai's intention to let them take the lead. After all, he didn't want to be targeted by Jinxia. As for Shun Liyu's squad, they had no fear of such things. They had always been targeting Jinxia, making them natural enemies. Xianyin's bounty was indeed a triple reward, extremely generous. The monetary reward is needless to say. That's the most basic part, and the total of the 3 rewards amounts to almost 10 million. What was truly valuable were the resource rewards. Lin Bai exchanged for quite a bit of cultivation resources, and even customized a weapon for jealousy, using resources from the 2nd generation. After all, jealousy is based on the Riven template, and a weapon is essential. As for gluttony, having just a fist is enough, and greed currently has Tianlong. The official rewards of the Magic City accounted for a large portion of the monetary reward, while the Academy's rewards were mainly resources. With the triple rewards, Lin Bai successfully used the resources to elevate himself and other avatars to the riding stage. Yes, he exchanged for immediate resources to quickly enhance his realm. As for the unstable foundation and such, that was not an issue. At their current level, it was all about piling up spiritual energy, though other practical experiences or applications of abilities were not something Lin Bai needed to consider. Hero templates come with proficiency. Then came the Hex deck and Hero draw. This time the mission rewards were plentiful, and after Lin Bai rubbed his laziness, he began the draw. First came the Hero draw. Lin Bai definitely wanted to draw a hero first. After all, Hex deck also served the Hero template. As he took a deep breath and clicked, the scene before him began to spin. Countless hero figures flashed by, rapidly, finally stopping on a magnificent figure with a smile on his face. It's time to strike hard. As the voice echoed, Lin Bai's pupils suddenly contracted. Galio! Holy crap! Holy crap! Lin Bai almost jumped up, or it must be said that rubbing away his laziness was indeed quite effective. The Justicar Galio is also a hero with a terrifying upper limit. He is known as a mage's nemesis, and when he grows, he can even single-handedly defend against the Ruined King without true damage methods. The key point lies in his W skill, Durandal's Shield. Durandal's Shield is a control-type skill. Besides taunting enemies, it has another extremely perverse ability. That is, when activated, it immediately grants damage immunity, and after it ends, it provides damage immunity that changes with the duration of the cast. Most crucially, this damage immunity can be enhanced through his own ability, power, magic resistance, and health, and with sufficiently high values in these 3 attributes, he can gain 100% magic and physical damage immunity. Then, by enhancing the cooldown of his skills, he can continuously activate Durandal's Shield for infinite damage immunity. In addition, his damage is also terrifying because his skill War Surge is a percentage-based magic damage boosted by ability power. This is a true tank that can withstand and deal damage. Galio is the ideal template in Lin Bai's mind. Similar to Gluttony's template, the Brown template can only be considered half, as it leans more towards heavy warriors. However, the subsequent Hex deck distribution left Lin Bai a bit troubled. To achieve magic immunity and physical immunity with Galio, he is in urgent need of skill cooldowns and the 3 major enhancements to Durandal's Shield. However, compared to Galio, there is still a slight gap, but there are still choices. Lin Bai pondered Eureka, the combination of the Wizard's Hat, Devouring Soul, and Extraordinary Evil. Extraordinary Evil increases magic power when hitting enemies, while Devouring Soul controls enemies and increases health. This can meet the health and magic power enhancement requirements for Durandal's Shield, and the substantial magic power boost from the Wizard's Hat can further amplify it. Once you break 1,000, you can easily achieve dual immunity against monsters. Finally, the cooldown for Eureka's magic power conversion skill perfectly completes the last piece of the puzzle. In this way, he can withdraw the overlapping dragon and the shrinking engine and add a champion that can grow infinitely. Lin Bai's lips curled into a smile, clenching his fist. It can work. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions, thinking he should find more things to extend his lifespan in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle this. It consumes too much of his vitality. Next up is the extraction of Silver Hex deck. There are so many things that can be used with Silver Hex deck. Some of them can even rival the colored ones. Thus, Lin Bai's mind was serious. As the scene in front of him shifted, 3 silver cards slowly appeared. Leg, Training Day, Retreat Position, Universal Scope. Lin Bai's vision went dark, and sure enough, he drew Galio, having exhausted all his luck. He rubbed his lazy self, still not believing it, then refreshed all 3 cards. Heavenly Detonation, Rotational Victory, Brutal Power. Lin Bai almost spat out. If drawing Galio was the peak of luck, then Hex deck had plunged him into darkness. Heavenly Detonation is a supportive Hex deck. Simply put, the shield will explode, slowing down enemies. Rotational Victory is a rotational skill that can increase damage and cooldown by 33. As for Brutal Power, once a golden Hex deck, it was known for its gentle power. It's called that because its stats are simply underwhelming. 25 attack power, 10 skill acceleration, 5 armor penetration. It seems not low, but it depends on who its opponents are. Without mentioning the runes that have synergies, just the percentage-based attack power increases from great strength physical to magical seeking stability amidst speed shadow dash, and so on could easily outclass it. But now, thinking of this, he felt a stirring in his heart system. Can I give up the rune selection? In the game, if runes are not selected, the shop cannot be opened, and the next rune will not be issued, so he still wanted to ask. No. As expected, Lin Bai lamented inwardly. He could only take it for now, and as for who it would go to, it would obviously be jealousy. Although these three attributes are not high, they all fit Riven's playstyle. In his vision, having a slapping hand and a shrinking engine for Riven is already sufficient. The rest is just embellishment. Later, he might allocate a great strength percentage increase in attack power. After the draw, it was time for Galio's allocation. Lin Bai summoned Lust. Now what confused him the most were these two, Lust and Laziness. Galio template, who wants it? This doesn't suit me, give it to him. Lust rejected without a second thought as Galio was completely outside his aesthetic range. Lin Bai scrutinized him. You're not going to turn into Galio, you're just acquiring his skill set. Moreover, Lin Bai glanced at the lazily snoring Laziness. Do you think he can stack Devouring Soul and Extraordinary Evil? Lust paused, acknowledging the logic. But Galio, seeing his hesitance, Lin Bai gently persuaded, think about it, what is the effect of Durandal's taunt? It can be said to be taunting, but in reality, isn't it forcing all to focus their hatred on you? If they hate you, they have to look over. Isn't this the perfect moment to showcase your charm? Hiss. Truly the original. So much sense. Lust was tempted. Think about it again. When others are in crisis, a hero appears. How many fans can you win? Galio's protective ability needs no further explanation. You should know a hero descends from the skies. Give it to me. Lust suddenly looked at Lin Bai with burning eyes. Lin Bai smirked, quickly donning the Galio template onto Lust. By this point, most avatars already had their own hero templates, and Lin Bai's gaze fell upon himself. His path was the ultimate numerical journey of the dice-throwing madman. Body refinement. Through a plethora of attribute fragments comprehensively enhancing his strength. He hasn't fully decided on a hero template yet, but there will surely be a suitable one. With the path all laid out, only one question remained. That is whether he can obtain the desired hex deck runes. Thinking of this, Lin Bai narrowed his eyes at the snoozing Laziness. At this moment, he had another wild idea. However, this idea still needs verification, so he decided to discuss it during the next draw. With their paths chosen, Lin Bai suddenly felt enlightened. He stretched lazily, then reversed and tucked Laziness away, taking his position instead. As he beautifully broke through the mastery stage, the students of Zuiwen were engaged in a tough battle. In fact, many people were facing their first real battle in this mission, and they were to confront those frenzied and cunning cultists, which was quite a headache. On the outskirts of Magic City, Bai Wuyo was fleeing frantically with a grim expression, while behind him 2 third-year students were fighting while retreating. In this operation, they had found a den of the Door Council, and Bai Wuyo had carefully calculated their strength, but he did not anticipate the craziness of these cultists. In terms of combat power, they were sufficient, but under the cultists' frenzy, the two had to protect Bai Wuyo, naturally falling into a disadvantage. The result is the current situation of being chased. On the other side, Ji Zuanyuan's situation was not much better. He made the same mistake as Bai Wuyo. Meanwhile, in another location, Li Qingge was battling with Tang Xiao and 2 third-year students against 2 cultists. Impressive, you anticipated the cultists' counterattack. It was all taught by Brother Lin. Tang Xiao remembered Lin Bai's instructions before setting out and felt a wave of apprehension. The cultists' madness matched Lin Bai's words to the letter. Li Qingge was also panting heavily, but one thing at a time. Since I brought you out this time, remember to help me invite Lin Bai out when we return. Oh, we didn't mention this before we set off. Oh, come on, what's wrong with having a meal between classmates? I'll relay it, but whether Brother Lin comes out or not is his own choice. That's enough. Li Qingge smiled, her gaze falling on one of the cultists. The opponent's eyes instantly went vacant and was promptly pierced through the heart by a third-year student without mercy. The joys and sorrows of people cannot be shared. For instance, at this moment, Li Qingge found dealing with these cultists to be exceedingly simple. After taking them all down, Li Qingge successfully completed her task. Sure, absolutely. After glancing at her phone, the delight on Li Qing's face was hard to conceal. In their small circle of second-generation elites, discussions were rife about the fierce counterattacks from these cultists, and many had suffered serious setbacks. She took a photo with a quick snap and sent it to the group, saying, it was nothing special. After this display, she felt significantly more relaxed, exclaiming, let's move on to the next one. However, these second-generation elites were generally quite capable, and those third-year students were essentially just their attendants. After overcoming the initial shock, they quickly adapted to the frenzied tactics of the cultists. Following 2 intense days of missions, more and more cultists were eradicated until eventually they could hardly be found. Once they all returned and had a day of rest, Yishuang resumed the classes. During these days, Lin Bai was not idle either. He engaged in intensive training with Chu Hanjing, and under the enhancement of the Thousand Mechanisms martial arts, his practical combat experience grew rapidly. In the morning, the classroom quickly filled up. Before Yishuang arrived, everyone was sharing their insights from fighting against the cultists in recent days. As soon as Lin Bai and Tang Xiao sat down, he sensed a cold, sinister gaze. Turning to look, it was indeed Lu's son. Lin Bai felt a headache coming on, thinking, why is this guy acting like a rabid dog? Does he have a crush on you? Li Qingge asked with a gossiping tone. Get lost. Lin Bai replied flatly. The other party laughed and changed the subject. I heard you haven't been catching cultists these days. Don't you want such a good practical opportunity? Li Qingge continued. After these few days, my strength has improved quite a bit, she said, smiling and demonstrating her enhanced aura. Lin Bai looked at her earnestly. And what about me? Li Qingge focused her gaze and in shock exclaimed, you've reached the mastery stage. How is that possible? Her outcry drew the attention of everyone in the room. Even Ji Xuanyuan, who usually paid little attention to other matters, couldn't help but glance over. At this moment, everyone also sensed the mastery stage aura emanating from Lin Bai. Did you use resources? Li Qingge asked anxiously. Of course, why wouldn't I use resources? At this point, Li Qingge was too flustered to care where Lin Bai's resources came from, quickly saying, you're so reckless. What about your foundation? We all have resources, so why don't we break through? Lin Bai countered. Isn't it the foundation and practical experience that matter? The earlier stages are when we familiarize ourselves with controlling our abilities. Misusing them can lead to an unstable foundation. Li Qingge clarified. It was evident that she was genuinely worried. Nearby, Jiang Yutian asked, puzzled. Resources don't mean much to us, but you shouldn't have much access to them. The Academy's resources shouldn't be enough for you to break through so quickly, right? The abilities of the Seven Sins are simpler than you think, Li Qingge replied, rolling her eyes. I can't believe that. Can something so simple defeat Ji Xianyuan? Lu Sun thought to himself, his eyes lighting up at Lin Bai's progress, realizing that this meant an opportunity for him to break through later. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Moments later, Yishuang arrived, and everyone fell silent. After class, Lin Bai immediately rushed towards Chu Hanjing. Currently, this was the routine of his life. However, there hadn't been any systematic tasks appearing during this period, which caused Lin Bai some unease. Life at the academy was too calm without any ripples, and the system usually only issued tasks when something related to him occurred. After leaving Chu Hanjing's side that day, Lin Bai's thoughts stirred. It was Friday with a break over the weekend. He couldn't continue like this. He needed to take the initiative. However, engaging with the outside world and approaching scenes that might require combat was actually quite challenging for him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to contact Shen Liuyu. Hello. Shen Liuyu's voice came through the phone, accompanied by what sounded like distant explosions. What's up? Don't let him escape. Suddenly, Shen Liuyu yelled, startling Lin Bai. Hurry, surround him. Quickly. The task: capture the incineration executor Pan Yuan. Lin Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Shen Liuyu was indeed a task trigger. He carefully considered his words, saying, Senior, since it's the weekend, are there any practical opportunities? Practical opportunities. The sound of wind rushed through from Shen Liu's end, as if she was moving at high speed. I'm in the middle of a fight. It's hard to explain over the phone. Come to Satellite City now. 5. Just take a turn, and you'll be there. Based on the system's pattern, it seems Shen Liuyu and her team were probably capturing someone from the incineration faction. Satellite City No. 5 was one of the towns surrounding Magic City, about an hour's journey away. Lin Bai took a taxi there. When he arrived at the Satellite City, he received a call from Shen Liuyu. Hello. Are you there? The other party's tone was somewhat urgent. I'm here, Lin Bai replied, sending his location. Wait for me. Shortly after, Shen Liu's car screeched to a halt in front of Lin Bai. Get in. Inside the car, Shen Liuyu accelerated, saying, I was just about to look for you. We've caught a big fish. But this time we won't act recklessly. Lin Bai's interest was piqued. The incineration executor from Xianin is quite valuable. Such special talents are rare, and his level is quite high. We initially thought this would intimidate them, but unexpectedly they became even more frantic. The corpse of that Xianin seems to hold something they care about deeply, and members of the incineration faction have been frequently appearing in the Satellite City these past few days. Shen Liuyu spoke gravely. Yesterday they used a pawn from the academy to approach the corpse of Xianin, but we couldn't figure out what was missing. Could it be the soul? Lin Bai pondered before asking. Shen Liuyu slapped her forehead. That seems to be the only possibility left. Lin Bai frowned. Xianin might have some sort of corpse rebirth technique. Corpse rebirth. It means resurrection. Hearing this, Shen Liuyu's expression turned serious. He is a mental type, and mental type abilities are essentially a lower tier of soul abilities. That is indeed a possibility. It is a possibility, but this could also be a trap. Lin Bai countered, dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. Do the incineration members only operate in Satellite City No. 5? Not just that, this time it seems they are operating on a large scale. Shin Liuyu shook her head gently. The two quickly arrived at their rendezvous point where Si Yuan and the others were gathered, but Xia Yuan was absent. Sensing his confusion, Shin Liuyu spoke. Xia Yuan cannot come, due to some matters. Do you have any thoughts on this? Since the last incident, everyone's recognition of Lin Bai needed no further mention. However, upon seeing Lin Bai already at the control level, their expressions changed in surprise. Gu Yanzhou was about to speak, but Lin Bai preemptively predicted, "It's fine, my abilities are nearly fully developed." Gu Yanzhou froze in place, but with Lin Bai's intellect, when he says it's fine, it truly is. So he switched to another question, is it the real you that has come? Lin Bai's expression darkened. Nonsense, am I the kind of person who would send a clone? The others rolled their eye. At this moment Shin Liuyu also spoke, alright, the current issue is how to catch that fish. This executor Pan Yuan, although only at the resonance level, has an ability level that is not low. Rumors say it's an A-level explosion directive, but I think it's not that simple. Is it possible that it's an S-level annihilation directive? These two are quite similar, but the power difference is substantial. Gu Yanzhou frowned in contemplation. Today we can't even name the ones we've killed. On the side, Si Yuan also frowned. Hearing this, Lin Bai directly said, when dealing with an enemy, just consider all possibilities as their trump cards. If uncertain, directly define it as an annihilation directive. We don't have revival coins. Being cautious in this practical task is never too much. Lin Bai's words left everyone momentarily stunned, and then each of them looked at him with strange expressions. Damn, why does it seem like every time Lin Bai is around they learn something? Shin Liuyu nodded slightly. Indeed, if it is an annihilation directive, then we must find a way to deal with it. All of them were at the manifestation level. Facing an ordinary A-level ability user while crossing a level was not a problem, but it was different when it came to S-level. Gu Yan's phone rang. He looked down, and his expression changed slightly. Pan Yuan has appeared. What? Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked over. It turned out to be a message from another team. Two executors. What does the annihilation intend to do? After Lin Bai glanced at their message, his gaze fell on the location where the opponents had appeared. Suburbs. They say it should be a trap, wanting to gather more teams to go together. Gu Yanzhou glanced at the information pushed by the others and spoke in a deep voice. So what do you think? Shall we go? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instinctively looked at Lin Bai. Lin Bai was taken aback. What are you looking at me for? But the possibility of a trap is quite high. Oh, it could also be bait. They might want to create trouble elsewhere. By the way, is there a world entrance here? Everyone's eyes lit up. The high school student who had just come up was really clever and hadn't been polluted by university yet. Shin Liuyu decisively said yes. And there is more than one. There are two worlds here. Both are primary worlds, but they produce dimensional spiritual marrow. This must be their target. Chung Mo's eyes lit up. Two executors. They want to directly enter both worlds. Lin Bai frowned and thought, have the other teams gone to the suburbs? He had just looked at the directions and positions of the two world entrances, which happened to be opposite to the suburbs, almost certain that the annihilation's target was indeed the world entrance. They have gone. Then we need to move out immediately. They might have already entered the world. Si Yuan said anxiously. Lin Bai, however, slightly shook his head while ambushed them. The others instinctively looked at him, feeling a chill down their spines whenever Lin Bai said this. Haven't the other teams gone already? Now that we are split into two routes, who among you can identify the members of the annihilation? Gu Yanzhou pointed to himself. Alright, Gu Yanzhou, take one team to lie in wait at one entrance. He'll take another. Let's split up. Don't tell me we can't win, even in a surprise attack. Everyone's eyes lit up. The two worlds of the fifth satellite city are both primary worlds, a type of elemental realm. One is the water element abyss realm, which contains only endless oceans inhabited solely by aquatic creatures with thin spiritual energy, making cultivation difficult. The other is the rift wind realm, a wind element world where unceasing gales prevail and no being. However, both worlds can stably produce spiritual marrow, and due to their relatively small size, the power of the worlds is concentrated, allowing human ability users to soak in the world power during cultivation. Lin Bai chose the abyss realm. The world entrance was guarded by officials, but Lin Bai believed that entering with the annihilation's methods would still be too easy. Shin Liuyu and Chung Mo were also present, quietly waiting in the parking lot. Lin Bai had long sent out his two main avatars, arrogance and greed. These two avatars were the most accurate at observing people. It goes without saying that arrogance could see through its own bug-level weaknesses, while greed's perception ability was exceedingly powerful. Once the opponents emerged, if they carried dimensional spiritual marrow, greed would probably be able to smell it from 3 streets away. While they waited, Shin Liuyu was also monitoring the information from the other teams. It's true, the executors they encountered in the suburbs are fake. Shin Liyu's low exclamation suddenly raised Lin Bai's alertness. Stop looking, the opponents are about to come out. Tell Senior Gu and the others to get ready. As soon as Lin Bai's voice fell, Greed, who was disguised as a student in a milk tea shop, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of greed crossed his face, and he discreetly watched two individuals emerge from the official World Entrance Building's reception. Two very ordinary middle-aged men appeared looking tired but unable to conceal their excitement, as if they had saved up money for a long time only to find the cultivation effects far exceeded their expectations after going in. Greed took out his phone and sent a message causing the trio's hearts to tremble. Frozen hands, frozen hands. Prepare to freeze hands. You drive directly out. When they come over, turn on the wipers and collide, then take action. Shen Liu's mouth twitched, but he complied, driving the car out of the parking lot just as the two approached, wanting to retrieve their vehicle. Then they saw Shen Liu, who had turned on the wipers, speeding towards them, and they caught sight of the panic on Shen Liu's. They inconspicuously frowned, then sidestepped to let him pass. But in that instant the car door opened, and dozens of strands of spiritual energy swiftly spread out, trapping the two before they could react. Shen Liu directly broke the seatbelt, her figure shooting out. On her way, flames enveloped half her body, and swirling patterns appeared vividly on her skin before she struck fiercely at the one whose aura was clearly stronger. The opponent's eyes were filled with shock, completely unaware of how they had been exposed, and it was too late to open the restraints. They took a punch directly. Boom. Flames erupted and the opponent was sent flying, but behind them Greed was already charging forward fearlessly with a spear in hand, striking the opponent only to be blocked by a spiritual power shield. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of his illness to strike, Cheng Imo swiftly unleashed several threads again, continuing to bind. Faced with this barrage of attacks, the man was utterly dumbfounded, unable to evade and forced to end. His teammate, possessing only awakening level strength, was essentially just a tool created by this man to enter the world, and at this moment, he had already collapsed onto the ground. Full attack here. An arrogant figure appeared not far away, and at that moment a glimmer of red light emerged on the man's energy shield in the greedy one's eyes. Instinctively he lunged towards it. With a single strike the shield was instantly filled with cracks. The greedy one's eyes lit up as the third claw strike landed directly in the center of the crack, causing the shield to explode. Did you shatter it? Shen Liu stared in shock at the scene, yet his actions were instinctive as he grabbed the opponent's arm. Burnt. The raging flames directly engulfed half of the opponent's body, eliciting a scream. The next second, what shocked him even more was that even his spiritual energy began to burn. Burning spirit calamity fire. Damn it. How did you discover it? Shen Liu paid no attention to the opponent as the spiritual energy surged forth, burning wildly. Burning spirit calamity fire is a fire-type ability, but once classified as S-level, its nature is naturally different from ordinary fire abilities. Her burning spirit calamity fire can scorch spiritual energy. The suffering inflicted upon the burned target is unimaginable, akin to their own blood being ignited. Moreover, the most lethal aspect is that once the spiritual energy is ignited, each thread's operation is accompanied by the pain of 1,000 cuts. This ability is terrifying in actual combat, and even though the person before Shen Liu is a level higher, he currently has no means to fight back. The anomaly here also caught the attention of the official reception building in the distance. A small team rushed over and Shen Liu immediately revealed his identity. Yunji Academy Night Owl Group. This person is from the extinguishment. Cooperate with us. Shen Liu threw out a token, and upon seeing it the others quickly surrounded the man. At this point the opponent, whose spiritual energy was ignited by the burning spirit calamity fire, had little resistance left. Upon seeing the situation before him, he knew that escaping had become a luxury. What he could do now was only to detonate his own spiritual energy. However, Shen Liu merely snorted coldly, increasing the output of his spiritual energy, causing the opponent to writhe on the ground in pain, unable to use his spiritual energy. Cheng Mo's fingers twitched slightly, and a fine line emerged from him, binding a 20-centimeter-long, transparent tube. Upon seeing the liquid flowing inside, the expressions of everyone present changed. Spatial spirit essence. They actually managed to steal it. The faces of the official enforcement team showed relief. If the opponent had succeeded, their punishment would have been severe. Several people stepped forward to apprehend him, but Lin Bai's task did not show as completed. His expression instantly fell. This was another executor. He hurriedly asked, "What about the seniors? What's the situation now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Liu's phone rang, and upon answering, Gu Yan's anxious voice came through. "Pan Yuan is with me, but he escaped." Lin Bai's heart sank. Concerning his task, he absolutely could not let the opponent successfully flee. "Let's chase." Gu Yanzhou shared the location, and Lin Bai dashed towards a car with a slightly dented front end, after colliding with the road's edge, then waved to Shen Liu and the others. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." Shen Liu sat in the passenger seat, bewildered, while Lin Bai glanced at the vehicle, noticing it was only the front bumper that was slightly dented, nothing serious. Then he decisively stepped on the gas and sped away. An intense push against his back hit, startling Shen Liuyu to instinctively grip the car door's groove. You know how to drive. Of course. Lin Bai looked ahead, seriously glancing at Gu Yanzhou and the others' locations from time to time. Red light. It's a red light. Whoosh. What will my points? At this moment Lin Bai's eyes were only focused on his own task with no space for anything else. As they sped down the highway, Shen Liuyu was already trembling, wanting to take out her phone to report to the local authorities, but Lin Bai shot her a fierce glance. After all, the phone still had its location tracking on. She could only reluctantly retract her hand, one hand gripping the seatbelt, while the other held onto the door. Fortunately, Lin Bai was skilled at driving. They sped along, and soon spotted Gu Yanzhou and the other's vehicle. Lin Bai quickly sent a voice message. Where are they? In the building next door? We dare not move recklessly. His obliteration bomb can cause significant casualties. Lin Bai glanced at the mall before him, his gaze turning cold. At this moment, several teams that had gone to the outskirts also arrived together, standing in front of the building with solemn expressions. What did the officials say? They are on their way. Gu Yanzhou shook his head slightly. At this time, among those several teams, a student from Ziwei Academy appeared. Lin Bai. The newcomer was Jiang Yin, who had followed a junior team, and clearly did not expect to see Lin Bai. Upon seeing Shen Liuyu and the others, he was even more astonished. Those of the second generation usually request the protection of junior teams through family connections when they go out for training. However, these junior students were mostly ordinary students. Exceptional talents like Shen Liuyu, who were part of the Night Owl group, could not be approached at all. After all, their family's influence was not insignificant. They did not need to give them face. Previously, Jiang Yin knew that several people from Shen Liuyu's team had tried to ask for help, but were turned down, yet now Lin Bai was here. Moreover, observing his position and Gu Yanzhou's instinctive response to his questions gave him a subtle feeling. It seemed that these people were led by Lin Bai. He shook his head vigorously. It was impossible. This couldn't be true. Yet at that moment, there was someone Lin Bai recognized among another team. Hey, Junior. Shen Ruoshui looked at Lin Bai with surprise. Sauceboard duck. Lin Bai instinctively replied. Shen Ruoshui's expression darkened instantly, and upon seeing Shen Liuyu it turned even darker. Junior, what are you doing here? Come over here, that woman is no good. Shen Liuyu unabashedly approached and pinched Shen Ruoshui's cheek. Good for you, Chen Shuishui. Who isn't no good? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go of me. The chaotic scene before Jiang Yin left him momentarily stunned, while Lin Bai quickly focused on Pan Yuan. Everyone quiet down. The urgent matter now is to capture Pan Yuan, otherwise it won't just be my issue, the public will suffer. Upon hearing this, the two stopped their commotion. The others looked at Lin Bai with uncertain expressions. These two are not simple characters at all. How could they be so obedient to Lin Bai? At the back of Chen Ruoshui's team, a boy witnessed this, seeing his expression darkening slightly. He immediately wanted to step forward, but was stopped by a junior student beside him. Yi Xiao, what do you want to do? The boy seemed to sense something and hurriedly stopped him. Yi Linchuan frowned slightly. He is just a preliminary Seven Sins body ability user. What is he pretending for here? Yi Xiao, this person is not simple. Don't you know Shen Liuyu? If she is that obedient, it must take some skill to it. If you want to see him make a fool of himself, I think it's better to wait for things to go wrong during the action. The boy's gaze fell on Chen Ruoshui's figure. Yi Linchuan had made a significant investment to find them, but in reality, he was very clear about whom he was looking for. Although he also wanted to curry favor with the Yi family, the current task was clearly more important. The various teams must not have any conflicts. Yi Linchuan shot him a disapproving look as he was stopped like this. Yi Xiao, think about it. When he runs into trouble, wouldn't it be better to strike when he's down? Hearing this, Yi Linchuan contemplated for a moment. It seems that might work. On the other side, Lin Bai was already questioning Gu Yanzhou. Can we not disperse? We can disperse, but right now Pan Yuan is still unaware that I've traced him through the shadows. If we disperse, he might directly take hostages and fight desperately. Lin Bai felt a stir in his heart. Are we currently in the dark? Yes, he replied. He glanced at the other small teams who seemed to have reached some sort of understanding and were not speaking up at this moment. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle as several small teams seemed to implicitly take Lin Bai as their leader. However, Lin Bai was not fooled by this. He waved a few people over to the side. We will act on our own. This time there might be casualties, and if we let them follow our orders, we will bear the consequences. Si Yuan paused for a moment. But isn't it better to have more people? That Pan Yuan is also at the resonance level. I don't even know their abilities, and I don't know if they will go all out, so it's better not to have any contact. Gu Yanzhou understood and approached the other small teams. Everyone, Pan Yuan is currently here. Moving forward, we can only rely on our own abilities. His words were already quite clear, showing no intention of joint action. The other teams seemed taken aback by his statement, but Gu Yanzhou merely made a routine notification, showing no interest in discussing further. Chen Ruoshui looked at Lin Bai in the distance, feeling a bit disappointed. She had already seen Lin Bai's strength in the previous battle at Tianyan Community, and wanted to observe him seriously this time. Yi Linchuan noticed her expression and couldn't help but clench his fists. Jiang Yin curiously observed the scene, realizing that Lin Bai was not as simple as he had appeared. But in an instant he realized he was still viewing Lin Bai through his previous lens, subconsciously ignoring the fact that Lin Bai was now ranked first in the freshman competition. Zhang Xiao, is this the Lin Bai who is the top freshman? Someone nearby asked curiously. Jiang Yin nodded slightly. No one under a renowned name is a false hero. On the other side, Lin Bai and his group had already begun discussing their actions. It seems we can only wait for him to come out. If we act inside, whether it's a preemptive evacuation or an emergency evacuation, it will alarm Pan Yuan. Cheng Yemo recalled the earlier battle. Can we launch another surprise attack? It's difficult. Lin Bai shook his head slightly. They had already executed a surprise attack earlier, and it wouldn't be that simple to pull off another one now. Let's wait for him to emerge. He wouldn't dare stay here for too long. Shun Liu spoke. He is also afraid that we will find high-level ability users to act directly. In fact, at this moment Pan Yuan's heart was still racing. After all the groundwork laid to steal the world's spirit essence, he was discovered. Now hiding inside the mall, he would eventually be exposed. He took out his phone and made a call. Come save me. You fool, why did you have to steal the world's spirit essence at this critical moment? No one can save you now. Pan Yuan's expression changed slightly. He initially thought that the forces in Magic City were all focused on capturing those at the gates, thinking it was a good opportunity to act, but he didn't expect the students from Yunji to be so perceptive. Moreover, those two earlier were too terrifying, directly guarding the entrance to the world. Damn it. Pan Yuan cursed inwardly. What about Shi Jian? We can coordinate actions to distract them. Shi Jian has already been captured. There's a very strange little ghost in Yunji who broke through his spiritual shield. He couldn't escape. A ghost at the control level. Pan Yuan exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? I checked the information. It's an SSS level 7 Sins body. I asked an elder, and he said it might be the ability of the sin of pride. Pride. Yes, pride looks down on everything. It's not blind arrogance. It's because he can see everyone's weaknesses, so in his eyes everyone is a weakling, leading to this extreme arrogance. Hiss. Pan Yuan gasped. When you say everyone, it wouldn't include high-level ability users, would it? It includes them. The other party spoke coolly. With this person around, when your weaknesses are seen through, everyone will attack your weaknesses. You can only rely on yourself now. Pan Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. So if I want to fight, I first have to target that 7 Sins. It can only be like this. I only have this much information to give you good luck. After saying this, the other party directly hung up the call. Pan Yuan remained silent for a moment, then his gaze gradually grew cold. A few little ghosts, how could I fall at your hands after cultivating for so many years? After saying this, he abruptly stood up. At this time, the other small teams had already entered the mall using their own methods to search for Pan Yuan's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lin Bai and his group were being more cautious. Gui Yansis' ability could track Pan Yuan, but the key was how to subdue him without harming others once he was found. It was already 8 in the evening, just after dinner, and many people were shopping here. Lin Bai felt a headache looking at the crowd on the 4th floor. However, while he pondered how to catch Pan Yuan, a figure suddenly descended from the 5th floor of the mall. Boom. It landed directly, creating a dent in the 1st floor ground before rushing out. The crowd panicked, then screamed and scattered. A few people exchanged glances. Chase. Shun Liu and the others quickly vaulted over the railing, and under the astonished gazes of those around them, Lin Bai followed suit instinctively, only realizing what was happening when the sensation of free fall hit him. I'm at the control level. Devour, save me. Lin Bai switched to Devour, crashing down with a roar. Crack, crack. The sound of shattered bones echoed. The rating is out. Now is a critical period. I ask everyone to support it. Thank you, everyone. Yi Linchuan and his group searched for Pan Yuan on the 1st floor. When Pan Yuan appeared, they all recoiled in shock. Daring to break through Hedon. Does he think nothing of us? Yi Linchuan cast a subtle glance at Chun Ruoshui, whose expression was tense, feeling a stir in his heart. He was one of the S-rank ability users assigned to Taiwei Yuan, wielding the elemental ability of Heavenly Thunder Prison. This ability held nothing extraordinary among S-rank abilities. It was rather ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to Taiwei Yuan. But Yi Linchuan thought otherwise. His ability was the most devastating lightning type, and at S-rank, yet he couldn't even enter Ziwei Yuan. Many in his family whispered about him behind his back. Now as Pan Yuan charged out, Yi Linchuan's body erupted with lightning arcs crackling along his arm, as he swiftly formed a lightning spear. ZZZT. The lightning ionized the air with a sharp crackle. Yi Linchuan hurled the spear with force, expecting to halt Pan Yuan's advance, but to his surprise, Pan Yuan swatted the formidable spear away with a backhand. The elemental spear exploded instantly, arcs of electricity dancing wild. Pan Yuan didn't spare him a glance, ready to charge forward. But then Shun Liu and the others leaped down, accompanied by the sound of Gluttony's free fall. Shen Liuyu and the others were stunned. At first they thought Lin Bai's leap was a special tactic, but by the time they realized he was already in close contact with the ground. Pan Yuan hadn't expected this either. Sensing that the falling figure was Lin Bai, he abandoned the dazed Lin Chuan without hesitation and turned around. Shen Liuyu and the others also noticed his gaze toward Lin Bai. No, protect him. But Pan Yuan was after all at the resonance stage. A vortex condensed in his palm, emitting a chilling red glow before he hurled it backhand. Indeed, it's an annihilation bullet. Shen Liyu's eyes turned cold. Beside her, Cheng Yamo had already erupted, countless threads materializing out of thin air, completely enveloping the red glow. At the same time, Si Yuan and Shen Liuyu pressed forward while the nearby squads, having snapped out of their shock, joined the encirclement. Gu Yanzhou approached Lin Bai with a grave expression. Why did you jump down too? Gluttony's body blazed with red light. Enough talk, throw me over. Gu Yanzhou was stunned. As Pan Yuan engaged the others, Lin Bai walked over. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Together. With that, he grabbed Gluttony's arm. Gu Yanzhou's mind went blank as he instinctively complied. The severely wounded Gluttony was hurled toward Pan Yuan with their combined force. Shen Liuyu, half engulfed in flame runes, was in the midst of combat when she saw Gluttony flying toward her and froze. Move, move. Gluttony roared as he flew, unleashing a deliberate punch midair. Out of trust in Lin Bai, Shen Liuyu and the others instinctively dodged, leaving only Pan Yuan bewildered. But as he saw the deliberate punch coming, a sharp needle-like pain shot through his spine. Something's wrong. The thought flashed through his mind, but he was already tightly bound by Cheng Yamo. It was too late to break free and dodge. In that moment of shock, he had no choice but to brace himself. Meanwhile, the other attacking squad saw Shen Liu's team spontaneously make way with the half-crippled Gluttony. Amid everyone's stunned gazes, Gluttony threw a fierce punch. Vaguely, they seemed to see the air current from the punch coalesce like a dragon, slamming into Pan Yuan. A driver stage. Why let a driver stage take the shot? While the crowd was baffled, Pan Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a large gush of blood. He's injured. At that moment, everyone looked as if they'd seen a ghost, but Shen Liuyu and her team had already snapped back. Strike while the iron is hot. Shen Liyu's flame runes surged as she closed in and threw a punch at Pan Yuan. It landed squarely, but with a difference in rank. The flames ignited from his spiritual energy were faint. But she wasn't the only one acting. Explosion. Si Yuan cried out, her left hand gripping her right wrist, fingers spread, unleashing a blazing flame that engulfed Pan Yuan, the searing heat detonating instantly. By then, the other squads had regained their senses and joined the assault. In an instant, Pan Yuan was gravely wounded, forced into a defensive stance. He was bewildered. Why had Gluttony's single punch broken through his defenses? But the team's attacks came in relentless waves, leaving him no time to think. Gluttony, meanwhile, had recovered some strength through his battlefield fervor. Once mobile, he fixed his gaze on the large gray spot on Pan Yuan's body. During a gap in Shen Liu's attacks, he delivered a heavy punch to Pan Yuan. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and Gluttony turned and ran. To the others, it seemed an unremarkable blow. But to Pan Yuan, it felt like a peak driver stage strike. This Lin Bai is definitely trouble. A punch from a severely wounded state could rival a driver stage peak, yet Lin Bai was only at the early driver stage. Monster! Pan Yuan's heart sank. His earlier instinct to eliminate Lin Bai first was correct. That kid's 7 deadly sins body was far from simple on the surface. And he had indeed seized the opportunity, but who the hell would have thought a gravely wounded Lin Bai could unleash such power? That punch had been on guard. Yet he was still injured, caught off guard. But the reality was worse than he imagined. Everyone in Cloud Edge Academy was a genius. Even with his rank advantage, once he fell behind, a comeback was impossible. In the end, Pan Yuan was bound by Cheng Mo's ever-increasing threads, unable to move an inch. After successfully capturing Pan Yuan, the group didn't immediately look at him. Instead, they turned oddly toward Lin Bai, who stood unharmed in the back. This success was largely due to Lin Bai's punch creating an opening, but a driver stage injuring a resonance stage. If someone had told them this before, they'd have slapped them. Their spiritual energy levels weren't even comparable. A resonance stage's spiritual shield alone should be impenetrable by driver stage abilities. Yet Lin Bai had not only broken it, but also inflicted deep wounds. Even now it felt like a dream. Si Yuan asked dazedly, "Did you just punch him and make him spit blood?" Lin Bai smiled and denied it. "Not me." "Then who?" "My clone," he replied with a straight face. The expressions of everyone darkened as Lin Chuan had already retreated behind them. "Damn, this is a complete monster. If that punch were to land on me, wouldn't I end up with bruises all over?" Zhang Yin observed Lin Bai with contemplation. He had just witnessed the moment when Lin Bai's true form and Gu Yanzhou had thrown him out. This punch seems to have a limitation in distance. Beside them, Chun Ruoshui wore an expression of "I knew it," and patted Lin Bai's shoulder, saying, "I told you so." Lin Bai shot her a glance. "Oh, come on. Shen Liuyu looked at the two with some suspicion. Shen Ruoshui, what do you know? Shen Ruoshui was taken aback for a moment, and then her smile gradually morphed. Want to know? Not interested. Stop messing around, let's see how to handle him first. Si Yuan quickly interrupted the two, pointing to Pan Yuan, who was wrapped up like a zongzi by Cheng Yamo in the distance. If he recovers his spiritual energy and runs away, it'll be troublesome. Let's hand it over to the authorities. In fact, with such a commotion, the authorities naturally wouldn't miss it. It wasn't long before they arrived, and after Pan Yuan was handed over, everyone returned to their own places. The way back was quite similar, except Shen Liyu's car was a bit odd. However, she didn't mind, as it was just a car worth hundreds of thousands. To her, it was no different from a consumable. In the car, Shen Liuyu couldn't stop thinking about the punch Lin Bai gave to Pan Yuan, casting peculiar glances at him. Drive, why are you looking at me? Lin Bai in the passenger seat was still a bit flustered. Don't be scared. When they see my car like this, their first instinct will be to let me go. Shen Liyu's expression was strange. I still can't figure out how you broke through his defense. Lin Bai smiled mysteriously. The 7 deadly sins, pretty impressive, right? Of course I know it's the 7 deadly sins. Shen Liuyu rolled her eyes, but since Lin Bai didn't seem inclined to elaborate, she didn't press further. Lin Bai also managed to calm himself down, his consciousness sinking into the system space. Although he didn't personally capture Pan Yuan this time, the system mission was considered accomplished, and the conditions should be somewhat lenient. 3 lottery chances. Lin Bai's heart stirred, but he resisted the urge. Such a ceremonial moment had to be approached with a sense of laziness. After returning to the academy, Lin Bai couldn't wait to get back to his dormitory, then released the sleeping laziness, giving a few strokes. Only after feeling satisfied did he open the lottery interface. 3 hex deck draws. Lin Bai's heart raced as he opened the draw interface with trembling hands. 3 cards. However, when they flipped over, Lin Bai's expression instantly darkened. Upon opening, he found a silver power fragment, 8 attack, 14 ability power, a life fragment, and a dual resistance fragment. There was no need to ponder this, it was suitable for anyone. Lin Bai took the power fragment immediately. This dual boost fragment should be given to Greed, as it converts physical attack power into ability power. Lin Bai took a deep breath to adjust his mood and initiated the second draw. But it was still a white. At this point, Lin Bai's expression became somewhat grim. After selecting the attack fragment for Greed, he glanced at the sleeping laziness and kicked him lightly. Sleep, 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 all you do is sleep like a pig. The dazed laziness opened his eyes upon seeing Lin Bai, turned around, scratched his butt, and continued to sleep. In that moment, Lin Bai suddenly felt drained of strength. He sighed and opened the third draw. The golden light made him serious. But as he flipped the page and saw the runes, his breathing quickened. Sharpshooter, when hitting an enemy from a distance with a non-ultimate skill, it returns 75 of the cooldown time. Heartfelt healing and shields on allies are enhanced. Bread and cheesy skill gains 100 skill haste, 3 runes. Lin Bai calmed himself down. Although they were not great, at least he finally got hex deck. He trembled as he refreshed Sharpshooter, a skill considered a divine ability for snipers, but it couldn't be used in any of his avatar systems. The Resolute of the Dawnbringer restores maximum health continuously at low health. This is also quite poor, but it made Lin Bai breathe a little heavier as it belonged to the tank pool. Refresh again. Tank engine. Lin Bai was dazzled by the shining golden light. Tank, 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 tank. Tank engine. Once he saw it clearly, his voice was slightly pitched. The tank engine allows you to increase your health by a percentage when you kill an enemy, ultimately resulting in exponential growth. The high health bonuses are also one of the spiritual roots of the Ruetian Emperor, and it can also be used on the Devourer template, as the true damage bonus from the deliberate punch is based on health. Lin Bai forced himself to calm down. If it was just to harden your heart, the growth speed of the Devourer would actually be much slower, and the high true damage of the deliberate punch has a market everywhere. It would be a mistake to not give it to him. After assigning the tank engine to the Devourer, Lin Bai's excitement was hard to conceal. Now the Devourer could seek opportunities to enhance itself. With the tank engine's health growth, who could compete with it? The infinitely growing tank engine made Lin Bai feel thrilled just thinking about it. With just a bit of extra investment, a single punch could reach a cataclysmic level. It's time to find a world to throw him into. Lin Bai's gaze shifted slightly. The system's designated hero target was in existence 1 tier higher than him, making such targets the most numerous and easiest to find when he was at a lower level. World resources, Lin Bai murmured. At this moment, the Academy's resources were also part of it, and it was time to understand the Academy's world resources. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Yi Shuang. The other party seemed to be looking at her phone, and quickly replied, "World. I suggest you not go down just yet. The Academy League is coming soon, and the Academy will focus on cultivating resources for you." To be honest, the higher-ups have made it clear that this Academy League must achieve a ranking, and they will provide resources even more precious than the world to cultivate you. Lin Bai, you are the top ranker in this round. Yi Shuang also found it hard to speak the truth with him. Going into the world won't be as fast as the follow-up cultivation. Lin Bai slightly shook his head. Instructor, you misunderstood. I want to send my avatar into the world for training. Go. Yishuang recalled Lin Bai's 7 deadly sins and frowned. Your 7 avatars have a fast cultivation speed, and the academy has also equipped them with sufficient resources. I still don't recommend you going. Hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yunji Academy truly has a wealth of resources, but his avatars are different. Don't worry, instructor, he'll only send 1 avatar in. This. Yishuang pondered for a moment and decided not to advise further. Every student has unique insights into their own abilities. After all, the ones who understand their abilities best are themselves. She is only responsible for providing suggestions. The final decision lies with the students. The academy has a plethora of world resources, but currently only 5 are open to new students. Lin Bai's choice of world type differs from others. He requires a sufficient number of enemies and an abundance of food. After Yishuang provided the available worlds, Lin Bai immediately fixed his gaze on one of them, the verdant forest. According to the information, it is a world completely covered by forests. The forest exists in a variety of terrains featuring ocean-like seas of gigantic vines, desert-like spore wastelands, and frost-leaved giant trees reminiscent of snow-capped mountains. It is rumored that the entire world's ecology is a singular, yet continuously self-circulating. There are numerous vertical layers from the ground to the treetops with independent ecosystems at each level, ranging from underground mycelium networks to cloud canopies thousands of meters high. Here, sunlight is filtered through layers with the lower levels dim as the deep sea, while rainwater and nutrients perfectly circulate within the system, leaving almost no waste. The core consciousness of the world is known as the will of the ancestor tree, a collective awareness of all plant life, gentle and sluggish, and currently under the academy's control. This world is teeming with diverse species, all symbiotic with the forest. Moreover, its resources are incredibly abundant. Upon seeing this, Lin Bai realized that this was the perfect place for gluttony. Although this is a world where wood element ability users can cultivate with remarkable ease, the practice of gluttony does not rely on elements. Upon noticing Lin Bai's expression, Yishuang was also taken aback, but Lin Bai seemed to have his own thoughts. She could only suppress her curiosity and grant Lin Bai the necessary permissions. World resources typically require ordinary students to accumulate for a long time before they can access them, but for Lin Bai, ranked first among new students and possessing SS level talent, they are completely open. Before departing, Lin Bai also went to the Academy's Props Institute to prepare some items for gluttony. The most precious of these was a spatial ring. Everyone is familiar with spatial rings, but they are indeed expensive, costing over 2 million. Inside the ring were pots, bowls, utensils, clothes, and even transportation tools prepared for him. After making his preparations, Lin Bai headed straight to the Academy's world entrance building. Within the cloud domain, all world entrances have specialized buildings akin to stations. Lin Bai looked up at this grand structure, squinting slightly. At that moment, he was somewhat conspicuous. Lin Bai quickly noticed that most people here were moving in pairs or small groups, and very few like him came alone. Lin Bai then walked into the building, where he was greeted by a massive spatial vortex. Next to it was a Totsuk. At the world entrance, 2 individuals stood guard. A group of students passed by showing their student IDs and were allowed through. Seeing this, Lin Bai also joined the queue, but voices called out from behind. "Hey, Lin Bai, are you also going to the verdant forest?" Lin Bai turned to see a girl with light cyan hair. Her green eyes reflected her surprise at seeing him here. Beside her were a girl and a boy whom Lin Bai did not recognize. He knew the girl speaking, as she was also a classmate from ZY Academy, named Yiningqing, an S-level ability, user known as the 10,000 Trees Heavenly Prison. This ability is said to possess both strong support and offensive attributes, making it one of the most powerful among those below SS level. Although the two had not spoken much before, Lin Bai immediately responded to her greeting. "Yes, just going for some practice." Yiningqing approached Lin Bai curiously, asking, "The verdant forest enhances wood element cultivation, but other abilities tend to be quite average here." "I know." Lin Bai nodded slightly. Seeing him like this, Yiningqing did not say much more. The world energy of the verdant forest differs from others. It is quite unique. Although the will of the ancestor tree has been subdued by the Academy's powerful beings, it is inherently one with the world, making its influence on the world energy unavoidable. Practicing inside will bring one's consciousness closer to the will of the ancestor tree. To simplify, it means that both body and consciousness will assimilate with the ancestor tree, which is why we all go in teams for mutual support. Noticing Lin Bai's solitary approach, she decided to greet him. "Why don't you go with us?" Lin Bai shook his head slightly, having understood beforehand. "Teacher Yi has told me that the will of the ancestor tree cannot affect the avatars formed of original sin. My true self will not be going this time." Yiningqing's expression turned to one of realization. "Oh, then that's fine." Lin Bai continued to wait in line, and the two beside Yiningqing immediately inquired. The girl whispered, Is this the Lin Bai who ranked first? He's quite handsome. Indeed. Sending an avatar to the verdant forest. Is he that confident? The boy expressed disbelief. I envy the ability to cultivate with an avatar. The two exchanged glances as who wouldn't envy him. Sending an avatar means the true self doesn't have to take risks. In the distance, it was Lin Bai's turn as he reached the front of the queue. A few guards at the entrance spoke, "Student ID." Lin Bai nodded slightly and produced a silver badge with cloud patterns. The previously expressionless guard's pupils contracted slightly, and someone behind exclaimed, "Cloud badge." The mention of the cloud badge drew the attention of all students waiting in line. Among them were many second-year students, and the first-year newcomers were not naive. They naturally understood the rarity of the cloud badge. Wow, he has a cloud badge. Who is that person? I've never seen him before. He's a newcomer. It's Lin Bai. Ranked first. Huh, the cloud badge. When was it issued? Everyone was shocked, and those behind, including Yi Ningxing, looked at Lin Bai at the front in disbelief. He never mentioned anything about the cloud badge, Yi Ningxing remarked, dazed. However, before they could discuss it further, Lin Bai unleashed his gluttony avatar, saying, "Mentors, my avatar will enter this time." The mentors at the entrance were taken aback, but nodded. Since he had produced a cloud badge, it was evident that he had the final say. Lin Bai then seriously advised, "You can lose anything, but never lose the spatial ring, understand?" The earnest glutton nodded seriously. "Also, don't eat raw food," Lin Bai said gravely, as he never wanted to see the memories of gluttony, where he devoured raw flesh again. "Oh, why? It's quite tasty," the glutton scratched his head. Lin Bai's expression darkened. He had to admit that those raw items tasted sweet during the memory acceptance, but he still found it hard to accept. "Don't worry about it." Lin Bai pushed him toward the world entrance and left from the other side. The onlookers beside them were filled with curiosity, as they had already heard of the renowned name of Chizue, and many had even watched Lin Bai's battles. However, witnessing the seamless communication between the avatar and the main body intrigued them. Next, the mentors called out, bringing everyone back to their senses. On the other side, after passing through the door, the scene spun around violently, and when he regained his composure, he found himself in front of a vortex. Before him lay a vast plaza bustling with people, seemingly no different from the normal world. But upon raising his head and seeing the enormous tree trunk of a house, he understood it was not that simple. He was indeed in a city, but this city was built atop the branches of a colossal tree. Such a shocking sight would have warranted careful observation had Lin Bai himself been present. However, all he felt was a bit hungry. "I'm truly not worth anything, not even given any money," he mumbled as he stepped outside, realizing Lin Bai had not provided him with any funds before his arrival, so he could only hunt for food himself. Recalling the information about the Kingle Forest in his mind, a thought flickered in his heart. This should be the middle layer of the Kingle Forest. The environment of the Kingle Forest is actually divided into 3 layers: the bottom layer of mycelium, the middle layer formed by the trunks and branches of countless towering trees, and the upper canopy layer. Among them, the bottom and canopy layers are the most dangerous, while the middle layer is relatively safe. With quick strides, he took out an all-terrain motorcycle from his spatial ring, hopped on, and revved the engine. Here, the branches connecting the trees serve as roads, and the pathways around the city have already been developed. He sped away quickly, leaving the confines of the city. Suddenly, the surroundings turned a gloomy green. The sunlight here was incredibly strong. Even with such a massive tree casting a shadow, it still managed to filter through significantly. But as he distanced himself from the city, the tree trunks gradually transformed into the appearance of a primitive forest, and his motorcycle began to struggle. "Spiritual energy flight mode, is it here?" he mumbled as he pressed a button, and 2 wings made of spiritual energy unfurled from the motorcycle, while 2 propulsion nozzles opened at the rear. The motorcycle lifted off the ground, beginning to dart through the air. This motorcycle was in fact a product of spiritual technology. On Blue Star, the development was not limited to just spiritual energy. Some people viewed it as a form of energy, and after development, many technologies could be realized. With no particular destination in mind, he was essentially wandering aimlessly. Within the Kingle Forest, there existed numerous animal species. After delving deeper for half an hour, once he found no traces of human activity, he finally spotted his first creature. A massive hairy worm, nearly 2 meters long. It appeared to be some sort of leaf-eating insect, and when he saw it, it was busy munching away. Without a second thought, he stowed away his motorcycle and charged forward, landing 2 punches that splattered its dark green juices all over himself. Unfazed, he clenched his fists. The strength of this insect was only at the perception tier, and neither the tank engine nor the heart of steel reacted. Thud! Thud! A peculiar sound resonated, and he suddenly turned his head to see an enormous frog opening its mouth wide, its tongue quickly wrapping around him and pulling him back. He had no time to resist and was swallowed whole by the gigantic frog. The barbs on the tip of its tongue and the paralyzing toxins simultaneously pierced into his body. Boom! As the blockage was about to take effect, he struck back with a powerful punch. The heart of steel's gray spot exploded, and then he unleashed a deliberate punch that sent a violent shockwave crashing through the frog's back, landing on the tree trunk. Breathing heavily as he stepped out, he was drenched in blood, but his eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. He took out a device resembling a flamethrower. A burst of flames engulfed the area, and without regard for the heat, he began to feast ravenously. As for the deadly poison, don't joke, it made Big Brother Chizue laugh. Was there anything he couldn't consume? Chizue was not just capable of eating, he was more like a monster with infinite devouring ability. For Chizue, there was only what he couldn't swallow, not what he couldn't eat. This frog had already reached the manifestation tier, which was why the heart of steel reacted. After killing it, Chizue could distinctly feel himself growing stronger. With each strike from the heart of steel, his life force increased, and with the tank engine, every time he killed a hero, his life force was proportionally boosted. In this place, Chizue would almost gain strength with every opponent he defeated. But aside from that, he pondered as he finished devouring the gigantic frog in a few bites. Lin Bai had assigned him a task. That was to test the heart of steel to see if it could repeatedly take effect on the same hero unit. Quickly, half a day passed, and Chizue found another hero unit, a mantis that resembled a tree. After strengthening with the heart of steel, he kept moving, waiting for a full hour, but did not see the heart of steel's mark reappear. It seemed that the same unit could not be affected twice. Or was the refresh time too long? Chizue shook his head slightly. He was already hungry and needed to resolve this quickly. After tossing Chizue into the Kingle Forest, Lin Bai looked at the intermittently flickering coins with a delightful smile at the corner of his mouth. This is exactly how the avatar should be used. Now the coins were nearing 2,000, allowing him to directly equip Chizue with the Berserker armor, thus minimizing recovery time from battle damage. As for Kizui's opinion, to him that place was simply paradise. Besides the various creatures to consume, the fruits of those trees were enormous. There were endless amounts to eat, completely unending. At this moment, even with a world in between, Lin Bai could feel Kizui's strength surging wildly. Chizue was originally capable of enhancing himself through consumption, and with the existence of the tank engine and heart of steel, his growth rate was so outrageous that even Lin Bai couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, at the academy, Yishuang also began her earlier mentioned special training. Yunji Academy invested the most in enrollment and various resources during the Academy League each year, yet their performance was the worst, often mocked by other academies. This year they were determined to change that. They directly provided unlimited access to class training rooms for SS tier and above psychics for free, while also bringing in some old faculty to teach. This led to the students of the ZY and Taiwei classes undergoing high-intensity classes for the following month, leaving Lin Bai with no time to manage Chizue. A month later, within the Kingle Forest, a massive figure swiftly moved between the large tree trunks, exuding an aura characteristic of the pinnacle of the driving tier. In the Kingle Forest, those at the driving tier are not considered strong. They are merely low-level predators, yet this aura was unabashed, as if it didn't care at all. A creature resembling both a spider and a fly, possessing 4 pairs of legs and a pair of wings, could no longer tolerate the intrusion. This being had invaded its territory. It then flapped its wings and dove down. But, clang! With a crisp sound, the body of the spider fly exploded instantly. Following that, a burst of flames erupted, roasting it to perfection. Over the course of a month, everyone's abilities had improved significantly. Nearly all the students from Ziwei Yuan had broken through to the mastery stage. Lin Bai was unsure about the progress of others, but he and his several avatars had long reached the mastery stage. This month of intensive training had merely stabilized his strength. During the training, several missions were triggered, granting him 4 hex deck draws, yet not a single rune emerged. After the evening's practical combat training, Lin Bai felt utterly drained. Earlier he had secretly sent a clone, but it was immediately seen through by the mentor. In the end, his main body had to participate, and his other clones were not spared either. All were summoned. Only Gluttony was spared, as it was currently in a place called Paradise. Now everyone was gathered in a massive arena. The combat mentor for the day was none other than Chu Hanjiang. His classes were the most grueling, yet they brought the greatest improvement to all. After the 1,000 mechanisms martial drill ended, everyone lay sprawled on the floor. For the academy's ranking, Chu Hanjiang had ramped up the intensity, pushing them to their limits. Today is the last day. Rest well tomorrow and prepare for the Academy League. Lin Bai, lying on the ground like a dead fish, abruptly sat up. Has it already been a month? He still felt as if waking from a dream. Beside him, Tang Xiao gasped for air. Bro, Lin, you have no sense of time at all. But then again, this training camp didn't give us a moment's respite. But you've all grown stronger, right? Came the voice of Li Qingge. Over the past month, she had frequently taken the initiative to join Lin Bai and the others, and they had grown familiar. Are our opponents really that terrifying? Is that why the academy poured so many resources into drilling us to death? Lin Bai was still somewhat dazed. The other academies are full of monsters. They have a long history of development and have experienced numerous spiritual peak awakenings. Their experience in nurturing high-level psychics far exceeds ours. Anyway, in previous years Yunji's results were always poor. It was only by spending massive resources to recruit genuine prodigies that they managed to scrape a few rankings. But if other academies also have such prodigies, then we can't win. Tang Xiao was stunned. Even against those at the same level, we can't. They all have unique strengths in actual combat psychic application and development. Li Qingge sat up, her expression grave, as she shook her head. Fighting them feels suffocating. Their timing in combat and use of psychic abilities are incredibly precise. Elite versus grunts. Lin Bai added. Exactly. That's it. If it had always been like that, it wouldn't matter. We're just outmatched. But last year Yunji was defeated by a lower-ranked opponent, which was a huge disgrace. The higher-ups were furious and increased the budget this year. Lin Bai nodded slightly. Yunji was indeed wealthy, but it lacked finesse and technique and psychic development. Li Qingge moved closer to him. How about you? Do you have any confidence? Lin Bai was taken aback and instinctively checked if wrath had appeared in his mind. So it's still stacking. You ask about confidence. Then let me ask you. If I win first place, what's the reward? Reward? That's quite something. Not to mention Yunji's own prizes. The winner of the Academy League is nationally renowned. Plus you get tickets to several special domestic realms. At this, Li Qingge perked up. During the training camp, Lin Bai's performance had been similar to everyone else's, leaving others uncertain about his true capabilities. As the top ranker in the competition, Lin Bai had to some extent become Yunji's representative in the upcoming Academy League. Not just Li Qingge, but others, and even the mentors wanted to know his real state. But he immediately asked about first place. Li Qing's eyes lit up. Do you have a shot? No, Lin Bai replied with a roll of his eyes. Just then Chu Hanjiang at the front spoke up. Everyone disperse. Lin Bai, stay. The others glanced at Lin Bai instinctively. Ji Xinyuan silently rose, but his fists clenched tightly. Bro, Lin'll head back first. All right. After everyone else left, Chu Hanjiang approached Lin Bai. The higher-ups placed great importance on this Academy League. With the spiritual peak awakening, many prodigies from other academies are no less formidable. Do you have confidence? What level are my opponents? Lin Bai asked. Chu Hanjiang pondered briefly. In previous years, the spiritual peak awakening was mostly the same. Many SS-level prodigies emerge, and by the time of the Academy League, they usually reach the peak of mastery stage, with a few reaching manifestation stage. Lin Bai nodded, slightly curious. If I take first place, what's the reward? Chu Hanjiang's eyes gleamed. As Lin Bai's mentor, he knew this kid's character all too well. He wouldn't speak of things he wasn't sure about. Over the past month, Chu Hanjiang had witnessed the astonishing progress of his several avatars. The 7 deadly sins avatars were truly a bug-level existence, sometimes even boosting each other's strength through internal strife. Envy couldn't stand pride, wrath argued with greed. The growth rate of Lin Bai's 7 deadly sins avatars was the fastest among all students. Several clones were likely approaching the peak of mastery stage. Moreover, his practical combat experience was terrifying. Lin Bai was among the most talented in combat that Chu Hanjiang had ever seen. But this league was too crucial, even he couldn't help probing. Lin Bai knew what he wanted to understand and spread his hands. I won't overstate things, but if it's just reaching the manifestation stage, there's no problem. Lin Bai said this, excluding the unpredictable factor of gluttony, meaning only his current strength and that of his other avatars. Chu Hanjiang's face lit up with joy. If Lin Bai said he was confident, then he was. Excluding those freakish, era-defining existences, perhaps securing second or third place wouldn't be an issue. He thought conservatively and felt reassured. All right, go back and rest well. After returning, the next day was set aside for rest. Lin Bai began to learn more about the Academy League. Because Yunji Academy only trained freshmen, Lin Bai had assumed it was just a competition for newcomers. But upon checking, he found that the Academy League was a nationwide event for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. The competition was divided into 3 rounds. The sophomore and junior rounds had already concluded during their training. Unsurprisingly, among the 5 major academies, Yunji ranked 5th. These 2 rounds had garnered little attention within the academy. There wasn't even a single banner hung. Lin Bai's expression shifted subtly as he checked last year's results. He remained 5th in his sophomore and junior years, but surprisingly dropped to 8th in his freshman year. The uncertainty surrounding the freshmen was immense. Last year's Yunji had been pushed down by several top-tier institutions outside the 5 major academies. No wonder the higher-ups were furious. Moreover, they were starting from the freshmen, as this batch could potentially represent the sophomores and juniors in the coming years. If no dark horses emerged during this period, they might face losses for 3 consecutive years. Who could withstand that? Don't the bigwigs of the academy care about their reputation? After reading this, Lin Bai couldn't help but twitch his lips. Such a record was indeed impressive. This year, it was still Lingfeng Awakening. Aside from the 5 major academies, other institutions might also have hidden strengths. They might not secure rankings in the team competition, but even individual battles could be quite challenging. Upon seeing the online discussions, Lin Bai further understood why the academy placed such importance on this. When did Yunji achieve a 5-star level? It's well known that only Yunji among the 5 major academies is just a newcomer. What a foolish investment, year after year pouring in the most, yet finishing last. Don't they reflect on their own issues? Haha, we have an SS level student who thought the conditions at Yunji were great and went there. They'll regret it once the league starts. I heard this year's top-ranking student from Yunji comes from an ordinary family. It seems doomed now. An ordinary family can achieve first place. Could it be a super dark horse? I prefer to believe that others are just too weak. Lin Bai's lips twitched at the one-sided discussions, but he came to Yunji precisely because of its wealth. However, it must be said that Yunji was in a dire situation. Given the discourse, it was possible that the higher-ups truly intended to expel Yunji, which explained their urgency. The league would commence in 3 days, hosted at Baichen Academy this year. Baichen had held the top rank for years, and this time, they were fighting on their home turf, leading many to feel that Baichen was practically guaranteed first place. After resting for a day, it was time to set off the next day. At the academy's airport, Lin Bai and the others arrived early. The team was led by 2 mentors, 1 male and 1 female. The male mentor was named Hu Yun, and the female mentor was named Ji Yunshu. When they gathered that day, Lin Bai stared at the 2 young mentors in front of him, startled. They appeared to be in their 20s, and their strength was merely at the resonance stage. Is this right? Li Qingge sensed his confusion and quietly approached, sighing. Every time we go, we can't escape the ridicule from other academies, though over time the academy's leading mentors have all become new recruits. Lin Bai slightly tilted his head. With such a significant investment this year, does the academy still lack confidence? Li Qingge shrank his neck, glancing around. It's strange, why does it feel a bit cold? Lack of confidence. Originally it wasn't, but after seeing the geniuses from other academies, they simply gave up. Li Qingge whispered, you have no idea. After learning about the situations from other academies yesterday, I felt as if the century's strongest have all gathered. Is it really that exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all, it's truly monstrous. This time is over. Lin Bai's heart stirred as he glanced at Bai Weioji, Xuanyuan, and others from prominent families. They too seemed to have received news, each wearing a grave expression. Hu Yun and his companion were clearly aware of some information, as they hardly exchanged any opening pleasantries before ushering everyone onto the plane. Once seated, Tang Xiao also sensed something was amiss. Lingo, what's happening? Everyone looks so worried. Perhaps the opponents are a bit formidable. Lin Bai wasn't overly anxious. He knew exactly how strong his several avatars were. The combination of lust and greed was already enough to be considered monstrous. With lust control and the greed stacking method both cultivated under the dual combination, all arts were cultivated together, leaving no opponents in sight. Jiang Yutian was seated just in front of them. In the past, he would have been chattering away at this time, but now he too wore a frown. The plane took off smoothly. Sitting next to Hu Yun, Ji Yunshu smiled bitterly. Yunge, why did this task fall to us? It seemed like someone was ready to greet them at the airport. Upon hearing the term greet, Hu Yun's expression slightly changed. He had a general understanding of the Academy League, and being greeted meant that people from other academies were waiting to mock them. Hu Yun gritted his teeth. Forget it, the universe is still undetermined. No one dares claim victory. Once we arrive, well, retort first, we can't lose face verbally. Ji Yunshu could only smile bitterly. The reason for this was that several other major academies harbored grievances against Yunji. Over the years, Yunji had poached a number of their students due to its vast resources and financial power. This alone had fostered considerable animosity. The flight from Magic City to Baichen didn't take much time, arriving in just over half an hour. After the plane landed, the two became alert. Everyone, come with us over here. They called everyone to disembark, and Hu Yun looked around, seemingly not seeing the expected people from other academies. Could it be that, just as Hu Yun sensed they might escape a calamity upon exiting the airport, he spotted several groups waiting outside. Spotting their uniforms, they were from Qingnong, Jiuqiao, Xinglan, and Yuanxi. All had arrived. Moreover, their leading mentors were mostly at the peak of the synchronization stage, with several even at the domain stage. At this point, the two could no longer choose to ignore them, as they had only recently graduated, and these individuals were technically still their seniors. Yunji's people are here. A man from Jiuqiao Academy laughed as he spoke. He appeared to be in his 50s and had a bit of a belly. Why are only you two little guys here? Where's Chu Hanjian? What about Yi Xuanxing and the others? Hello, Dean Xin. They had other matters in the academy, could only send me. Hu Yin stepped forward and chuckled softly. At that moment, someone from Qingnong also spoke up. If they aren't coming, let Wang Qi come. He was so active during admissions, and now that there's no need for admissions, why isn't he here? As soon as Wang Qi's name was mentioned, the atmosphere instantly shifted. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu felt an involuntary sense of dread. Who is Wang Qi? He is the head of the admissions department at the academy and was one of the sources of their resentment towards Yunji. Hu Yun could see the veins on Qin Jinglin's forehead popping. The minister has caused me trouble. Hu Yun internally screamed and hurriedly spoke up. Minister Wang has gone back home for a while. He said there were family matters. What a coincidence, every year when the Academy League arrives, Wang Qi's family has matters to attend to. Instantly, other Academy's mentors spoke coldly. Hu Yun's scalp tingled. This was only the first hurdle, and the pressure was already so terrifying. What would happen next? The minister has harmed me. Hu Yun screamed internally, but on the surface he could only force a smile. I heard you found quite a few good candidates. Surely this time you can achieve a good ranking, right? The speaker was an instructor from the Yuanqi Academy, and their gaze towards Hu Yun and the others was as if they wished to devour them. Ji Yunshu's mouth twitched. She had heard that Lu Sun was originally supposed to go to Yuanqi Academy, but in the end the conditions offered by Yunji were better and Yuanqi happened to be the poorest among the 6 academies. With this back and forth, the grudge between both sides had deepened. While Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu faced immense pressure, students from various academies were also observing one another. Except for Baichen, the people here were nearly all the biggest rivals in this competition. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat delicate, but Lin Bai didn't pay much attention because he spotted an acquaintance who simultaneously noticed him. Lu Ming, one of the leading instructors from Xinglan Academy. Upon seeing Lin Bai, he was evidently excited and quickly waved at him, to which Lin Bai responded with a slight nod. Thinking that under the current circumstances they would only exchange greetings, Lin Bai was surprised when Lu Ming, after speaking to the instructor beside him, directly walked over. Lin Bai was taken aback, but Lu Ming's action was also noticed by those from Juqiao, both of whom looked puzzled. Amidst Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu's inexplicable gazes, Lu Ming smiled and said, "I'm here to find a friend, you two continue." With his interjection, the atmosphere on the scene became less serious. Lu Ming paid no heed to them and pulled Lin Bai to the side. "I heard you ranked first in the battle for rankings. Congratulations." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Ming's heart soared at being called Brother Lu, but on the surface he maintained his composure. "I regret not being decisive back then. Had I known you had such strength, we would have never let you go." Lin Bai chuckled. It was his own decision to go to Yunji, and they indeed offered quite a lot. Unless Xinglan directly provided him with benefits far exceeding those of other SS-level candidates, it would certainly cause discontent among others, which Xinglan was incapable of doing. But at this moment Lu Ming changed the subject. "Speaking of which, are you still considering joining us at Xinglan?" Lin Bai looked at him in surprise, somewhat at a loss. "Brother Lu, I have already been accepted by Yunji. It's a small matter. Transferring schools is just a procedure." Their conversation seemed to have been overheard by Hu Yun. Previously he could back down, but now with the recruitment encroaching into his own territory, if he still hesitated, he wouldn't even be able to stay at Yunji. His expression darkening, he approached. "Instructor Lu Lin is already a student at our academy and a key focus for our training. It seems inappropriate for you to act this way." Lu Ming didn't care at all and chuckled. "I was just joking, Lin. Let's chat on Feishin." After saying this, he turned and returned to his team, while Hu Yun watched Lu Ming with a wary expression. "Everyone, if there's nothing else, I'll take the students to the hotel, since we still have a competition to prepare for." Lu Ming's unexpected move left everyone who initially targeted Yunji curious instead. As the dedicated diplomat of Xinglan Academy, Lu Ming was no fool. On the contrary, he was someone all academies were wary of. What he did certainly had his reasons. As everyone left with their own thoughts, another leading instructor from the Xinglan Academy asked, "Old Lu, what's going on? Are they starting to lose their shame?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming pounded his chest in frustration. I hate it. Had I known, I wouldn't have let that kid Xinyi in." "Old Mo, you don't know that Lin Bai is this year's battle ranking champion." Mo Zheng looked puzzled. "What does that have to do with you?" Speaking of this, Lu Ming's expression became as if he were constipated, muttering, "We had previously interacted with him together. If we interacted together, we should have no chance compared to Yunji, right?" Mo Zheng was well aware of his academy's financial situation. In such scenarios, every year seasoned candidates can only rely on early action. That's true, but Lin Bai definitely deserves offers more generous than those from Yunji. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. Just ranking first shouldn't be enough. Yunji has indeed spent heavily this year recruiting a few young talents from the Ji Bai and Li families. But old Lu, you must understand, if we offer Lin Bai more resources than others, it will also have repercussions. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. "I know all this, but it's not the right time to discuss this." "Instructor, what kind of background does Lin Bai have?" Their conversation was overheard by a student behind them, one with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, stepping forward to ask. Lu Ming glanced at him and quickly explained gently, "The instructor has a bit of a friendship with Lin Bai. I just didn't expect him to secure the top rank in the freshman battle." "Is that person really the top rank from Yunji? I thought it would be Ji Xianyuan." Yunji has produced a dark. The students behind began to murmur, but the first boy who spoke appeared to be deep in thought. A ranking of first in the battle doesn't signify much. It doesn't reach the level that would compel Lu Ming to risk offending other SS-level candidates to recruit him at great cost. But clearly Lu Ming did not want to elaborate on this matter, and he provided what could be considered a reasonable explanation. To ask further would be impolite. After returning to the hotel, Mo Zheng knocked on Lu Ming's door with a grave expression. Seeing him, Lu Ming sighed, "Come in." After Mo Zheng entered, Lu Ming waved his hand, lowering a layer of spiritual energy barrier. "You're here to ask about Lin Bai, right?" Mo Zheng nodded, slightly thinking along the same lines as the boy who asked the question. As soon as this topic came up, and there was no one around, Lu Ming couldn't hold back, showing a look of deep regret. "Old Mo, I hate it. I regret it." Mo Zheng didn't expect such a reaction from him. "I shouldn't have let Xin Yan back then. He struck gold. Damn it, this time it's truly a huge loss." Mo Zheng looked puzzled. "What's going on?" After a bit of chest pounding, Lu Ming finally calmed down, took a deep breath, and said, "I've missed out on too much. You know about that kid's ability, right?" "Yeah, the Seven Sins body." Mo Zheng nodded slightly. "Previously, our research on the Seven Sins body was limited, and as there had never been high-level ability users, we just assumed it was an ordinary SS level." As he spoke, regret resurfaced on Lu Ming's face. "But think about it, there's no nickname that's wrong. Seven Sins, the seven deadly sins, hold power at the level of authority." Authority? Mo Zheng's heart trembled as he suddenly raised his head. "I wasn't sure before, but after watching their ranking battle, I can say with 100% certainty that the Seven Sins body is definitely not as simple as it appears." Having said that, Lu Ming, looking displeased, took out his phone and played the video of Lin Bai battling Ji Xianyuan. This indeed shows an SS-level strength, but if you say it touches the realm of authority, it should still be lacking a bit. "Old Mo, are you confused? What is Ji Xianyuan's ability?" Mo Zheng was taken aback. "That is the Emperor's Sword Soul. This itself is already a rule-level ability. You can't possibly think Lin Bai won purely based on quantity, right? The Seven Sins body is just a preliminary ability, isn't it?" Lu Ming, with a look of frustration, said, "Look at this increase in jealousy. Is this normal?" Mo Zheng scratched his head. "It is indeed SS-level strength, but how can something without a special ability still be considered SSS?" Lu Ming sighed lightly. "I knew I couldn't convince you. I'll just see for yourself." After saying that, he switched to another interface, which was a chat record from Lin Bai's acquaintance Chen Ruoshi from Jiuqiao Academy. Chen Ruoshi, old Lu were at a huge loss. "Lu Ming, what happened?" Chen Ruoshi, after I went back, I searched the historical data on the Seven Sins body from the Academy. I couldn't find the data, but I looked into the deaths of several of his predecessors, and found something odd. Lu Ming. Chen Ruoshi, the deaths of these people have similarities. It seems they were affected by original sin, but you know ordinary abilities cannot backfire against their own system, not even SS-level ones. Some special abilities might have an effect, but it wouldn't lead to death. Chen Ruoshi, but with the Seven Sins body, it's as if they are undergoing a tribulation. Why a tribulation? Isn't it because the heavens do not allow it? Chen Ruoshi, so I boldly speculate that this Seven Sins body might be able to touch authority. Lu Ming, no way. Is it true? Chen Ruoshi, true. Just wait and see if this ranking battle might reveal some clues. Mo Zheng was left dumbfounded after reading it. This. In the room, another person started pounding his chest in frustration. "Old Lu, you should have done everything possible to keep him back then." "I didn't know back then." After a while, they finally calmed down. Lu Ming said solemnly, "He still owes me a favor. It seems I can't use it casually now." Mo Zheng suddenly turned his head. "What?" Lu Ming looked slightly proud and recounted the recruitment events from back then. Such a strong character. With such monstrous talent, that favor must be priceless." Mo Zheng's eyes turned slightly red, but he suddenly froze. "Wait. Old Lu, you don't understand one thing. This kid is our opponent now." Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. On the other side, Lin Bai, unaware that his ability was being studied intensely, had already returned to the hotel. Yunji Academy is opulent, with all students having top-tier single rooms. Lin Bai lay on the bed and began to study his opponents this time. Each academy has its own signature competitors, most of whom are from powerful local families like Ji Xianyuan and Bai Wuyo from Yunji. There are many SS-level ability users in the awakening year of Lingfeng, but upon seeing the types of abilities they possess, Lin Bai's mind became significantly more serious. For example, Qin She from Beichen has the ability of gravity control. This ability can be applied in many ways. Controlling basic strength is no simple matter. Then there's Yi Fuling from Qingnong, whose ability is extremely bizarre, directly targeting the vitality of decay and rejuvenation, allowing her to manipulate the extraction and infusion of life force. It seems there are still too many heroes in the world, and Lin Bai had to be cautious. After all, this nationwide competition involves 6 major academies that have continuously ranked among the top 6, automatically qualifying for the top 32. Other academies, however, must contend within the 8 major regions nationwide to snag the remaining 20. Currently, the preliminary 100-strong competition has ended, and the top 32 official matches are about to begin, marking the true level of the 6 major academies. Over the years, aside from a few years when Yunji was unstable, they have basically maintained a solid position in the top 6. The 32-strong matches are divided into Lines A and B, where Line A is a singles competition and Line B is a group battle. The rules for both lines are quite simple. The team competition consists of 10 people, while the singles competition has a few more rules, with 7 battling in a point system, where each victory grants 10 points. This segment is most susceptible to tactical maneuvers like the Tianji horse racing strategy. It is worth mentioning that in the stages from 32 to 16, 16 to 8, and 8 to 4, each contestant can only participate once. This is the strictest test of the Academy's average strength. Once they pass this hurdle, the top 4 will follow a singles arena format. In the former stages, comprehensive strength of the Academies is put to the test, while in the latter stages, it's all about the prowess of the Academy's top students. This is why so many students are coming to participate. Some are even on standby, and with the various abilities interacting and countering each other, it poses a significant challenge in terms of information. At this moment, Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu were already feeling dizzy from reviewing the information of students from various academies. Under this competition format, team division will be a crucial operation. At present, Lin Bai, Ji Xuanyuan, and Bai Wuyo are basically expected to be placed in the group advancing from the top 8 to the top 4. It is there that they will encounter the 6 major academies, which is also a privilege for the reigning champions. Looking at the whole competition, other academies seem more like runners-up, but this year is the Lingfeng Awakening, and they likely want to take advantage of this centennial opportunity to change the rankings of their academies. Thinking of this, both felt a tremendous pressure. Fortunately, the academy mentors didn't come merely to avoid being mocked by mentors from other academies. It is impossible to leave everything to them. While the two were troubled, the 3 group lists had already arrived before their eyes. According to these 3 groups, you should be clear about your opponent's strengths, so use whichever team you need. Strive to acquire higher points in the early stages. The 2 nodded slightly. The significance of points is evident in the transition from 8 to 4, where the highest scoring team competes against the lowest scoring team, and so on. Thus, they must not fall short in points early on, or ideally, they shouldn't lose any matches. Both felt a heavy heart, and this nationwide spotlighted competition was drawing closer. By the time they reached the top 32, it was already broadcasted nationwide, with all 16 venues having dedicated streaming rooms. On the day of the competition, all major streaming rooms were packed with support for each academy, coming from nearly all regions of the country. Yunji's first-round opponent drawn is last year's ranked 19th Qishao Academy. In the resting area of Yunji Academy, Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu also spoke with serious expressions. Everyone should understand the current competition format. Now the teams are divided into 7 groups. Those assigned to a team should prepare themselves. Those not assigned should not lose heart. The lineup can be adjusted at any time. If we encounter opposing abilities, we will also arrange for them to take the stage. At the Scarlet Firmament Academy, Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu reviewed the information on the other party. This academy was particularly renowned for its prominence in fire and ice abilities. The academy produced formidable ice and fire ability users, and this year it boasted 2 SS-level ability users. After exchanging glances, they deliberated and decided to deploy the 2 SS-level ability users. This year, Cloud's Edge had a total of 15 SS-level ability users. After sending 2 into the fray, the remaining team could be supplemented with S-level ones. The pair intended to field all SS-level ability users. For the team facing the Scarlet Firmament Academy, the remaining 5 slots would be selected from the remaining students of the Purple Forbidden Enclosure and the Supreme Palace Enclosure. Having done their homework before arriving, they selected the students for the match and prepared for battle. Compared to the relative ease at Cloud's Edge, the atmosphere at Scarlet Firmament Academy was far more somber. Although Cloud's Edge had long been derided as the shame of the 6 great academies, it was still not an opponent that the 19th ranked academy could afford to provoke. The fact that Cloud's Edge had never dropped below 6th place over the years spoke volumes about its true strength. The opposing teams were quickly assembled. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu planned to confront Scarlet Firmament Academy heat-in, deploying 2 SS-level ability users with the intention of claiming all the points from this round. But unexpectedly, they lost. Out of 7 matches, Scarlet Firmament Academy won only 2, and those 2 victories were secured by their SS-level ability users. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu had sent SS-level students to counter them, yet they still couldn't prevail. The opposing ability users, one wielding ice and the other fire, displayed such masterful control over their abilities that it rivaled the standards of the 6 great academies. Moreover, because their abilities were pure elemental types, their level of development far surpassed that of the 2 SS-level students from Cloud's Edge Academy. Despite winning the overall match, the loss of those 20 points left Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu stunned. The 2 students who had been sent out returned with their heads bowed, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Tisk can't even beat an academy ranked 19th. What have you been doing in class? A light laugh rang out as Lu Sun hunched over, sneered coldly. The 2 students jerked their heads up, ready to retort, but instinctively lowered them again upon seeing Lu Sun. Harsh as his words were, he wasn't wrong. Hu Yun frowned and was about to speak when Lin Bai's cold shout cut through. Shut up. This is the Academy League tournament. If you can't unite against external opponents, what's the point of saying things like that? Lin Bai hadn't cared much before, but now the system had arrived. Mission National Academy League Tournament. 1. During the league, defeating each SS-level opponent will grant 1 Hex Deck extraction. 2. During the league, defeating each academy will grant 1 random Hex Deck rune extraction. Silver probability 70, a gold probability 20, a prismatic probability 10-3. First place in the individual league tournament will grant 1 self-selected hero. 4. First place in the team league tournament will grant 1 self-selected hero. The mission had appeared as soon as the match against Scarlet Firmament Academy began. Lin Bai had been wondering when it would trigger, but he hadn't expected the system to hold back such a massive reward. Currently, only Wrath and Pride lacked avatars. In Lin Bai's calculated path, the journey for these 2 avatars was the most daunting, and they urgently required hero templates. A self-selected hero. This was the final piece of the puzzle for the path Lin Bai intended to take. No matter what, he was determined to claim first place in both the individual and team tournaments. Such divisive behavior from Lu Sun naturally had to be nipped in the bud. When there were no rewards, you could yap all you wanted and I'd ignore you. But since the system is being so generous, it'll make you all feel the crushing pressure of a top-ranked competitor. No one expected Lin Bai to suddenly speak up. Their gazes turned to him in astonishment, while Lu Sun's expression twisted into a snarl. Just as he was about to retort, he saw the veins slowly bulging on Lin Bai's face. Wrath. Unpleasant memories surged back, and Lu Sun instinctively shrank his neck, falling silent. Li Qingge looked on in surprise, feeling as though Lin Bai had suddenly undergone a change of heart. But Lin Bai paid them no heed. He approached Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu, mentors who is our next opponent. He had a general understanding of the tournament format. The earlier matches were single elimination, and he only had 1 chance to take the field. The next 2 rounds, the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, both had to be won. Hu Yun, still not accustomed to Lin Bai's transformation, replied absently, "It hasn't been decided yet. The other academies haven't finished their matches." Lin Bai gave a slight nod and closed his eyes. To secure the double championship, he couldn't afford to be careless. He needed to recall gluttony. Although the avatars couldn't communicate directly, there was some degree of resonance. Lin Bai sent out a signal as previously arranged with gluttony. In the verdant forest, on the branch of a towering tree hundreds of meters high, a massive shadow suddenly halted. Time to go back. A trace of worry flickered across Gluttony's face. This might take a while. He touched the spatial ring hanging around his neck. The all-terrain motorcycle inside now seemed like a tiny toy compared to his current size. The main body set me up? He didn't account for the body growth from the tank engine. He'll have to walk back on foot. Gluttony let out a mournful howl. On the other side, sensing Gluttony's response, Lin Bai breathed a slight sigh of relief. His chances against the other academy's contestants were uncertain, but with Gluttony's arrival, everything would change. A month of the tank engine. Even if Gluttony only advanced 1 layer per day, he should have at least 30 layers by now, right? Combined with Heartsteel, Gluttony's health pool must have reached a terrifying level. Add to that the Warmog's armor. Lin Bai glanced at the gold in the shop, 7190. Not only could he afford Warmog's armor, but he could even buy the Phantom Dancer. By the afternoon, Cloud's Edge's second-round opponent was quickly determined. The matchups were based on cumulative points. Having only scored 50 points in the first round, Cloud's Edge would likely face an academy that had scored 60. Meanwhile, the academies with 40 points would have to contend with the top-tier ones that had achieved a perfect 70 points. As time passed, after all the academies had finished their matches, the results were announced. Unsurprisingly, the other 5 great academies had won all 7 of their matches. Cloud's Edge was the only one that had lost 2. This outcome stirred up a considerable buzz online, and Cloud's Edge's Academy forum was promptly overrun. But no one could say a word. After losing 20 points to an academy ranked 19th, what was there left to say? Even they themselves felt ashamed. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu could only sigh repeatedly. Alas, we were too careless. We didn't expect them to be that strong. This makes the upcoming matches much harder. If we lose points in this round, we'll inevitably face one of the other 5 great academies in the quarterfinals. Their faces were etched with worry, but Lin Bai stepped before them. Mentors, for this next match, let's secure the 4 points first and win. The two were taken aback. They intended to go all out to score, which would give them a chance to face opponents outside the 5 major academies in the quarterfinals. At this moment, their opponent also emerged. Flying Star Academy, ranked 7th. The moment they saw this academy, both of their expressions changed. In recent years, Flying Star Academy had been thriving, eyeing the position of Yunji Academy with envy. This time they definitely wouldn't hold back. Seeing the opponent, Hu Yun and his companion felt a chill. Flying Star had invested heavily. Winning against them would require a significant cost. Lin Bai and the others were watching from the side. Li Qing's expression was serious. Flying Star has come well prepared this year. Their match is right after ours. It seems they deliberately lost a round to target us. Hu Yun forced a smile. I noticed that too. Lin Bai frowned and thought we should aim to secure 4 points. Nothing else matters. Their low score meant they had to send out competitors first and let the opponent send their team afterward. This indicated that the competition rules favored stronger academies. Sending competitors out first, even Tianjin's horse racing strategy won't work. Upon hearing Lin Bai, everyone unconsciously looked at Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu. Both of them frowned tightly. We still have 13 SS-ranked competitors left. Lin Bai and Xian Yuan are aiming to secure a place in the quarterfinals. That's when the real showdown begins. They hesitated. If they only aimed for 4 points this time, they would likely face opponents like Bei Chun or Xing Lan in the quarterfinals. Lin Bai noticed their hesitation and said seriously, I am quite confident about the quarterfinals. Ji Xinyuan silently took a step closer to Lin Bai. So am I. Bai Wuyo and Li Qingge exchanged glances, sighing. They instantly understood Lin Bai's intention to stabilize their entry into the top 8 and let the others handle the rest. Jiang Yutian looked bewildered. What's going on? Isn't it easy to get into the top 8? Jiang Yin shot him a look. You big fool, there's a chance of a setback against Flying Star. However, if we want to secure a win against them, you and I might have to take to the field, then we won't have any room for error in the quarterfinals. Jiang Yin clearly understood that they needed to secure a win against Flying Star. The question was how to achieve it. Lin Bai spoke earnestly. Mentor, trust us. Hu Yun was momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth. All right, let's secure a win against Flying Star. In this match, Jiang Yutian Jiang, Yin Lu Sun, Long Fengming Qin Shi Wu Li Qingyu, and Wen Yuning will take the field. Hu Yun's selection shocked everyone. These individuals were already the strongest group after Lin Bai and the others in the ranking battle. Before the ranking battle, Hu Yun only retained Shin Shiyu and Lin Huan in 8th and 9th place. Bai Wuyo cheerfully patted Lin Bai's shoulder. You are quite confident. Is there a lot of pressure now? Pressure? Lin Bai shook his head. The one under pressure should be our opponents. Bai Wuyo was taken aback, then laughed heartily. That's quite arrogant. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Flying Star Academy saw the list of competitors, their heads buzzed. The two mentors exchanged quick glances. Is Yunji out of their mind? Aren't they going for 6th place anymore? Didn't they issue a death order? Jiang Yutian, Jiang Yin, and Lu Sun are all sent out. It's going to be tough to score against them. But the students behind them were not as tense. Instead, they were filled with enthusiasm. What's there to fear? Yunji should have stepped down long ago. If they don't go for 6th, they'll just aim for it next year. The 6 major academies should change things up this year. The two mentors frowned. There's room for maneuvering. They can give up 3 points, but the latter matches. We can directly fight for 4 points. How about that? We can only do that. I've heard they have special training this year. These people's strength has likely improved considerably since the ranking battle. After a brief discussion, they reached a decision to give away 3 points, which was one of the few respects they had for the 6 major academies. Giving away 3 points meant their own seed players had to win all 4 matches later. Respect in the beginning, confidence in the end. Among the 16 advancing to 8, the showdown between Yunji and Flying Star was the most anticipated. After all, they were old rivals and their strengths were the closest among the 16. Before the battle started, the live stream was instantly packed and the comments flooded in. Wow, what's going on with Yunji? Sending out so many seed players. Only leaving 4 seed players. If they win against Flying Star, won't they have to use those 4 seed players to battle the 6 major academies? And their opponents might still be Bei Chun or Xing Lan. While this decision is too reckless, but to ensure a win against Flying Star, there's no other way. Flying Star is not simple, and Yunji likely won't hold back. How is that possible? Yunji is not simple this year. I've already bet on Yunji winning 5 matches. Oi, just wait and see. While the comments were buzzing over at Xinglan Academy, they had just submitted their rankings. Lu Ming and Mo Zhang exchanged glances. Is Yunji out of their mind? Are they really lacking confidence in their training? They probably want to secure 8th place, since Flying Star is no easy opponent. Mo Zhang slightly shook his head. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something. Let's check the match schedule. If Yunji wins, will they have to face us? No need to check. If they win, they will definitely face us. Lu Ming suddenly looked at the students behind Jishuan Yuan by Weio and Li Qingge. Do you have confidence? Hearing this, the leading students looked serious. Mentor, we can't be certain about these three. We need to battle them to know. What about Lin Bai, who defeated Ji Xinyuan? Everyone paused, and someone quickly answered, if it's Lin Bai, we have confidence. Hearing this, Lu Ming shook his head in disappointment. You are being too naive. If we win against Qingye and take the first 6 matches, we can forfeit the 7th and avoid facing Yunji. Once these words were spoken, everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. This was tantamount to actively avoiding Yunji. They found it hard to accept this approach. However, Mo Zheng showed no signs of opposition, instead appearing thoughtful. There's no difference in fighting other academies. Must you battle Yunji to make it to the top 4? Lu Ming's brief statement ignited the anger of the young students. How is that possible? Yunji is too weak. There's no point in battling them, just let them be. Meanwhile, on the other side at Jiuqiao Academy, the 2 mentors had just finished arranging for their students when they suddenly received a communication. Hey, Mentor-chan, what's wrong? What? Ji Xinyuan and the others. It's a 50-50 chance they shouldn't match up against Yunji. Are you talking about Xinglan? How could they actively avoid it? That's impossible. What? Are you saying it's true? Alright, I understand. If they avoid it, then we should too. After hanging up, the mentor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What the heck? How did Yunji become a ticking time bomb? The actions and intentions of the 2 academies remain unknown for now, but it is evident that they hold sufficient respect for Lin Bai. Previously, they thought that the only students from prominent families that Yunji needed to watch out for were those few. Even after Lin Bai secured first place in the ranking battle, they mostly attributed it to the special characteristics of the Seven Sins body. Their students have already acquired the ability to swiftly deal with Lin Bai's clones. During the match, they would not find themselves being beaten up by him, thus nullifying the advantage of the Seven Sins body. However, a piece of information from Jiuqiao made both sides' instructors choose to avoid the confrontation altogether. The match between Yunji and Feixing has garnered the highest attention at this moment. Some want to see Feixing take away Yunji's ranking, while others are curious to find out what costly price Yunji has paid this year for its reputation. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the match for Yunji has also commenced. Among the 2 academies, Yunji has a lower score and is the first to send out its lineup. To secure 4 points, Jiang Yutian, Jiang Yan, and Lu Sun have taken the stage directly. The abilities of these 3 are exceptionally powerful, and after a month of intensive training and resource investment from the academy, their strength has far surpassed what it once was. The battle process has gone smoothly. The opponents they face are all S level. Observers can already tell that this is Feixing's strategic sacrifice, a case of Tianjis horse racing. However, since Yunji has decided to firmly take the 4 points, the remaining opponents will not be easy to deal with. Long Fengming, ranked 7th, has previously been rather quiet in class. But no one dares to underestimate him. Long Fengming hails from the Long family branch in the imperial capital, and his SS level ability Dustlight is also a highly unique power. Light-based abilities are inherently complex, but initially they lacked offensive means, which is why Long Fengming had been somewhat obscure in the ranking battle. However, this very fact has allowed everyone to overlook his potential. Previously, Long Fengming's applications of his abilities were primarily of a supportive nature. For instance, he could bend all light passing through his body around him, achieving perfect optical invisibility without reflection or absorption. Or he could forcibly focus the light reflected from distant objects into his pupils, akin to having a built-in 800x zoom telescope, along with similar techniques like dazzling bright light to suppress his opponents. However, everyone knows that his offensive means are scarce. His opponents are no different. Give up. With my SS level Undying Dragon Scale, you cannot break through. Facing Long Fengming, a buzzcut man grinned widely. The moment the referee announced the start, dragon scales crawled all over his body, altering his physical characteristics to resemble some sort of half-dragon. His dark golden eyes were filled with mockery. Long Fengming sighed softly. Since the academy has decided to seize the 4 points, I have become a crucial part of this, and naturally, I cannot fall behind. He anxiously ruffled his hair. I wanted to hide a bit longer, but forget it. What are you babbling about? The buzzcut man cackled as he charged forward. Long Fengming's gaze sharpened, his fingers spread out as he aimed at the incoming man. Photon condensation. The man's pupils suddenly constricted. This is a manifestation-level ability. How did you manage that? Long Fengming chuckled. Do you think I could be on stage without some skill? In the next moment, a burst of intense light erupted from his palm, shooting out a beam that crashed into the man. The violent photon wave wildly battered against his scales, and he uncontrollably slammed into the protective barrier of the arena, being forcefully suppressed and unable to move. Long Fengming snorted coldly, increasing his chi output, and cracks began to appear in the opponent's scales, followed closely by the activation of a protective field around him. The protective mechanism of the match has been triggered. The opponent stared in shock at Long Fengming, unable to believe he would lose so quickly. This also meant that Fei Xing was out of the competition. Hu Yun and his companion exchanged glances, their faces filled with delight. If you prefer to hide your trump cards until the end, then don't show them at all. At this moment within Fei Xing Academy, there was a heavy silence. They had indeed hidden their trump cards until the end, but when facing Long Fengming, they had already chosen the opponent, who counters him the most. The photon condensation technique could only be employed at the manifestation stage, and no one had expected that Long Fengming could already use it. In the remaining 3 fights, the strongest contestants from Fei Xing will be sent out, and having already lost hope of advancing, they naturally do not want Yunji to have an easy time. Their various measures have revealed the extent of Fei Xing's preparation for this competition. The subsequent battles are also S-level confrontations, but Yunji is being utterly overwhelmed. When Li Qingyu returned, he began to doubt his very existence. From being defeated by Lin Bai upon enrollment, to being decisively taken down by Fei Xing's contestants in the tournament, he has started to question whether he truly possesses SS-level abilities. But the discussions around him brought him back to reality. Fei Xing is indeed well prepared. If we do not give it our all, we might be eliminated here. Everyone felt a wave of regret. If they had stuck to their original strategy of saving their strongest seed candidates for the end, then Jiang Yutian and the others would not have had to take the stage. At that time, they would likely not even score 4 points. But after a brief moment of joy, anxiety set in. This time they had advanced to the top 8 with 4 points. The next challenge would be to face the undefeated academies in the top 8. Moreover, these academies still have seed candidates that haven't taken the stage, but Yunji now only has 4 seed candidates left. This battle will be extremely arduous. Hu Yun stared intently at the matches of the other academies. Our opponents are very likely to appear among Bei Chen Zhouqiao and Xinglan. Yuanxi has already lost a match and is unlikely to be paired with us. As he pondered the next opponents, Ji Xinyuan suddenly frowned and said, Xinglan is about to lose. Everyone was shocked as the screen switched to Xinglan's match, where their opponent was the academy ranked 10th, and they were being completely overwhelmed given their strength. But as they looked at the arena, the SS-level contestant from Xinglan was facing an S-level opponent and had no chance of losing. Yet during the battle, this SS-level contestant appeared to be deliberately holding back. Why? Everyone was confused. They knew that losing even one match at this stage would mean facing stronger opponents in the next round. While their thoughts were in disarray, Zhouqiao Academy unexpectedly lost 2 matches in a row. Upon seeing the battle results of several major academies, Hu Yun's face instantly turned pale. It's over. If there are no other academies with 4 wins advancing to the top 8, we will have to face Beichan. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. Such an outcome was unexpected, not just for Hu Yun and his companions, but for all the academies. Moreover, upon reviewing the match footage, they realized that these 2 academies had done so intentionally. Why? It made no sense. If they didn't want to face Yunji, that was impossible. Yunji is always a formidable opponent, and every year they are eager to eliminate Yunji from the competition early on. There have been many instances in the past where they actively sought to confront Yunji. Another argument suggests that they are conserving their vitality for the finals, but this does not hold water, as there are no restrictions on the students participating in the semifinals. The preliminary round tests the pool of students in the academy, while the semifinals evaluate the academy's ability to cultivate true powerhouses. At this moment, society is abuzz with speculation, yet no one can decipher the intentions of these 2 major academies. As the competition concludes, the list of the top 8 is revealed along with the matchups. Unsurprisingly, only Yunji advanced with 4 victories, and their opponent will be Beichan, who secured a Beichan has little thought about facing Yunji. Instead, they ponder why their greatest rivals Xinglan and Zhouqiao chose to avoid Yunji. Under normal circumstances, the 3 academies with perfect records should have drawn lots. However, regardless of the situation, Beichan's only goal is the championship, and all the seed players are present, so they are not afraid at all. On the other hand, Yunji is under immense pressure. What's going on with Zhouqiao and Xinglan? Why did they deliberately lose? I feel like I still have a chance against these 2. Ji Yunshu grasped her hair, her face filled with distress. The others wore equally grave expressions. Over the years, Beichan has claimed the championship too many times. This year, with Ling Feng awakening, the pressure of this battle is unimaginable. Lin Bai was also somewhat taken aback. Concerning the task, he felt a lack of confidence. Do you 3 feel prepared for your match against Beichan? Hard to say, Bai Wuyo replied gravely, his earlier nonchalance gone. Beichan has 2 prodigies. If I face Xuan Yuan, my chances of winning are only around 40%. Lin Bai felt a sinking sensation. They had fewer points and were the first to enter the lineup. If the opponent chose a heating confrontation, they might really be in trouble. What about Qingge? Me? Li Qingge pointed to herself. As long as I don't face those 2 prodigies, I have a chance against the others. Long Fengming walked over, his expression serious. Given their personalities, there's no way they would avoid us. They will definitely choose to confront us heat-in. That's true, but I have a 50% chance of winning. Lin Bai rubbed his temples in frustration. Jiu Qiao and Xinglan were quite troublesome. As it stands, the guaranteed 4 points have now become a mere 1 point. This shift is too drastic. There's no way to choose now, we can only submit the lineup to them. Hu Yin sighed repeatedly. If they were up against other academies, Lin Bai and his team would indeed have a great chance, but in a strong versus strong scenario, even Ji Xianyuan and the others would struggle to score points, let alone those ranked lower. Even Zhang Yutian, who usually remains carefree, fell silent, unable to voice his thoughts. He had to admit that there was a significant gap compared to Beichen. How should we select our candidates now? Zhang Yan sighed softly. I have no confidence against Beichen. Lin Bai furrowed his brows in contemplation. He was confident in his own strength, but not in the others. At this moment, he wondered if he should be the first to go and secure a point. With Beichen's pride in a heated clash, they would undoubtedly assign themselves a strong opponent. If he could win, it would boost their morale. However, being the first to secure a point in such a situation would also alert Beichen. Mentor, let me go first, Ji Xianyuan suddenly spoke. He looked at Lin Bai with an enigmatic expression. I will definitely win this battle. Seeing this, Hu Yin nodded seriously. At this moment, those who took the initiative had made their decision. He could not dampen their spirits. I will go second. I will go third, Bai Wuyo stated with a serious expression. I have a 40% chance against those two prodigies and 60% against the others. I will go fourth. Li Qingge took a deep breath. I will not lose, the most likely outcome is a draw, so be prepared. Then I will go fifth. Zhang Yutian suggested. No. Lin Bai shook his head slightly. I will go. If they win all their previous matches, they will be the most alert for this battle. I am ranked first, so I naturally need to bear the pressure. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu stared blankly at the others, suddenly feeling that this year might be different from previous ones. After deciding on the main candidates, the others quickly followed suit. Zhang Yutian, Zhang Yen Lu's son. Before the match began, Long Fengming pulled Ji Xianyuan aside to say something, and after the lineup was submitted, Beichen's matchup list was also revealed. Ji Xianyuan vs Long Baiyu. Bai Wuyo vs Qin Yingshi. Li Qingge vs Lu Heyu. Lin Bai vs Qin Shi. Zhang Yutian vs Ji Lin. Zhang Yan vs Lu Shiqing. Lu Sun vs Hu Bai. At a glance, it is evident that all these seeded players hail from renowned families in the imperial capital where Beichen is located. And Long Baiyu along with Huaranqing are the two prodigies mentioned by Bai Wuyo. The opponents chose to show Lin Bai respect. Upon seeing the list, Bai Wuyo's teeth itched in irritation. Are they looking down on me? Alright, I'll take this point. By the way, Xuanyuan, do you have any thoughts about facing Long Baiyu? 60%. Ji Xianyuan replied lightly, and Bai Wuyo was taken aback, then looked at Long Fengming, who smiled and waved at him. So someone has a secret advantage. When the match list came out, some who didn't understand the situation were somewhat confused. Huh. Why aren't Beichen's twin stars fighting against Yunji's twin stars? Yunji's twin stars. This year Lin Bai is ranked first in the matchup. It seems Beichen has done their homework. Have you placed your bets? Yunji's odds are very high. The matches in the quarterfinals will come one after another, and other academies are also closely watching the situation. Zhuqiao Academy and Xinglan Academy's stands are adjacent. After the matches began, the leading mentors of the two academies exchanged glances, their lips curling into enigmatic smiles. As the competition commenced, the duel between Ji Xianyuan and Long Baiyu also began. Long Baiyu is ranked first in Beichen, while Ji Xianyuan is a super genius from a prominent family in Modu. This battle had all the hype before it even started, and the seats were fully occupied. However, people were leaning towards Beichen as they are the defending champions. Long Baiyu can be considered the leading figure of this year's younger generation. Yet the outcome of the battle surprised everyone. From the outset, the two fought evenly, with Ji Xianyuan wielding the Emperor's sword, launching aggressive attacks, and engaging in a frenzied exchange of injuries. Long Baiyu, who was highly anticipated, kept defending. Although it was easy for him, he had no opportunity to counterattack. This situation made many who understood the dynamics tremble in their hearts. Ji Xianyuan seemed to have received guidance from a master, knowing Long Baiyu's weaknesses. At this moment, Long Baiyu's expression turned serious. Surrounding him were sword energies, leaving no space to evade. The prestigious families of the Magic City are indeed deserving of their reputation, especially the Ji family, a top-tier clan. As the competition began, everyone knew it would lead to intense battles. However, Long Baiyu had been continuously suppressed, which felt rather odd. Why wasn't the opponent looking for a chance to counterattack? Yet at this moment, what Long Baiyu was thinking remained unknown to anyone. He felt frustrated as Ji Xuanyuan, while relentlessly attacking, was also crazily locking onto his weak. Long Baiyu did not dare to strike back. He could indeed break through Ji Xuanyuan's sword momentum, but every time he was about to act, Ji Xianyuan would instinctively seek out his weaknesses. Frustration. It was true frustration. Wasn't the weakness of his special ability a secret? How did Ji Xianyuan know? Long Fengming. He suddenly remembered his cousin. Now his expression grew even darker, but continuing like this was not an option. He had to counterattack. His special ability was SS-level liquid metal capable of freely transforming and shaping his own flesh and blood with any metal. Flowing within him was a legendary metallic element known as living gold, which could transform into indestructible weapons or condense into an absolute defensive barrier. At a certain stage, all metals within 100 meters would become extensions of his body. But at present the transformation of living gold within Long Baiyu had only just begun, and the amount transformed was limited, which was his greatest weakness. Normally Ji Xianyuan would have to go through multiple trials to identify where his weakness lay. But now the opponent kept attacking his weak points, pushing Long Baiyu to the brink of frustration, and he finally gritted his teeth. Damn it. In the next second the metallic color rapidly spread across his body, but Ji Xianyuan also seized the moment when he began to mobilize his spiritual energy for transformation, retaliating with a series of swift sword strikes. Puff, 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 puff. Long Baiyu had several blood holes appear on his body, but at that moment, he was nearly fully transformed into metal. However, just then a smirk appeared at the corner of Ji Xianyuan's mouth. I've been waiting for this moment. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and the Emperor's sword floated before him. Long Baiyu's pupils constricted, and without thinking he withdrew. But it was already too late. The sword light erupted from Ji Xianyuan, and in the next second a phantasmal giant sword descended from the sky, crashing down on Long Baiyu. Boom. The violent spiritual energy ravaged the area as Ji Xianyuan took the opportunity to thrust his sword forward, its tip pressing against Long Baiyu's right abdomen. You lost. Breathless Ji Xianyuan spoke, and at this point Long Baiyu had no significant injuries. That grand sword strike had actually been withstood. However, the point where Ji Xianyuan's sword tip was pressed was undeniably Long Baiyu's weakness. Here lay the living gold he had just transformed. As soon as Ji Xianyuan exerted force, this unstable, living gold would reverse, corroding his internal organs. Long Baiyu's expression was complex as he slowly withdrew his spiritual energy. Yunji win. With the referee's voice falling, the entire arena was in an uproar. No way. Did he win so easily? Do you think Ji Xianyuan is that simple? In previous years the Ji family's members were mostly heading to Beichin. They are at the top level there, and I wouldn't be surprised at who wins or loses. Just as the crowd discussed at the Beichin Academy's preparation area, everyone was not surprised, just a bit regretful. Baiyu was seen through. The Ji family is still the Ji family, still very strong in Yunji. Beichin also sent 2 mentors this time, 1 male and 1 female. The male was named Chun Hao, and the female was named Xiao Guan. Chun Hao, wearing glasses and looking scholarly, spoke up. Next is Ying. Be careful, Bai Wuyo is no simple opponent. Qin Ying's expression was serious as she nodded. The Ji, Bai, Li, and Jiang clans were the top 4 families in the Magic City and often dealt with the Qin family, so she was naturally aware of her opponent's caliber. Currently Bai Wuyo had certainly cultivated 3 levels of hell. This special ability became increasingly powerful in the later stages. Among all the newcomers in Yunji, Bai Wuyo's growth was the most unpredictable. However, Qin Ying still underestimated Bai Wuyo. Her special ability, Mist of Illusion, could release a unique mist that lay between gas and spiritual form. This mist could not only obscure vision and corrode perception, but could also gradually infiltrate the spiritual realm through the passage of time, letting those caught in the mist see their deepest desires or fears. When the mist disperses, it becomes impossible to distinguish where the enemy is or where oneself is. Yet Bai Wuyo's beast path had already been cultivated to perfection. The beast path can channel the residual souls of supernatural beasts from the animal spirit realm, allowing one to temporarily gain their innate abilities. This time the resources provided by Yunji prepared many types of beast souls for Bai Wuyo, one of which was capable of countering this type of spiritual ability, something even Beichin did not anticipate. Originally, it was thought that using mental control to counter Bai Wuyo would be much easier, as the hell paths, Sin Fire specifically burns souls. Even if her beast path could resist, Qin Ying was no simple opponent, and since they were going out later, the other side would definitely have little preparation. But by a twist of fate, the outcome was clear. Qin Ying was unable to withstand the fully realized Bai Wuyo, who had mastered all 3 levels of hell, and she was defeated outright. This unexpected defeat of Qin Ying made the atmosphere at Beichin Academy slightly tense. Because of Li Qing's uniqueness, Beichin was also unsure about Li Qingga, and Lu Hai's expression was grave as he pondered how to fight when Qin Che patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I've studied Lin Bai, he is not my opponent. Qin Chi's lips curled into a cold smile. You don't think that his few peak avatars can defeat me, do you? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Qin Shi's combat power was on par with Long Baiyu, and his previous ranking loss was due to the gravitational influence not affecting Long Baiyu. Not to mention Qin Shi had already reached the manifestation stage. With this, no one in Beichen would question his combat capacity. And since he said so, it meant he was 100 confident. Then I can rest easy. The soul abilities of the Li family are extremely peculiar, and Li Qingge is still SS level, which still makes me a bit uneasy. The two mentors shook their heads slightly. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Although soul abilities are peculiar, their offensive methods are limited. Just be cautious. Lu Hiyu nodded seriously. However, even though he was cautious, he still stumbled. Li King's soul chant struck directly at the soul. Lu Hiyu knew to be careful, but he didn't know there were so many points to be cautious of. His special ability could not even be unleashed and was drawn into the realm that Li Qingge excelled at. The two fought intensely for a long time, but Lu Hiyu was the first to collapse under the pressure. Now Yunji had directly won 3 rounds. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. This meant that as long as Yunji won one more match, they could directly advance. At this moment, everyone was still in disbelief. Are you saying that if Yunji wins one more match, they will advance? And Beichen will be directly eliminated? That's right, but Yunji can't possibly win again. The strength of the remaining contestants from Beichen is a notch above Yunji's. No, can Yunji really play like this? 8 powerful contestants divided into 2 groups to compete hard. If Yunji wins, how many academies will follow suit? It must be said that this desperate fighting style is indeed effective. After all, a 3-game winning streak is particularly impressive. Qin Shi, however, seemed oblivious to the tension. Relax, the next few matches are still winnable. Qin Shi smiled. Ji Xianyuan is no match for me. Don't worry. Meanwhile, in a private room in the village, more than 10 people were present, most of whom were over 50, resembling a senior citizens club. Yet every person here had the power to shake the Dragon Nation with a stamp of their feet. These individuals were all the deans and vice-deans of various academies. The attendees were unaware that the deans were closely watching this competition, even though these pillars of humanity usually stayed out of worldly affairs. However, few knew that these deans actually came to watch the matches every year. It was one of the rare occasions for them to compete in private. In the corner, Song Tingzhou whispered excitedly in Ling Juan's ear, I think we can go for it. 3 wins. When else are we going to seize the opportunity? Ling Juan's expression darkened. If we lose later, will you be nailed to the pillar of shame? Song Tingzhou disagreed. Damn it, if we don't seize the moment now, it'll be even worse if we lose later. Thinking this way, Ling Juan was stunned. It seemed like it made sense. At that moment, Lin Bai and Qin Shi had already taken their positions. Forget it, let's watch the match first. Ling Juan chose to endure, and Song Tingzhou could only slap his thigh and look toward the arena. Standing 20 meters apart, Qin Shi smiled at Lin Bai. You defeated Ji Xianyuan. Although you are 1 step away from victory, that step is a chasm. Oh, Lin Bai looked curious, so confident. The 7 deadly sins, it's nothing special. Qin Shi shook his head slightly and fell silent. Yet his words echoed through the broadcast, and such arrogance sparked a cheer from the crowd. A match without trash talk was indeed too dull. In an instant, Qin Shi's supporters erupted with excitement. While his words were arrogant, they found them quite appealing. The referee's gaze fell on Lin Bai. Lin Bai met the gaze in return, leaving the referee perplexed. Why wasn't he talking trash? However, Lin Bai had no intention of doing so. He was currently thinking about what he could draw after defeating Bai. After observing Lin Bai for a long time, without any indication of trash talk, the referee decided not to wait any longer. The match begins. As the words fell, a smile crept onto Qin Shi's face as he gripped the lever in midair. Boom. In an instant, the dust around Lin Bai's feet was kicked up, and he seemed to be enveloped in a column. At this moment, Lin Bai also felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. Damn it. Are you trying to crush me? After speaking, he bent his body and charged forward against the overwhelming gravitational force. Qin Shi brought his fingers together lightly, flicking them, causing his entire body to float. What are you flying for? Come down and fight. Jealousy shouted angrily, leaping up with a long sword in hand. I expected this. Qin Shi sneered coldly, releasing the gravitational pressure on Lin Bai and redirecting it onto Jealousy. The sudden gravity caused Jealousy, who had no leverage in the air, to plummet to the ground, injuring him severely from the combined force of gravity and inertia. But the next second, Greed, like a thunderbolt, vanished from sight, and with a long spear, charged toward Qin Shi in an instant. So fast. Qin Shi was startled. Greed's fearless charge skill was at an extreme speed, leaving him unable to react. After Greed's fearless charge, he immediately thrust his spear twice. Once Qin Shi landed, he kicked off, powerfully propelled by his own force and the gravitational pull, aiming to create a large gap. However, with the enemy in the air and himself pinned to the ground, the stark disparity drove Jealousy nearly mad, and under the powerful original sin enhancement, he almost instantly reached the peak of his driving stage. Moving at an increased speed, jealousy appeared before Qin Shi and let out a soul-shattering roar. Qin Shi had just leaped out and hadn't even used his gravitational pull when he was stunned by the roar. Then lust appeared beside him, hands in an embracing gesture around which a layer of strange yellow light emerged. When Qin Shi regained consciousness, his hands were outstretched. A bizarre wave emanated, causing Qin Shi's eyes to turn red as he rushed toward lust without any hesitation. Yet at that moment he locked eyes with lust, and his expression instantly became dazed. In the next second, the furious greed and jealousy appeared simultaneously, launching all their attacks at Qin Shi. In that instant, the arena fell into silence. The myriad abilities displayed by Lin Bai's several clones in such a short time were overwhelming. The lightning-fast strike from greed, along with lust's eerie mental control and jealousy's soul-shattering roar, were these truly the capabilities one would expect from a superhuman? Qin Shi was fighting an entire team of superhumans. As everyone was still processing this, the moment the three clones' attacks landed on Qin Shi, a terrifying gravity suddenly descended, covering a vast area of nearly 30 meters, enveloping even Lin Bai's main body. At that moment, everyone's attacking movements were forcibly interrupted, feeling as if their hands were filled with lead, unable to move. Lin Bai was also taken aback. At this moment, Qin Shi still appeared dazed. Was this a passive effect? As he pondered, Qin Shi had already regained his senses, fear evident on his face as he directed the gravitational effect onto himself, soaring into the sky. At that moment, Qin Shi had yet to react. With a backhanded swing, the blade, empowered by gravity, hurtled toward Lin Bai, as if guided by an unseen force. "Can't take a loss," Lin Bai exclaimed in surprise. Envy charged forward to stand before him, a layer of pale green runes swirling around its form. All those blades struck the runic shield, shattering it precisely, while the remainder were deflected by envy. It was then that Qin Shi finally snapped back to reality. "You? How is this possible?" Not only Qin Shi but the referee and the audience were all stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Qin Shi's arena protection had suddenly burst. The implications were immense. This was a monumental upset. The referee hesitated to announce the result, for the scene was too bizarre. He had detected no fluctuation in spiritual energy. It was only when Lin Bai cast a puzzled glance his way that he stirred. The referee swallowed hard. The arena shield was erected by a source transformation stage powerhouse. An accident was impossible. That could only mean Qin Shi's arena protection has shattered. Lin Bai wins. The proclamation left everyone stunned. Shock filled Qin Shi's eyes as he blurted out, "What did you do?" Lin Bai smiled. "The power of pride is quite wondrous, isn't it?" In his view, pride's abilities had always been the most elusive. The other primal sins at this stage all enhanced themselves through emotions, but pride's strength had never lagged behind. As for emotions, Lin Bai had no idea where pride sourced them. He had thought pride's only ability was weakness discernment, but upon breaking through to the mastery stage, it gained another skill: weakness detonation. Pride could continuously mark an opponent's weaknesses and after a certain duration detonate them. The damage depended on the target. Some had fatal weaknesses while others were less vulnerable. Moreover, this ability was tied to the opponent's strength. The more powerful the foe, the harder it was for pride to perceive their weaknesses, and Qin Shi clearly did not fall into that category. During their earlier clash, pride had been steadily marking his weaknesses. The moment he ascended and abandoned his defense, pride struck. As the referee's voice faded, the crowd snapped out of their daze. Murmurs of disbelief swelled into a tidal wave of uproar that swept through the entire arena. "Holy crap! Qin Shi lost to a lower-tier fighter. No way, man. How did Qin Shi lose? Isn't cross-tier fighting supposed to be for geniuses against ordinary folks? What does it mean when a genius crosses tiers to beat another genius? This Seven Sins body is insane. If he handled Qin Shi this easily, could he sweep through the semifinals and finals? The biggest dark horse of this tournament has emerged. What the hell is going on?" Everyone's mind buzzed. Awaken was the favorite to win this year, yet their freshman ranking battle ended here. Even if they took first in the team competition, claiming the title of strongest academy depended on the other school's performances. Moreover, with a freak like Lin Bai on their side, Cloud Edge's team would be formidable. Ji Xinyuan and the others were no pushovers either. This year, Cloud Edge had truly come prepared. On Awaken's bench, every smile froze on their faces. Even when Qin Shi was at a disadvantage, they never believed he would lose. Gravity manipulation was too versatile. Whether for mobility, defense, or offense, it was top tier. Though Greed's fearless charge had startled them, it wasn't a major concern. Greed's clone clearly lacked offensive power, so Qin Shi remained unbeatable. Yet his sudden collapse left everyone's mind struggling to process the outcome. Many hadn't even registered that Awaken had lost. "We lost?" Ji Lin, who hadn't yet taken the field, asked in disbelief. Earlier he had been pondering whether to be cautious against Jiang Yutian. Now there was no need for such thoughts. This. The others were speechless. This was the first time in Beichen Academy's history that they had failed to reach the semifinals. They had made history, but there was no joy in it. On Cloud Edge's bench, the opposite was true. Shock filled everyone's eyes, yet knowing it was Lin Bai on the field, it somehow seemed plausible. After all, he had done the same to Ji Xinyuan earlier. We beat Beichen. Huh. For real. No way we're in the top 4. Top 4 is a success. For Cloud Edge at this moment, reaching the semifinals was indeed a triumph. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu were brimming with excitement. They had handed the team over to 2 newcomers, and now they had missed the chance to witness history. They were already planning how to recount this to the other instructors. Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo wore grim expressions. How did he become so strong? Bai Wuyo spoke in disbelief. This doesn't add up. His arsenal is too complex. Control, mental manipulation, rapid charges, sword techniques, and now shields. Is this really the power of the Seven Sins body? He clawed at his hair in frustration. Brother Lin is the strongest. He's this powerful. Not far away, Lin Jiangyin was equally stunned. Lin Bai, whom she had met on the high-speed rail, and who hailed from the same hometown, had reached such heights. Lin Jiangyin suddenly realized that even among geniuses there were vast disparities. Since entering Cloud Edge, she had felt immense pressure. Those around her were on par, or even superior, forcing her to devote all her time to rigorous training. Even so, she barely kept up. Yet Lin Bai, from the very start of the ranking battles, had always seemed to possess an unfathomable upper limit. In the private box of the academy, Dean's, the moment the shield shattered, everyone turned abruptly to look at Ling Jiyuan and Song Tingzhou, who sat in the corner. Ling Jiyuan was still dazed, but Song Tingzhou was already brimming with eagerness. Ahem. He cleared his throat, rose, and dusted off his clothes with an air of affectation. Ah, that Lin Bai kid didn't disappoint me. Managed a lucky win. With that, he strode over to the 2 grim-faced elders at the front. The 2 elders, a man and a woman, wore expressions of deep displeasure. Upon hearing Song Tingzhou's voice, the veins at their temples throbbed violently. I suppose Cloud Edge won't be disqualified now. These words sent a chill down everyone's spine. This man truly held a grudge. Earlier they had exchanged plenty of trash talk. Though they appeared to be between 50 and 70, they were all ancient monsters who had lived over a century. At this age, they loved to compete, especially those who had been rivals since their youth. By now, Song Tingzhou had reached the duo, feigning a start. Oh my, isn't this Dean Long and Vice Dean Xin? Sorry about that. Accidentally knocked you out of the... Ling Jiyuan had come to his senses, watching Song Tingzhou's exaggerated performance, his mouth twitching furiously. This kid really has the audacity. But it feels great. Previously, Yunji had been ridiculed by other academies, labeled as nouveau riche. It was impossible for Ling Jiyuan not to feel angry. Although they were indeed wealthy in previous years, their money had not made much of a splash. Now it's different. Time to show off. He stood up, brimming with confidence, as Song Tingzhou had already taken a seat next to the 2 elders at an empty spot. This spot was originally designated for Yunji, but the 2 had been pointed at and ridiculed every year, ultimately being forced to hide behind. At this moment, Song Tingzhou was full of vigor, even propping up one leg. By the way, this Lin Bai kid, born in poverty, lacking family resources, actually managed to defeat the pride of Beichen. The people nearby rolled their eyes. Enough already. Someone next to him tugged at his sleeve. Old Song, that's enough. You're going to give those 2 old men a heart attack. Long Qi and Qin Yinxiu were among the oldest and most powerful individuals present, esteemed for their virtues. Yet Song Tingzhou's smirk could not be contained. In previous years, they had always been at the receiving end. Of this year, they had to hit back hard. The other academies may not know, but Beichen had already fallen, so it's time to retaliate. Sai, everyone says our Yunji's faculty is lacking, but it seems that's not the case. Long Qi and Qin Yinqia's faces darkened further. At this moment, they felt that Song Tingzhou was like a noisy mosquito, wanting nothing more than to swat him dead. Long Qi was reminiscing about the earlier scene when he suddenly recalled something and turned to the few people beside him. Next to him were 2 elderly women, meticulously groomed. Xiao Shen, what's the situation with the 7 Sin body? This was Long Qi's first time speaking up, and the elderly woman beside him adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses upon hearing his question. I'm not very clear on the specifics. It's being studied by the people below. Fu Guang, do you know anything? Xiao Sheng was the principal of Zhouqiao Academy, and Shun Fu Guang beside her was the vice principal. Sister, I was looking at other abilities recently and didn't focus on the 7 Sin body, but the admissions department's Chun Ruashi asked me for information about the users of the 7 Sin body, as she might know something. After speaking, Shin Fu Guang took out her phone and sent a message to Chun Ruashi. Meanwhile, Qin Yinxiu, the vice principal of Beichen, suddenly looked towards Xinglin's principal Ling Guanyu. Did you all intentionally lose to Zhouqiao previously, or did you know something in advance? Everyone present wasn't foolish. As soon as Qin Yinxiu finished speaking, they instantly connected the dots. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Qiao and Xinglan would unlikely lose points in the 16-8 stage. If they advanced with full points, it would mean Zhou Qiao, Xinglan, and Beichen drew lots for 4 victories to enter the top 8 of Yunji. Yet these two had bizarrely lost 2 rounds while the other lost 1. It was now evident that they were deliberately avoiding something. Lin Guanyun was taken aback, speaking with a thick Cantonese accent. I don't know. Do you? The nearby Li Tianzi shook his head vigorously. I don't know either. The crowd had no doubts. When these two said they didn't know, they genuinely didn't know, for when Xinglan had just lost a match, they had already scolded Lu Ming from head to toe. Or perhaps they understood the situation themselves and made their decision. At this moment, Shin Fuguang spoke up. Chun Ruashi had replied to her message. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell upon her. Shin Fuguang glanced at Chun Ruaxi's message and spoke with a strange expression. Lin Bai has also come into contact with our academy, or rather the admissions departments of the 6 major academies had approached him. It was his own choice to join Yunji. At that time we thought nothing of it, but later she felt something was off, checked our internal data, and discovered that the 7 Sin body seemed to have intentionally relinquished its authority. The moment the term authority was mentioned, everyone's pupils constricted. Authority means rules. There are many types of SS-level abilities, and they have hierarchies. The vast majority of SS-level abilities are immensely powerful, but mostly affect oneself. A small number of abilities can impact the rules. In fact, abilities like Qin Shi's gravity manipulation are one such example, as are Ji Zuanyuan's Emperor's Sword Spirit, and Bai Wei's 6 Paths of Reincarnation. However, these are all their later abilities. Those who can access authority early on are truly monsters among monsters. Long Qi let out a breath. That moment just now was the ability related to arrogance regarding weaknesses. His words made everyone realize. The protective measures of the competition were set by him, so he naturally understood how they were broken. Song Tingzhou and Ling Jiyuan exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion on each other's faces. Lin Bai. Authority. The others, witnessing their expressions, were about to grind their teeth to dust. These two really have incredible luck. At that moment, everyone unanimously believed that Yunji's luck this year was truly out of this world. Xinglan's principal Lin Guanyun whispered to Vice Principal Li Tianzi, "Don't scold them right away. I think this Lu Ming kid is quite sharp." Understood. Xiao Sheng and Shin Fuguang exchanged glances. Everything was unspoken. And if Yunji won, the most pressure would fall on Xinglan and Zhou Qiao. Lin Bai's appearance had directly enabled Yunji to gather 4 great generals. To win against Yunji, one must surpass Lin Bai. But how to surpass him? The biggest issue is that after Lin Bai defeated Qin Shi, he didn't seem to be struggling at all. Have you not seen that neither the avatars of sloth nor gluttony appeared? In their information, sloth could be overlooked, but gluttony was his main force in ranked battles, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it his strongest avatar. If this main force didn't show up and still managed to take down Qin Shi, who could defeat him in the arena? At this point, each academy was feeling a bit dazed. As for Yunji's subsequent battle against Beichen, there's no need to elaborate. The overall strength of both sides was unequal, and in the next 3 matches Beichen won them all. Now the problem arose. In the next 4 matches, several major academies were hesitant to achieve full victories. Once they did, it would mean facing Yunji in the semifinals. Currently, no one had figured out Lin Bai's strength, and no one knew how many opponents he could take down in the arena. Hence, the subsequent battles presented an extremely bizarre scene. Zhou Qiao, Xinglan, Yuanqi, and Qingnong. Among these 4 major academies, Zhou Qiao faced Yuanqi. Xinglan and Qingnong fought against academies outside the 6 major ones, conserving their strength, only securing victories in the first 4 matches, then deliberately losing the rest. It was evident that they did not want to face Yunji at all. This left Zhou Qiao and Yuanqi dumbfounded. They couldn't afford to go easy. The strengths of both sides were evenly matched, but given the current situation, they could only proceed with the fight. Both academies decided to secure 4 victories so they could advance by drawing lots. Both Zhou Qiao and Yuanqi were evenly matched, and neither wanted to face Yunji, but whether they could pass this hurdle remained uncertain. Eventually, they decided to put Yunji behind them and go all out. After all, if they didn't pass this round, there would be nothing to discuss for the subsequent matches. The battle between the 2 major academies was extremely intense, only determining the victor after the 7th round. In the end, Zhou Qiao emerged victorious, winning 4 rounds against Yuanqi. Thus, an unprecedented scene unfolded in the semifinals. All 4 academies had advanced with 4 wins. Now, everyone was on the same starting line. In the new stage of the top 4, the opponents would enter a draw mode. This year's competition had too many twists and turns, prompting many who usually didn't watch the matches to tune into the live broadcasts. This year, Beichen is out. Yunji has become the dark horse. Am I dreaming? Finally, it's not just Beichen dominating. Now it's getting interesting. Yunji's momentum is quite strong. Of course, in the arena battles, the number of strong fighters matters. With Lin Bai, that monster, Yunji can at least win 2 rounds right, starting off with an advantage. This year's competition heat reached a new high, no one expected Baichen to be eliminated in the top 8. Moreover, this was Baichen's home ground. Now they had really lost face. Although they still had a chance to turn things around in the subsequent team battles, at this stage they were already out of the picture. During the draw stage, Long Qi, the dean of Baichen, appeared visibly displeased as he came up to draw lots. Hu Yun stood with the other leading mentors of the 4 academies, feeling somewhat out of place, yet he could sense that nearly all the gazes from the audience were fixed on him. Beside him, the other mentors watched with bated breath as Wang Qi drew the lots. Without saying much at this stage, before they fully understood Lin Bai, they preferred to face other academies. Having no concern for his own academy, Long Qi swiftly drew the first lot. The first draw was Yunji. As the hearts of the leaders from all academies tightened, Wang Qi's second lot also appeared. Qing Nong. The leader of Qing Nong turned pale. Originally, Yuanqi was slightly stronger than Yunji, but with Lin Bai joining, Yunji's strength had soared. However, after a brief moment of helplessness, he steeled himself. Every academy harbored dreams of championships. Although Yunji was strong, their blades were not, without their own sharpness. Once the match schedule was released, everyone rushed back to make urgent preparations. The semifinal was in the afternoon, leaving little time to prepare. Upon returning to Yunji's area, everyone looked at Lin Bai with somewhat strange expressions. Although Lin Bai had previously spoken confidently, when he truly defeated Qin Shi, everyone still felt as if they were dreaming. Lu Sun walked at the back with a gloomy expression fixated on Lin Bai's back. In just a month he thought he had made great progress, but he didn't expect Lin Bai to be even more impressive. Bai Wuyo, filled with curiosity, looked around Lin Bai and asked, "Are you really that freakish? You crushed Qin Shi. Just a casual affair." Li Qing is standing nearby, quipped, "After this battle, they will definitely target you in the next arena matches. Arena battles are tough. There are only 10 minutes of rest in between, and sometimes your spiritual energy may not even recover fully." In response, Bai Wuyo seemed quite knowledgeable. "No need to say more. In arena battles, they will definitely focus on exhausting your spiritual energy. Ideally, 2 of them can drag you down." Exhaustion. Lin Bai's expression was peculiar. "Don't you know that the foundation of the 7 sins body is original sin?" Everyone was taken aback. By the afternoon, the top 4 battles arrived as scheduled. The entire match would focus on a single arena, drawing all eyes to it. The officials already knew who the highlight of the competition was, starting off with Zhu Qiao against Xinglan. These 2 major academies were long-standing rivals, often swapping the 2nd and 3rd spots on the leaderboard every few years. This confrontation was also extremely intense and thrilling. However, the audience was not very interested. Their anticipation was all directed at Yunji. There was no helping it, the underdog comeback template never faded. In the match between Xinglan and Zhu Qiao, Xinglan ultimately prevailed. They had kept a hand hidden, with one student nearly achieving a honor versus 3 feat. Based on appearances, he was likely at the same level as Qin Shi and Long Baiyu. But there was no time to mourn for Zhu Qiao. The upcoming matches were the real main event. Lin Bai's strength was already self-evident, and by now very few would question his capabilities. Now everyone was eager to see Lin Bai's performance in the arena battles. The list Yunji submitted to the officials also drew gasps from the crowd. The first on the list was Lin Bai. Then came Ji Xuanyuan, Bai Wuyo, and others. This was directly putting their trump card at the forefront, aiming to sweep through all the way. It was all about momentum, cutting straight to the chase without any detours, unleashing their trump card. Not to mention, this style of play was absolutely the most favored by the audience. Before they even took the stage, the audience erupted in cheers, and the various live streaming rooms were flooded with comments. One could only say that Yunji was truly bold. This level of arrogance still attracted many viewers. Normally such a trump card would be saved for the climax, but Yunji, putting it up front, clearly aimed for Lin Bai to sweep through and opponents. In the preparation area, Ji Yunshu tugged at her hair. "I said, old Hu, although this was requested by Lin Bai, is this really okay for us? Don't worry. Just trust Lin Bai." At this moment, Hu Yun had transformed from the person he was when he first arrived, exuding confidence from within. "Sigh, everyone has gone mad." Ji Yunshu sighed. At this moment, Lin Bai had already stepped onto the center of the arena. Across from him, a serious-looking boy from Qing Nong slowly walked out. Lin Bai looked at the other party, feeling a stirring in his heart. He had already reviewed the information on Qing Nong's students, and the boy before him was Gu Biyu, ranked 2nd in Qing Nong, with the SS level ability of Hearing Breath. As expected, just as Bai Wuyo had said, he planned to wear him down. Hearing Breath, the ability to listen to the breath of all things. This is the specific function of this ability, allowing interference with the breath. Reaching SS level is no small feat. Hearing Breath is no exception. It is not merely a sense of hearing, but a form of all-encompassing perception based on the continuity of existence. Any existing entity, as long as it remains active, will inevitably emit a breath unique to it. Once captured, this breath constructs a perception world in the mind of the ability user, woven from countless shimmering shadows and harmonious sounds. The Gubuyu from earlier battles primarily relied on agile precision. Meanwhile, the students in Qingnong's preparation area also had grim expressions. Did they really just put Lin Bai out there? Do they look down on us, or do they expect him to take on 7 opponents? What arrogance! When Sister Fulling goes up, shall take him down immediately. Everyone is young and prideful, and with Yuan Jai's arrangement, their solemnity has diminished significantly, leaving only fury at its peak. The girl named Yu Fulling is the first-ranked contestant of the Qingnong this year. Her ability is the SS grade Withering and Flourishing, a power that targets vitality and is extremely peculiar. Yu Fulling stood quietly to the side, silent and composed as she spoke little, but was not cold. Hearing her name called by the crowd, Yu Fulling gently pursed her lips. Everyone, please be quiet for now and watch the match. Yuan Jai's arrangement, aside from being reckless, could also indicate confidence in Lin Bai's strength. We must all be cautious. Lin Bai had already discerned the opponent's intentions, and Gu Buyu approached with a serious expression. The referee had heard the surrounding clamor, realizing that Lin Bai was not one to engage in trash talk, while Gu Buyu, as his name suggested, was a person of few words. Thus he raised his hand high. The match begins. With the referee's voice fading away, Lin Bai's figure instantly blurred, and jealousy charged forward, gritting his teeth. However, Gu Buyu moved faster, as if having predicted the outcome. He left his original position, causing jealousy to miss completely. Lin Bai squinted slightly, recalling the opponent's abilities, and immediately let greed charge forth without fear. As greed dashed out like a dragon, akin to a bolt of lightning aimed at the opponent, but missing again, Lin Bai's resolve grew stronger. In the audience, those familiar with combat had already grasped Qingnong's strategy. Damn, is Qingnong trying to exhaust Lin Bai? This is a game of endurance. To be fair, it's just Qingnong exploiting their strengths. They excel at energy purification and attrition. At this moment, Lin Bai also noticed that the opponent could not only predict his moves, but was also remarkably swift. However, you're thinking too simply, Rage, you go? Huh. Rage appeared first, puzzled, then quickly zeroed in on Gubuyu. Yet after a couple of attempts to chase, Rage realized he could not keep up with the opponent. What the hell? Why are you running? Come fight. Rage's forehead bulged with a vein. Meanwhile, Lin Bai casually allowed jealousy and greed to return, standing beside him like guardians. Gubuyu, moving at high speed, frowned slightly. He was starting to feel a headache coming on. As Rage pursued him and failed to catch up, he began to grow angry. Empowered by original sin, Rage's strength was increasing and his speed was also accelerating. Is this the tricky part of original sin? Gubuyu pondered, his headache worsening at the sight of jealousy beside. Jealousy's roar could momentarily cause one to lose consciousness, which was no strange occurrence. He was not Qin Che, who would surely face trouble if yelled at. But dragging this out was no solution. Gubuyu shouted angrily, and the air around seemed to slow down. He decisively charged towards Lin Bai. Although his target was the main body, his attention remained fixated on jealousy. To him, jealousy appeared to be inactive, yet the muscles on his body had already begun to breathe. He halted abruptly, stopping not far from Lin Bai's front. Huh. Jealousy roared, but Gubuyu felt no sign of abnormality. Success. This was the result of Qingnong's research on Lin Bai. He had watched the footage of the battle countless times, and had roughly analyzed the range and preliminary movement of the soul-shattering roar. That slight preliminary movement was impossible for an ordinary person to dodge, but Gubuyu was different. His hearing could perceive the breath of all things in motion. This was also one of the reasons he could predict. However, he was not the only one taking action. A lust had appeared out of nowhere, and as he curved his body, he rushed in. At the moment, Gubuyu stopped right in front of him. An uppercut. A massive force struck from his chin, causing Gubuyu to feel a sharp pain, while his body soared uncontrollably. Got you. Rage exclaimed excitedly, rushing over, his fists raining down on Gubuyu. Meanwhile, from a distance, greed unleashed a wind slash, and jealousy charged forward, initiating the first skill of the winged dance. Before Gubuyu could land, he was struck by jealousy's sword at his waist. In an instant, the four were engaged in a flurry of strikes. Gubuyu had yet to grasp control of his body when he felt a surge of strange emotions rising from deep within, his gaze fixated on lust. At that moment, lust had his arms crossed, seemingly gathering something, and in the next second suddenly opened wide. That strange emotion instantly turned violent, and Gubuyu now only wanted to obliterate the lust before him, unable to resist charging forward. But he was currently in a state of being surrounded by four opponents. Unsurprisingly, as jealousy leaped high and slashed down, his arena protection burst apart. When he regained his senses, Lin Bai's four avatars had already vanished. Lin Bai. Victory. The deafening cheers instantly drowned out the entire arena. The audience's cheers seemed to echo from afar into Gu Bai's ears. Gu Buyu was left in a daze, turning his head just in time to see the expressions of the Qing Nong team chain. What just happened? Gu Buyu returned to the team, and everyone immediately surrounded him. You were dazed. Someone's expression darkened slightly. It must be that Lin Bai's avatar ability. That lust definitely possesses a similar mind control ability. How is his ability so comprehensive, and each one is not weak? The two mentors wore solemn expressions, their eyes filled with contemplation. What did you feel just now? Gu Buyu recalled briefly, and then expressed his thoughts. Everyone fell silent. It was evident that jealousy had lured him in to deceive him into using the soul-shattering roar, while the real killing move was lust's justice fist. That punch had struck Gu Buyu to the point of losing his senses. The two mentors were silent for a moment. We need to change tactics. Lin Bai has too many control methods, and currently no one has any defensive abilities. Being controlled means death. In that case, another mentor's eyes gleamed as he looked at a robust, seemingly simple-looking boy in the corner. Wu Dingbang, you're up? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the mentor in shock. Wu Dingbang SS grade ability, Realm Guarding Body. This ability is purely defensive, lacking any offensive capability. To attack, one must rely on the user's physical skills. In the early stages it might have some effect, but in the later stages it would no longer pose a threat to others. However, the loss of offensive capability is exchanged for a terrifying defensive strength. Its defensive capability exceeds that of typical SS-grade defensive abilities. Even those primarily offensive abilities would require a long time to penetrate the Realm Guarding Body. Whether it was the information they received about the Yunji ranking battle or the combat data regarding Lin Bai observed in the current league, the offensive techniques displayed by Lin Bai were all exceedingly ordinary. Aside from the somewhat strange ability of arrogance, Lin Bai's other offensive techniques were nearly all confined to the realm of physical martial arts. The two mentors from Qingnong had already devised their tactics. Wu Dingbang, once you take the stage, focus entirely on defense. Currently, apart from arrogance, Lin Bai's other avatars have limited offensive capabilities. As long as it's not an attack from arrogance, you can approach Lin Bai with confidence. The boy named Wu Dingbang nodded seriously. His ability lacked offensive power, but that didn't mean he himself was without attack capabilities. A single blow from that hammer could still deal damage to the unsuspecting Lin Bai. As Qingnong submitted their list, the audience erupted in astonishment. What the hell? SS rank. Has Qingnong gone mad? This is the first SS rank to step onto the stage in the history of the semifinals. Oh, wait. I just looked at this town boundary body. Its defensive power is terrifying. Qingnong came prepared. The audience quickly realized that the various techniques Lin Bai had displayed thus far were in fact the pinnacle application of physical martial arts. With arrogance being the exception, some began to feel a sense of anticipation. On the preparation stage of Baichen, everyone's expressions were quite grim. This strategy from Qingnong is viable, Chun Hao said, appearing deep in thought. Someone behind quietly asked Qin She, Brother Qin, what was Lin Bai's last technique? Can this town boundary body withstand it? Qin She slightly shook his head. At that moment his expression was not pleasant. After giving the person a fierce glare, he spoke. That should be a power related to original sin. The damage fell upon the arena's shield. I didn't feel anything special. However, if he cannot break through Wu Dingbang's arena protection with a single strike, the ability of the town boundary body will enable him to recover quickly. Long Baiyu shook his head, slightly indicating that the strength of the town boundary body is not solely in its defense. As everyone pondered, Wu Dingbang had already stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing his opponent, Lin Bai revealed a mysterious smile. This person's information was not part of Yunji's considerations, but once he took the stage, Hu Yun quickly relayed the opponent's information to Lin Bai. In an instant, Lin Bai understood what his opponent intended to do. But isn't this just the greedy gyroscope? Lacking offensive capabilities, greed could comfortably stack the method of all forms of cultivation. Don't mention just a town boundary body. If greed is stacked to a certain extent, it could create a hole in the heavens. Wu Dingbang took a deep breath and lifted a massive hammer. You are strong, but if you cannot break my defense, you lose. Lin Bai merely smiled indifferently. As the referee signaled the start, he decisively summoned Greed. An avatar. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but Greed had already charged forward. Being one who shares memories with Lin Bai, he naturally knew that the person before him had limited offensive techniques and immediately began his assault. Town boundary. Wu Dingbang shouted. His body visibly swelled, transforming into a small giant over 2 meters tall in the blink of an eye. His muscles were bulging, emanating a faint silver glow. Arrogance slowly stepped out beside Lin Bai, and the next second several tiny dots appeared on Wu Dingbang's body in Greed's vision. As expected of a defensive type ability, it has so few weaknesses. Lin Bai was slightly surprised, but Greed had already made its move. The first shot landed, causing Wu Dingbang's eyes to twitch. It seemed as if the opponent could see through the weaknesses of his town boundary body with a single glance. He instinctively raised his hand to block, and the Tianlong pierced his skin, producing a metallic clang. Greed felt the stagnant spiritual energy within and appeared somewhat grave. It seemed that damage was still necessary to stack the method of all forms of cultivation. However, with arrogance's weakness exposed, there was no need for concern. As he swiftly fired his second shot, Wu Dingbang couldn't react in time, and a streak of red appeared on his abdomen. Is that all the power you have? Wu Dingbang scratched his head in confusion, finding Lin Bai's offensive capability far below his expectations. As greed continued its relentless assault, for Wu Dingbang the damage received was not as fast as the recovery from the town boundary body. This scene did not escape the eyes of the Qingnong crowd. It seems Lin Bai cannot break through his defenses. What an opportunity. If we directly take down the arrogance beside him, we will have a chance. The crowd burst into excitement, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on the tense faces of the two mentors. But now Baichen couldn't sit still. Wait, is Lin Bai's offensive capability really this weak? Xiaoguan exclaimed with wide eyes. Qin Shi's expression also turned grim, and Chun Hao looked displeased. Let's see how arrogance will make its move. However, to their surprise, arrogance showed no intention of making a move, and Wu Dingbang purposefully ignored greed, directly seeking out either arrogance or Lin Bai's true form. Yet he overestimated his mobility. He couldn't even get close to Lin Bai, especially with greed entangling him. Then let's compete in spiritual energy and endurance. Wu Dingbang's expression turned fierce. The consumption of the town boundary body was very low, so he was not afraid. With arrogance not making a move, Baichen's people began to feel restless. Surely arrogance can't do anything to him, right? If I had known that Lin Bai's offensive techniques were so lacking, we should have sent Li Shuyuan up directly. The Li Shuyuan they mentioned was also a defensive type ability, but it was an SSS rank boasting defensive capabilities on par with the town boundary body, but significantly stronger in other aspects. As time passed, Wu Dingbang began to sense something was amiss. Greed was targeting his weaknesses with every attack, and by the end it had even switched to an all-out offense. Wu Dingbang's expression turned fierce. As Greed fired a shot straight out, he directly ignored his weaknesses and let out a low roar before bringing down his hammer. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly echoed from Greed's shoulder, which had clearly deformed. But as he fired 2 consecutive shots with his other hand, the injury on his shoulder visibly healed. This scene left the crowd dumbfounded. What the hell was that just now? Did you see that? What terrifying recovery power. But what does this have to do with Greed's original sin? Many looked at Greed with uncertainty. In the private room of the various heads, almost everyone's gaze simultaneously fell on Ling Jiyuan and Song Tingzhou. However, both of them also looked bewildered. On the field, Lin Bai saw this scene and immediately said, "Greed, that's enough, stop playing around." Okay. Greed cracked his neck and unleashed a wind slash with a swift thrust. The Tianlong seemed to come alive at that moment, creating a dazzling display of gunfire followed by a direct stab. Wu Dingbang looked puzzled. This strike didn't even target his weak point. But in the next moment his expression changed as the protective barrier of the arena exploded. This bizarre scene left everyone dumbfounded. In the director's private room, many people suddenly stood up. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy ahead, yet under this strike a peak manifestation of spiritual power erupted. Song Tingzhou, you old fool, how can you say you haven't hidden anything? The faces of the two from Baichen turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Earlier Lin Bai had given his all in defeat, but now it was clear that Lin Bai hadn't even tried his best. Facing the crowd's doubts, Ling Jiyuan appeared aloof, while Song Tingzhou looked utterly bewildered. Old man, what do you know? Indescribable. Ling Jiyuan smiled faintly. This indeed attracted everyone's attention, but since he wouldn't speak, the crowd could only feel frustrated. Lin Bai. Victory. The referee seemed uncertain. What he just sensed was an eruption of spiritual energy at the peak manifestation stage. Wu Dingbang was slow to realize, his expression dazed. The audience erupted in confusion. What's happening? I don't understand. Can someone elaborate on what's going on? There was back and forth before, and suddenly a strike kills. How can I analyze such an opponent? On the Qingyang preparation bench, the expressions of the two instructors changed. They exchanged glances. Was that just now a peak manifestation? It seems so. Their faces darkened. One avatar had already reached peak manifestation. What else could they do? It's worth noting that previously Qin Che and their strongest contestant had just entered the manifestation stage, and they hadn't even mastered the abilities of that stage yet. They were essentially at the level of a peak harnessing stage with richer spiritual power. However, the greater pressure lay ahead. Who would fight Lin Bai next? Yi Fuling took a deep breath and stepped forward. Instructor, let me take the next match. Everyone's gaze fell on her. I've been at the manifestation stage for a while now. Lin Bai should not withstand my decay and regeneration. Moreover, we've already lost 2 rounds. Even if we win this 3rd round, we still have Ji Xianyuan and the others to contend with. She glanced back at the others. Gu Buyu had already lost as well, and for the remaining participants to secure 4 victories against Lin Bai, Ji Xuanyuan, and others was akin to climbing to the heavens. Suddenly, everyone realized they had reached the edge of a cliff. With my decay and regeneration, there's still a glimmer of hope. Yi Fuling spoke in a deep voice. Now that I've reached the manifestation stage, I can store their vitality. The arena is my stronghold. The 2 instructors clenched their teeth slightly upon hearing this. If Yi Fuling lost, there would be no point in continuing the matches. But only if she could defeat Lin Bai would there be any hope ahead. Their seed contestants were dwindling. Qingyang Academy has once again called for a temporary change. This time it's student Yi Fuling stepping into the arena. As the commentator's voice echoed throughout the venue, the audience gasped in surprise. The students from Xinglan who had been observing Lin Bai's match were jolted. Qingyang seems to be going all in. If Yi Fuling loses, the others probably won't have any hope left. Moreover, Lin Bai doesn't look like he's fatigued at all. This is bad. Yi Fuling broke through to the manifestation stage quite a while ago. Hopefully her level can offer some advantage. It's hard to say. Currently everyone is just entering the manifestation stage, and the advantage is minimal. Many had already recognized Qingyang's strategy, but at that moment Yi Fuling didn't want to think too much. Once she stepped onto the stage, she became calm as still water. As the referee's voice fell, Yi Fuling immediately extended her 5 fingers towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai instinctively sensed something was off and unhesitatingly unleashed laziness to shield himself. Laziness, who had been sound asleep, suddenly gasped heavily, opening its eyes filled with exhaustion. Lin Bai's heart raced. Yi Fuling's ability was extremely bizarre. The SS level decay and regeneration was said to be able to extract or infuse vitality. As expected, in the next moment, Yi Fuling's figure trembled in the distance, her gaze locking onto Lin Bai. Then she slightly bent her body. Boom. 2 pits appeared on the ground as Yi Fuling charged forward. Just a glance and Lin Bai could tell her physical stamina was exceptional. Was it due to vitality infusion? Lin Bai frowned and released all his avatars. In an instant, Yi Fuling felt an immense pressure. None of these avatars were simple. Yi Fuling was immediately overwhelmed. Her defenses were not as terrifying as Wu Dingbang's, and in just a few seconds, she had already suffered injuries. However, her recovery ability was terrifying. After a short, while she would use her ability, fully recovering not just her injuries, but seemingly returning to her peak state. Lin Bai narrowed his eyes. The opponent was indeed prepared, and was targeting greed. After that strike, she had already determined that greed was the greatest threat. How is it? Can you take me down in one shot? Lin Bai asked solemnly, addressing the nearby arrogance. It'll take a little more time. Yi Fuling had long since finalized her strategy. It was improbable to charge directly at Lin Bai's true self, as the abilities of these avatars were quite bizarre and would easily block her. But after exchanging blows, she realized that greed wasn't nearly as powerful as when it had taken down Wu Dingbang. Was that strike something that needed to be accumulated? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she gritted her teeth, abandoning the defense against the others, and continued to pursue greed. Regardless of anything, resolving greed first was undoubtedly the correct choice. She had means to deal with arrogance. However, greed's recovery ability was equally terrifying, and Yi Fuling found it hard to take it down in a short time. As arrogance's fingers closed in the distance, Yi Fuling suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations. In the next moment, she halted her movements, blood suddenly spilling from the corner of her mouth. She was taken down, but it seems she possesses some kind of resurrection ability. In the distance, arrogance spoke with confusion. A layer of green light enveloped Yi Fuling. Fuling's life rewind has been activated. Someone in the Qingyang preparation area voiced their concerns. Arrogance's attack is indeed bizarre. Sister Fuling focus on taking down arrogance. But Lin Bai would not wait for the green light to dissipate. Several avatars surged forward. Greed's long spear, like a dragon, disturbed a large expanse of green light with every thrust. Can this also stack abilities? Greed's smile began to warp. Within the green light, Yi Fuling's injuries were rapidly recovering, and soon she returned to her peak condition, even stronger than before. Life rewind. It could merge all the vitality previously stolen into her own, withstanding fatal attacks, while restoring her state to peak, or even enhancing it. As the green light dissipated, Yi Fuling took a deep breath. The real battle was only just beginning. But the first thing she saw was Greed's spear stabbing towards her amidst the frenzied stacking of abilities. The stabbing pain in her back made her pupils suddenly constrict, but her gaze involuntarily shifted to the side at lust. Pooh! The shield exploded. Lin Bai looked at Yi Fuling in the distance with a peculiar expression. Reviving on the spot. If I don't pressure you to get up, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? The battle with Yi Fuling ended in an unexpected manner. Even Yi Fuling was utterly astonished at this moment. After the reversal of her life ended, she would enter a completely new state during which her life would continuously drain away, but her various abilities would also greatly enhance, and the frequency of life plundering would increase. It can be said that after the reversal of life, she would enter a berserker state fighting endlessly, and she could keep growing stronger by plundering life. This was Yi Fuling's trump card. However, she still underestimated the control ability of these avatars. If this were a game, they would undoubtedly trigger a combo breaker. Combo breaker: after being controlled for a certain period, one will gain a few seconds of immunity to control effects. But those who can be controlled to the point of being a combo breaker and still not die are often the big tanks. Yi Fuling's defense was quite ordinary. Especially at this stage, everyone's tactics could even be described as primitive. But the spectators outside didn't care about Yi Fuling's frustrations or unplayed tactics. All they knew was to cheer. Because Lin Bai had just taken on 3 opponents alone. Among them 2 were the strongest contenders from Qingnong. At this moment, Lin Bai's strength was completely recognized by them. Yi Fuling stood up with a complex expression and said, "You win." Lin Bai smiled slightly. "Next time, don't use resurrection on someone's face." Yi Fuling shot him a glance. Did she want that? She didn't want it. Who knew that the arrogant tactics would be so bizarre? But a loss is a loss that wouldn't change anything no matter how much she said. The cheers in the arena had already become like a tsunami. Such a feat of taking on 3 opponents was rare. Even in previous years when the North Star Academy was dominant, it was the same. Not to mention Yunji was still an underdog. He had directly taken out the opponent's 1st and 2nd seeds. Yunji has truly taken off. There's something terrifying. Yunji is preparing to enter the finals. Oh, doesn't that mean if Yunji can secure a decent rank in the team competition, they can wash away the disgrace of previous years? Yi Fuling returned to the preparation seat, and the people from Qingnong had fallen into silence. "Mentor, why not forfeit?" After a long time, the usually taciturn Gu Buyu suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Forfeit. Although other academies had done this in previous competitions, it was only outside the 6 major academies. A bitter expression appeared on Gu Buyu's face as he pointed to Lin Bai, who was resting on stage. "If we don't forfeit, we will be taken out by 1 against 7. Both mentors looked grim. From Gu Buyu to Yi Fuling, Lin Bai's performance did not resemble someone lacking spiritual energy at all. "Mentor." At this moment, a girl with glasses and long bangs spoke softly from behind. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, and she couldn't help but shrink her neck. The 7 sins body mainly consumes original sin and relies little on spiritual energy. "How do you know?" everyone instinctively asked. The girl whispered, "I saw it in the library." The 2 mentors fell into deeper silence. Not to mention, if it's true or not, Lin Bai's avatars appeared to have no significant consumption. During battles, they primarily used physical techniques. It's hard to understand. One of the mentors looked towards the distant preparation seat of Xinglan, clenching his teeth slightly. "This time we were deceived by Xinglan, but let's still fight in the 4th match." They are not ignorant, but finishing the 4th match before forfeiting would generate less public outcry than forfeiting after 3 matches, though this would also make Lin Bai's reputation even more resounding. In the 4th match, Qingnong also intended to exert their utmost efforts, sending the 3rd-ranked student to compete. The outcome was predictable. After some tugging, they still couldn't reach the arrogant one, and had their shield completely shattered. Yunji wins. With the referee's loud announcement, the entire audience erupted in excitement. However, shortly after Qingnong announced their forfeit, many were taken aback. Having already lost 4 matches, Qingnong couldn't win against Yunji, even if they were to win all remaining matches. Clearly, they didn't want to continue fighting, otherwise they would become stepping stones for Lin Bai. And if they didn't fight, the pressure instantly shifted onto Xinglan. Mochi's eyes widened. "Damn. Qingnong is setting us up." If Qingnong had fought Lin Bai for all 7 matches, they would truly have had a chance to uncover Lin Bai's secrets. But now that Qingnong forfeited outright, they still hadn't figured out the tactics and consumption of the arrogant one. "Mentor, don't worry, Lin Bai may not necessarily be my opponent." Behind Lu Ming and Mo Che stood a boy with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his aura appearing quite extraordinary. To describe it, this was not a fake Jiahao, but a Jiahao with true strength. He was the one who nearly took on 3 opponents alone against Jiu Qiao. Lin Xiaosheng. SS class ability Hurricane Tide. A rare dual-element combination ability, mastering both wind and water. If it were a normal elemental system, even a dual-element composite would struggle to reach SS level, but this ability can be classified as SSS because of his absolute control over these 2 major elements. The previous Jiu Qiao did not expect that Lin Xiaosheng's control over these 2 elements had reached an extraordinary level. "If the arrogant one cannot see through my mirror flower water moon, then I will be invincible even if he can see through." Lin Xiaosheng's tone was serious. "I have other methods too." Both mentors were complex expressions. "This time it's up." Lin Xiaosheng was originally their ace for this first-place assault, initially set to face North Star Academy. But then Lin Bai appeared out of nowhere. If he faced North Star, they might have had some confidence. The finals were the next day, and everyone quickly returned to their respective places. Lin Bai and the others also returned to the hotel. At this moment, the people from Yunji even had a vague sense of unreality. Many looked at Lin Bai with strange expressions. Brother Lin, why are they looking at you like that? Even Tang Xiao beside him felt something was off. Don't mind it. Lin Bai shook his head slightly. After returning to the hotel, Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu instructed everyone rest well. Tomorrow is the final match. Don't feel too much pressure. Even if we don't win, our ranking has already surpassed history. Now no matter which way we go, we are moving upwards. Everyone nodded in agreement and returned to their rooms. On the other side, Ling Jiyuan and Song Tingzhou were in high spirits. When the major deans gathered for dinner that evening, they were practically looking down at everyone. Ling Jiyuan initially managed to hold himself together knowing Lin Bai had taken on 4 alone, but upon seeing Song Tingzhou's ecstatic expression, he also let go of his burdens. It could be said that throughout the dinner only the two of them were happy. The expressions of the other deans were far from pleasant. The two from North Star need not be mentioned. Those from Qingnong had expressions as dark as a pot bottom. They could naturally see the subsequent results. If they continued, it would absolutely lead to Lin Bai taking on 7 opponents alone. Li Tianzi from Xinglan was also feeling a bit restless. After just having a bite to eat, he couldn't help but ask, I say, old Lin, is that great-grandson of yours up to the task? Leave the matters of the young to the young. I don't care, overthinking won't do any good. Lin Guanyin, not knowing what to think, just started eating. I'm anxious. Didn't you notice that the kid's Devour avatar hasn't been used at all? That's his main combat power. In previous matches, it seemed to be the most terrifying in terms of damage output. No need to worry, no need to worry. Even if he loses, the team battle will be tailored to him right. Li Tianzi's mouth twitched. Honestly, the relaxed demeanor of the old Guang was quite impressive. He sighed softly and began to eat again. Brother Ling, you all are hiding quite well. That Lin Bai seems to still have his Devour avatar in reserve. Beside Ling Jiyuan, Xiao Sheng slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin and then asked, you're talking about Devour, right? Ling Jiyuan had already had a bit to drink. It's not in use. Shen Fugui squinted slightly and said, Director Lin Bai should still have some hidden card. I remember the term arrogance. Upon hearing the word arrogance, everyone present instinctively perked up, while Ling Jiyuan's expression also shifted slightly. Director Shen, do you have any research on the 7 deadly sins? At this moment, Long Qi spoke up. The strength of Jiuqiao lies in its research on supernatural abilities, and many strange and unknown powers have been discovered by them. Why not share, Director Shen? This is the backbone of our human race's future. It's good for us to understand a bit. No way. Ling Jiyuan slapped the table. Are you old-timers trying to target our students? Seeing this, Long Qi said helplessly, the information won't leak from here. Everyone just wants to know. Ling Jiyuan glanced at them, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Guanyun and Li Tianzi. Why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Director Shin, feel free to speak. The more we understand about the 7 deadly sins, the better we'll know what he needs. In the future, if we encounter what he requires in the myriad realms, we can bring it back. Song Tingzhou tugged at Ling Jiyuan and shook his head slightly. When Long Qi mentioned the backbone of the human race, it was clear that the discussion had escalated beyond the league level. There was still some tacit understanding among them. Ling Jiyuan snorted coldly. Go ahead, I want to know too. You didn't know before. How can you not know and still call yourself that? Yi Ming from Qingnong nearly lost his composure. Others' mouths twitched. They had underestimated. Shen Fugui shook his head helplessly. From our Jukio's data, this 7 deadly sins should be able to access authority, which is essentially the rules, as everyone knows. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. Long Qi leaned back in his chair, one hand pressing on the table, his eyes filled with a hint of murderous intent. Do those maggots within the territory know? Not yet. Currently, only we and Xinglan Academy have this information. Then that's good. Let's try to keep the news contained. Qin Yinqia's thoughts stirred. Now that you mention it, Lin Bai is truly gifted. Even for abilities at the level of authority, his rapid development to the point of grasping the rules is quite impressive. That attack from arrogance, right? Shen Fugui shook his head slightly, and everyone was immediately dumbfounded. It's not that simple. The original sin of arrogance is arrogance itself. Everyone has weaknesses in his eyes. Unless one's overall strength exceeds Lin Bai by a significant margin, note that it's Lin Bai, not the Devour avatar. The means displayed by arrogance this time are the triggering of weaknesses. The data states that marking weaknesses in advance requires time, which depends on the overall strength of both sides. The stronger Lin Bai is, the less time arrogance needs. From the looks of the recent battles, arrogance's speed seems a bit fast. Based on Lin Bai's apparent strength coupled with Devour, he should still need nearly 4 to 5 times as long. A glint of brilliance flashed in Shen Fugui's eyes, and everyone appeared serious. This time old Lin, your academy might be in trouble. Given arrogance's current speed in identifying weaknesses, Lin Bai's hidden cards may exceed your imagination. It doesn't matter, Ling Guanyun waved his hand. This small world is all about strength. Ling Jiyuan and Song Tingzhou exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Hidden cards. Everyone fell into thought. Right now, they were inferring Lin Bai's strength based on Arrogance's weaknesses, while Shun Fuguwei concluded that Lin Bai was possibly 4 to 5 times stronger than his current self. Is he even human? Where did this monster come from? Instead of that, you should be thinking about how to protect this little monster. Lin Guanyun saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and said helplessly Li Taiyan's expression was strange, as if he wasn't worried at all about how we would be crushed by Lin Bai tomorrow. But he was also right. Oh no. Those outsiders might stir up a great upheaval once they learn about this. At this point, Lin Guanyun excitedly rubbed his wrists, saying it would be best if the sea race came. I've cleared out all the coastal waters waiting just for them. The outsiders need to be guarded against, but for now we should focus on keeping the information secure, Long Qi said, looking somewhat troubled. The human race is too powerful now. Every year during the awakening at Lingfeng, a number of superstars emerge after decades, and over the years the other major clans are subtly leaning towards an alliance. Ling Juyuan appeared contemplative. However, if we suddenly launch a heavy crackdown on those evil cults, it might raise their suspicions. My suggestion is to find an opportunity to deal with them, forcing them into a prolonged war. This way they won't have time to think about so much. Song Tingzhou waved his hand. Really, isn't it just idleness to think that much? Everyone's gaze fell on him. Damn, what you said actually makes sense. Though the words are rough, the logic is sound. Suddenly, everyone looked complex. It was like a group of intelligent people devising strategies only to be seen through by a fool. This made them feel as if their high IQ was being occupied by a fool. The next day the finals arrived. Although Xinglin's fame was not as great as Beichen's, Lin Chaoshen's near sweep showcased Xinglin's strength, indicating that this year Xinglin's power was not inferior to Beichen. As for Yunji, there is no need to say more. It is already the most popular academy this year. Are you still going to take the stage first? Huyan looked at Lin Bai with a strange expression. Lin Bai nodded slightly. Lin Chaoshen is no simple character. Exactly because he is not simple that I will take the stage first. He'll help you clear the obstacles, ideally taking down 2, then let you take the stage. Familiar words stunned Ji Xinyuan and the others for a moment, as Lin Bai had said the same when battling Qing Nong. But the result was a sweep of 4 leading to Qing Nong's forfeiture, and not a single one of the reserve fighters could take the stage. Is that really true, Lin Bai's? Bai Wuyo asked, eyeing him with a hint of suspicion. Nonsense. That's Lin Xiaosheng we're talking about. He nearly swept 3 opponents in the semifinals. Lin Bai's expression grew solemn. There was no way he could let them take the stage this time. The moment Yunji entered the finals, the system had issued a mission. Challenge mission: sweep all 7 in the finals. Reward: golden hex deck extraction. The last time he drew a hex deck rune was in Tianyan district, and Lin Bai had nearly lost his life over it. This time the difficulty was clearly different, and the grade had dropped to gold. But it was no big deal. Whether it was colorful gold or silver, each of the 3 major hex deck pools contained what he urgently needed. As long as he drew the key hex deck rune, its power could never be measured by grade alone. Yet everyone still harbored doubts about Lin Bai's words. Lin Xiaosheng had nearly swept 3 opponents. You actually did sweep them. And if Qing Nong hadn't forfeited, everyone suspected Lin Bai might have kept going. But seeing his fighting spirit, neither mentor wanted to discourage him. Huyan hesitated for a moment before saying, forget it, let Lin take the lead first. At this stage it's all about raw strength between both sides. If we lose, it only proves our limits. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. Then, in Haiqing, Chen Xiuying had just gotten off work. After dinner, she rested briefly on the sofa before turning on the TV. The position of logistics supervisor was far easier than she had imagined. Her colleagues were incredibly warm, patiently teaching her everything she didn't understand at first. After more than 20 years of relentless busyness, Chen Xiuying fell to days of disbelief. Before this, she had never thought life could be so easy. Now she even had time to sit and watch TV, something that would have been utterly impossible before, when she was always run off her feet. But before she could even get comfortable, her phone rang. Chen Xiuying glanced at the screen. It was the supervisor from the supermarket where she used to work. Hello, Supervisor Liang. Yes, this is Chen Xiuying. What's up? Dinner. A look of surprise crossed Chen Xiuying's face. No need, right? No, I've just eaten. I have work tomorrow. Chen Xiuying was caught off guard. Another day? We'll see if I have time. I might be busy. All right. Hanging up, Chen Xiuying still wore a puzzled expression. Supervisor Liang wasn't even in her department, yet he had suddenly reached out to her. It all felt strangely off. On the other end, a tall, lean man with a shrewd face spoke cautiously after hanging up. It might have been too sudden. She didn't seem keen on going out. Beside him stood a slightly stout man dressed in fine clothes with an entirely different air about him. No matter. Take it slow. Chat with her more often. The stout man smiled warmly. Next to him was a young woman whose features bore a striking resemblance to his own. Dad, if she want me, forget it. My rank ability suitors are already lining up. The stout man's expression turned stern. This is different. As his words fell, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows nearby. The three of them jumped in shock, staring at the newcomer with unease. The figure approached them and produced a token. Yunji Academy Homeland Bond Protection Department. Lin Bai is a student under our special watch. His family's peaceful life is not to be disturbed. His voice was icy, and as he spoke the surrounding darkness surged like a tide enveloping the trio. Synchronization stage. The stout man's face filled with shock. This is a warning. Next time your family will face consequences. With that he cast a meaningful glance at them before melting back into the shadows. The three were still stunned. The young woman's mouth hung slightly open. Is this Yunji Academy? They sent a synchronization stage powerhouse to secretly protect Lin Bai's family. The stout man seemed to recall something, his expression shifting. When I was in touch with another circle, they said these academies send people to secretly protect the families of their commoner prodigies. I didn't believe it then, but it seems it's true. The next day arrived and Yunji Academy's lineup choice still stunned everyone. Lin Bai was leading the charge. There they go again with that move. The audience had barely settled into their seats when they saw Lin Bai take the stage and burst into exclamations. This ticket is worth it. We get to see this level of fight right from the start. Has anyone figured out Lin Bai's arrogant clone ability after all this time? It feels almost unbeatable. So far only Yi Fuling has managed to hold her ground. No one else seems promising. Holy crap. Xinglan is sending Lin Xiaoxing straight out. It's a king versus king match. Getting this intense right off the bat. The lineup choices from both sides instantly ignited the venue with the crowd's enthusiasm skyrocketing. The referee, sensing the atmosphere, fixed his gaze on the two opponents standing opposite each other. Do you two have anything to say? What's there to say? Just start the fight. Only the victor gets to talk. Lin Xiaoxing's face burned with battle fervor as he stared intently at Lin Bai. Hearing this, Lin Bai smirked. Indeed. The referee took a deep breath. In that case, let begin. As the words fell, Lin Xiaoxing instantly levitated. Downpour. Fierce spiritual energy began to radiate outward, fully revealing his manifestation stage aura. At the manifestation stage, spiritual energy could already be projected outward. The next moment, a dark cloud rapidly formed above the arena. Lin Bai was taken aback. I forgot to bring an umbrella. The audience had been watching in awe as Lin Xiaoxing, a mere freshman, could already manipulate the weather. A truly stunning sight. But Lin Bai's comment nearly made them lose their composure. Dude, shouldn't you be worried about whether you can even fight right now? A light drizzle began to fall, gradually intensifying. Within the rain curtain, Lin Xiaoxing spread his arms wide. The downpour automatically bent around him, forming a flowing watery coat. A fierce wind lifted him, his robes billowing in the rain, without a single drop touching him. He looked down at Lin Bai, his gaze turning calm. In that moment, he was like the eye of the storm. Windrise. At those two words, he raised his right hand, and a gale erupted. The howling wind, laden with rain, pelted relentlessly against Lin Bai. The next second, a silver light flashed as Greed launched a fearless charge with zero startup, instantly reaching Lin Xiaoxing midair. The spear, like a dragon, struck the flowing water cloak, creating intense ripples. Lin Chaos' expression was calm as he entered the state. With one hand raised, the water gathered into a water blade, swirling rapidly with the wind before he slashed down. Lin Xiaoxing initially thought Greed would dodge, but unexpectedly Greed merely tilted its head to avoid a fatal strike, allowing the blade to sink into his shoulder, then turned to grab Lin Xiaoxing and thrust a spear with one hand. The audience erupted in exclamations. What the hell? So brave. Lin Xiaoxing frowned, quickly realizing Greed's plan. He intended to withstand his own injuries and drag himself to the ground, as Lin Bai's several avatars clearly lacked any aerial capabilities. At the moment the water blade got stuck in Greed's shoulder, Jealousy appeared from nowhere, executing the third part of the dance of the broken wings, leaping high and striking down with a sword. Now Lin Xiaoxing could not avoid the ground. As Jealousy's sword struck with immense force, he plummeted rapidly to the earth. On the ground, Lust had been waiting for a long time. However, Lin Xiaoxing did not land where Lin Bai had anticipated. The wind direction suddenly changed, and a fierce gust blew him off course. Then as he landed, stepping on the surface of the water, he slid swiftly like a dancer on ice. Lin Bai frowned. This was Lin Xiaoxing's ability. Previously, when he fought in the Nine Bridges, it was this meticulous control over dual elemental forces that led to the continuous defeat of the seed contestants. However, Lin Bai had his countermeasures ready. Lust pulled back his soaked bangs, revealing his forehead. Then he snapped his fingers. The sound could not be transmitted through the heavy rain, yet Lin Xiaoxing heard it. He involuntarily turned to look at Lust, freezing in place with a dazed expression. Lust ducked low and threw a punch, sending him flying with brute force. The water curtain in front shook violently, and Lin Xiaoxing's expression grew serious as a push from behind hit him, stabilizing his form. But this brief pause allowed the furious Greed, Lust, and Jealousy to charge right in front of him. Just as they entered the 5-meter inner circle, Lin Xiaoxing suddenly halted. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Several avatars could even see Lin Xiaosheng exhaling light. Mirror flower water moon mirage domain. In that instant, the rain obscured everyone's vision. Every raindrop became a tiny prism, and countless illusions of Lin Xiaosheng emerged from the rain-soaked ground and the puddles. Each Lin Xiaosheng's movement was different. Some were upside down, some sideways, and even some had already completed their attack motions. A multitude of indistinguishable figures surrounded Lin Bai. A furious punch shattered the illusion in front, the force penetrating through and exploding into a large splash of water, but it hit nothing. The other avatars were the same. At that moment, the real Lin Xiaosheng fell from the rain curtain above the water blade in his palm, aimed at the back of Lin Bai's neck. Boom! With a flash of arrogance, Lin Xiaosheng's movement suddenly stiffened, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Call the tide. Around him, all of Lin Xiaosheng's shadows faded in unison, and Lin Xiaosheng's real body appeared above Lin by a torrent of water, swirling rapidly at his chest. Visible spiritual energy flowed around him as this torrent of water seemed to become the core. Defended. Lin Xiaosheng has defended against arrogance's attack. What now? Can arrogance strike again? Lin Xiaosheng's lips curled upwards. He shouldn't be able to continue for a short while. Wind strike. A fierce wind rose, and several avatars almost simultaneously rushed back to protect the real Lin Bai. Greed charged forward fearlessly, closing in on Lin Xiaosheng, blocking in front of him with his body. At this moment, countless wind blades appeared around Lin Xiaosheng. It's over. What are you pretending for? But jealousy's speed was faster. Charging forward, it unleashed its soul-shaking roar. Moreover, at some point, the large sword in jealousy's hand had suddenly expanded more than twice, with a green glow of spiritual energy swirling along the blade. When everyone looked, the sword jealousy now held seemed to be complete. But the violent spiritual energy shocked everyone as jealousy's aura revealed that it had reached the manifestation stage. Lin Xiaosheng's expression also changed slightly. Despite the rapid progress of Lin Bai's avatars in previous battles, facing it directly still felt absurd. However, he had no time to ponder. Just as the wind blades flew out, jealousy's soul-shaking roar immobilized him. The range had expanded. Lin Xiaosheng was taken aback. Then the giant sword, nearly matching his body size, sliced through the water sphere in front of Lin Xiaosheng. Huh! With a cold shout, jealousy unleashed three enormous pale green sword energies, instantly shattering Lin Xiaosheng's arena shield. Looking at the shield in front of him, Lin Xiaosheng felt bewildered. The distance of jealousy's soul-shaking roar shouldn't have reached him yet. But why? He stared at the massive sword composed of spiritual energy in jealousy's hand, falling into deep thought. After witnessing Lin Bai's previous battles, the referee had developed some resistance to such bizarre scenes. Lin Bai wins. A roar like a tsunami erupted from the arena, and Lin Xiaosheng looked complexly at Lin Bai in the distance, realizing his wind blades had been unleashed. Though partially blocked by greed, many still flew past, but none struck Lin Bai, all landing on Lazy. At this time, the sleeping Laz's face twitched with several blood holes on his body, yet even so he still did not. Originally, Lin Xiaosheng wanted to ask Lin Bai how he managed to do it, but he saw Lin Bai with a ghostly expression. Lin Xiaosheng was confused. At that moment, Lin Bai was not pretending. He stared at jealousy, his mind somewhat blank. Can a manifestation stage learn ultimate moves? That just now was clearly Riven's ultimate move, the Blade of Exile. Using it increases attack power and range, expanding the distances of the Dance of the Broken Wings and Soul-Shaking Roar, while also having an extension skill, Gale Slash. Those three sword energies were Gale Slash. Lin Bai had been thinking about waking Lazy to fight, but unexpectedly jealousy had a breakthrough at the crucial moment. It seemed that the recent appearances of various geniuses had stimulated him greatly. However, the fact that one could learn ultimate moves at the manifestation stage made Lin Bai feel a sense of anticipation. Among the various hero templates, many heroes underwent qualitative changes after learning ultimate moves. Riven was one of them. After learning her ultimate, few could withstand her combos at the same level in the game. Greed and Lust's ultimate moves were also powerful. Seeing their auras was similar, Lin Bai let out a slight sigh of relief, as if these two broke through it would be much simpler. Once again, it was an unfamiliar technique, leaving many people on the scene in silence. Those with slightly stronger abilities could feel the power of that immense sword energy. Jealousy had indeed reached the manifestation stage, but could that Gale Slash really be used by someone just entering the manifestation stage? After a brief silence, gasps of astonishment erupted continuously. What the hell? Spiritual energy manifestation. Can someone achieve this in a moment of crisis? Oh, my old buddy, you have no idea what I just witnessed. Usually I would strike down every translation tone I see, but today I was genuinely shocked, my old buddy. Everyone was unable to comprehend that Gale Slash, believing it to be a manifestation of spiritual energy. But in reality, that was Riven's ultimate move. Lin Kaoxing's expression was complex. At this moment, the surging spiritual energy could still be seen flowing on the rune, Sword of Jealousy. Such powerful control of spiritual energy, I can't complain about my loss. He was not someone who couldn't bear to lose, but he had to admit that jealousy was truly terrifying. The gigantic sword from the manifestation of spiritual energy made his heart race just by looking at it. Although it was covered in cracks, its power was undeniable after all he had been struck down by a single sword. What was that move just now? Lin Kaoxing couldn't help but ask. Exile's Edge Gale Slash. Gale Slash. Lin Kaoxing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Could it not be something related to the wind? This makes my abilities seem pathetic. His expression fell somewhat. As a trump card of Xinglan, he had thought this competition would be his chance to shine. But unexpectedly Lin Bai, this prodigy, emerged out of nowhere. Even against Baichen, he had great confidence. Indeed, there are always people beyond people. Lin Kaoxing sighed, and then left the arena. Returning to the preparation area, everyone hurriedly came to greet him. It's alright, at least we've revealed Lin Bai's trump card, making it easier for us to handle the follow-up. The two mentors hurriedly comforted him. Lin Kaoxing waved his hand, his expression turning grave. It's not that simple. That move doesn't seem like a manifestation of spiritual energy. It feels very strange to me. Everyone was taken aback. It seemed Lin Kaoxing had already adjusted himself. They all breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he wasn't disheartened. At this time Lin Kaoxing recounted the details of his battle with Lin Bai. He looked seriously at another person. Ma Yumao, be careful, his several clones possess very strong control abilities. Qing Nong was right, his offensive techniques are actually quite few with no particularly terrifying lethal skills, at least from my perception. Greed is like this. The girl named Ma Yumao nodded slightly. She had short hair that reached her ears with eyeshadow applied, and her appearance was exceptionally beautiful, dressed neatly. However, currently jealousy's offensive capacity has suddenly surged. I asked Lin Bai, and that Gale Slash has terrifying lethality, so you mustn't encounter it. Ma Yumao's heart stirred. Gale Slash, huh? I observed earlier, and it seems to have a certain range. Is that so? I was focused on him and didn't observe anything else, but you should also be careful. After jealousy condenses Exile's Edge, the range of the techniques he uses will also expand significantly. Oh, I got caught off guard by his roar. Hearing this, everyone felt a headache. If Lin Bai had previously been considered weak in offensive capability, then jealousy's breakthrough undoubtedly altered this situation. With powerful control capabilities coupled with unparalleled offensive power and an elusive true body. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Ma Yumao took a deep breath before stepping onto the stage. Lin Bai was already waiting on the stage. As Ma Yumao entered, the excitement in the audience surged once. Ma Yumao was a well-known school beauty at Xinglan Academy, enjoying tremendous popularity there, and her personality was quite lively, endearing her to many. Under normal circumstances and such an occasion, Ma Yumao would definitely say a few words, but now she was under so much pressure that she had no mood for it. The referee glanced at the two. Are both of you ready? They both nodded slightly. Begin. Ma Yumao suddenly stepped back, then shouted, light shaping. In the next moment, dozens of light spears appeared beside her, and at the same time a massive light blade appeared in her hand. Go! Boom! 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 The speed of the light spears was terrifying, almost instantly reaching Lin Bai's side. Naturally, this situation was countered using greed. As the only clone among Lin Bai's several clones with recovery capabilities, he and laziness could already serve as Lin Bai's dual shields. Ma Yumao seemed to know Lin Bai preferred using clones for defense, immediately launching another wave after the first wave of light spears. In the blink of an eye, greed was drenched in blood. But no matter how severe the injuries, as long as it wasn't instant death, it was almost the same for greed. Ignoring the pain, greed charged forward fearlessly. A spear shot forth like a dragon, fiercely thrusting out, but where the spear landed, Ma Yumao's body surprisingly transformed into photons, leaving greed with no sensation of impact. Moi. Greed was puzzled as Ma Yumao's body suddenly transformed into countless light points that scattered and then coalesced in the distance behind them. This left jealousy, who had just charged alongside greed, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Ma Yumao looked at the arrogance and lust before Lin Bai, her body shining brilliantly. Seeing this, they unhesitatingly retreated behind rage, simultaneously throwing laziness out as a shield. Spectral switch. Scorching. All the light quickly gathered, and then formed a light cannon that was fired. The intense energy caused laziness to open his eyes. What the heck? My true self harmed me. Boom. Laziness was directly blasted away, his body charred. What terrifying power. Lust and Lin Bai spoke in unison. How dare you use such force? If it weren't for laziness, that would have been me. Rage filled with fear, his eyes turned crimson. You dare to harm Lord Rage. Rage's figure bent, suddenly launching out, surrounding jealousy and greed behind Ma Yumao. At the same time, Lust waved his hands. 2 gusts of wind flew out from before him. Ma Yumao's figure once again transformed into photons disappearing from the spot, and when she reappeared, she was already in midair. Her hands crossed in front of her body, and her eyes closed. Celestial radiance, judgment. Dazzling light radiated from her, forming a massive sphere of light, causing many to instinctively squint. So dazzling. Is it money? Nobody is their holy light, even in a match. Where's the Dark Priest? I'm asking you, where's the Dark Priest? A wave of astonishment rose in the arena. At this moment, under the strong light, even Lust's abilities could not be activated. As for arrogance, the weakness hadn't been marked yet. The combat time between both sides was too short. This Ma Yumao evidently had information on arrogance and intended to finish the battle quickly. This was clearly a big move. Yet at this moment, Greed's lips curled into a smirk. What are you grinning about, Greed? Do you have a plan? Leave it to me. Covered in blood, Greed's smile was grotesque as he stepped forward not far from the crowd. At this point, the light had gathered to its limit. Then a ray of light descended and Greed tilted his head slightly, leaving a small hole on the ground. In the next second, countless rays of light fell like a torrential rain. In that instant, Greed was filled with combat fervor. As these rays descended, he focused his energy, pouring his spiritual power wildly into the spear, then spun it around. The spear soared from the ground, then swept horizontally in a crescent arc, a cold gleam, tearing through the air, expanding into a circular formation. In that moment, a powerful wave swept around, and those rays striking the circular formation emitted a sound like raindrops. Not a single ray could come close to Greed. At this moment, Greed's momentum had already reached a tangible stage. Ma Yumao's pupils constricted as she gritted her teeth, increasing her spiritual energy input, causing the rays to suddenly multiply. Before Lin Bai within the circular formation, his eyes lit up. Zhao Xin's ultimate move, New Moon Guardian. This skill was extremely powerful, rendering any attacks from outside the range ineffective against Greed. But in reality, it was directly blocked outside. Such a cheat. Was this a fused wind wall? Lin Bai's breath quickened in the game. Zhao Xin's ultimate move couldn't help allies block damage. Ma Yumo in the sky also sensed something was off. Her heavenly light judgment surprisingly couldn't inflict damage on Greed. Her mind went blank for a moment. Many spectators widened their eyes, and among the preparation seats of various academies, someone suddenly stood up. What is this? How much does Lin Bai still have hidden? Heavenly light judgment ineffective. How is that possible? This move, although grand in scale, consumed an enormous amount of energy. Within seconds, the light weakened, and Ma Yumo could barely maintain her levitation, falling to the ground. I concede, she said bitterly. This move had a vast coverage, leaving no space for escape. It was her trump card, and her spiritual energy was almost depleted, leaving her without any fighting power. It was enough to deal with most opponents, yet she didn't expect it couldn't even harm Lin Bai. However, upon conceding, Lin Bai felt a bit anxious. Greed was severely injured, waiting to continue the battle and absorb health. As she conceded, Lin Bai's expression grew serious. 10 minutes was simply not enough for Greed to recover. But with Ma Yumo's concession, the atmosphere on the Xinglan preparation seat dropped to freezing point. The deafening cheers outside formed an invisible pressure weighing down on them. Lu Ming's face was full of bitterness as he forced a smile. Each of these avatars has new changes with every breakthrough. I'm afraid this time, they'll truly become stepping stones. Mo Zheng sighed again. He had lost count of how many times he had sighed. This was the finals. They couldn't forfeit like Qing Nong, but at this rate, being penetrated by Lin Bai 4 times was only a matter of time. However, when Ma Yumo returned, she brought them a glimmer of hope. There's a chance to win against Lin Bai. I observed that his Greed avatar's injuries haven't fully healed, and I injured him again just now. 10 minutes is not enough for a complete recovery. Next, let's directly attack Greed and see if we can take him down. Both Lu Ming and the others felt their hearts stir. Now they were no longer thinking about how to win against Yunji. Currently, Lin Bai was too monstrous. Taking him down would be considered a victory. But while the idea was good, reality was harsh. Greed's injuries hadn't healed, but Lin Bai directly sent Lust to the front, who had not revealed her capabilities. After the battle, when Dulang activated his shield skill, the attacks from the Xinglan students had no effect on him. Greed seized the opportunity to recover wildly. Moreover, with the terrifying burst from jealousy, the third person from Xinglan simply couldn't hold on. Additionally, Lin Bai specifically ensured Greed's recovery would be halted to prevent a repeat of what happened with Ma Yumo. However, this also exposed Greed's recovery ability, which was triggered through attacks. After obtaining this information, Xinglan didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. This information wasn't crucial, but at least it could help them avoid Greed during the battle. But now they were already on their 4th attempt. If they lost this round, it would mean Yunji would win the championship in the individual battle. Who could have foreseen this outcome? The arena had erupted, cheers rising above the rest, all for Yunji. Besides that, the popularity of the live broadcast was skyrocketing. It would seem that for Yunji to win the next round would be incredibly easy. After all, they still had 6 people left. Could 7 people, including Lin Bai, not win a single round? That would be ridiculous. Xinglan understood that they were already out of options. In the private room, Ling Jiuyuan and Song Tingzhou were almost looking down their noses at everyone. Right now, they were the most dazzling figures inside. Oh, we can't win anymore, we can't win anymore. Is this Seven Sins really this monstrous? 1 against 3 already. Lin Guanyun sighed helplessly. He naturally could see the current situation clearly. I concede. Ling Jiuyuan was flushed with excitement. He hadn't felt this comfortable in a long time. Xinglin's 4th attempt still had a trick up its sleeve, but it was futile. Greed's ultimate move combined with jealousy's ultimate move, 1 offense and 1 defense, left no room for the opponent to break through. In the end, they had no choice but to concede. When they won the 4th round, everyone from Yunji was stunned. No way. Did we come here to tour? We just won. Bai Wu stared dumbfounded. Ji Xinyuan next to him had a complex expression, but said nothing. It wasn't until the others woke up from their stupor that they realized that by winning the 4th round, they had become champions. However, the subsequent matches were not over. The final league rankings would consider both individual and team battle points plus ranking coefficients. Moreover, this was the finals. They couldn't afford to forfeit that person. After losing, Xinglan was furious. Damn it. Even if it means dragging him down, we must exhaust him. If we lose to Lin Bai in the finals, the dean will definitely chop us up. Unfortunately, exhausting Lin Bai was akin to a fantasy. The spiritual energy consumption of the Seven Sins body was far less than they imagined. With the next 3 people on stage, they couldn't avoid being quickly overwhelmed by Lin Bai. And after each battle, Lin Bai's condition was always desperately good. As the 7th person fell, the cheers in the arena suddenly halted. Because at this moment they realized that Lin Bai had decimated the competition. After a brief pause, a wave of ecstatic cheers erupted, drowning everything out. What the heck? 7 opponents in the finals. In reporting this, someone is cheating. After a brief silence, the arena suddenly erupted with excitement. A decisive victory with 7 wins. The entire event was like a dragon soaring through the skies. The audience was at a loss for words. Throughout history, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Even the legendary prodigies of the past rarely showcased this kind of performance. After all, while you are strong, others are not weak either. Such a staggering power perhaps could be found among those legendary figures. But achieving this level in the first year of college is unprecedented. What the hell? Are we witnessing history? Wow. I regretted it. I thought this competition would be dull and asked for a refund. What a loss. The competition screen was flooded with countless bullet comments. Without filtering, one could hardly see the actual footage. At this moment, the excitement was escalating rapidly. Inside the director's private room, Ling Jiyuan and Song Tingzhou exchanged glances. That surreal feeling resurfaced, and after a brief moment of daze, Song Tingzhou said blankly, "Is this really first place?" It seems so. They had been so caught up in the excitement that they completely lacked the tangible thrill of securing first place. However, once the judges made the announcement and began the process of concluding the match, both of them finally reacted. Their Yunji had won the championship. Although claiming victory in the league might be challenging, they had already won half the battle, which was sufficient. Even if they ultimately couldn't secure first place, as long as their individual battle points were reasonable, they could still achieve a commendable rank. Moreover, this time Yunji's individual battle was extremely valuable. They had defeated the 6 major academies along the way. Even if the ranking battle did not go well, their individual achievements would be enough for the entire nation's students to remember Yunji. Ling Jiyuan already envisioned the enrollment frenzy for the following year. This was the nature of academic competition. Only with high fame could they attract more quality students, thus enhancing the academy's reputation through these promising talents, creating a virtuous cycle. Part of the reason why Beichun could remain at the pinnacle for such a long time lies here. At this moment, the various academies on the field were also gradually departing. The individual battles were just the first half of the league, with even more intense team battles to follow. On the way back, everyone looked at Lin Bai as if he were a ghost. The manifestation tier is really that powerful. Bai Wuyo glanced at his palm and instinctively clenched it. I've also reached the manifestation tier. Why don't I feel it? Right. He nudged the pensive Ji Xinyuan with his shoulder. It's different. Lin Bai's avatar seems to have mastered that stage as soon as he entered it. They couldn't articulate it, and Lin Bai himself couldn't either. He certainly couldn't say. He didn't need to learn skills right. Meanwhile, Lu Sun was now at the back, not even daring to look at Lin Bai, as he suddenly realized that it would be so easy for Lin Bai to deal with him. Jiang Yutian also wore a complex expression, thinking that he could catch up with effort, but the more he chased, the farther it became, and the more hopeless he felt. Lin Gu, you're amazing. This will truly be recorded in history. Tang Xiao exclaimed excitedly beside Lin Bai. He was genuinely happy for Lin Bai. Isn't Lin Gu impressive? Impressive. Lin Bai's lips curled into a smile. He felt wonderfully elated. With the individual battle secured, the ranking battle was also stable. After the individual battle concluded, the system had already begun calculating rewards. What was most regrettable was the match against Qing Nong, as they forfeited, directly causing Lin Bai to miss out on 3 draw opportunities. But adding the previous 3 and the 7 opponents in the finals, that amounts to 10 chances for Hex deck draws. Together with Beichen's Qin She, there would be a total of 11 Hex deck draws, along with winning the Flying Star in the round of 16, defeating Beichen in the quarterfinals, beating Qing Nong in the semifinals, and winning against Xinglan in the finals. That's a full 4 directed Hex deck draws. The task rewards were luxurious beyond measure, and Lin Bai's breathing became heavy at this moment. All he wanted was to find a quiet place and draw intensely. After returning, the team battle would start, allowing for a day's rest. Hu Yun and the others also wanted everyone to relax, but in reality, it was just to let Lin Bai relax, as the others didn't even have a chance to take the stage. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Bai immediately unleashed his laziness. After a round of rubbing, the Hex deck draw screen began to spin. First, there were 10 draws that were not fixed. Silver attack power fragments. Silver skill acceleration fragments. Golden spell power fragments. Silver critical hit fragments. For consecutive draws yielded only fragments, but fortunately one of them was a golden spell power, which was still acceptable. This spell power was also directly given to Lust. Then suddenly the cards in front of him changed. Lin Bai's breathing quickened. The Hex deck rune draw was here. 3 golden cards caught Lin Bai's attention, and he clicked to reveal them. Magic Missile. Skills hit enemies and will launch missiles dealing percentage true damage. Soul Siphon. Provides critical hit lifesteal based on critical hit rate. OK Boomerang. Automatically releases a boomerang, 3 useless ones. Lin Bai's breath caught. While Magic Missile and Soul Siphon could be useful for certain specified heroes in the game, they were ineffective here. There were no limits, they were all garbage. He first clicked to refresh the boomerang. Double shot. Lin Bai's eyes widened instantly. Double shot. You must know the colorful dual blade style is nicknamed Little Double Shot. The mechanism of double shot is quite simple. When you score a critical hit, it triggers an additional attack effect. But the simpler it is, the more brutal it becomes, as this is extremely insane for those 3-ring heroes. Here Vayne is specifically mentioned, and Vayne is on the path of fury. Percentage true damage along with a series of runes such as dual blade style allows for an additional attack, with an attack effect after every attack. In simple terms, it means that every attack will trigger an additional attack with lower damage, and Vayne's core mechanism is that the third attack on the same target will deal percentage true damage. When the dual blade style is obtained, every attack will trigger a double shot, resulting in 4 attack effects triggered with a single hit. And that's not even the scariest part. Once the attack speed is increased, how many times can you hit in a second? Just thinking about that scene made Lin Bai's breathing quicken. He decisively assigned double shot to Fury, and he didn't dare to refresh the remaining 2. What if something like Hardened Heart appeared? That would be amusing. With that thought, he calmed down and continued drawing. Silver critical hit fragments. Silver attack power fragments. Golden critical hit fragments. Golden armor penetration fragments. Golden attack power fragments. 3 consecutive golden fragments left Lin Bai dazed, but then his heart sank. Wasn't this the sign that his luck had run out? However, after the 11th click, Lin Bai was stunned again. Colorful Hex deck fragments. Life-size bonus. Percentage spell penetration. Healing and there's nothing worth seeing anymore. Just directly choose the health value size enhancement and assign it to Glut. The remaining 3 critical strike fragments will go to Fury, granting a 25 critical strike chance, with double rapid fire plus 25 from the gold fragment and 82 from the silver fragment. With Fury still being a blank slate, it already has a 66 critical strike rate. As for attack power penetration and speed fragments, they will be assigned to Jealousy. Currently, Jealousy's burst potential is incredibly terrifying. Once the attack power is enhanced, it can essentially eliminate anyone in sight. However, problems arise as well. After assigning to Jealousy, his apparent combat power actually decreased slightly. It seems he has nothing to envy anymore. This discovery darkened Lin Bai's expression. Fortunately, this only applies to other avatars. When Jealousy's target becomes someone else, it will still regain its potency. Next comes the main event. Hex deck rune extraction. With 4 draws contributed by the 4 academies, Lin Bai took a deep breath and began rubbing his hands together eagerly. The first one. Lin Bai's heart raced, and the scene before him began to take shape: a silver hex deck. The color doesn't matter. What matters is whether there's a much-needed hex deck. But, slap. Gain 10 adaptation power when using immobilization skills to control enemies' explosive speed. Gain skill speed based on critical strike rate. Speed Demon. Gain 200 movement speed for 0.75 seconds when using skills to attack enemies. Explosive speed is definitely trash, but Speed Demon is actually a powerful hex deck. Unfortunately, it is not useful here. because slap is one of jealousy's spiritual roots. To avoid drawing items unrelated to his heart, Lin Bai didn't even dare to refresh and directly chose slap. The first one was so good as for the rest. The second one indeed turned out to be golden, but it's hard to say. Lin Bai calmed his mind and refreshed all three, resulting in the next three being barely usable. Night Hunt enter stealth after killing an enemy lasts 5 seconds. Buttered Bread gain 100 skill speed from Q skill cadenza every 10 seconds. Automatically casts a steadfast aria and a swift sonata in an alternating melody. The steadfast aria heals nearby allies and provides a temporary shield aura, while the swift sonata provides a temporary aura for additional movement speed. Among them, cadenza is still acceptable, so Lin Bai directly selected it for laziness. The third one. The others are all trash, so he only chose an incredibly powerful brain, and it can only belong to Lin Bai. With a sigh, Lin Bai clicked on the fourth one. Still gold. Lin Bai's breathing eased a bit, and then suddenly rubbed his eyes. What? Why is there only one hex deck? Since he could no longer see the other two hex decks. Shrink Engine. Gain skill speed for killing enemies, lose 65 stacks upon death. What? Is this it? Lin Bai's eyes were filled with shock. The Shrink Engine was directly assigned to jealousy. Now jealousy possesses the brutal power of slap, along with the Shrink Engine in hand. It's already in its formative stage, of future incoming runes will only serve to enhance it further. Lin Bai was momentarily stunned, but upon reflection it seemed reasonable. Others draw 4 times in a single game, but how many times has he drawn? Moreover, he can allocate it freely, so it's unreasonable for it not to take shape. As his mood stabilized, he moved on to the subsequent hero drawing phase. There was nothing much to choose from. It was either Rise or Vayne. But currently Fury has also taken shape to some extent, so Lin Bai decisively selected Vayne. He wanted to clarify the situation regarding true damage and then the mechanism of execution. Now, looking at the states of several major avatars, Lin Bai was taken aback. With true damage, Fury, the accumulated values of jealousy and the gluttony that is on its way isn't a group battle, simply a walkover. With such rich rewards in individual battles, if some more come in group battles, Lin Bai would surely ascend right on the spot. The next day, Lin Bai enjoyed a refreshing rest, and then prepared for the group battle on the third day. However, when he heard that the top 3 automatically advanced to the top 16, Lin Bai was dumbfounded. What? Did he just miss a hex deck draw like this? But it also seemed reasonable. It seems that the tasks for individual battles only start getting issued from the top 16. Perhaps in the system's eyes, only the top 16 count as the beginning. The contestants in the top 32 are too weak. On the first day, it was 32 to 16. Group battles and individual battles are completely different. Hu Yun called everyone to watch, and the object of observation was Beichen. Lin Bai looked at their close formation, his brows furrowed. This is completely different from individual battles. Exactly. The nearby Ji Xinyuan nodded. Their target is solely you. After saying that, he looked at Lin Bai seriously. In group battles, these people's target is only you. Bai Wuyo and Li Qingge also gathered around at some point. Li Qingge nodded in agreement, saying, he's right. Your performance in individual battles is too exaggerated. You are their greatest threat. Lin Bai looked at everyone's serious expressions and couldn't help but shrink his neck. Can't you protect me well? Upon mentioning this, everyone's expressions grew complex. Look at our class. So what abilities do we have that lean towards protection? Even your roommate's abilities are more focused on assisting and attacking. Hiss. Lin Bai's expression changed. Group battles are not individual battles, and it would be too easy for these people to bypass his avatars. Gluttony, save me. In the lush green forest, a giant arrived in the dimension-traveling city today. You say you are Lin Bai? Yes. It's me. Gluttony's voice was deep, seemingly still chewing on something. The guard at the city gate looked at the towering 8-meter-tall, 4-meter-wide fat giant with a wary expression. Is this you? Yes, back then I was still very thin. The guard was furious upon hearing this, poking at Lin Bai's large head photo on his phone and angrily saying, this is not you. Gluttony blinked innocently. I am the avatar of Gluttony. Oh, I just got a bit fat from eating. At this moment, the captain of the city defense patrol, Huang Yue, flew over. What's going on? The guard hurriedly said, Captain, this person has Lin Bai's identity badge and claims to be Lin Bai, but does this look like him? The captain was taken aback, picking up the identity badge to scrutinize it. It's genuine, no doubt, and hasn't triggered a death warning. But he looked at the Gluttony, who had turned into a small giant whose appearance was quite tragic, skin dark with key parts covered only by leaves. If it weren't for the large plants in the lush green forest, it would truly be insufficient to cover him. Then he glanced at the giant horned insect corpse he was carrying on his back, occasionally digging out pieces of meat. It was just while he was silent that Gluttony inconspicuously ate 2 more pieces. Huang Yu's mouth twitched. He really is Gluttony. Lin Bai had previously sent an avatar, and he was aware of that. But he never expected Gluttony's growth and changes to be this significant. Yesterday, Nyoma had to take a temporary leave due to urgent matters. As we all know, taking a temporary leave is different from taking leave. Temporary leave must be compensated. Wait for me to make up for it in 2 days. With Huang Yu's confirmation, the gluttony successfully passed the verification and entered the city. He then hurried towards the teleportation portal without even changing his clothes. Along the way, many people stopped to observe his enormous figure and wild attire, but the gluttony had no time to pay attention to them now. Having returned from the wilderness, he had wasted too much time. He couldn't be carried by an all-terrain motorcycle. He had walked all the way back. As the ground shook with the gluttony's disappearance into the portal, the crowd finally snapped back to their senses. What was that just now? A giant race. How could a giant race be allowed in? It must be some special ability. On the other side, at the entrance of the green forest of Yunji Academy. At this moment, a group of students was lining up to enter, but the next moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted at the entrance. The guards immediately went into combat readiness, watching the entrance, as if facing a formidable enemy. Having been here for many years, they had never seen such unusual movements from a teleportation portal. The next second, a large hand pressed against the edge of the vortex, startling everyone. The size of the hand was clearly abnormal. Stand back. You all stand back. The guard's heart sank. Could something have gone wrong over there? The frightened students began to retreat. The next second, the gluttony emerged from the portal. Several guards felt their spiritual energy surge, unleashing their resonating energy without reservation. Who are you? The crowd stared at the gluttony, resembling a small giant with half of a giant horned insect on his back, their pupils narrowing slightly. The gluttony instinctively scratched his head, but this action triggered their sensitive nerves. One person suddenly dashed in front of the gluttony and delivered a heavy punch to his stomach. Yet that punch, despite being thrown with all his might, felt as if it was hitting cotton, and the gluttony barely felt anything. Me. I'm Lin Bai. Gluttony avatar. Lin Bai Gluttony. This name left everyone dumbfounded. Recently, Lin Bai's name had become exceedingly well-known nationwide. Hearing him say that a beautiful girl with long legs and white stockings among the shocked students couldn't hold back. Shut up. How could you possibly be Lin Bai? She looked at the gluttony's massive figure, and where on that chubby face was there any resemblance to Lin Bai? The gluttony felt very wronged. I am the gluttony avatar. At this moment, someone among the guards had already informed the school director. Now the higher-ups in the academy had their own tasks, where they were accompanying Ling Jiyuan to watch the matches. Thus the guards appeared quite tense. If a foreign race truly appeared, the academy would suffer significant losses. The director also sensed the seriousness of the situation and flew over immediately after receiving the call. Meanwhile, the gluttony didn't make any significant movements. However, the guard who had just attacked was left dumbfounded. He had already struck. But why did the gluttony seem unfazed? He was even conversing with his teammates. What kind of monster is this? Fortunately, the director recognized the gravity of the situation and rushed over, flying in from outside in less than half a minute. Director Hua, the person is here. Huachuan didn't even need the guard to remind him. It was hard to ignore the gluttony's massive figure. He almost immediately activated his domain, and the colors of the surrounding space instantly turned gray. Within his domain, Huachuan spoke seriously. Who are you? I am Lin Bai, the gluttony avatar. The gluttony felt very innocent. Oh, why was he targeted every time he arrived somewhere? Gluttony. Huachuan's pupils narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the gluttony. Wasn't Lin Bai supposed to be? Wait, Lin Bai hadn't used the gluttony avatar in the competition. As Lin Bai's strongest avatar, many speculated whether it was his trump card, but it was overshadowed by the attention drawn to other avatars. As a result, the gluttony avatar was almost forgotten. He hurriedly took out his phone and pulled up the entrance records of the Green Forest. After seeing Lin Bai's previous entry record, a hint of suspicion flashed across his face. Although the records matched the current state of the gluttony, was simply absurd. The guard who had attacked earlier returned to his side and whispered. Although the records matched the current state of the gluttony, was simply absurd. The guard who had attacked earlier, Huachuan furrowed his brow in thought. At this moment, the gluttony took out his spatial ring and released all the various items that had previously been usable, but were now impractical due to his size. I am indeed gluttony. At this point, the gluttony felt a bit wronged. Huachuan's spirit shook, and he suddenly asked, are you here for the competition? I don't know. The main body sent me back. They had made contact. Huachuan's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said, come with me. At this point, he had basically confirmed that this was gluttony. Although he didn't know why he had undergone such changes from the academy's spatial ring, it was undoubtedly him. If Lin Bai's avatar had truly been harmed, then the ring should have been in an inoperable state. Moreover, the gluttony inside it surely had no knowledge of the situation outside regarding the competition. If he answered that he was here for the competition, Huachuan might have to sound the alarm for the entire academy. Now that it was confirmed to be gluttony, Huachuan became anxious instead. Lin Bai had sent him back, which was clearly because gluttony was needed for the upcoming situation, but the group battle should have already started. It would take time to get there, especially in the gluttony's current state. Standard vehicles wouldn't be able to make it. On the other side, the group battles round of 16 had already begun. Yunji Academy, as the biggest dark horse of this session, had garnered the highest attention among all the academies. In their first battle, they were set to face the academy that ranked 11th in the past years. This academy undoubtedly had strength and could be considered a formidable opponent. As their team was about to take the stage, Hu Yunji and Yun Shu found themselves in a predicament. Currently, among other teams, they would dispatch a powerful defensive ability user to the stage. Some academies even preferred to give up an SS-level contestant for an S-level defensive ability user. However, there was a problem with Yunji Academy. They lacked a specialized defensive ability user. Basically, they had some defensive attributes, but not many. During recruitment, they hadn't considered this direction. They also didn't expect Lin Bai's performance to be so astonishing. Tactical adjustments were no longer necessary as the opponents would prioritize defeating Lin Bai. At this moment, the importance of a defensive ability user became especially significant. Moreover, the current opponent is only ranked 11th. The opponents that follow will be even stronger. If we don't try now, how will we know how to fight later? The two pondered for a moment, glancing at the eager crowd around them. Instructor, don't worry. Although we aren't as strong as Lin Bai, we still have some strength. Bai Wuyo spoke earnestly. The others also grew serious. Lin Bai's brilliance was too overwhelming. It was not pleasant to be overshadowed by someone else's light, and they wanted to showcase themselves as well. Alright, then let's fight normally. Hu Yun took a deep breath. The SSS-level ability user from this academy. Hu Yun earnestly shared various information about their opponent. This was a necessary lesson, they all understood. Subsequently, the Battle of Yunji began. The team battle involved a large-scale melee with 12 participants from each academy. During the preparation phase, as both sides faced off, Lin Bai noticed that all 12 pairs of eyes from the opposing team were focused solely on him. Lin Bai couldn't help but shiver. Even though he was prepared when faced with a dozen opponents rushing at him, he was still taken aback. Various clones and techniques were deployed, delaying the inevitable, but it was still not enough. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. These individuals were incredibly reckless, showing no regard for the other students of Yunji. Their target was only Lin Bai. In the end, at the cost of eliminating 6 members, they forcefully shattered Lin Bai's protective barrier in the arena. Lin Bai was truly stunned. He had anticipated their frenzy, but he never expected it to be this intense. There were even those who charged at Lin Bai for a direct confrontation, while Ji Zuanyuan's sword was already poised behind him. Throughout the encounter, Lin Bai was the target, with 12 individuals wielding 12 different abilities, making it impossible to defend against. This made Lin Bai acutely aware that team battles were indeed different. However, even if Lin Bai was eliminated, there were still many others from Yunji. Be it Ji Xinyuan or Bai Wuyo, they were all top-tier experts. Their focus on Lin Bai inevitably left them vulnerable. The result was that after Lin Bai's elimination, the remaining members were quickly dispatched, ultimately losing the match with a score of 12-1. The audience erupted in cheers, yet many wore expressions of shock. This is insane. Is this the treatment accorded to the MVP of a solo battle? Wow, 12 people all charging at once. Don't say that this tactic might seem foolish against academies with less strength, but what if it were used by a top-tier academy like Xinglan Beichen? There's merit to that. Ji Xinyuan and the others won't tear through those academies' defenses so quickly. I've always said solo battles are solo battles and team battles are team battles. They are not the same. Merely in the first battle, Yunji's weaknesses had already been exposed. In a team battle, individual strength is greatly diminished. If there are no other pillars to stand up, it will be impossible to win against those comprehensive universities. Later, Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu watched the matches from other academies and quickly found that their thoughts aligned with those of the audience. This was the harsh reality before everyone. Yunji had too few strong individuals. Only Lin Bai and a few others could hold their own, while the other 6 major academies were truly well-rounded and had powerful defensive ability users. After the matches concluded and the opponents for the next day were drawn, the two's brows remained furrowed. Now in the top 8, Yunji's opponent was Yuanxi. Yuanxi's strength was also extremely formidable. The two took a deep breath, saying, "We can't fight like this against Yuanxi tomorrow." Their intentions were clear. Yuanxi had defensive ability users who wouldn't be as easily torn through as today. The only option would be to protect Lin Bai during the fight. "Instructor, we aren't very good at defense." The others couldn't help but express their worries. But then a clear voice rang out from the crowd, bright and crisp. Qin Chuwu stood up, her pale yellow sweatshirt standing out in the crowd. She smiled with her eyes squinted, pulling on the wrist of the person next to her as she urged them forward. "I think we can let Lin Shi take the stage." The person being pulled stumbled a step. The two instructors looked on in confusion. "Lin Shi? At that moment, the girl named Lin, she also stepped into the spotlight. Or rather, she was finally illuminated by the light. Everyone suddenly realized that someone had been sitting in that spot all along. Yet for some reason, no one had ever noticed her. Clearly, she had been sitting there like a thin shadow pressed against the wall, so quiet that she could almost be overlooked. But now, having been drawn out by Qin Shiwu, the crowd finally noticed her. Not very tall, barely reaching Qin Kaiwa's shoulder, her slender frame was wrapped in a large black coat, the hem of which hung down to her thighs. Her hair was deep black, casually tied in a low ponytail, with a few strands falling beside her cheeks, accentuating her pallid complexion. She slightly lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering, seemingly unaccustomed to being under so many stares. Many boys in attendance instinctively widened their eyes. Lin Bai's appearance was genuinely beautiful, yet they couldn't understand why they had no memory of her. If they had noticed her earlier, the rankings of the campus beauties would surely have changed. But what drew the most attention, the shadow beneath her feet resembled dark ink, its edges slowly undulating, appearing as if some living creature was crouched at her feet. As Lin Bai's figure came into view, some familiar, yet strange memories gradually surfaced in their minds. Hu Yun murmured, SS-level shadow ability. Lin Shi. At that moment, he realized that he had no impression of this student at all, which was indeed a highly unusual situation. Lin Shi, feeling somewhat at a loss, lowered her head and softly said, "Two can't do it." Qin Shiwu seemed to know her. While pulling her aside, asked Do Bao. Lin Shi was taken aback. "Oh, right. I'll ask." After saying that, she took out her phone and opened the Do Bao interface. Suggestions for participating in the Academy competition. Follow classmates to hunt members of the Gate Council. Notes for applying to Yunji Academy. Suggestions for applying to the Academy with the Seven Sins ability. She opened it and quickly clicked on a new conversation, typing at lightning speed. Do Bao, our Academy's competition is missing a defensive ability user, but we don't have one. Can I participate? Of course you can. Let me give you the most straightforward, no-nonsense, and honest answer. Your shadow ability. Just follow what I say. Just tell me one thing. Do you want to take the stage? Do you need me to explain in detail how to respond to the opponent's strategies, and what situations require what responses? Lin Shi's eyes lit up, turning to look at Qin Shiwu. Do Bao said it's okay. Qin Shiwu sighed, covering her forehead. Then just go for it. Qin Kaiwa's expression was full of helplessness. Over this period, she had come to understand the personality of her mysterious, socially anxious roommate. Once the instruction manual was out, wouldn't it be simple to take the stage? Before the others could recover, they saw Lin Shi turn around and say, "Mentor, I think I can do it." Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu both instinctively looked at Qin Shiwu. Qin Shiwu rarely spoke in class, but as a scion of a major family with an SS rank ability, she might have her own unique insights. Seeing this, Qin Shiwu spoke up. "At present, we can't find a defensive ability user, but we can solve the defense issue by enhancing mobility. After all, the best defense is offense. We all understand that, but the question is, can her shadow ability achieve that?" Hu Yun asked doubtfully. Mentioning this perked Qin Shiwu right up. She even wondered why Lin Bai's ability was only rated as S rank. Lin Bai's shadow ability is different. She has two powers. First, Shadow Shelter. She can pull teammates into her own shadow space, briefly evading fatal damage. This is S rank. Are you sure? Zhang Yutian questioned, his face full of doubt. Just this one point alone made the shadow ability far from ordinary. Hold on. Qin Shiwu waved her hand. There's another one, Shadow Leap. It allows short-distance teleportation through shadows, and you can also achieve collective transfer via the shadow nodes she marks. Huh. This time, not only Zhang Yutian, but many others instinctively opened their mouths. Are you sure about this? Hu Yun also frowned deeply. Shadow abilities that can cover teammates are rare. This is no ordinary shadow, but if it's true, then the defense issue can be solved. Ji Yunshu's eyes lit up. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Shi. Until now, none of them knew such a powerful shadow ability user was among them. Lin Bai also looked at her with considerable curiosity, feeling as though she was instinctively avoiding his gaze. If that's the case, our tactics can be much more varied. According to Qin Shiwu, the ability to grant group invincibility and group teleportation could already serve as a team core. In this kind of team battle, its role might even surpass Lin Bai's. But is there no cost? He asked instinctively. Lin Bai's ears perked up immediately, and she blurted out, "No. I can endure." Her voice was so loud that everyone was startled, completely baffled by her intense reaction. Qin Shiwu was also stunned for a moment. It was the first time she had heard Lin Shi speak so loudly. Lin Shi, no need to get excited. Powerful abilities often come with significant side effects. Lin Bai was just concerned about you. Huh? Kankan concerned about me? Lin Bai's eyes widened and her voice trembled slightly. Everyone's curious gazes instantly turned to her. Qin Shiwu put an arm around her shoulders. Our little Shi has developed quite an admiration for Lin Bai after this individual match. With that explanation, everyone nodded knowingly. Don't worry, she never exaggerates. If she says she can do it, she can. Minter set the lineup. Alright. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu both became visibly more excited. Lin Zai's ability was a godsend. With her protecting their trump card Lin Bai, their chances of victory would be much higher. On the side, Qin Shuwu pulled Lin Shi aside and whispered, Little Shi. Little Shi. She called several times before Lin Shi snapped back to reality. Huh, what's up? Qin Shuwu looked at her suspiciously. You wouldn't happen to, like Lin Bai, would you? Thighs. How is that possible? You're mistaken. I am not. The suspicion on Qin Kaiwa's face only deepened. Sister, your feelings are written all over your face. Could it really be love at first sight? She shook her head fiercely. Impossible. On the other side, with Lin Shi on board, Hu Yun had far more options for personnel and tactics. Over at Yuanxi, they were also on high alert. There was no helping it. Lin Bai on the battlefield was terrifying. It was no secret that greed grew stronger with every fight, and pride's guaranteed instant kill of one person was enough to give anyone a headache. Add to that lust's control and wrath's explosive power, and Lin Bai alone could match 5 people. The others from Yunji were no pushovers either. Dealing with them would drain their energy. After much debate, Yuanxi's tactics were finalized. After arguing for a long time, they ultimately decided to prioritize targeting Lin Bai. There was no choice. Lin Bai had reached a level where they had to focus on him. During the preparation on the field, Lin Bai could already feel the familiar gaze on him. The corner of his mouth twitched. While no need to guess the tactics, they were definitely coming for him. Then his gaze fell on Lin Shi in front of him. Compared to himself, she was noticeably smaller and thinner, yet for some reason, she stood resolutely before him. Lin Bai. Don't worry. He'll protect you. Her voice was clearly trembling, which only deepened Lin Bai's confusion. Oh, the match hasn't started yet, no need to be so tense. As he said this, he could clearly see Lin Zai's shoulders flinch. But soon she steadied herself and fell silent. The arena for the team match was much larger than for the individual bouts. After both sides formed their formations, the referee gave the order. Match. Begin. As the words fell, Ji Xianyuan and Zhang Yutian charged forward like arrows from a bow. A glint of light flickered in Bai Wei's eyes, and the others unleashed their full abilities. On the opposing side, their target was clear. At the forefront, Yu Qingjian suddenly produced a rusted spearhead in his hand and pressed it against his chest. Boom. It was as if thunder had struck. In an instant, his form transformed. His entire figure shot up to over 2 meters, clad in a suit of ferocious armor, wielding a 6-foot-long spear. His eyes crackling with lightning locked directly onto Lin Bai. Whoa, that's terrifying. Lin Bai was stunned. At that moment, all his clones except Sloth had already made their move. Earth's resonance. Beside Yu Qingjian, a wheat-skinned girl with a single ponytail let out a crisp cry and pressed her hands against the ground. At that instant, every hair on Lin Bai's body stood on end. Damn, they're still coming for me. He retreated almost without thinking. The next second, Ji Xianyuan and the others who were charging forward discovered that the Yuanxi Academy members were rapidly closing in on them, only to instantly widen the distance again. The ground beneath their feet seemed to writhe and contract, drawing them closer. Then the earth under the Yunji team began to expand, pushing them away from Lin Bai. At that moment, everyone from Yuanxi was enveloped in a radiant glow of spiritual energy. Old Hus Intel didn't mention this earth-shrinking step. Lin Bai's eyes widened as his several clones and Lin Shi ahead were simultaneously drawn away. He instinctively tried to summon Sloth as a shield, but among Yun Zai's group, a male student stared fixedly at him, making Lin Bai feel his thoughts stiffen in that instant. Then Yun Zai's members struck in unison. Flame burst. Reconstruct. Sonic boom fist. Amidst a roar of shouts, Yu Qingjian's colossal figure arrived first, leaping high with his lightning spear descending from above. Meanwhile, the remaining 11 of Yuan, she unleashed a flurry of techniques. Lin Bai's lips twitched. He knew without looking that this was Yuan Zai's trump card. With this move, turning the tide of battle was too simple. This is my end. As Lin Bai closed his eyes, a sharp cry reached his ears. Shadow leap. Lin Shi leaped out from Lin Bai's shadow, pressing her hand against his back as dense shadows instantly engulfed. In that moment, Lin Bai found himself in a gray space where everyone's expressions and movements were frozen. Get out of here first. What you see is just an illusion. Everyone outside is moving. Lin Zai's anxious voice echoed. Lin Bai nodded and hurried toward where Ji Xianyuan and the others had been pulled away. On the field, the attacks of Yun Zai's 11 members landed directly on Lin Bai's position, unleashing various spiritual energies that blasted a huge crater there. But the arena shield for Lin Bai's elimination didn't burst. Yu Qingjian at the forefront caught a glimpse of that shadow and began scanning the field. You're pulling off such a cool move. What are you showing off for? The next second, his eyes twitched wildly as Jealousy struck from the side with a runic greatsword. Not to mention the pressure from Jealousy's nearly twisted envious face was already overwhelming. Jealousy leaped high, bringing down the third segment of the broken wing dance, forcing Yu Qingjian to brace his spear in defense. With a thunderous crash, Yu Qingjian's expression shifted slightly. Jealousy's power was too exaggerated. Though they were on the same level, it was just a clone after all. At this point, the field was in chaos. Unable to find Lin Bai, Yunzai's members were forced to engage Yunjai's team. And once the fight began, the gap became evident. On Yunjai's side, they had Lin Bai's several clones, each far from ordinary. Not to mention Yu Qingjian, ranked first, was being solo guarded by jealousy. Who could accept that? Ranked second Xin Shuang was heavily depleted from the initial Earth Resonance move and was still dodging by Wei's attacks. Yuanxi was instantly in dire straits. Only then did the audience snap to attention. Yuanzai's move was ruthless. But where's Lin Bai? How did he vanish? There's a shadow-type user. I checked Yunjai's roster. Only one of their 12 is an SS rank. I think she's the one behind it. On the field, the battle was wildly chaotic. These students had only a month of team training and lacked discipline. Soon a breakthrough emerged for Yuanxi. The depleted Xin Shuang was caught off guard by Li Qing's sneak attack, and in that dazed moment Bai Wuyo cleared her off the field. At that moment, Lin Bai slowly stepped out from behind a student's shadow in the corner. But by then Yuanxi could no longer care about him. Once the gap opened, it couldn't be sealed. Their earlier disadvantage was already immense, and now it was compounded. At this, Yu Qingjian grew anxious, trying to break through jealousy quickly. But the more he underestimated jealousy, the more exaggerated its power became. Similarly, greed grew increasingly absurd. Earlier, it had been sneaking attacks from behind other students, and as its stats rose, a single reckless charge opened a breach. And with pride directly crushing Yu Qingjian's arena shield Yuan, she collapsed completely. Even in defeat, everyone was filled with resentment. From start to finish, they couldn't even touch a hair on Lin Bai. Now Lin Bai looked at Lin Shi with some surprise. Her shadow shelter didn't seem as simple as Qin Shiwu had described. Lin Shi panted heavily, unaware of Lin Bai's gaze. Maintaining shadow shelter for so long drained immense spiritual energy. But at least she had protected him. At that thought, a surge of excitement welled within her. She instinctively turned to look at Lin Bai, meeting his eyes. Whoosh. Lin Bai had never understood the concept of face-swapping speed, but seeing her turn so fast, he suddenly did. Just then the referee declared Yunjai's victory. Fewer than 6 of Yuanzai's members remained on the field. We won. Qin Shiwu approached with a smile, reaching to grab Lin Shi, only to see her collapse straight down. Lin Bai's expression shifted. He summoned Sloth, and the falling Lin Shi landed on it. Qin Shiwu hurried over, cradling Lin Shi in her arms. Spiritual energy depletion. She looked at Lin Bai with a complex expression. How long were you in the shadow shelter? Half a minute. Lin Bai recalled briefly. Qin Kaiwa's expression grew even more complicated. So let's head back first. Lin Bai walked beside her. Is this move very costly? More than that. Normally she uses it for just a second or two to dodge attacks. This is the first time I've seen her use it for so long. Lin Bai paused, a strange feeling stirring within him. It's time to boost my own strength. I can hide miles away usually, but there will always be ways to target me. Back at the preparation area, Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu approached with joyful surprise. Solid. Guaranteed top 4 plus the individual first. This is a lock. This was undoubtedly their happiest moment in the competition. All thanks to Lin Shi. Huh, what's wrong? Their expressions changed upon seeing the unconscious Lin Shi. Spiritual energy depletion. Shall recover with some rest. Hearing this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Take her back first. Haha, this is a sure thing. Among the deans, only Song Tingzhou could laugh so loudly now. The others' expressions turned complex. This team battle was the most crucial. Winning it secured Yunjai's place in the top 6 this year. Earlier, everyone thought Yunzai's big move might directly eliminate Yunji, but where did that shadow-type user come from? All present were strong, and they could see the shadow-type's extraordinary nature. Lack of depth is lack of depth. A shadow-type of this level rated as S rank. Isn't that your academy's problem? Ling Jiuan's smile faltered, but he retorted stubbornly. Ranking isn't for you to comment on. If it's truly our academy's fault, I'll flay Wang Qi alive when I get back. But perhaps the student was holding back. Although he did not show it, Ling Jiuan felt a surge of anger within. The other deans spoke harshly, but their words were indeed the truth. If we factor in the shadow abilities, they have already misjudged 2 extraordinary powers. If this becomes widely known, even if they win the championship this year, the stigma of misleading students will remain. At this moment, Ling Jiuan's expression was grim. Seeing him like this, the other deans felt slightly better. If we are suffering, you shouldn't expect to fare any better. Yet the problem remained unsolved. How should they deal with Lin Bai? Just thinking about it gave the deans a headache. Meanwhile, the competitions from other academies quickly came to an end, leading directly to the draw for the top 4. The 4 academies advancing were Beichen, Xinglan, Zhouqiao, and Yunji. As the representatives from each academy took the stage, nearly all eyes were fixed on Hu Yun. Currently Yunji is the last academy they want to face. They had already unleashed their grand moves only to have them easily countered. Until they understand the shadow abilities, they wish to avoid Yunji. Once the draw results were announced, no one could muster a smile. Beichen versus Xinglan. Zhu Qiao versus Yunji. Neither Beichen nor Xinglan could smile, as they were both strong contenders. They would undoubtedly have to reveal their trump cards, regardless of who won the finals would be even more difficult. From the moment of the draw, Zhu Qiao had been unable to smile. Beichen, Xinglan, and Yunji, no matter who they drew, all were formidable opponents. Hu Yun couldn't smile either, as their current advantages lay in the unique abilities of Lin Shi and Lin Bai. However, Zhou Qiao Academy had the deepest understanding of extraordinary powers and might find a way to counter Yunji. At this point, Lin Guanyun, who was in charge of the draw, also looked a bit distressed and retreated awkwardly under the resentful gazes of the several mentors. In the top 4 showdown, Yunji and Zhou Qiao would face off first in the afternoon. Returning to the preparation area, Hu Yun's expression was grave as he summoned everyone. Zhou Qiao is not to be underestimated. Their team strategy may be even more targeted this time. Zhou Qiao knows the various extraordinary abilities too well, understanding their strengths and weaknesses. Selecting students from their own ranks for countermeasures is just too easy. Moreover, Hu Yun's gaze fell on Lin Bai and Lin Shi's expression serious. Zhu Qiao's in-depth research on extraordinary abilities is their hallmark, and the variety of powers they possess is also their advantage. This time we might see some bizarre extraordinary abilities emerge. You all need to be cautious. Unconventional moves are incredibly useful in chaotic team battles. Zhou Qiao maintains their ranking year after year by relying on excellent results in team matches. Bai Wuyo pondered for a moment and spoke. Currently we have no other options. We have exhausted our cards. His words caused everyone to feel a weight in their hearts, as Bai Wuyo was stating the truth. As the afternoon wore on, they still hadn't devised any good strategies. Time ticked away, and soon the start time approached. The audience had already filled the stands, and the live broadcast was simultaneously underway, with Yunji's match garnering significant attention. Just as Lin Bai and the others were about to take the stage, a silhouette suddenly soared into the air, issuing a furious shout. Who goes there? The competition area is off limits for flight. As the words fell, an invisible realm expanded around. Do not act. I am a mentor from Yunji Academy. Even if you are from Yunji. The powerful figure in the aerial realm frowned slightly. Teacher He, why are you here? Hurry down. Ling Jiyuan's voice rang out, causing the surrounding realm to silently dissipate, while a force guided the massive figure to land on Yunji's preparation area. The members of Yunji were left stunned, staring at the giant figure resembling a mountain of flesh, searching their minds for a match among Yunji's mentors. However, all they saw was that gluttonous figure comparable to a mountain. The glutton slowly stood up, and his immense form made many instinctively look up. As the glutton rose, Huachuan beneath him was also panting heavily, leaning on his knees. I made it. Lin student Yuhoff, you do your best. As soon as he finished speaking, Huachuan collapsed onto the ground. Ling Jiyuan furrowed his brows, glancing between the glutton and Huachuan. Lin Bai quietly approached, intending to retrieve the glutton. Your doppelganger. Ling Jiyuan suddenly turned his head. Lin Bai's expression froze a yes. In an instant, all eyes were on Lin Bai, and everyone's mind struggled to process the situation. A doppelganger. Why was Lin Bai's doppelganger sent over directly by Huachuan? Moreover, it seemed like it had flown all the way here. Now anyone with discernment could see that Huachuan's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. How could a realm-level individual be exhausted like this? Ling Jiyuan's gaze fell on Huachuan, then swept over Lin Bai. At this moment, Zhou Qiao noticed something amiss. Since the battle began, Lin Bai hadn't used the gluttonous doppelganger. Now at this critical juncture, he suddenly had a realm-level mentor sent over. If you say this doppelganger is fine, I won't be the first to believe it. Inside the box, Shin Fugong immediately stood up. Sister, this doppelganger is strange. We can't let him take the field. However, Ling Jiyuan was thinking the same thing. Kid, hurry up and recall it. Lin Bai concentrated, and the massive figure of the glutton instantly vanished. Shin Fugong's expression changed, and Xiaoshang's was similar. Cough cough, so it really is your doppelganger. Then it's fine, go on stage. Ling Jiyuan deliberately raised his voice, ensuring everyone could hear. As Lin Bai recalled the glutton, feeling its memories and power, in an instant his expression brightened. This was stable. He then bought the Overlord's blood armor from the shop, and his smile widened further. Though those around him didn't know what had happened, they couldn't help but notice Lin Bai's increasingly difficult content smile. However, the situation was different for Zhu Qiao. Sweat began to bead on their foreheads. Lin Bai's revealed trump card was too obvious and too frightening. Even the audience could see it. That's Lin Bai's gluttonous doppelganger. What kind of treatment is this? A realm-level mentor was directly flown here. Why not take a plane? Because a realm-level individual flies faster than a plane. I bet 50 cents this gluttonous doppelganger is definitely not simple. At this moment, even the referee's gaze turned toward Lin Bai, his expression subtly shifting. After inquiring about both sides' preparations, he took a deep breath. Begin. As his words fell, the glutton, resembling a small giant, appeared directly in the arena. Lin Bai smirked, stopping Ji Xinyuan and the others who were about to rush forward. Don't rush, let him take the first wave of damage. After saying this, he retreated behind Lin Shi while the glutton charged directly towards the opponents. The faces of Jukio's members drained of color. Baosher might have looked corpulent, but his motions were anything but slow. Once a glow spread across both his fists, his speed quickened still further. Captain, what do we do now? Do we strike? Probe first. Their target is enormous. Focus fire for a round. The Zhou captain gritted his teeth and issued the order. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy slammed into Baosher. A burst of light from the surging spiritual energy almost swallowed Baosher, yet to everyone's stupefaction, he simply charged out of the radiance. Aside from torn clothing and a few bloodied streaks, his condition remained completely unbroken. In the dean's box, Xiao Sheng and Shen Fugong wore solemn expressions. Baoshi's state before them far exceeded the records Jiuqiao Academy kept on the Seven Sins. Dean Ling, you recruited a fine seedling this year, Shen Fugong said with a complex look. Ha ha ha, for what the? Ling Jian stroked his beard with a smile, but in the next instant his eyes flew wide, and several whiskers were torn free. No one cared about his condition now. The others wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Many deans rose instinctively, leaning forward to try to discern what had happened. Their senses should have been able to read it clearly. At that moment, as Baosher closed on the Jiuqiao group, he drew his right fist back, and a terrible energy coalesced upon it. The Jiuqiao fighters opposite felt their hair stand on end in an instant. Some dodged, others raised defenses. Yet Baoshi's blow was swift, and they had been preparing to concentrate fire on him. From the edge of Baoshi's fist, a detonating fan-shaped wave erupted and swept over Jukio's 12 fighters. Boom! The sound of 12 shields shattering rang once, and the 12 were hurled away. As they hurtled toward the stands, an unseen force yanked them back. Above, the deans of the academies had already appeared without anyone noticing, each gazing at Baosher with grave faces. The Yunji team below were stupefied. The audience was the same. The referees stood dumbstruck, unable to speak. High overhead, Long Qi waved his hand, and a barrier enclosed everyone. All eyes then fell on Ling Jiyuan. Sweat beaded on his brow. A Song Tingzhou beside him looked much. That just now, was that the power of the rules? After a long pause, Wang Qi finally asked. The others were similarly grave. Xiaoxing thought back briefly. No mistake. Though it was only an instantary burst, the core of that fan-shaped blast was unmistakably the power of the rules. Old Ling, you really didn't know? Lin Guanyin, still shaken, could not help asking. Ling Jiyuan shook his head hard. I don't know either. That kid is utterly abnormal. Long Qi looked down at the crowd. We'll discuss it back at the academy. You can't tell much from footage alone. Only then did the referee recover. Yunji, victory! His shout dragged the stunned spectators and those watching the live stream back to their senses. A roar like a tsunami rose, and the live chat flooded. My God, what did I just witness? Don't invoke God. Even God would die from that punch. I'm scared to tears. Did I see right? Zhou Qiao wiped out with a single punch. Is this even reasonable? Is this a freshman's fight? Bro, don't scare me. Even a spirit peak awakening shouldn't be this absurd. Will any seniors be left alive? When everyone finally came to their senses, they replayed that moment in their heads. Those with access had already started watching the recording. Not even the Yunji members nearby could shake their shock for a long while. Bai Wei's face was pale with astonishment. What was that? Jiang Yutian seemed to see a carousel of images flash before him. Oh, fear had taken root on his face. He had once taken such a blow. Lin Bai froze. He quietly recalled Baosher. A Baosher eats a lot. He's got raw power, you know. Li Qingge rolled her eyes. Do you think I believe you? Does your Baosher eat pig feed, or what? Jiang Yin finally lost his temper. Lu Sun behind him took a few steps back, putting distance between himself and Lin Bai. Those present were the most shocked. To varying degrees, they had seen Baoshi's punch before, some even felt it firsthand. But none had witnessed anything this terrifying. It wasn't that Jukio's fighters disliked defending. Some who could not dodge had deployed defensive skills. Yet they were utterly ineffective. Feeling the way everyone looked at him, as if he were a monster, Lin Bai grew uneasy. He snarled inwardly, Baosher, don't you know how to hold back your force? At that, Baosher protested with injured pride. My Howie value wasn't even halfway. It's because you insisted on activating Bawang Shuakai. Lin Bai was stunned. He glanced and saw Baoshi's tank engine had already stacked beyond 30 layers. In game terms, his HP would have long surpassed 50,000. With Bawang Shuakai converting health to attack, he could easily gain 1,000 or 2 in attack power. So this punch. Had he known, he should have used Quang Tu. Lin Bai felt a chill. A deliberately charged blow deals real damage. If it killed them with one hit, there would be chaos to come. What he did not realize was that had Long Qi and the others not intervened, the students at the very center would have truly died beneath that strike. When they set their shields, they never imagined a student could wield the power of the rules. Yunji now returned to the preparation benches under everyone's watchful eyes. With the outside gaze gone, Lin Bai finally exhaled, though the others had not yet recovered. As for Beichen and Xinglan, everyone's morale had soured. Yunji had won easily and stolen the spotlight. What were the rest to do? Even when they mounted the stage, they wore heavy expressions, their minds far from their opponents. This match, would they win or lose? If they won, would they then have to face Baoshi's punch? Or if they lost? That punch was genuinely terrifying. After a long moment, Long Baiyu drew a deep breath. Fight normally. Don't be distracted. Lin Bai's punch is terrifying, yes, but it has a fixed range and a delay. Just be careful. Lin Chaoshen shared his view and quickly recomposed himself, encouraging the others. But after Lin Bai's punch, few people paid much attention to the subsequent matches. That day, almost everyone analyzed that single punch. In the contest between Xinglan and Beichen ultimately held the upper hand. The greatest factor was one card Beichen played. An SS-class defensive Esper, Jieshou. A most comprehensive defensive ability. The presence of that student made Beichen's formation resemble a fortress wall. Even Lin Chaoshen racked his brains and still could not find a way through. Despite Xinglan's unwillingness, there was nothing that could be done. In this team match, Lin Chaoshen's performance was exceptionally bright, managing to subtly outshine Qin Shi while successfully blocking Long Baiyu. However, the other teammates were completely unable to break through the defense of the boundary guard, resulting in Lin Chaoshen being dragged down and then slowly being overwhelmed by Beichen. After capturing Xinglan, Beichen was also filled with trepidation. For a long time, it had always been Xinglan chasing Beichen, and over the years, having defeated Xinglan countless times, Beichen had somewhat underestimated them. But now Xinglan had given them a harsh lesson, even forcing out the ultimate ability of the boundary guard. The protection named after the boundary was no exaggeration at all. Once the boundary guard barrier was opened, Xinglan was nearly in despair. At that moment, a student who had been hidden by Beichen finally came into view. "Do you have confidence in Luo Ziyang's boundary guard?" Hu Yun asked with some concern at the Yunji preparation area. The punch from Baosher was indeed impressive, but the boundary guard that remained unmoved under the assault of the entire Xinglan team was just as abnormal. Luo Xiaoyong. Lin Bai's expression revealed deep thought. If he doesn't dodge, he will surely die. The others around him cast knowing glances, agreeing with him. Lin Bai's words were not exaggerated, especially with Jiang Yutian having the most authority to speak on this. The power of that punch back then was already terrifying, let alone now, where its power had increased by dozens of times. But they should have guessed it by now. Bai Wuyo looked at Lin Bai with a complex expression, as if he saw a chasm too great to cross between the two. Everyone knew what Bai Wuyo was referring to. Although Lin Bai's punch was terrifying, it was not impossible to dodge. While it appeared to have a large range, by paying attention to the timing of his strike and dodging in advance, it was still feasible. No, this is also an opportunity. Jiang Yin suddenly spoke up. We can seize the chance when they try to dodge Lin Bai's attack. At that time, Xian Yuan and Wuyo can strike together and should be able to quickly reduce their numbers. Bai Wuyo sighed and shook his head. You underestimate the boundary guard. That large area protection is just one of his abilities. He can also independently increase shields for each person. This is probably Beichen's trump card this year. Once this was said, everyone fell silent. Lin Bai found it strange. Do you have so little confidence in me? Lin Shi instinctively wanted to speak, but Qin Shiwu quickly pulled her back, gesturing at their surroundings. Only then did Lin Shi realize that the people from Yunji were nearby, and she hurriedly lowered her head in fright. Qin Shiwu helplessly rubbed his forehead. Lin Bai, it's not that we don't have confidence in you, it's just that Beichen is no pushover. They've dominated the rankings for years, and with their individual battles ending early this time, they will definitely take it very seriously. Hu Yin clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Alright, we will have to fight sooner or later. Beichen and Xinglan have revealed quite a few trump cards. We may not be without opportunities. Lin Bai's powerful offensive capability still needs to be utilized. The tactics should revolve around Lin Bai creating opportunities for him to strike. Everyone nodded. Given that Lin Bai's punch was lethal, Beichen would definitely be restrained. Let's stop here for today, go back and rest well and prepare for tomorrow. We are on the path to making history. Thinking of this made Hu Yin somewhat excited, but he couldn't show it. This was the most critical moment. However, Yunji was already in an undefeated position. With an individual first place, even if they secured second in the team competition, the total score would definitely place them in the top 2. This was the best result in Yunji's history. After everyone returned, Lin Bai furrowed his brows and pondered for a while, before catching up with Lin Shi and Qin Shiwu. The forward Qin Shiwu had yet to sense anything, but Lin Zai's form suddenly tensed up. Qin Shiwu was about to ask her what was wrong when he heard Lin Bai's voice come from behind. Classmate. Lin Zai's body trembled violently, and Qin Shiwu turned around. Lin Bai, what's wrong? Lin Bai's gaze fell on Lin Shi. Classmate, haven't we met somewhere before? Qin Shiwu asked in confusion, her voice rising an octave. Haven't you met? Aren't you from the same academy? Yunji. Qin Kaiwa's eyes darkened. I was talking about Haiqing. Off. Now it was Lin Bai's turn to be surprised. You also come from Haiqing. Lin Shi could only see the tips of her own shoes at this moment. Her voice was weak as a mosquito. Hiss. Lin Bai's eyes widened. I think I heard that there's an S-level shadow type from the next class. Is that you? What a coincidence. Lin Bai said in surprise. Lin Shi indeed looked dazed for a moment. Yes, very coincidental. I thought I recognized you. Lin Bai smiled. Thanks for your help in the competition. Please look out for me tomorrow. This time Lin Zai's response was quicker than ever before. Qin Kaiwa's expression grew increasingly strange, but Lin Shi was already tugging at her sleeve. She instantly understood Lin Zai's meaning. It's nothing, we will take our leave now. Alright, rest well. After they walked far away, Lin Bai suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait a minute. It seems I didn't ask about that. But the two had already walked far, and considering they still needed to rest, Lin Bai decided to ask next time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Kaiwa's expression was extremely strange. After returning to her room, she could no longer hold back. Wait. Xiaoxi, what are you up to? He actually didn't recognize you. I thought you two knew each other. Qin Shiwu was stunned. She knew that Lin Shi and Lin Bai came from the same academy in Haiqing, and had thought that Lin Shi was so eager because they were familiar. Wait. She suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Her gaze towards Lin Shi became serious. You can't be. Without her speaking, Lin Shi already knew what she was going to say, hurriedly leaping up to cover her mouth. The next day was the day of the finals, the last day of the Academy League. After this match for the next 3 years, it would likely be evident who the leader of the Extreme University was. Currently, almost everyone leaned more towards Lin Bai from Yunji. There were also supporters of Beichen, the traditional powerhouse academy. Now Yunji, as a newly emerged dark horse, had gathered a large number of fans supporting them online. These fans were rallying for Yunji, which inevitably led to clashes with Beichen's fans. At this time, as the only two academies that had yet to compete, their battlefield was everywhere online. Almost every video had debates between the fans of both sides in the comments. It seems that Yunji will win the championship this year. Laughing to death has Beichen passed that round. Beichen stopped calling. Even if they take first in the team competition, their total score can only be third. What if Beichen doesn't lose a single point and directly takes out Yunji? Laughing to death, are you still asleep? If you're still asleep, Lin Shenwang will punch you. Beichen still thinks they can win without losing any points to Yunji. Impossible. What a pipe dream. Due to the scores from the Extreme University, the situation has become rather ambiguous. In reality, the most anxious one is still Xinglan. Currently, Yunji and Xinglan's scores are actually very close. If Yunji fails this time, the points lost in individual and team battles will hold them back, and even with the final ranking points added, their total score will still be less than Xinglan's. As for Beichen, aside from losing to Yunji in individual competition, they are certain to win in rankings and team battles. Their base score is very high, but they were eliminated too early in the individual battle. They must not lose any points in the finals and directly defeat Yunji to secure the championship. If they lose even a little, their total score will not surpass Xinglan and Yunji. Hence, this final has attracted widespread attention. If Yunji takes first place, needless to say, they will directly claim victory. Now Xinglan's ranking depends on the two major universities' standings, and the combat situations in these two universities also depend on the outcome of this match. Various prediction markets have already opened online, and the flowing amounts have reached a heart-stopping level. This is also the festive moment for gambling enthusiasts every year. Amidst the public's anticipation, the finals of the university team battle have commenced. This time the referee has also been changed, with Long Qi from Beichen Academy stepping in. There was no choice. Ever since Lin Bai punched out the power of rules, the heads of the major academies could no longer sit still, fearing that if they did not respond quickly in the upcoming match, one or two might get knocked out by Lin Bai's punch. Thus, after much deliberation, they decided to let Long Qi be the referee. On the stage, the people from Beichen Academy were dumbfounded when they saw Long Qi. Wait, how did our principal become the referee? But thinking about it, this is an excellent opportunity to showcase ourselves. Many people felt a bit heavier in their breathing. Such an opportunity to perform before a pillar of humanity is rare, let alone that this pillar is their principal.